Okay, we are streaming. Now let's see if everything catches up with the connection. And we're going to check the live stream for that. Let's see if the software connects. And, okay, looks like we've got connection. So everybody, as always, I'll just get this out of the way first. Everybody hit the upvote button, and that will help us immensely. As soon as we start transmission, we are assailed by downvotes. These are automated bots. Literally, we are attacked by Autobots the moment we start transmission. And these downvotes are meant to wipe us off of searches. So everybody understand this much. YouTube is fucking retarded, and they've got a stupid popularity aggregate where the more popular you are, the more they distribute you. And the more unpopular you are, then the more they basically suppress you. And so the only way that we can fight the enemy, which of course thankfully has their flaws. For one thing, they're quite cheap in many ways. I mean, they splurge in so many other ways, and then in other ways they're cheap. I don't know. It's very they are chaotic after all, agents of chaos. So YouTube does ultimately filter out their downvotes because they recognize them as automated bots. Unfortunately, by that time, they've served their purpose, and they've managed to prevent us from appearing on searches. So you've got to fight back right now. I mean, the moment you hear me say this, the moment you tune in, you've got to hit us with as many upvotes as you can from as many IP addresses as you've got. Your PC, your laptop, your tablet, your cell phone. Hit an upvote, and this way you can balance out all of the downvotes. You have to fight dirty because the enemy fights dirty than you could ever dream of. And if you want a world in which nice guys have a chance instead of finishing last, then you've got to fight as dirty as the enemy does right now. So Troy Bellamy says, good evening, everyone. T-Tank Berry says, loud and clear, brother. And Acid Kick 96 has joined us with the Three Dragons for the 3Ds, Douglas, Dwayne, and Dietrich. And he says, we're sounding great. Now we're going to get Peter and Aristides just to check in before Peter takes over the stage. Numbers are already going up, and this way we've prepped the stage for dear Peter. I was away for, of course, a collection of holidays. Just so people understand it, there have been enormous changes in Armenia, of course, the nation from where my son ultimately, genetically, the majority of his bloodline or genealogy descends from or emerges from. And it was the 35th Armenian Spitak Remembrance Day on Thursday, the 7th of this month, on Pearl Harbor Day, which was the memory of an incredibly horrific earthquake that took the lives of thousands of people. They must be having a holiday that they're going to officially recognize for the decimation, the ethnic cleansing, the wiping out of half their nation. Eastern Armenia was wiped off the map, and we're talking about this happened in literally just this year. So it's a war which nobody is hearing about, of course, because we live in a very filtered world. But for what it's worth, Saturday was Armenian Genocide, Condemnation, and Prevention Day. So that has been a holiday that's been around for quite some time, and that has to do with, of course, the genocide in World War I. But with the genocide that has been more recent, then there's other things to bring up. I will address Armenia, of course, to a degree, just obligatorily, briefly, later on in monologue. But between those 2 days, the 7th and the 9th, was the Japanese Pearl Harbor Day, which was the 8th. It happened on the 8th on the other side of the international date line. It was also pansexual and pan-romantic Pride Day, so that was an awareness day in which, of course, I was at the Estates for all of these events, teaching the Blood Boys, and I do want people to understand today is International Human Rights Day. Historically, on my mother's birthday was the height of the Battle of Moscow. That was when the Germans were within 17 miles of the gates of Moscow. and the Moscow spires were in sight. The 7th, which was, of course, the Armenian Spitak Remembrance Day, was also the 82nd American Pearl Harbor Remembrance Day. And, of course, yesterday was the 78th commemorative day of the deactivation of General George Patton. In other words, he was deactivated, taken off out of action by an assassination attempt that was only transitionally abortive. He ultimately died, but it was when he effectively was killed, certainly taken out of action, and then died within a short enough period of time that he was effectively taken out. Today, historically, is the 82nd Task Force Z Down Day. This was the day the British suffered their Pearl Harbor. This was just days after Pearl Harbor that the British Pacific Fleet was sunk by the Japanese. And so it is also Human Rights Day. And tomorrow will be the 782nd commemorative day of the death of Ogedai Khan, which caused the retreat of the Mongols from Europe. So, okay, all of that being covered ever so briefly, I want everyone to understand that we are going to concentrate on bringing some things to people's attention. I want to thank Samuel Romero for his care package. My land lady's family did pick that up for me. They did retrieve that for me while I was gone. I now have it. I have yet to open it, of course, but I will be opening it very soon. My understanding is there's some electric blankets in it, but I do want people to understand this is good in the sense that my electric blanket that I have is top of the line. It's the best you can get. It took me forever for people to get it right. Well, V got it right after several mistakes that were just unbelievable in nature. But at any rate, there's no telling how long it will last, because when I'm home, these things are on all day, and they die fairly quickly. So he sent me some more. If I could, literally, I would turn them all on, plug them all in, and pile them up on the other. Forget any bullshit they say about that being unsafe. That's just not tenable. A environment like I'm in right now truly demands it. I was really impressed, awfully impressed. I mean, like, full of awe, and yet it is awful. Just how cold it was even at the estates where we have heat and other amenities. When you would step outside, the frigidity of the air, the temperature was unbelievable how cold it got in San Francisco. And if I had been at home, this would have been dire. I'm in the crypt now, and I have everything pumping, and you can't even feel it. By that I mean there's no heat in this home. The electric blankets are on. It feels like I'm naked in here. I would gladly pile the others on, but all of everything I've got, the computer, everything that I'm operating on, the electric blankets, everything is plugged into one tiny little outlet that is half fallen out of the wall. This is a very old home. Just the fact that this even continues to function. My entire life, the entire ability to communicate with the outside world is dependent on two plugs that are in the same socket, that are these two outlets that are in the same, frame that is literally half fallen out of the wall. It's pitiful. And so should something happen where I blow a fuse, my life is over. So I can't risk plugging too much in. I already have both gang plugs totally full. So there's no room to plug in any other electric blankets. That is the horror of my life. Other than that, I do want people to understand, I want to give credit to the contributors who have contributed. Very surprised at some contributions, and I'm not quite sure whether they want to be credited or not. I will go over them later and then credit them. We've had some people that I did not give credit to recently that I want to give credit to. I'll do that before I start monologue. And these wonderful people, couldn't live without them. One of these contributions is from Comcast. Very interesting. So, not much, but it's the fact that I got anything is incredible. And Comcast has always been very helpful, and as far as I'm concerned, they're a member of Team Dietrich in their own right. And we do have a fundraising objective because of the holidays. Obviously, I do want people to understand. Certainly, I have an arrangement with my son's husband. I have an arrangement where certain things are traded in the sense of my services for what I am given access to. Blood from the young boys in his harem, so to speak. The escorts. I cannot, of course, and I think anybody should understand the reasoning behind this, I cannot ask him for money to buy gifts. I have to use my own money to buy gifts at Christmas time. So with the gifts that I purchased at Christmas time, not to mention just life in San Francisco, I don't get pizza often, but the way I've described pizza before, I don't think people understand it. Imagine living in Alaska. People who live in Alaska, they get paid a lot of money, and services are equally expensive. So people who live in Alaska, you're not making any money. You just you go up there and people love the wilderness or something. I don't know what it is. They can have it, but hamburgers are like a quarter of $100 each, like $25 each, because they're making so much off of whatever oil rig they're working on or whatever the hell they're doing. San Francisco is very similar because of the Silicon Valley economy. So I want people to understand, when I came home today, early enough to get everything set up before tonight's show, I did not have time to heat up a meal, a home-delivered meal. And I figured I deserved something a little more substantial and better anyway. So I went to the local pizza parlor and I ordered a pizza. Now, I've given people a hint of what this is like before in San Francisco. I do want people to appreciate just how extreme it is. So I get a pizza. It's a medium pizza. It's a pesto pizza, pesto base. They give me red sauce on the side so that I can dip the crust into that. You order a lot of ingredients on it. Triple pepperoni. I do order roasted potatoes. I do order ingredients that most people would not order. Aside from that, sun-dried tomatoes, roasted potatoes, fresh and roasted garlic, etc. I do pile these pizzas up. I do want people to understand the end cost is $750 United States dollars, $75 for that pizza plus a $5 tip. So it's $80 I spent on that pizza. This is the norm. This is the norm. I want people to understand that if I were to go to a restaurant where I ate in the restaurant, a slice of pizza would be $100 in San Francisco. That's life in San Francisco. And the rent is $1,000 a month. So what I've gotten with just a pizza on the way home, gifts to certain loved ones in my life, my son and my son's husband among them, I have spent half my rent money. So rent's $1,000 a month. I need to raise $400 United States dollars before the end of the month. $400 United States dollars at a minimum. I'm going to try and go for half $1,000, but really, I could make it with a little less than 400, but we're going to aim for 400. And that will help immensely. That will, of course, help me make rent. So I'm certain we can make that by the end of the month, but I do want people to understand the severity. I also want, before I turn it over to Peter, to understand that obviously one of the things that I do is I teach history to the blood boys at the estates, and there was a lot of teaching going on over the past several days with the historical thematics, with what is going on at COP28. My son's husband is still in Dubai. So I want people to know that COP28 is still ongoing. I will address a little bit of that and the madness of COP28. I've gone into a little bit of it before. Obviously, when I go into monologue tonight, I'll be talking a lot about Israel, Kissinger, inescapable subjects. But I do want Peter to understand there's several things I found out through research conducted by the blood boys on the net. These kids grow up on the net. They were able to find some things out for me, and I did cross-reference and follow up. And everything that I have stated from the beginning is true. And I'm going to emphasize a little bit of that. Some developments before I turn it over to Peter that I do want to make the world aware of. I'll go into further depth during the monologue tonight. I do want people to understand that Benjamin Netanyahu's psychiatrist has committed suicide. This is what we're told. More than likely, he was probably assassinated. Before he quote-unquote killed himself, he went on record to say that Benjamin Netanyahu is stark raving mad. that the man is completely psychotic, that he's a mass murderous black hole, that he cannot get into his mind because there's no mind to get into. He said there's nothing there but mass murderous insanity. And then, quote unquote, he killed himself. This is what happened. Yeah. So, important point to be made there. I do want people to understand as well that, as it turns out, many of the Israelis killed during the quote unquote Hamas attack were killed by the Israeli Defense Forces. This was under the quote unquote Hannibal Directive, which requires killing the enemy at all costs, even at the death of one's own citizens. And it turns out that many of these Israelis that were killed by tank shells, which obviously Hamas did not have armor when it broke into Israel. It did not have tanks. And 5.7 millimeter bullets, which Hamas simply does not possess. Nor does Hamas possess the kind of lethal missiles that killed 500,000 people in a Gaza hospital in a single midnight strike, which that Jewfuck, Mr. Joe Biden, claimed they did. All of this was done by Israel. Israel has killed the majority of Israelis that were killed by quote-unquote Hamas. And again, as Peter Moon has said, the news, quote-unquote, about the beheading of babies has now been thoroughly deconstructed by independent journalists. So the Hamas beheaded no babies. There were no beheaded babies. Many of the Israelis that were killed, quote-unquote, by Hamas were killed by Israeli Defense Forces. This was completely ordered by Benjamin Netanyahu. The psychiatrist evidently had insight into all of this, went on record with the madness of Netanyahu, and then quote-unquote killed himself. We'll go deeper into all of the repercussions and elements of this in monologue tonight. But the problem is there is just so much to go into. I will be going into it tonight, as opposed to last time our dear friend George Knight came on, and he had been waiting for an opportunity for quite some time to go over many of our, what I would call our core topics. So we wanted to address those with the last episode, and we did. And I think that that's important. I think that it's always important to return to core topics. But definitely we'll get back into the current events tonight and the historical context thereof. Theranos or Tyrannos, I will eventually get into. I doubt I will make it to that tonight, because I do want to cover the firearms angle, because this is something I was teaching the Blood Boys about, was that the United States has a history of firearms, and of course a lot of people think of Israel as a firearms utopia, and I do want to point out that the United States developed its firearm culture as a frontier culture, a white settler regime, an exterminatory white settler regime wiping out the indigenous population. And Israel simply echoes that. It's simply an echo of that U.S. gun culture. And as a result, the Israelis have approved 100,000 gun licenses for private ownership in the past half decade, well before what happened on October 2nd. And those guns have been deployed mercilessly to kill Palestinians privately by Israeli private citizens, killing Palestinians and then moving into their homes. So I will go into that later tonight, and I do want to draw the historical parallel between that and the Native American extermination, because it's quite valid. It's not an imaginal or indulgent parallel. It's precise. And beyond that, as I said, Vladimir Putin visited Saudi Arabia and the United Arab Emirates. He was not arrested in either country, even though he has an international arrest warrant out on him for genocide. So it goes to show that they are on the side of the enemy. They are part of the Sino-Slav-Indic synaxis. I will go into that more later tonight, of course, but again, that needs to be reiterated, as well as the multiple visits of Kissinger to Putin at the time, started around the time that Trump was running for president. And the interesting thing to note is that, and I certainly have no admiration for Joe Biden with everything that's been going on lately, and I'm certain there's all kinds of news out there about his son, but mostly my ire with Joe Biden rests on his coordination with Israel in their genocide, even though he has got cold feet and has been trying to restrain them as much as possible simply because of the liability that Netanyahu represents. I do want people to understand that of all the presidents that Kissinger visited, and he visited all of them consistently and constantly, to the point where Dick Cheney said he talked to Henry Kissinger more than anyone, that Henry Kissinger was effectively running the Bush administration per Dick Cheney. Of course, he might have just been trying to take all of the heat off himself. But the one thing that, the one president Kissinger never visited was Joe Biden. And I have no idea, maybe he felt it was unnecessary since Joe Biden had always been very blatant about being quote-unquote a Zionist. Okay, with that, we've I think our numbers are now good. We've got a very good amount. Vicky Johnson out there. Hello, honey. Love you dearly. And I want to retreat now into the passive position, and we're going to let Peter Moon take over. One last technical thing before Peter comes on. Had an individual saying some things about the microphone and sounds that they hear. And I do want people to understand this much. Understand that, learn to appreciate this like it's a newsroom environment, not like it's a studio environment. We do not have a professional studio. It's more like a newsroom. You're going to hear background noises, and that's because neither Peter nor I are going to bother to go mute all the time. There's just no point, because it just becomes redundant. You wind up with, when you go on mute, the problem is that it takes a while to respond when somebody asks you something. So get used to it. Every once in a while you hear keyboarding or something. But do understand, a lot of it is not from us. There are third parties, or rather the NSA, or people who work with the government, who for whatever reason, just to fuck up the audio, they do come on the Skype call. And they are not invited. And in the old days, when I had all the different crew around me, people would hear them, even sometimes hear them breathe, sometimes hear them speak. So this is a reality of this program. So get used to the fact that this is not a conventional format where you're going to get some kind of studio quality catering to your aesthetics in terms of your sensibilities. Okay, with that, over to Peter. Thank you for your patience.
Thank you. Yeah. I would also comment, if anybody does have issues where you're hearing stuff, do put it in the chat. Let us know, because I want to know. Sound quality is very important, and if we can ferret it out, we will. So I want to, because I can't stand when I hear it. Now, if it's Douglas or somebody else doing on the keyboard a little bit, Douglas's stuff doesn't bother me. Sometimes somebody, leaves their stuff on, so it's okay to report it. But do understand what Douglas says.
Yeah, thank you.
Now, what I wanted to corroborate what Douglas said about Netanyahu. I've seen things come up on Instagram, interviews with him, where he's saying things that are very incriminating. They go back 10, 20 years. And what he said, in other words, he's his own worst enemy. And the fact that his psychiatrist was killed, ostensibly by him, is an indication. And the mass, it seems to me that the best friend Israel has, if not the only friend, is the United States media and the Christian Zionists.
Yes.
These are, the Christian Zionists are the Edomites.
Yes.
Because they have been, the president of the University of Pennsylvania was stepped down
Yes.
over the Palestinian issue.
Yes.
The head of Harvard is taking it on the chin if she hasn't stepped down yet, because.
But she's had to apologize. But go on.
Yeah, but see and this is very important. The problem with these presidents, one of the most basic things you kind of are oriented to in a collegiate atmosphere is rhetorics and semantics. And you have to parse your words very carefully. You have to say the right thing, and you have to say it in the right way. You have to condemn violence. And I mean, if I was advising these people, I would say, well, we condemn violence. And these people are protesting, violence against the Palestinians. At the same time, there's been violence against the Israelis or whatever. You can parse your words without making yourself a target.
Yes.
So this is what, our esteemed, and these are the presidents of Ivy League universities.
Yes.
And an Ivy League education is not only not what it used to be, it doesn't have the panache it used to be.
Right.
Where you really do well, it doesn't have to be an Ivy League education, where you can plug into a good old boy network.
Yes.
And that's where you can really do well, especially if you're dealing with smart people, which isn't always the case.
They're usually wealthy people. It doesn't mean they're smart. Yeah.
Well, yeah. I mean, some people, can create opportunities if given the opportunity. So, yes, on the Netanyahu thing, and all of these issues, I mean, it's like we really, yes, the numbers have been better. It's good. We're gaining some headway, some momentum, and this is really good, because when you look to the world, it offers a lot of discouragement. And one of the biggest discouraging things that I think I've seen outside of the, insane politics going on is what they call the AI meme, and of people responding, becoming more like computers, more inhuman in their responses. Whereas emotional intelligence, this is very curious, because where does emotional intelligence register in a computer? This is the big challenge of what we call true AI. The intellect has true emotions.
Yes.
And we see this in the way the intellect responded to Douglas's refusal to have sexual experience. And I would say that this fundamental issue with the intellect is endemic to people in this world. But Wilhelm Reich would say it's all sexual frustration.
Yes.
Preston Nichols would say the same thing, without even commenting. Well, he could comment on his own sexual issues, but he also had an independent clinical view of it, independent of his own issues. He could extrovert himself from that, but inevitably, the rooster comes home to roost. This is unfortunate with so many people, and it's very interesting when we discuss the subject of sexuality, because Douglas had forwarded me an article, which I had already seen and read in detail, of the head of an organization in Romania called MISA. MISA is an acronym for which I don't remember, but it's basically a tantric yoga cult. And when I first went to Romania, my first visit, David Anderson's friend, I like to call her the Madame Blavatsky of Romania. That's an exaggeration because she's so knowledgeable about metaphysics.
Mm-hmm.
I don't mean to cast aspersions on her for that. I don't mean to blow smoke up Madame Blavatsky's Kundalini spout. But the woman, Madame Blavatsky, was plugged in. What she was plugged into is many aspects of the hidden aspects of consciousness, as Douglas alluded to, with her knowledge of the Dugpa sect, which is basically your Black Lotus society, which we'll talk about.
Yes.
But I lost where I was going before I mentioned Madame Blavatsky.
Oh, we were talking about the Romanian. Yeah, the yoga cult.
The yoga cult. Now, this woman in Romania told me that the two main esoteric groups in Romania. Now, at this point, I'm only learning about Sarmasejatuza. And I learn about it from her. Sarmasejatuza, of course, the sacred place of the Dacian people, the ancient people, that actually at one time had Rome as a subject state. And Rome didn't like it. They eventually invaded them. It took hundreds of years. But under the time of Julius Caesar, he was subordinate to Dacia. They had to pay tribute. And they were the older senior culture. But what she, and, but well, to allude to this interruption of the, the keyboarding and this type of stuff that goes on, when she told me about Sarmasejatuza, she says you have to go there for 3 days. The head of the Freemasons, and he says you have to go there for 3 days. And then the professor, Florine, great professor, he sat down and talked to me. And we were video recording it. And he's telling me all about Sarmasejatuza. He's really giving me the academic plus, it's really the academic version with a little esoterica thrown in. And he's telling me the importance of it. And if you want to understand Romania, you have to go there. And while he's talking to me, every time he says the word Sarmasejatuza, we're inside of a boat, one of the houseboats. Somebody comes in and disrupts the flow of our conversation.
Interesting.
And the flow of the recording. They come in and they open the door, they do something, they drop something, but it only occurs when he mentions this. And it becomes, we start noticing it. And it becomes more and more noticeable. And it gets to the point where first it's kind of comical or ironic, and then he starts getting pissed off.
Yeah.
He starts getting pissed off, and he finally just, when it finally happens, after we've noticed it so many times, he just concludes the interview. He says, I'm not going to do this. And, the point was made. Now, that's part of what impelled me to go the following year.
Right.
With my friend Nicole.
Of course.
And I would also say, when I went back, I asked David, he was my main contact with Romania, to, how am I want to go there. And he refers me to the Tourism Bureau, who was just completely inept. I don't even get an answer from the Tourism Bureau. And then I write to my friend Trajan, named after Trajan, the emperor who invaded Romanian. He doesn't answer me. He's a tour guide, which becomes a running dig that I have at him. And I remember introducing him to one of my friends, or I said, this is Trajan. He's the tour guide who's not a tour guide. And later that night, he's in the tent drinking. He's next to me, and he starts crying because he feels like he failed me. What the real problem that he failed me is he's really not a tour guide. He takes people on boats, like these cruises. He's tourist, but this is like cruise stuff. It's not. He wasn't in the part. It wasn't like a travel agent.
Right.
So anyway, he's a very nice man. But and I've known him for 15 years. But so anyway, I want to go, but it's like I'm trying to vision how I'm going to get there. I'm going to go by myself. I don't know what I'm going to do. And I write to my friend Nicole, and she volunteers to take me. And that solves everything. She is my first host in Romania outside of Atlanticron. And she's with me every step of the journey until my ride home. We're up in Transylvania, and she puts me on a 9-hour train ride to Bucharest. And I'm greeted by her friend Anna, who I know. And Anna takes me to a youth hostel where I spend $20 and sleep with a bunch of college students. It's co-ed too.
Cool.
By the way, I have to clarify something. When I went off the air, or when you were heard and you were talking to Jennifer, and you were talking about the fact that I lived with Stuart Swerdlow,
yeah,
you misconstrued something.
Okay.
And like you said, well, I was sleeping there next to Stuart, and the phone would ring, and that I said it was a kiddo. No, I didn't sleep in the same room with Stuart. He slept with his wife.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yes. My apologies. I certainly did not mean to imply that.
I had my own room when I was there.
Okay, yeah. My impression was.
I never heard the phone ring.
Right.
He told me of having the phone ring in the middle of the night occasionally.
Okay.
And he'd get messages. They'd tell him stuff that would be true or whatever.
Interesting.
Maybe, I don't know if everything was true, but this is one of his sources of information.
Yeah, thank you for clarifying that. My impression was more like couch surfing, was like kind of like you were in the couch.
No,
okay.
I was in a bedroom. I had my own bedroom, and then on the weekends, his kids would come to visit. So that's how I started staying with Marianne. I'd stay in her attic. And that was only about 3 weeks at the most, because I got, I was under a restraining order, and my second home, which is where my office would turn to be, was occupied by the OTO. So I had
Jesus.
to. Well, in essence, it was an OTO.
Just so people understand, I mean, this is the equivalent of saying that Satanists had taken over, had jacked his office. Go on.
Well, the energy of it.
Yeah.
And this is, and I should, this was a former OTO person who really was not unconnected from the OTO, because once you're in the OTO, always OTO, so to speak. Well, but her energy, and I had helped her separate, but she was, she was down and out, homeless.
Yeah.
And I helped her out for 1 month. It turned into, she started, trying to create a situation where, I could be construed as abusing her. And my solution to that was to stay out of the house.
Of course. That's the smartest thing.
Yeah. I wasn't restrained. And then she became a harassment program, which then I got her arrested. I you know, was able to establish with the police that she was harassing both me and my wife, who I was then getting divorced with. And my wife had a restraining order on me that I couldn't go to that house. I got that reversed on her. And, you know, that was reversed. And then I moved back into my house where she was under restraint.
Right. This was the wife you met in Scientology, right?
Yeah. In other words, I had to, just like you had to do with Jameson,
right,
and Lena, I had to
take action. Yeah,
I had to take action, and it was something that a lot of people couldn't do, because I had to establish my existence and stand up for myself.
Right.
And people didn't understand. Oh, why don't you give her leniency? Because leniency didn't work.
No.
She was offered leniency.
Oh, they just don't get it. No, they're so.
And I described her as a vampire. No offense to you.
Thank you for the qualifier.
Because it's like, the thing is, you have to drive the stake through the heart, because you have to kill it. And it's not that I wanted to, right, because any offer of conciliation or kindness would be interpreted as weakness.
Yeah.
And would be taken advantage of.
Yeah.
And this was proven. Anyway.
Sadly, so true. Yeah.
Yeah. So, so I had to take back my real estate, which I did. And I had people fighting against me. So I'm not, as I say, I'm not new to this type of bullshit. I mean, I haven't had anything go on like that. You know, that was over 20 years ago.
Right.
And I succeeded. It's like, is what I'm doing that important? Apparently, yeah.
Oh, always has been.
It has to do with energetics.
Yeah. It
has to do with energetics, and the energy is fighting you. This is before Qigong. And I, had to fight all this, but so anyway, when I go back to think of Sarmasejatuza and my first visits there, I was very blessed to have Nicole guide me, and Anna, who was just a delightful character, take me to the youth hostel. And that's where I brought up this idea of sleeping, because I'm sleeping in the room with all these college students.
Yeah.
And I would have preferred a hotel, but I'm kind of taken there. And then she picks me up in the next morning, and she takes me to the airport. She not only takes me to the airport, she gets out, and she stays with me till I get my ticket to the last moment in line. And I used to keep in touch with her. She was studying law. She's probably a lawyer now. And I met her boyfriend, who she's probably married to. Very nice guy. Have a lot of friends. And so anyway, that's just a little sidelight. But where I'm going here with, this is a sacred journey to Sarmasejatuza, and I was talking about Misa, which my friend in the government, Mihaila, she only speaks Romanian and French. Her English is not good. So we always have a translator. Nicole has often been the translator, but there have been other translators. And she said the two esoteric groups, Freemasonry and Misa, and they do not like each other. Now, she didn't go to any details about that, but Misa is a Kundalini tantric cult, and Grigori Bivolaru is the head of it. He was studying yoga in communist Romania, and the government didn't like that. because it involved spirituality, and communism was atheistic. So they created a special dispensation where he could do yoga if it was only dealing with physical exercise. And of course, that was fine, but then he broke the rules, and they ended up putting him in a mental institute, institutionalized.
Common communist tactic.
Yeah. Now, when this stuff came up, I asked Paula about it because I said, is there any way he could be being framed? She goes, no,
right.
In her opinion.
Right.
Now, based upon what I've read, in the chat boards I've read, I would say Paula's probably quite right.
She's got a good intuition for that sort of thing, yes.
I don't know. I don't know if she has a good intuition for that. I really don't know. But that was her opinion. And I don't think she's really looked into it too far. I think it's just kind of like the Romanians would probably look at it like Bhagwan Rashish or whatever his name was.
Rajneesh, yeah.
Rajneesh, yeah. Nobody takes him too seriously. Although it's amazing how many people quote him and how many cogent things he supposedly said, right, in spite of his, encouraging people to have licentious lives.
Right.
Most people aren't psychologically capable of dealing with licentious lives, of leading licentious lives and being able to, quote unquote, get away with it. They're not psychologically framed that way.
Right.
And it leads to more problems in the majority of cases. I can't evaluate for everybody. I'm not quick to judge. Douglas has a lot of fun. I don't have issues with that. It's a different world. It's a different world. But anyway, I'm bringing up this. So anyway, this character in Romania, he had been, when Romania became uncommunist, he got out of the institute. I think he escaped, actually. I think he escaped.
Interesting.
But he resurfaced in capitalist Romania, and he built up quite a following. And they have ashrams throughout Romania where people are interned, indoctrinated. They have a lot of nudity, kundalini dancing, raising. You get your share of naked women. They have a resort, or they do a camp at a nudist place near the Black Sea. And I have to ask my friend who grew up near the Black Sea about that. She probably knows about it. And by the way, she's in Thailand right now, and I had her send me some pictures.
Cool.
And she sent me a picture with, I think, of Bangkok. She must be in Bangkok. I didn't say where she was. And I swear that place looks like a sci-fi city.
Interesting.
It looks like a sci-fi city. Just looking at the skyline, it does not look like a skyline from a Earth city.
Right. The term you're looking for is cyberpunk aesthetic. Go on.
I was astounded. But anyway, so he has also built up an international following, which is quite important. Now, according to articles I've read, and they don't really emphasize this fact, he's been able to infiltrate government positions with MISA members. Now, the other organization that also does that in all countries is Freemasonry. So you have two organizations in Romania, the Freemasons, very influential, and the Misa very influential, and they're rivals. I don't know which one is more influential or more powerful. I would tend to think the Freemasons because, well, I shouldn't say because he wasn't arrested in Romania, Grigore Bivolaro. He was arrested in just the other day in France, but it was the second time he'd been arrested.
That's right, the second time, no less.
Yeah, it was 2016 or 2017. He was also he was arrested, I think, in maybe Sweden, maybe Moldova. I maybe Sweden wouldn't, extradite him, but he went on to an event of his organization in France, and for those of you who do not know, France and Freemasonry are pretty synonymous. That was where the Freemasons took down the crown. And the crown of France, and then that threatened all of the other crowns of Europe. So they all hated Napoleon because Napoleon came to defend the government. Mm-hmm. And then he became the government. Right. But he was a threat to every crown head of Europe.
That's right. That's correct.
And who were the crown heads of Europe loyal to? The Pope. Mm-hmm. And this became an instigation against the Papal States by the Freemasons. And Freemasonry is a big no-no in the papacy. And there's and it was also a big no-no in Germany where they had lists of Freemasons.
That's right.
And although it wasn't emphasized as much as it could have been, Jews and Freemasons are synonymous as well, to a large extent. Not every Freemason is a Jew and vice versa. But you have to remember that Freemasonry is based upon the model of Solomon's Temple.
Thank you. Yes, there's a lot of interactivity between them both. Yes.
Yeah, the whole idea of it. It's really convoluted because the whole essence of Solomon's Temple is based upon the Shin, which is the core principle of the Christ. So it gets all convoluted. It's like nothing is too clear. They're all lost in the morass. It's like if you created a template of what some people like to call the Adam Kadmon, the template of an ideal human being, and you put him out in society, he's going to become adulterated with the energy and the pollution, not the contagion of aberration, as Hubbard would call it, the contagion of society. He's going to end up, as some sort of hip hop or something. And when I say hip hop, I mean the downside of hip hop. Right. And he's going to be doing drugs and stuff, and this is what would happen to somebody very easily if they didn't have their protective devices in. So this is what happens with any institution. It becomes co-opted, polluted, adulterated, and this is a big problem with the world. It doesn't mean that the core truths are not there. Now, but I was going on this tantric sexuality, and that he's advocating, and that one can transcend. You'll find similar threads, although it'll be through a different lens, with the OTO, with different doctrines, and why you see, it's the whole birthing process. I mean, people get caught up in the temptations and delights of sensuality, of sexuality, the pleasurable aspects of it, the so-called, sometimes in a Christian context, the forbidden fruit. But it actually has to do with birthing an individual. So it's like sexuality reduced to the lowest common denominator is about birthing a child. It's about birthing a child, and then the problem becomes, what are all the things that can go wrong with birthing a child? There's abortion, there's genetic malfunctions, random selection of genetic malfunctions. There's all sorts of, random chaos when you put two people together and one gets impregnated. Anything can potentially come out. And of course, what you want to come out is a ideally perfect moonchild, which would be a Christ-like being. That's the purest form, reflection. And so it's like, so when one is indulging in a sexual transcendent or allegedly sexually transcendent activity, one is aspiring to transmute. This is the alchemical marriage that Rosicrucianism is so centered around. And the real core of that is to internally balance yourself. In Qigong, it would be called dual energy cultivation. And dual energy cultivation is balancing the yin and the yang inside of yourself. And if that's done, well, it would suggest you have a partner who commiserates them. That would be. Now, it took me years of studying Daoism. And when I say studying Daoism, I'm not reading all of these multitude of texts it's incredible. I mean, there's probably more written on Daoism than Christianity. It's just not in our language.
True.
It's a lot older. Yeah. And it's a lot more thorough. And then there's the religion of Daoism versus the philosophy or the main principle. And it can get very dark.
Yes.
But the thing about it, it took me, I don't think I discovered it until I got involved with Qigong, that Kuan Yin is the feminine consort of Lao Tzu. I never knew this. I mean, they didn't talk about him having a wife.
Mm-hmm.
Or a consort or a comparison. So I thought, wow. It's like, maybe, yeah, I mean, it's like, wow, that's like, oh, wow. And she is the compassionate, merciful one. Allah is all merciful. I heard a Palestinian who had converted to Christ. He was part of Hamas, he said. And he converted to Christ because he said he was killing for Allah, killing the enemies of Allah. Allah does not have enemies. This is a basic misunderstanding of the semantics and rhetoric of Allah. Allah is all merciful, compassionate. It's dual energy. But, you can say anything you want about anything. You can kill for Christ if you want, and you can justify that. This is what people do. But he found Christ, so he's not a terrorist anymore. But still, he thinks Allah is, well, I don't know what he thinks about Allah. But definitely, whoever was teaching him about Allah was teaching him the wrong stuff. So this whole sexual cult in Romania is very influential. And just because Grigore Bivolaru has been arrested for the third time, it doesn't mean that his organization is affected. The human trafficking he's been convicted of primarily focuses on the fact that he's got girls in ashrams that are living in crowded quarters, that, you know, they join his organization, they give away their money to him. He promises them transcendence if they have sex with him.
Jesus.
You know, and it just, this is what he's been accused of. But then also I read that he's been supplying geishas to Japan.
Interesting.
So there's apparently some trafficking, and somebody pointed out to me a Jeffrey Epstein connection. In other words, you know, with the human trafficking that's going on, it might be something there with the whole Jeffrey Epstein thing, which has really been one of the biggest issues that the so-called I don't know what to call them, the core group influencing the planet has been containing the Jeffrey Epstein story. And to tell you the truth, they've done a pretty good job of it, because Epstein is not in the news anymore.
Right. They've suppressed it. They've suppressed the phenomena.
Yeah, the one person who seemed to be talking about it the most was Tucker Carlson. Seemed to be, and now he has a podcast, and I don't know if anybody listens to him. I mean, some people do. He probably survives off of it, but I don't know that he's coming up with Epstein. I see his feeds. Very seldom will I ever tune him in, but he doesn't seem to go down the Epstein rabbit hole, which has been pretty successfully shut up.
Right.
And that's where the human trafficking. So, you know, you actually have the majority, if not all of your major media, deliberately distracting you from what they should be working on. This is Edomite City.
Yes.
Now, in the last broadcast, Douglas, you did a very good job, and I've been working on the where we left off. But I want to bring this up in the context of the Montauk Vortex, because this is what I announced. I was going to make an announcement about the Montauk Vortex, because what Douglas had said about the Black Lotus Society, and I'm just going to recontextualize it for those of you who are new, or those of you who would appreciate being recontextualized into the Black Lotus Society, because, you know, in the book The Roswell Deception, we pointed out how all the politics of the World War II centered around the opium trade.
Yes.
Coming out of the Golden Triangle of Southeast Asia, the Flying Tigers being a non-military force that was sent in by FDR, a private force, Air Force. There wasn't even it was a private Air Force that was going in to smuggle the drugs out of Asia. And as he had sequestered the opium trade from the British Empire, yes, under threat of invasion of Canada.
Yes. Which
the royal family was afraid, because they were afraid they were going to be run out of Europe by Germany.
Yes.
And they would escape to Canada. Now they had no place to go,
yes,
except for maybe Australia, which probably wouldn't have worked out so well.
Yeah, they would have preferred Canada infinitely to Australia for a multiplicity of reasons, but go on, yes.
Yes. So, in any case, FDR had sequestered the opium trade. But the British Empire had a monopoly on the opium trade for hundreds of years.
That's right.
Because they had a law where every Chinese citizen would have to buy
Opium.
a stipend of opium.
Yes.
And this generated billions of dollars for the British Empire and was their financial golden goose. It worked. It was about drugging people. Now, we can never disambiguate too far the impetus of the British Empire vis-a-vis John Dee, and whose angels that gave him his Enochian keys identified themselves as the same angels who helped Solomon.
Yes.
It was the Solomonic angels. You have the Enochian pillars as part of the Temple of Solomon as well. So, but all of this British involvement is laid on the chain, because there was another group that had the drugs. They secured they had the real drug market, and that was the Black Lotus Brotherhood, or the Brotherhood of the Black Lotus. They were a hierarchical monastic priesthood, and they followed. And I looked this word up. I was actually able to get it.
Wow.
Maga Fukushigi.
Ah.
Did I say it right?
It sounds good. You said it. It sounded good to me. Yeah.
Yeah. That's a Japanese word. Followed the Maga. This is the Black Brotherhood of the Black Lotus. Followed the Maka Fukushigi, the mysterious path, and that was, I guess, encapsulated by the Black Monk of Japan, who had met one of the Black Brotherhood. They call themselves the Green Caps around 1600. And maybe, Douglas, for the book, you can get the exact wording for me of what they said. Let he who be pure be cast out. Let he who is innocent be corrupted. If you could find the exact quotes for that.
Sure, I'll just write that down soon. Yeah.
It's not critical, but it would be nice.
Yeah.
Because right now it's paraphrased. But, even a quote would be paraphrased because it would be a translation. So anyway, the Black Lotus Society, now, while they played a critical role with Douglas's mother and what happened with World War II, but what I want to get at here, and I'm going to go down a specific rabbit hole, but, well, first I'm going to contextualize it with the Montauk Vortex, because they had a role with the Buddha. That's an interesting aspect, but before we go into the role with the Buddha, which Douglas has already covered, is that Douglas's mother identified the headquarters of the Brotherhood of the Black Lotus as near the mythical Shambhala. But as Douglas points out, it's really not mythical. It's extra-dimensional in the region of the Himalayas. Now, he explained that this is where time and space begin to change. A vortex or vortices. Now, there are all sorts of places on the planet where this phenomena occurs, one of which is Montauk. It's a vortex. And so much of what happens with a vortex, it's a conduit between a third and a fourth dimension. To call it a wormhole would be technically, scientifically incorrect. We don't have to call it that, but we can call it a vortex. We can call it an interdimensional region, where Radu Sinamar would describe it in his books as where vibrational frequency changes. And he explains it that when Admiral Byrd goes to the North Pole and starts seeing woolly mammoths, he's had a vibrational frequency shift for whatever reason. Not everybody's entitled to experience such. And often the case is it's by soul development. But it doesn't have to be. It's just whatever the hell the vibrational frequency is, whatever triggers it. And this is where things become nuanced. And the nuance is the important point. Now, Montauk, you can go into the geography of Montauk, and if you position it on the globe, you see where it kind of has a resonance with vortex, with like an icosahedron, where if you can imagine Buckminster Fuller's icosahedron jitterbugging effect, you can see where Montauk was a key point. And when I see jitterbugging, it's an icosahedron that kind of vibrates. The Earth will kind of vibrate like that. And when you have vibration and you have rotation, it's like, I think the best way to describe it is like, if you have a spaceship in orbit and it wants to re-enter the Earth, it has to enter on a tangent. It's very specific. It doesn't go straight into the Earth or it will burn up. It will kind of go along almost like on a tangent line and glide into the orbit, so that it doesn't burn up. That's how I think that's a good metaphor for how you would enter the consciousness from one dimension to another. It's, in other words, you're not just showing up like a genie. It's much more subtle, like Barbara Eden and I Dream a Genie snapping her fingers and saying, "Here, master." It doesn't happen that easily. Not that it couldn't, but it typically doesn't. So a lot of the effects are much more subtle. And Montauk was specifically picked because it could influence time and space, and then of course it all degenerates. But what's interesting here, and when we consider going into another dimension, splitting off from this one or another dimension coming in, we have the juxtaposition of good and evil, much as we do in the birth process. Like, what's coming in is good, what's coming in is bad. When Genghis Khan was born, they said he had a clot of blood in his hand. And Mars was aspected. This meant war. Yes. He was a warrior, which he was. I'm not saying he was good or bad. I'm saying he was a warrior. There were a lot worse warriors than Genghis Khan.
Yes.
He was exemplary in many aspects of his warriorhood. But in any case, the vortex is like, Montauk was a vortex that was very negatively affected. And since the books came out, there have been so many people that went out there and did their own work, and things have changed, and it's definitely a better place than it was. I still wouldn't underestimate anything that goes on out there.
Thank you.
But the birds, the nature, life is much more abundant than it used to be out there, and that's a signal. There is definitely life out there, but so when you get to Shambhala, or Douglas's mother is describing this, that they're in the vicinity of Shambhala. Shambhala is equivalent to paradise. So what's the problem with paradise? What's the problem with Montauk? And I want to explain, it's very narrow. or as Radu would say, you have to have the right vibrational frequency. What is the vibrational frequency of people that go out to Montauk and start becoming addicted to super soldieritis, or the concept that they've been mind controlled and they resonate with mind control? It's like, you are what you eat, you are what you breathe. You are in resonance with mind control, you'll get more mind control. And what I picked out of that was the connection with the Montauk natives, particularly the shaman and the medicine man. And he directed me to Qigong, which was a higher vibration. My Qigong teacher had a bit to say about Montauk. He said, very important place with regards to the energy and whatnot.
Did he say this before you began your investigations? He said that before you began your professional journalistic investigations, or after?
No, I didn't meet my teacher until I was well into my investigations.
Okay.
I didn't meet him. And, it took me I think 12 or 15 years to meet the medicine man.
Okay.
That was that long in waiting. And when I did have him come back to Montauk for the first time in 30 years, that's when David Anderson showed up in Montauk. That was kind of neat synchronicity. But I don't think he's been back since. But it was really nice to be with him there and have him there. And when he talks from such a different reference point than you're ever going to hear in a white man's lecture. He's just talking about core energy. And he always told me that he was an outcast. And he said, my teacher, Roosevelt, was an outcast. And Douglas, of course, is an outcast. I have an introduction to read for you when I have you speak. I'll read it. Okay. But that I did up this morning or yesterday. So we're talking about Shambhala, and you've got these Black Lotus Society who basically, and I'll go into the drug angle, because this is one of the main things we're still suffering today, the drug trade.
Yes.
What's wrong with the drug trade? Well, we had the British Empire, the opium empire, the Flying Tigers, and all that. Right now we have the cartels of Mexico, which seem to be the most flagrantly effective criminal organizations on earth today, in terms of like what would be recognized as crime, not hidden crime. They control the towns of Mexico, the small towns. They control everything in Mexico. It's flagrant. The corruption in Romania is more flagrant than the corruption here. It's more subtle. It's subtle and it's not so subtle. You have Joe Biden, who, for all appearances, seems to be corrupt as hell, yet everybody tolerates it. Wow. I don't really have any proof. What proof do you need? It's like, looking at a knife and blood and a victim. All this circumstantial evidence is, well, you don't have any proof. You didn't see him, stab the person. The O.J. Simpson syndrome, where it's like, he's guilty, but we have to find argument. It becomes a case in rhetoric, not a case in, rhetoric and legality rather than a point of justice. It's like, which defense team can be more clever? Depends on the cleverness of the defense team and the prosecution. It's like the skill of the prosecutor and the skill of the defense lawyer are more relevant than the crime itself, and they become what the judge sort of goes by. And the system does not have justice as its first priority. The first priority in our justice system is the judicial procedure. And a judicial procedure which is vulnerable to manipulation, to the detriment of the justice itself. It's silly. But anyway, and then, of course, why do we have so many injustices? But to get back to the Black Lotus Society, one of the key elements of influence, and I'm going to ask you about this, Douglas, is their drugs. I mean, they were using drugs. Now, they took the Buddha, supposedly gave the Buddha this drug, and he iterated some things. They opened up his pineal gland and apparently got him to see some darkness that he iterated, which is poison. But all drugs are basically poison.
Yes.
And got him to say some things, and that became a doctrine which would be in opposition to what he had previously taught. This becomes a secret doctrine. This becomes a, I wouldn't really compare it to the Mary Magdalene story, where the truth, Jesus had the true teachings with Mary, and you probably get under it. It probably gets very tantric, when you put the feminine energy into it. And you have this Carmelite nuns and the Saint Teresa of Avila, who's like doing tantric gyrations with the body of Christ, and all the nuns become the brides of Christ. It becomes very tantric.
Yeah.
Which
sounds disturbingly similar to the Romanian yoga cult, but go on.
Well, yeah, in the many, if not the majority of the cases of the nunneries, they became, lesbians. But they also had, there was traditions of babies and skeleton babies, babies that would just be left to put in caves. They'd hide under monasteries, they'd kill the babies or do something with them. I don't know. They harvested their organs. I don't know what they did. But this was always a scandal. The nuns would have babies, and if there was, hidden sexuality going on in religious places, they always had a backdoor business that was inevitable from them being human beings. But you said, with regards to the drugs, now there was a special drug. I don't remember what you called it. Let me see if I find it here.
It might have been Liao, L-I-A-O.
Yeah. Yes. But you said that the Black Lotus played a heavy role in the abusive drug trade that had been going on for centuries. They controlled and encouraged aspects of the opium epidemic, which the drug trade, which kept Asia in its stranglehold for 2 centuries. And besides opium, there were rumors of a much rarer drug, the Niao drug, for a more discriminating clientele. And this would probably be a very secret drug that was fed to the Buddha. And there's something there that, there's ways to open up the third eye that are not necessarily kosher.
Yeah.
And this is the path I want to go down, because I think we could milk it a little bit, and how it might or might not either relate or complement the Naga milk.
Okay.
This is what I ask you, but I'm going to read an intro to Douglas as I turn it over to him. You may recognize it if you've seen any TV shows with Lorenzo Lamas. This introduction to Douglas. He was a documents destruction specialist and good at his job, but he committed the ultimate sin and leaked testimony against other destruction specialists gone bad. Destruction specialists had tried to kill him, but got the woman he loved instead, his mother. Framed to be an assassin now, he prowls the badlands of cyberspace, an outlaw hunting outlaws, a chocho hunter, a renegade. Douglas Dietrich.
Well, that's delightful. It's yes, it is vaguely familiar, as you say.
It's from Lorenzo Lamas' show Renegade. It's at the beginning of each show.
And well, definitely appreciate that you kind of put that together. I think that's kind of sets the tone. And when it comes to, of course, what I've already described about the Nyaga milk, or the venom of the Nyaga, and of course some of these other drugs, what I'm going to try and do is dredge what I can out of my own drug-addled mind to add detail to what I've shared so far from what my mother shared with me. So when we think of this entire topic, the first thing that comes to my mind is not so much the drugs themselves, because that kind of, when my brain goes in that direction, then my brain goes in the direction of prohibition, and then it goes in the direction of how we're still fighting the war on drugs, the repercussions of prohibition, their echoes today. That, of course, to me, with the connections that I always make with historical parallels, reminds me of the state differences, just as we had wet states and dry states, the differences between states in the Union of America today, between those that permit abortion and those that do not, how this is going to fragment and fracture the United States. So I'm not so much processing right now the drugs. I'm processing right now in terms of the Forbidden Sutra, or degenerate Buddhism. So probably the best way to start would be to provide the term in the Japanese, Doraku Bukyo. Doraku Bukyo would be degenerate Buddhism, and that is essentially what we're discussing. So I've described the Buddha at some length before, and I'm not going to go too deeply into the Buddha himself, because that would take us into the history of his Aryan warrior status. But
that's not necessary.
Yeah,
it's like, but this just twisting of who he was.
Yes,
he had to be countered, like, by an anti-Buddha.
Yes. Well, I've gone into that before with Om Shinrikyo and the fact that Mappo predicts the coming of anti-Buddhas. But I'll happily go into that again. But right now,
I wasn't aware of that.
Oh, okay, so. Okay. So it's something that we can go into a bit tonight, and I'll be happy to just explore that a little bit. But when it comes to, say, for instance, my processing right now, with what comes to my mind is the last sutra, and of course this is something that led to this branch of this of the Black Lotus, and exactly what my mother had to deal with. I'm trying to remember some of the things she told me, and as I kind of struggle with recalling that, let me just get myself into the zone. And to get myself into the zone, I can talk a little bit of history. And so just everyone needs a little bit of history or context anyway, because not everyone is an expert on the Buddha. And they're not an expert on the kind of... how do I say it? The kind of cults that we're dealing with in Asia. So the historical Buddha, Siddhartha, he was born in India around 463 years before the Christian era. And he died at what at that time would be a considered ripe old age for your average baseline human being, around the age of 80. But remember, he should not have died at the age of 80. He should have died at a much older age, because he was beyond human at that point. He had transcended to a kind of superhuman status. And people may think that that's mythical, but it was not. Everyone around him, like those around the Christ, saw him perform miracles. And as a result, they knew he was not like other human beings. And yet he ultimately succumbed to poison. Now, around 500 years before the Common Era, before Christ walked the earth. From what I was told by my mother, the Shakya tribe ruled a region of Nepal bordering present-day India. I would say that if I can recall what she told me about this particular tribe, the region was the Terai, and Siddhartha, he was the son and prince of the Shakya tribal chief. Now, in later centuries, the Chinese called this kingdom Shakya in their own tongue. The Japanese continued to use that transcription when adopting kanji. The Buddha's historical name was the Gautama Siddhartha. He was the only son of the king Gautama, or Gautama, depending on how you pronounce it. And of course I could go on a bit about that, but that brings us into the whole Aryan caste thing that I've gone into in depth before. Again, just getting myself into the zone, but probably the Christian parallel, which I think is most relevant to what we're going to get into with the origins of the Black Lotus cult, would be that, well, of course, everyone remembers, if they study Buddhism even peripherally, that young Siddhartha witnessed the fundamental sufferings of aging, illness, and death outside the palace gates, and was prompted to live an ascetic lifestyle. This was seeking the answers to human suffering. And after years of austere self-denial, surviving, it was said, upon only a grain of rice a day, Siddhartha deemed the ascetic approach too extreme, and finally coming upon a bo, as they would call this type of tree in Japan, a Bodhi tree, the tree that later Alexander the Great would sit under when he attempted to conquer India. And he was on the outskirts thereof. That was the tree that the Bodhi, Siddhartha, settled under to contemplate a new path. And in his meditation, he focused his mind on the truths of human beings and the universe. And while in this state of communion, the evil Lord Mara attacked and tempted Siddhartha in an attempt to hinder attainment of enlightenment. Now, Mara's whispers forced Siddhartha to go within and overcome delusions of evasiveness and desire. And on the 7th day of seated contemplation, just as the morning star, Aldebaran, appeared at daybreak, Siddhartha awoke to the truth of the entire universe and essentially attained Satori, or enlightenment, and the awakening to the illusory nature, the Maya, the illusion of the human mind and the true composition of the universe. Well, he was around 35 years of age and was henceforth known as Lord Buddha, the Awakened One. And during his lifetime, he transmitted a great many teachings, impossible to relate in the time that we have right now that I'm willing to spend on it. But he did speak of what could be termed the central concepts essential to the philosophy of Buddhism. Now, basically, when it comes to Daraku Bukyo, or degenerate Buddhism, heretical Buddhism, then the concept would be that the core of human suffering is the denial of cold cosmic truth, the Dharma, which would bring us to the Edomites and the anti-gods, the uncaring entities to which humanity is less than algae clinging to a dead rock. That enlightenment would be the realization that human civilization is a great illusion, and that sanity is clinging to that illusion, that Lord Mara keeps humans trapped. This is what would bring us to the Forbidden Sutra. The accounts in the Forbidden Sutra relate that Lord Buddha's physical death at 80 can be contributed to conspiracy, which is the truth. That's something that I've always learned from my mother without any heretical taint. Now, of course, some would say that corrupt agents of Lord Mara infiltrated Buddha's followers. His own brother, of course, tried to assassinate him multiple times. But in the end, what killed him in the most immediate sense was a slow-acting poison concocted from the black lotus flower that was laced into the awakened one's simple fare of rice when he went to be guested, hosted by a simple man. I can't remember, a farmer or a person of some other simple field of work who invited him into a home and carried out the assassination on behalf of their sponsors. But for those of you who don't understand the concept of the sutras, Kyoten or Kyoten, Lord Buddha's recorded teachings are divided into doctrines of truth as well as rules or precepts necessary for the functioning of a Buddhistic order. After Buddha's death, the followers studied and interpreted his teachings, and over the centuries, the accumulated volumes of interpretation became known as commentaries. And the three elements of the teachings are the precepts, the kai. The commentaries are called the three stores or three baskets. They're collectively referred to as sutras, from which we get the term suture, because they were stitched together books. The bindings were stitched, and hence the term suture, as in stitching an injury. Now, following Siddhartha's death, the disciple, the Maha Kasyapa, I believe, the Maha Kasyapa, he assumed leadership of the order, and fearful that the wisdom of his teacher would become scattered and lost, he gathered 1,000 of Buddha's disciples who had attained what would be known as arhat enlightenment, and prompted them to systematize the lectures and precepts of the awakened one. And it fell upon Buddha's constant companion, Ananda, to memorize and recite the Buddha's sermons. The disciple Upali was charged with reciting the precepts, and for the first time, the Buddha's teachings were unified into doctrine. At a much later date, the sutras were transferred from oral form and collected into the written languages of Sanskrit and Pali. And as Buddhism migrated to Zhonghua, China, Tibet, and Wakokugwaya, or the land of steady equilibrium, Japan, as it used to be known, the sutras likewise were translated into the native languages of those lands. Now, without going into what they are, the average Buddhist student would know about the Hanyokyo, the Prana, the Wisdom Sutra, or the Hokekyo, the Lotus Sutra, which is nothing negative about that. That would be the Sutra of the Lotus of the Wonderful Law, the Myo Renge Kyo. That's shortened to the Lotus Sutra. The Jodo San Byukyo, or the Triple Pure Land Sutra, or the Buddha of Infinite Life Sutra, That would be, if I remember correctly, Muryoju Kyo. The Garland Sutra. You know, these are things that people would learn about if you wish to pursue this path. But what my mother had to deal with the cult that was collaborating with the Allied enemy, they based their lives on the Forbidden Sutra, the Kinki Kyoten. Just think kinky, like somebody who's got a sexual kink. But it would be spelled Kinki in the Romanization. I think that would be purely for the sake of preventing it from being confused with the sexual kinkiness, Kinky. So when it comes to the Kinki Kyoten, or the Kinki Kyoten, this would be the Black Lotus Sutra, the Black Lotus Sutra, the Last Sutra, the Dying Sutra, or the Unspeakable Sutra. You see, for 400 years, the teachings of the Awakened One were handed down via oral tradition from enlightened masters, and a considerable gap of centuries exists between Buddha's life and when his words were finally written down. Some argue that Siddhartha's actual teachings were withheld and corrupted by those who felt the world was not yet ready. Sutras are watered-down versions of Buddha's revelations. So this one secret order strove to preserve Lord Buddha's truth within a series of texts later called the Forbidden Sutra. The secret order became reviled as degenerate by the mainstream orders. Now, according to its protectors, the Black Lotus Sutra is the final sermon of the Lord Buddha, delivered as he lay on his deathbed, slowly being ravaged from within by the poison distilled from the black lotus root. This poison induces intense prophetic visions, very similar to the Nyaga milk, except, of course, it would take, I don't know if it would take a high dose, but higher than one would normally take if they were sane. Of course, my mother was gifted the Nyaga milk, and other people can be at the discretion of the Nyaga. And this provides prophetic visions, but there's not a toxic effect to it unless there is, of course, too much put into the system, such as if the Nyaga were defending itself and forced to ultimately bite someone, which they're always loath to do. For those of you who don't understand the behavior of snakes, snakes that strangle or crush, like boa constrictors, they can bite, but they don't normally do so. That's not their preferred method of attack. It's something that they do collaterally, incidentally. Of course, they open their mouths to eat, but they're not venomous. The Nyaga are more like supermassive boa constrictors, yet they exude a venom. So they would be the best of both worlds, or what your average human would consider the worst of both worlds. And therefore, they can exude this ultimately toxic venom, but in smaller amounts, enlightening venom. However, enough of it and enough times, a person would lose their sanity, as anyone would who knew too much about the future. Because most people who could view the future wouldn't understand it, and they would go insane trying to interpret what they were seeing. Now, because, well, as he died, the Lord Buddha related to his disciples for the first time the cosmic revelations that Lord Mara tried to tempt him with. The sutra also contains the clearest remaining text on the true nature of enlightenment and the cosmic dharma. Now, most mainstream Buddhists are forever changed once they have read the Forbidden Sutra. It becomes apparent that the Pure Land Sutras are none other than a thinly disguised edict to worship the seething nuclear chaos in nirvana, that the Garland Sutra is a censored version of Buddha's enlightenment, and that the Great Sutra and Diamond Peak Sutra are obscure references to the Adamic anti-gods. All of this is something that, of course, is heresy. This is the essence of Daraku. Just think darkness, Darku, or Daraku Bukyo, degenerate Buddhism. So when it comes to ultimately the ultimate enemy that my mother encountered in her war with the Allies, and of course their representative, the Henry Wallace, now of course I might have, how do I say this? I despise the individual so much I try to forget him completely, so I hope I got his name right. But the Vice President of the United States under Franklin Delano Roosevelt, who was in Asia with groups of special forces. Now, for all of you World War II individuals out there who have relations who fought in World War II and have become war nerds and war geeks, or what I would simply call war fags, and just are obsessed with the details of war, there are those who would claim that, oh, well, there were no special forces in World War II that were recognized as such, quote unquote. All of this is absolute bullshit. All of the sides had highly competent special forces that were completely recognized and historically credited as special forces, separated from the chain of command in the conventional sense. So the Americans had those, even though most people still don't know about them. The Americans had ski troops, for instance, that were trained to fight in highly unconventional conditions. So just get that out of the way, because I don't want somebody approaching me later on with some kind of bullshit about the details and saying that technically what you say cannot be true. No, there were special detachments that were sent with Henry Wallace. But ultimately, the person who was behind the Black Lotus cult assisting him was the keeper of the Forbidden Sutra. And that would, of course, be ultimately the head of the Lord of the Black Lotus heretical hierarchy of, you would call them anti-Bodhi or anti-Buddha monastics. The Emerald Llama, the Emerald Llama, the avatar of what Robert Chambers would deem the King in Yellow, the avatar of Hastur. My mother had to interrogate, actually tortured to death, not necessarily by her own hands, but with the help of her own Kempe Tai liaison that were with the Japanese commandos that accompanied her on her mission throughout Central Asia. One of the Black Lotus monastics, and of course was ultimately led to an area where she confronted the avatar of Hastur. Supposedly in the Forbidden Sutra, well, certainly my mother kept the notes. They were ultimately turned over to the emperor, but she took notes of her notes. The Forbidden Sutra, supposedly sourcing from Lord Buddha on his deathbed to his followers, well, just a fragment of it that I can remember her telling me, was something along the lines of, "It is not what we choose to do. It is what is done out of necessity that dictates humankind's actions. Beware of the shimmering green one, my followers, for he is infinitely worse than Mara. He knows the weakness of the seeker, the hubris of the priesthood. He knows how to feed self-importance, deluding the mind with the illusion of understanding. Follow not his path, for at the end you will find extinguishing of the soul, just not in the way you think. So, the very color green, as I've already emphasized, is the color of evil in Asia, and hence the Emerald Llama. It's uncertain when this avatar first appeared, but speculation as related to my mother from the Onmyoji, or the sorcerers of Japan, whose order she was also a part of, through her genealogy. The speculation is that he may have been existent as far back as Hyperborea, playing the role of tempter and advisor to generations of sorcerers, wizard priests, and devout cultists of mystery religions by cloaking himself in the dominant religion of the day. It's believed that this avatar, well, if I remember what my mother told me, contributed to the fall of the several great civilizations, including Lemuria, Atlantis, that the avatar was worshipped on the South Asian subcontinent of India as an Hindu divinity. And with Buddhism, the avatar took on the guise of a Lama, an ascended master. So the Emerald Llama is always surrounded by an entourage of faithful monks and priests acting as the secretive leaders of worldwide occult societies. Asia is, of course, the Lama's playground. And he made his jaunts to the west. The most documented was, of course, appearances before Henry Wallace in his meditations, that apparently he made astral contact with the Order of the Black Lotus. This was where, of course, he then came to understand to a degree the aspect of Kinki Kyoten, the Forbidden Sutra himself, that supposedly Siddhartha on his deathbed to his disciples said, "Universal truth is not revealed by accident. The mind must be pliable to accept. The heart must be open to embrace. The body must be strong to endure. It is meant to be known, but it is a bitter pill for the unprepared." Now, this is where it gets rather confusing. Apparently, while the Buddha was dying, that he orated the Kinki Kyoten, the Forbidden Sutra, in a poisonous delirium that was exacerbated by the drug Liao, in the last feverish dream of Shakyamuni's life. In other words, because he could not resist, and as he lay convulsing, dehydrating, then his tormentors poured fluid to hydrate him into his mouth, and he was unable to choke or spit it back up, being enervated. Too weak to do so, he simply swallowed another drug besides the Black Lotus one that was already killing him, the Liao drug, and thereby delivered lectures as a dying legacy to what were supposed to be his true followers. This is the foundation myth of the cult of the Black Lotus. And upon Shakya's passing, Buddhism's new leaders, the eldest acolytes, immediately denounced his dying lectures as blasphemy and contrary to everything the fledgling religion of Buddhism represented. That they declared to the gathered assembly of his faithful that in his last hours the Buddha was ill and not speaking with the clear mind of an enlightened being, but through the veil of suffering mortal flesh. That it was decreed that the dying lectures should be forgotten so as not to soil the great teacher's memory. And so an already censored version of Buddhism began around 800 years before Christ as an organized religion. This is the foundational myth of the Black Lotus. If you were to reiterate this to any conventional Buddhist, they would simply walk away. They wouldn't speak to you. Or they would simply tell you you were misguided, and they might take offense, or they would simply ask you to seek help in either a spiritual or, even if you were an Asian, a psychiatric sense. But to the Black Lotus cultists, despite this edict, a select group of devoted elders secretly memorized the content and trekked off Mount Benares. That's in Asian India, the subcontinent, on the western coast, their equivalent of the Italian peninsular Florence. And they left India and headed deep into the Himalayas, establishing a monastery called Shambhala, far above what would later become the region of Nepal, that they faithfully recorded Shakya's dying words on clay tablets in Sanskrit. And soon these acolytes established a formal clergy who came to practice the words contained within those desecrated writings. And the sheer isolation of the region allowed for no interference by outsiders for over 5 centuries, over 500 years. They were called green caps by the locals because of the hats they wore, and they referred to themselves as Dugpas. Because of the degenerate form of Buddhism they practiced, utilizing the foulest black rituals, the most debased debauchery imaginable, the Dugpas were highly feared by the villagers. And when mainstream Buddhists, the Yellow Caps, finally migrated into Tibet and Nepal in the 5th and 6th centuries with their teachings of the Lord Buddha, they came upon this dark offshoot of their own religion. The Dugpa sect was so well established by then that repeated attempts by the Yellow Caps to uproot it were largely unsuccessful, or failed. Now calling themselves the Brotherhood of the Black Lotus, the Dugpas detected the threat of a purge, and some of the Brotherhood, the innermost circle, smuggled a 3rd century copy of what was now called the Gyanye Vikarmana, or the Forbidden Lectures of Shakya, out of Nepal into Tang Dynasty China. And from there, the tablets were deposited in Shan Province, China, at a monastery. And they were eager there to translate any teachings of the Buddha, now collectively called sutras, into the classical Mandarin Chinese for consumption by the literati. Now, it was not until 3 copies of the text were finished that the monastery abbot noticed that the assigned scribe doing the work was acting peculiar. This was taught to my mother through her vampire lineage. The mage kings who had consecrated the Christ passed down this apocrypha, this anecdote. So, upon trying to intervene, the abbot reviewed the content of the work and immediately ordered the scribes to stop all transcription. All copies were to be burned. The Emperor's Guard, on monthly patrols of the province, soon discovered the burned-out husk of the monastery and the rotting corpses of the brutally slain abbot and all his priests. This was the beginning in China of the knowledge of the kings of Edom, that they were loose upon the land, that their cultists were murderous. 2 copies of the translated work, now called the Jinji Fujing, found their way to the satellite Chinese kingdom of Baekje. Baekje is in Korea, the Korean peninsula, in the 7th century, along with countless other Buddhist artifacts. 1 copy was given as a gesture of friendship, if you would, by the king of Baekje to the Emperor of Japan. This was how the imperial dynasty of Yamato was aware of the existence of the cult of the Black Lotus as the enemy that would ultimately collaborate with the West. This was something that was also taught to my mother through her Japanese lineage. There is what is called the Book of Myth that a non-noble Japanese would never have encountered. In it, the Shinwa Taizen actually uses the Japanese word for atom. The Japanese called the atomic bomb Genzai Bakudan, the bomb of the present moment. This was their atomic bomb that the Japanese had built independently. Ultimately, one of the many weapons that forced the Americans to surrender, along with the biologicals, in a concert of weapons of mass destruction, on which America's own multiple weapon system is based. The branches of threat of missiles, bombers, nuclear submarines, all ape and mimic. They just, as my mother would say, monkey or parrot the Japanese submarines and dirigibles that threatened the United States from both coasts. But the quote of Shinwa Taizen in the Book of Myth, "The children of the atom will create their own offspring of flesh and metal, but devoid of spirit, free from the wheel," meaning the wheel of samsara, the wheel of suffering, but also lacking compassion. "The karma of this folly will not go unpaid." That was the only quote she ever taught me. When it came to the Forbidden Sutra, if I remember its history in Japan from that point, or try to remember it, I know that with numerous mainstream sutras being deciphered by the aristocrats, the nobility of the Kofun era Japan, it was assumed that the classical Mandarin version of the Jinji Fujing, or Fujing, the Jinji Fujing, or the Forbidden Sutra, was, I think, originally, before the Onmyoji investigated, probably mistaken as an intended part of the greater collection of Buddhist teachings. Its discovery during the course of study of the main sutras and its blasphemous content caused an almost instant outcry of rebellion. Matters worsened when Prince Shotoku declared Buddhism the new national religion to replace the native Shinto. The Jinji Fujin came to be used as the most compelling reason not to adopt this corrupt foreign religion. And during this strife, fledgling Buddhist temples were burned and gilded Buddhist statues were thrown into rivers. When Prince Shotoku restored order, he discovered that the greatest objection to the introduction of Buddhism came because of the Forbidden Sutra. And with the fortuitous arrival of a contingent of Chinese Buddhist priests from mainland China, Prince Shotoku was able to firmly verify with religious authority that the Forbidden Sutra was not a true holy text. These people were related to my mother's Chinese dynasty. Again, one of the reasons my mother was considered herself a person of such importance. And after reviewing the vile work himself, the prince ordered the false teachings excised and all copies destroyed by imperial edict under penalty of death. This was, of course, the birth of certain esoteric sects in Japan, splinter cults, who saw great promise in the many rituals and spells that the work contained, and translated the text into the vernacular Kobu Japanese, or the gutter speak of the Barukamen, the Japanese who worked with skinning animals or burying the dead, the people who would later traffic in the biofec simulacra to the United States. The 8th century Kobu version, Butsuda Shakyo no Kinke no Kyoten, that evidenced several serious errors of transcription, owing to the imperfect mastery of Chinese by the classless translators, Japan's version of Asian India's Untouchables, a casteless outcast. In other words, people without a caste. In the 12th century, a secret esoteric Buddhist branch of Buddhism, the Shingon sect, I believe, reinterpreted the Jinji Fojing from some battered 6th century Mandarin Chinese copy. Not interested in even having a complete record of the Lord Buddha's teachings, the sect members excised whole sections of the source text they found objectionable themselves. Instead, they copied critical analysis of, by later commentators, omitting the text being critiqued. I think that's the version that's come to be known as the Kinki Kyoten, simply a abbreviation of the Shakya Kinchi Kojinteki ni Kyoten. By 1536, Anno Domini, within our communal era after Christ, the existence of this book was, of course, the source of many other problems. It provoked the Teimon Hoke rebellion among the dozens of monasteries on the holy Mount Iai in the old capital of Kyoto. So corrupt and adversarial did certain orders of monks become, traveling as they did in roving bands armed with weapons and harassing appointed officials, that the shogun ordered all 45 of the monasteries on the mountain burned to the ground, and all copies of the Kinki Kyoten and related documents destroyed. Inevitably, a few secreted copies did escape the torch via covetous court nobles, including one copy that was hidden in the Gold Pavilion, a noble villa, that today would be in possession, probably, of a subversive cult, the one that became the Om Shinrikyo, whose leader, Shoko Asahara, was executed. Now, the text itself, it reveals, supposedly, according to the heretics, the true nature of the fabric of reality, clothed in the terminology of Buddhism, as revealed by Shekya upon his attainment of enlightenment. It said that Buddhism is only concerned with the problem of reincarnation and relief from the suffering that it entails. Strangely, mainstream Buddhism never attempts to answer the question of where we come from or why we are here. It only concentrates on solving the problem of human suffering. The Forbidden Sutra answers all those questions, and more for the unenlightened, and at the same time its teachings make moot the entire point of seeking enlightenment in the first. In attaining Satori, enlightenment through 7 years of self-meditation, the Shakya was able to view the true nature of the cosmos, and this revelation shocked him to the core of his being and bestowed upon him full enlightenment. He withheld revealing to his followers man's insignificance compared to the true nature of the cosmos until 60 years later, in his dying hours, as the slow and painful Liao poison from his assassins worked through his system. At that point, they were no longer his assassins, they were more his tormentors. Again, if the story itself is true, yet we know he was truly assassinated. So, there is some truth to everything, enough to spawn a sectarian religion. So that his acolytes could understand, he used gainful means and framed the knowledge in the context of a discourse with the Lord of Evil, Mara, who had tempted him in the final hours before the young Shakya reached full enlightenment. In this confrontation, as related by him in his last moments, Mara, the avatar of the anti-god of portals, Yog Shothoth, the anti-Kabbalah, the representative of Rasha, or the anti-tree as opposed to the tree of life and death, which are part of the same tree in Kabbalah, the god of the portals to the antimatter universe, Yog-Sothoth, would be Mara, as tempted the Buddha under the Bodhi tree. And he revealed the most twisted, mind-bending secrets of the universe in an attempt to make the Shakya fail on his path to Satori. The Shakya won out against the mind-shattering temptation and cast off Mara, but not before the dark alien knowledge was forever branded in his memory. Those who follow the Buddha's path will find Mara, called the Dweller on the Threshold, in Western magical circles. He waits for them as they reach the final stages before full enlightenment. The Emerald Llama, the avatar of Hastur, was never integrated into that main text until much later by revisionists within the Brotherhood of the Black Lotus. This was delivered to my mother as they skinned alive the monastic of that Black Order, torturing him to reveal what his collaboration was with the Americans. Now, during Shakya's final dying sermon to his faithful, the Buddha revealed, among other things, the true nature of the six realms, the existence of ancient pre-human civilizations, mankind's origins among the Edomite gods, the Adamic entities, elder things, the descriptions of the anti-gods, the threat of an earth already colonized by relic populations, the remnants of the species that had evolved before mankind. The elder sign, of course, the Hakenkreuz, the hooked cross, the swastika, the location of the plateau of Leng, from whence sourced the Chochoa, the history and fate of the continent of Mu, Zealandia, as it's known to conventional cartographers, geographers today, underneath New Zealand and all around it. The origins of human religions to keep the masses complacent like sheep, and the role of the living Buddha to protect mankind. And the Forbidden Sutra also reveals the cosmic cycles of the universe. Every 6,000 years, there's a new living Buddha who replenishes the true law and the 3 ages of karmic decay. Every 36,000 years, the celestial calendar culminates with a full planetary alignment and geologic upheaval. Every 144,000 years marks the end of an epoch and the domination of an intelligent species. And finally, the fate of man and the end of his reign on earth was predicted by the end of this celestial epoch. Now, reading any version of the Forbidden Sutra by priests trained in mainstream Buddhism or Buddhist doctrine, as the monks of the Black Lotus would denigrate it, has a profound effect upon any conventional Buddhist. This is due in part to so many passages ringing true, and the resonance the sutra brings to empty parts of other important mainstream sutras. And rebellion against the establishment and degenerate behavior often follows study of this volume. Imagine that in the West, that a lost church document was discovered, like the Dead Sea Scrolls, so shocking and heretical, but ringing with such undeniable truth that it turned devout followers into violent, heretical dissenters. Heretics angry at years of deception by the establishment. Imagine that the text was so persuasive that it created an entire counter-movement, a counter-movement that threatened to destroy established society itself. This is what you had ultimately with Aum Shinrikyo, when the anti-Buddha manifested on Earth. Then perhaps you can understand the turmoil Kinki Kyoten has caused in the East. That, of course, brings us back to my mother's confrontation with the avatar of Hester, the Emerald Llama, the Emerald Llama who appeared in the visions of Henry Wallace. His followers use the Forbidden Sutra to pervert Buddhism and control esoteric groups. In Tibetan, he is called Gongpo, an evil spirit sorcerer, symbolizing ego-clinging, wicked enticement, the bewitching desire and craving. In Pali, or the Sanskrit, I believe he's known as the Mahadithi, the great deceiver. And obfuscated as he is in layer upon layer of esoteric knowledge, the avatar, well, my mother always referred to it as opposed to him, reveals itself to outsiders and never really needs to seek victims. Instead, a seeker may spend a lifetime sifting through occult writings and second-hand accounts in an obsessive drive to understand the meaning of the Emerald Llama, the true meaning of the cosmos itself, as they would be misleaded into perceiving. So there's this mysterious and tantalizing aura of knowing that suffuses the air of anything mentioning or dealing with the anti-Llama, the Emerald Llama. And those of an intellectual or mystic bent are often drawn to this promise of empowerment, the fruit of knowledge. The most riveting work that puts an occultist on the path of the Llama is the Emerald Mandala, my mother told me. When used for meditation, it's an apparently simple geometric design and yet intricately complex. Apparently simple, but the stronger the compulsion becomes to delve into deeper mysteries of the occult and discover the source of the mandala, the more one is drawn into, well, the loss of themselves. Now, the Emerald Llama itself, as my mother would have said, is not ageless. His physical form can be destroyed, and after 200 years he must take a new mortal shell. This is why Aum Shinrikyo's cult leader, Shoko Asahara, could be killed. If I remember, he's a reincarnating thought form who consumes generally the soul of a Tibetan innocent while incarnating on Earth. If you don't know this, you should. Shoko Asahara traveled to Tibet to personally meet with the Dalai Lama. The Dalai Lama gave Shoko Asahara several secret tours into certain places that he could. This was at a time before the Dalai Lama was exiled by the communists. Or there was something that happened between them where they met in Nepal, on the borderland of Tibet, after the exile as well. People can confirm this themselves. The history of Shoko Asahara is not that scrubbed, that hidden. His meeting with multiple world leaders, religious leaders, is well known. After all, a blind holy man has a lot of charisma. He was viewed, of course, as someone who it would be good to have a photo op with back in the days when he was truly active. Now, excuse me for a moment here while I recharge my electric blanket or otherwise freeze in the crypt in San Francisco. That having been tended to, let me see if I've got enough blood running through my brain to recall something else or other things my mother told me Yes, I believe what she had told me about when the Emerald Llama reincarnates corporeally, usually when he takes innocence in Tibet or the borderlands. The time between incarnations is the most vulnerable as his Dugpa followers search the countryside, scouring it for the child who has the mark of the Llama, a green birthmark, on the forehead. And at age 8, the transformation occurs. That's when the Emerald Llama begins to exude an aura of enigmatic holy man, cloaked in shimmering, tattered green robes. And the way my mother described him as he walked, a wrinkled torso with parchment skin of faint greenish hue would be there, barely visible around him. That cloak's folds would only reveal a possibly human head and neck, usually covered in a shadowy hood, a head akin to a withered bald human's, noticeably larger, as she said, egg-headed in shape. And she said those looking into the shadows would see no nose or mouth, only glowing green pupilless eyes. And the only other feature would be its third eye, the faceted emerald gem embedded in the forehead about the size of a fist. That when the robes were parted, where one would expect to see legs was instead empty space. That the hips, or where the hips should be, was a torso that tapered off into what she described as tentacles. This was the vision that she had when she encountered it physically, but she said you really don't encounter it without filtering it. She had, of course, been prepared by the Nyaga and the venom that had been provided her by the Nyaga, or she would never have survived the encounter. So, Shambhala itself, where this encounter took place, known to the outside world as a place of ascended masters, was in this case, as I said, the name could be applied to a place that's not Shambhala seeking by, well, as sought or understood by the enlightened. It could be a satanic inversion. Think of it in that sense. When my mother and her commandos tracked down the cult, this was underground tunnels in the community of what she said was simultaneously in Tibet and the Dreamlands. And I'm not quite sure if, without kind of going into a meditative connection with her, how much of it I should share, but I can share this much, I think, without compromising my conscience. That would be that most of the world's supply of Liao, also known as the Plutonian drug, came from this Shambhala Valley, where vast fields of black lotus are grown and harvested. That Liao was the root of much trade between Shambhala and the plateau of Leng, which was accessible via tunnels and secret passes. That the Chochoa, whom are barely tolerated by the Shambhala community, act as traders, but they serve to save the inhabitants the inconvenience of traveling into the outside world. And that the Cho were often mistaken as members of the Tibetan Sherpa people by travelers in the Himalayan region. This enabled them to carry out their trade. All of this, of course, is what brings us into the concept of the Age of Mapo, which Peter Moon and I described to an extent in The Roswell Deception. Now, I'm beginning to kind of phase out of my processing of all of this from what I recall in terms of my mother's sharing what she did on the topic. But I'm sure I'll remember more later on.
That's hey, you've done very well. You've like I'm, you've done really well. So I thank you. This gives me a lot to process. And for those of you listening, I know you appreciate it. And I want to encourage you to show your appreciation by donating to Douglas. I'm going to process this information. If I have the like the last transmission I did right away, I transcribed it, or the relevant parts of it. I will do this if I can do it tomorrow. But and so donate to Douglas at douglasdietrich.com at the upper right-hand corner, the yellow button. This is, really precious stuff he's given here, and he's tapping into things that are obviously true. And I want to thank you all for getting increased participation here, because there's what I've already had. Like, I have to digest everything you've said, Douglas, and when I digest it and I write it, it then brings up other things. I didn't expect it to go this deep. I'm going to comment here, because I have to go back and restudy it. But you had previously identified Lam as, or your mother had said this is what Aleister Crowley was writing, Lam.
Yes.
Well, Lam is described by, I think, Crowley as a praetor-human intelligence, and it connects to the Lovecraft work. I don't remember exactly how. But then when you have the octopoid, green llama, this is the, the octopoid. This not only brings in the H.P. Lovecraft, it brings in the John Dee stuff more clearly too.
Yes.
And we can't, we can't just flush John Dee down the toilet, because, if you think, he's responsible for so many ills of the world, or in concern, because all of this stuff is so nuanced. And even that, you see that Douglas is discussing the problem of, well, what's the bathwater and what's the baby? And then there's a great trick in studying this. You can see how people polarize. They polarize, and they react. That reaction is what kills the whole process. It ruins everything and everybody. And this is where, the TLC comes in and dealing with this stuff. As a very guttural example, I remember going to see my proofreader, and I took my wife and my daughter. She might have been in the stroller. I think she was.
Wow.
We took her to see my proofreader. We went for a walk in the park in West Babylon. And she had a Tibetan monk with her.
Wow.
Now, wow, it's not a wow, because he was a white person.
Ah, interesting.
He was, he was not a Asian. He was somebody, and I think he was very proud of the fact that he knew J.J. Hertalk, and I had a bigger effect on him than he did me, because I really, didn't give a flying rat's ass about what he was.
Mm-hmm.
And that was not.
That's probably the healthiest attitude.
Well, no, because I thought that there was some ego there.
Yeah. There is in a lot of these people. Yes, go on.
Yeah, and I, he wanted to be a reader for my work, because he's very interested in what I was doing. And then he said, this is what he said, though, that really threw me where he was off kilter. He goes, something about black magic or something. Maybe Aleister Crowley came up. He says, yes, we study black magic so that we can defend ourselves from it.
Interesting.
And when he said that, his eyes, you can see by some of these eyes, it wasn't a healthy thing for him to say.
Interesting.
And look, I don't, part of what we're doing here is that. However, it's like, okay, we don't have to go off the deep end.
Yes.
And I can't say, what end he was going off of. Right. But that's just an example. And this is what happens with people, because he's a human being. He was a nice enough person. But here I am, like, I don't have any relationship with him, nor did I intend to have any relationship. And I've met people like this, and you feel that there's an anticipation that you're supposed to be impressed by the fact that they're a Buddhist, or that they're a monk or something.
Right.
And of course I said something to him that, kind of put things in context, because I forget what it was. But people are very, very easily impressed with, with this sort of stuff.
Yes.
And now it's just become, now we have garden variety Buddhism, and everything, you can find it anywhere. But what you're saying is certainly far from garden variety. And so much of what you see in the content on YouTube is just it's so much of it reduces to, let's get hits, let's have an audience, and let's maintain an audience. It's all about getting attention. And if you're trying to build a YouTube channel, yeah, you want attention. But you have to ask, what on earth are you doing? I can't answer for people. I'm not saying people shouldn't do it. But it's like, and these people constantly saying, subscribe and like if you like it, so you can build our channel. I mean, it becomes kind of redundant.
Yes.
I don't think I'd ever want to say that. And I don't even know that I'd want a YouTube channel with a huge following. I don't know. I'm not saying I wouldn't. But then you have to maintain the following.
Yes.
And what are you getting out of it? What we're doing here is all organic. We're helping. We're not only helping you, get your essentials paid for, your $75 pizzas, and that I find astounding. But
it's outrageous. Yes, unfortunately, it's reality. Go on. Yes.
Yeah, I went and got a few pieces of pizza from my carpenter last month. I went and got him dinner, and I got a non-gluten pizza, so I would have some. Wasn't that good? But yeah, I don't remember how it was. I bought some caulk, CAULK.
Thank you for clarifying.
Disambiguation. Yeah, and I was, my friend, the contractor friend, was complaining about how much it was. I think he's, it's like, I think he was saying $5 a tube or whatever, and you buy a whole box and you got it. It's very expensive. It used to be like $1 or $2, and I said, I don't care. I said, I'm going to add $5 to the cost of my kitchen. It means nothing. Yeah. And then I went, and it was like, that was about $8. Yeah, things are getting expensive.
Yes.
But wow. Was the pizza any good?
Yes. I could only eat a few slices at a time. It's very filling. I'll be eating it through tomorrow, I assure you, after the show, and and maybe a few slices when I wake up after finally going to sleep after the show, and then it'll be gone. But yeah, it's worth it in its own way. I mean, it's
as you were describing your cold, the chills of San Francisco, and I say I have sympathy for that. it's a very cold place.
Yes.
And you can be on the other side of the bay in Oakland and be comfortable. Oakland's got one of the best climates in the world.
Yeah.
Oakland and San Diego.
Yeah.
Would be like but this is the opposite side of the bay.
Yes.
So San Francisco gets the the negative side of it all.
Yes.
And what I'm going to do right now is I'm going to look up I got these 2 heaters. It's called, I think, a moisturizer heater. Let me see. I'm trying to find out the name of it. People in the audience might be interested in it. Okay. It came up on maybe Instagram. It was it's called a mini moisturizing heater. And what it is I don't know if it would, I don't sound like it will work for you.
No.
But it's this little device that looks like the size of a overlarge transistor radio, and you plug it into your electrical wall outlet.
Mm-hmm.
They recommend you use an extension cord, although you could. And what it does is it heats up the it heats up the room. It heats up 7 square feet.
Interesting.
Now upstairs, I can close the bedroom's doors, and it really is much warmer. Downstairs, it's all big one open room, so I've got 2.
Mm-hmm.
But I like that now. It's supposed to be like 1/10 the cost of a heater on your electric bill.
Right. Wow.
1/10 the cost of an electric heater, and I run heaters until it gets below freezing, at which point I turn on the oil burner.
Right.
The oil burner runs anyway. I mean, when it's the hot water. But what I'm saying is, because oil is much more expensive, you can really go through it. Mm-hmm. The heater, and even the price of electricity has gone way up. But so that I got these things, and I ordered, I think, 4 more.
Wow.
That way, I can put another one downstairs, and it'll probably heat it up considerably. And this works really good in the months of November, December, April, March, when it's not below freezing, and then even on the days when it's not freezing. And it's just like 700 square feet. Boom! It keeps it very comfortable. And when I'm downstairs, like right now, it's keeping it much warmer. I've got a jacket on, but I'm very comfortable. Not warm, but you don't really have an open outlet. That's the problem.
Right. Yes.
You have in the room. Are you in your? You're not in your bedroom right now, are you? Or are you?
No, this is basically the living room is where I'm pretty much retreated to in terms of the livable space of the home. The bedroom, if you're thinking of the room with all of the books in it, that's more certainly in the back, and that would be like definitely unheated and just definitely it's not the safe place to be in terms of this temperature. It's just basically I'm better out here in the living room where I've got things plugged, some light, and that back room is maybe more towards the summer. If it got hot enough, then it would be cool there. Then it's cool there. So it's like for that part of the year. But yeah, I'm more towards the front of the house, which you saw when you came to visit with the car, and you saw outside my reaching my arm out to grab the food bin, which they had put the Meals on Wheels into. Yes.
Right. But so in that living room space, you only have one outlet in the room?
It's really there's only one outlet. Yeah, there's only one outlet, and it's got everything plugged into it. It's basically it's 2 outlets in one, or 2 sockets in one outlet, or 2 outlets in one socket. I don't know which one you'd call. The little plastic frame that both those plugs are in. It's just one little plastic frame that's got these 2 openings that you jack plugs into, and each one of them has a gang plug, And in those gang plugs is plugged everything that operates in this room. In the old days, it would be connected to a lot of aquariums I maintained for the psychological health of my parents, so that they could look at these wonderful aquariums. Now, of course, those aquariums are all empty, and what I have is the fold-out bed that was the fold-out mattress from the couch that we could fold up during the day for my parents to sit on. I would fold out at night to sleep on. That is now permanently out, and the frame is broken. It's probably can never be refolded. Not that I would ever do that. Got the mattress on top of that, and then everything is plugged in for the computer, and my electric blankets while I produce this program. So there you go.
There's a couple. I mean, I don't think this is going to pragmatically happen for you or work out, but it's like, first of all, the where the plug comes out, that wire could be split into two separate outlets. That would require an electrician or somebody who knows what they're doing.
Right.
Just running the wire, connecting the wire, and making, you could have two outlets coming out of the wall side by side. That would solve the problem for this particular device I'm talking about, which I think they discounted it. I got about, two for $50 or two for $60 for the shipping. I don't remember what it was.
To give you an example of why that probably wouldn't work even then was when, of all people, that individual, I won't even name him, one of these people who was formerly with the crew in the past, I can't even actually consciously remember his name now. So it wasn't one of the real clowns, but he was kind of in the background. But he sent me one of these small space heaters, and just a small one, using comparatively very little power. And when I had that going at full blast in the kitchen, it knocked off. Yeah.
That's not going to work.
Okay.
This doesn't use it. I haven't got my electric bill yet to compare it, but to verify it. But if you can tell, it doesn't, use so much.
Oh, I get what you're saying. It wouldn't threaten to blow the house circuits.
It would have to be a separate outlet. And the other thing is, the other thing that would alleviate, rather than a gang plug, would be a surge suppressor, or one with, it plugs into the wall and has a strip. It's like a power strip, and to upgrade from there is I just got a uninterruptible power supply for my computer, which has a 10 plugs.
Okay.
That's expensive. But I got a discount for Black Friday. It was about $180.
Holy shit!
Well, that's I don't want my computer to be compromised.
Got it.
This will prevent things. It's like it's preserving, and the one I had before was like a $50 one, and that doesn't last as long.
Right.
And this is much better. I can plug in 10 things.
Holy shit.
Cheaper ones you plug in 8. That's an uninterruptible power supply that'll last a few hours. Usually it's like, but it's a very good machine. It's I say, you have to preserve your stuff.
That's right.
I have to preserve my stuff. Very seriously. Like, when my computer went down, when I had that incident, I was down at Apple and had bought a computer immediately. A big one. I don't know what it costs, because, Apple gave pretty good deals, and you buy it over time. Oh, but it's like, no, I have to have it, and not just for the show, just for everything I do.
Yes.
So it's essential, and in Apple, you have to buy a new computer every 5 years, because that's the life of a computer.
Interesting. Yeah.
That's how long they support it. And it's not that you can't keep it after 5 years, but the next computer I will buy probably be, it'll be another Apple, but it'll be probably more for internet and videos. Mm-hmm. It'll be geared differently, and I'll just keep this one for writing books.
Right.
And I could get by with a lot less, but it's better to overdo it with computers.
It's true. Yes. True.
And I see my friend who does movies. Oh man, he's got like this. It's not that big. I mean, it's just. I mean, he is huge, consistent. He configures himself with just mega power because he's processing movies or video.
Right.
Definition, and you can't mess around. But to get back to your situation, like a surge suppressor is like $10 or something,
right.
Maybe less.
Well, what I call gang plugs might be surge suppressors. They're gray strips of plastic.
And then it's a separate device. It's got a cord to it,
mm-hmm.
and then it's got a bunch of plugs on it on a bar.
Yeah, I got 2 of those coming out of those plugs, and everything's plugged into those.
What I think of as a gang plug is one you put into the wall, and you've got about 4 prongs instead of 2, and then it's always on site.
No. What I got are what you're calling surge suppressors then.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Or they call it something else. What do they call it? But those come in very handy.
Yes.
But when you put a heater, just will send your whole system down.
Yes.
And so there might be there's people are getting more creative. I did a cooling thing. I bought one of these things to cool your and it cools down the apartment very nicely.
Mm-hmm.
It cools it down very nicely. You just have to put ice cubes in it every few hours. Mm-hmm. Or cold water. That's not a big deal.
Interesting.
Running the AC, because aside from the expense of the AC is not that comfortable. It's too cold.
Right. No, it's true. It's really air refrigeration. It's the technology they use for refrigeration. Go on.
Yeah. So it's a pleasant alternative. But anybody who's interested in pursuing that mini moisturizing heater, and the one thing I would warn anybody who goes that I wouldn't buy it this month because we're going into Mercury retrograde, and it comes from overseas. I think mine came from Slovenia or some country like that, and it took about at least 2 weeks to get here.
Interesting.
And then I ordered. I think I paid $6 I bought 4 to get a faster order.
Okay.
And they're coming from Spain. And then I get simultaneous emails indicating they're from China. And I said, what the hell's going on here? I don't know. I don't know if somebody's phishing my email and sending me stuff from China, or trying to pretend like they're the ones that are doing it, or they originated in China and they're being processed in these other countries. I don't know. There could be a Chinese operation. There's also a site, I don't know if you've heard of it, called Temu, T-E-M-U. And they are like a Chinese site that has been selling stuff, giving stuff away almost cheaply. In fact, I think they were giving stuff away. They're competing with Amazon.
Interesting. I have heard of them. Go on.
They're very aggressive, and you can get very good deals on there. I think I bought one thing from them.
Interesting.
I forget what it was, and it worked. I know what it was. It was one of these things where you can put against like a piece of tile, and it'll give you the exact cutout. It was a cutout thing, and it was they were selling them on Amazon, or I saw it on TV for $20. I said, that'd be good. And then I found one on Temu for $10. I said, I'll risk the $10, and they sent it. It takes a while. Everything from China takes a while.
It does, yes.
People used to say, we'll print your books in Hong Kong. We'll print your books, and because then they're going to ship them to you. And it's like, there's no. I don't want my books being shipped to me overseas. Yeah. 3,000 books, or I don't want that. I'm not going to deal with that.
I don't blame you.
No, that's not. It's not going to happen. But they'll, and I'm feeling China more and more every day in the influence of it, just like you say, the Indian influence.
Yes.
So it is what it is, and I had a problem with a kitchen island I bought. The butcher block on it was scratched.
Ooh.
And they were missing a couple screws. Now, it was actually okay. I mean, I could survive with it, because it was, but I complained. I gave them a 1-star review, but I complained. And they got back to me, and I know it was from China, because there was no number to call. Sometimes, if you buy, like my desk, I had an 800 number I can call. And they discussed the problem, sent me the stuff. It's like almost, these things you have to assemble, there's generally something wrong with them, and you have to be patient. You have to, but I did this through Amazon, and they politely asked me what I needed, and I got it. But it was, it took at least a week, maybe more.
Yeah.
And he says, well, what's this part you're talking about? Well, I explained to him. It's in the instructions. I had to explain to him what the part was. And they did deliver it. But there was no number to call. There was nobody to talk to. You had to wait at least a day to get a communication from somebody.
Yeah.
It's slow.
Yeah.
It's slow. And if you're used to operating in America with a company with an 800 number, that's fast.
Yes.
That's service American style.
Yes.
And they have to serve you because Amazon keeps them honest.
Yes.
And that's, it's interesting because I bought my Moroccan lamp from Casablanca, and the guy didn't want what they call the medallion, which is what covers the outlet in the ceiling. It was big enough. I never saw a medallion so small. It was ridiculous. I went to every electronic anything that would fit it, unless it's some huge thing, and then I'm going to have to do all this modifications to the. I mean, it's hard. It's hard to explain it, and so I was just very frustrated until Etsy, which I bought it off, says, "Are you satisfied with your purchase?" I said, "No, I'm not. This is what happened." They backed me up 100%.
Wow.
And Mohammed in Casablanca says, "Don't worry, I'll send it to you." He ignores my request. And then I persist. And he starts bitching at me.
Jesus.
He starts saying, "You're ruining my store."
Oh my God.
But, he fixed it. He did get me. "You should have said this in the beginning. Nobody's ever had a problem with this."
Oh my God.
Probably because nobody bought it. It's a handmade Moroccan lamp. It's beautiful.
Right. Interesting.
And with the shipping, it cost me I think $200, which is very reasonable. I mean, you consider it's handmade in Morocco.
Yeah. Yeah. It's true. That's and as you said, you've got that wonderful theme. And I just sent you something provided by the wonderful Victoria. She sent this to me. And so just want you to take a look at that and tell me what you think of that. Gave it to you in private messages in Skype. And so.
Okay. Oh, Tucker.
No. That might have been from Aristides. So.
Oh, okay. Okay, so this is private. Okay. Hang on a second.
I mean, it's a private Skype.
I see the photo. This is from Victoria.
Yeah, Victoria sent it. Yes.
Okay, I saw this.
Okay.
Now, I don't know if I saw her because she sent it,
okay,
or I saw it. Maybe I looked. Maybe she posted it.
She posted it in our last conversation, the last call we were on.
I did see it.
Okay, so you did see that. Yes.
Adolf Hirohito.
Yeah. Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, they make him look Japanese.
Yes. For the sake of his publication in Japan of his book Mein Kampf. Yeah, and this from the old days, of course. That's from.
Yeah, I also read a diatribe from Rudolf Hess's son, of his memories of his father, and some explanations of his father, and talked about how restricted he was in prison. But what he talked about is some of the history, at least from his perspective. He didn't really see his father a lot. You remember his father digging him out of a pool, save him. His father, Rudolph, was born in Alexandria, Egypt. They lost the family fortune during World War One, which he was quite a wealthy merchant, and he was quite upset at what had happened with World War One, and ended up listening to Hitler in the beer hall or wherever he heard him, and said, "This is the one man that can save things." And he was very concerned about the communists, just like you said. There was communism was a real problem.
Yes.
And how he was rallying support. It's very hard to understand. I think what happened is these guys back then were like Netanyahu. They overstepped their boundaries.
Yeah.
The Amsterdam Jews overstepped their boundaries with the Treaty of Versailles.
Yes.
And they screwed the Germans so bad that the Germans retaliated.
Yes.
Like, there was always anti-Semitism in Europe.
Yes.
Germany, and mostly a Catholic country. I don't think the Protestants had much joy for them either.
Right.
The Martin faction. But with the Treaty of Versailles, it overdid it.
Yes.
And this is what I think. So there was an overcompensation against the Germans, and the Germans overcompensated back against the Jews.
Yes.
Because, you're going to look what you did to us, sort of thing, and overcompensate the problem. And then you have to get into the peculiarity of the Zionist financing.
Yes.
It's so good at financing wars, and it becomes, well, this is what we do. We play one side off the other.
Yeah.
And then if you go back to not just the Zionists or World War II, the current day Palestinians.
Yes.
This is like overcompensation of what's been done to Palestine. I mean, they took the land, and it's a holy mission. To the Christians, it's holy. To the Jews, it's holy. But to the Palestinians, it's it's an occupation.
Yeah.
And I think I don't know when all this Hamas stuff started. I know that Yasser Arafat, who won the Nobel Peace Prize for his calming down the situation with the PLO,
Mm-hmm.
and he was more oriented towards Hezbollah and Lebanon. He's quoted as saying that Hamas was a creation of Israel.
Yes. Yes.
Not that he's the most credible source in the world, but he's not the only one to say that. So people are all very confused.
Yes.
And when we're talking about this, and I'm just winding down the conversation here because we covered a lot tonight, and it's going to take a lot of regurgitation here for me to go over it. But I listened to it the second time, and I write it down, and this is what I tell people, that there's a magical process in writing.
Yes.
I write about it in my book, The White Bat, The Alchemy of Writing. It's really about alchemy. And when you write things down, your brain is processing them.
Yes.
You're processing your creative mind with your linear mind,
Yes.
because you're putting it down into linear form. And your creative mind is, especially when you compose literature, even if it's nonfiction, because you're creating that nonfiction literature and you're stating it. It's another very important thing is people, when they communicate, some people are pretty good at it. Too many are not.
Yes.
Is when they start talking about things on the internet, or they're presenting stuff in a video, they're not sensitive to the audience. Like, what's an audience want to hear? Some people are real good at it, presenter. You know who was real good at presenting information was Hoagland. He was a good presenter.
Tragically, everything he presented was shit, but go on. Yes.
But he could present, and he could, he could do a lecture. That was a skill. But, what he said and stuff he was very problematic as a human being.
Oh, God. To put it mildly. Is he dead yet? I would hope.
Good question. I was just thinking that the other day. I mean, I don't think so. Not, yet would be the operative word. But by the way,
I just sent you 2 memes. They're in the same private message where I sent you the other. Let me know if you've seen these before, but they might help put some of this into some perspective.
I have not seen these before.
Okay.
But I have to click on it. It would be an excellent. This is somebody with a Jewish star in front of him.
Yeah, that's Dr. Theodor Herzl. This is yeah.
Oh, this is the founder of the Zion. It calls him the founder of the Zionist movement.
Yes.
I thought he was wasn't he the one who? No, he wasn't the one who discovered the Gila, or said he did.
No, no. He might have been involved with them, I'm sure, or later. Yeah, but go on.
Yeah, but I think, you know what? He might. I don't know. Anyway,
yeah, we'll look into it. Yeah.
Well, it'll be right in the book. I'll check the book before I go. Yeah. It would be an excellent idea to call in respectable, accredited anti-Semites as liquidators of property. The anti-Semites will become our most dependable friends. The anti-Semitic countries are allies. This is him. This is the founder of Zionism. We shall solve the Jewish question by either safeguarding or liquidating the fortune of the wealthy Jews. If we cannot do it with the help of the wealthy Jews, we shall do it in spite of them. I have already told you that we want to let respectable anti-Semites participate in our project, respecting their independence, which is valuable to us as a sort of people's control authority. These are quotes. Now, these are from the complete diaries of Theodor Herzl, founder of Zionist movement, edited by Raphael Patai, translated by Harry Zone, 1960, New York Herzl Press. Now, the Herzl Press makes you think that it's a publication by the Herzl people. Now, whereas if I was a Zionist trying to protect my PR, I'd say this was a forgery.
But it's not.
No, I know. This is.
Like you said, they're like Benjamin Netanyahu. They just don't give a shit. They really they act with total impunity.
Well, this is the problem where people they in other words they lose boundary. Context of boundaries, and they don't realize, because they lose touch with with the human race, and they don't realize that they think the law doesn't apply to them, because in many cases it hasn't.
Yeah.
So Aristides just applied it here.
Yes. Thank you, Aristides.
I'm going to open up the book, see, and find it here in a second. Yeah, it's it is Herzl, and then the let me see what's that word? Not the helizon, the trunk, not the trunculus. What's the one?
Oh, the cuttlefish. Yeah. I'm forgetting. Yeah, the helizon is the cuttlefish, right? And then Murus trunculus snail is the real deal, right? Which, like we said, there was an article about the royal purple in which they said, oh yeah, purported. They would talk about the Murus trunculus snail as if it were purported, when everybody knows that's where they got the fucking purple from they were using, that ultimately, could be turned into the Teclit blue. I mean, that's like...
Now, here it is. the man who looked into the cuttlefish and then looked into the cuttlefish and later denounced it, but then he was dismissive of the Murex trunculus snail, was not Herzog, but no, Herzog. Wait.
Yes, this is important to our book, by the way. We're just
Herzog. His name was Rabbi Yitzhak Halevi Herzog.
Yeah.
Okay. Now I think Herzog, is the one who's the president of Israel today, his grandson.
That's right. That's right. Yes.
So Herzl is the founder of Zionism.
Yes.
And you cannot separate these two. Of course, what's interesting about what we've done tonight is the tentacles of this octopus, which most of the head or the visible part of this, what do you call it? Cephalopod or what?
Cephalopod.
Cephalopod.
Yeah.
The most visible part of it is the whole Jewish issue with the heelers on and all that, but it traces back all the way to not only H.P. Lovecraft and John Dee, but this concept of the Emerald Llama.
Thank you.
And it goes, this goes to deeper threads, and that, even alludes to Lemuria and Atlantis. But the thing is, when you get all of this stuff in context, it's still challenging. But we're going to turn these concepts into household words, I think, by the time we're done with all of this. Helizon, Murex trunculus snail.
Thank you.
That will be Prussian blue.
Yes.
I used to hear this word on that Bob Ross guy. The painter used to be on PBS. You ever see Bob Ross?
Oh yes.
And
with he's the white guy with the afro natch. Go.
Yeah, and what I would do with my wife, he would talk about Prussian blue, and I'd always say, and anytime anything artistic, I would say Prussian blue.
Interesting.
It's like, and start like, and I would always use art terms with her because she knew them in her heart, and she thought it was amusing when I would use them. I would just do it because she knew what Prussian blue was, not necessarily the esoteric components,
right?
But anything what I would pretend or say it to her, and she'd get a kick out of it. So I knew about Prussian blue because of that show.
Interesting.
And I don't ever really remember watching that show, except it was on TV. I don't know why it was on TV.
Yeah, I never understood its appeal. For some reason, he's become a universal meme. Everybody knows him. They know who he is just by his appearance. They may not know his name, but they know who the hell he is. He's the white guy with the fro who paints pictures.
I think he long since passed away, but he was on TV so much.
Yeah.
If you have somebody on TV so much, they become a household word.
Right.
And this was what this was the fascinating part about Janet Reno, is that she was listed as one of the most sexually intriguing people of the year.
You've got to be kidding me. That's got to be a joke.
She thought it was absurd herself, but because she was on TV so much, you see, and her sexuality, she looked very masculine.
Yeah,
and she was
hideous. She was hideous. Go on.
But the thing is, I don't think it was like, I think her sexuality was. They wondered about it.
Yes.
They wondered about her. So I think that made her intriguing. But the bottom line, the fact was she was on TV all the time. Mayor Koch also got, because he was gay, but Mayor Koch was all over the place. If you saw New York City,
that's right.
No mayor had ever gotten as much press as Mayor Koch. In fact, he kind of turned it into he knew how to talk to the press.
Interesting.
Because he was very media friendly, media savvy.
Yeah.
And he'd sound off on issues. So he was, very, very omnipresent. But the omnipresence of somebody makes them acceptable on some level. Even if you don't like them, they're acceptable. Oh, that's so and so. Oh, that's so and so.
It just goes to show all you need is this pervasive exposure, and once you're made ubiquitous, then people just people fall for fame. It's basically a form of fame, but fame is a form of power, and people will.
It is, and it's a double-edged sword.
Yeah.
So it's like you don't really want to be that famous.
Yeah.
In my opinion.
Interesting.
Because you don't. It's like, it's better for us to thrive in obscurity, in the badlands of cyberspace. A renegade. Outlaws hunting outlaws. An outlaw hunting outlaws. A renegade. Joe Hunter, renegade. Yeah, because...
Joe Hunter, as you said, yeah. Oh my God. Go on.
Yeah. And I'm just trying to think of, Oprah is one of the most celebrated people. And she's kind of, she has her own station. She kind of is in the background much more.
Yeah, thank God. I can't stand her. Oh my God, just awful.
Well, she made a lot of mistakes, and on the other hand, you'll hear people who swear by Oprah for the inspiration that she's done for women. Women watch this show. It's they get inspired by her because this is a black woman who made it, and and these aren't black women who watch her; these are white women. I don't know I've never heard of black women watching Oprah.
Apparently they do. I know that there was that series that was funny as hell. It was Eddie Murphy did the voice for pretty much everyone it was like a puppet claymation series called The PJs. It was called The PJs. And the main character was this guy who was the project site manager. And his wife was, they were all black. It was all ghetto. Of course, it was so racist. All these racist stereotypes that my gang brother Beaver swore it was funded by the KKK. But it was, just black comedy.
Eddie Murphy was doing it.
Yeah, he was doing the voices for pretty much every character, I believe. At least the main character. And
to make fun of black people.
Yeah. And but his wife in the claymation series, he was the project site manager, and his wife was just Oprah was her religion. It was like she was Oprah, whatever Oprah said went, and she was constantly quoting Oprah and reading her magazine, subscribing to her magazine, and that was presented as this, like, he had to tolerate this this quirk, to put it mildly. I would call it a pathology myself. But, Oprah to me was disgusting. She was a person when she appeared on the TV Guide, which back then was a big thing. The TV Guide was a universal magazine that everybody was using. Back when we had, actual channels on television that were limited enough in number where a TV Guide would render them accessible. And, anyhow, when she was on the cover of the TV Guide, she had them replace her body with the body of Raquel Welch. And that was just...
Was that done obviously, or was it done sneakily?
It was done apparently at her request. From what I understand, she requested...
Was it obvious it was not her body, or was she trying to fool people?
She was trying to fool people. She was, and everybody said, damn, she's got a great body. And of course, if anybody knows Oprah Winfrey, she's fat. She's heinously fat. She's hideous. And
no. Story that they, the security took her at O'Hare Airport because they took her and they found she had 200 pounds of crack on her.
Yeah, that would make her at least fun. That would make her at least I could relate to that and say, okay,
But
she's.
it wasn't drugs.
Yeah. Get it? I got it now. That is funny. That's funny. That's awful. Yeah, at any rate, it's still funny. It's awful, but it's still funny. Yeah, and it's let's put it this way. She I mean, I if I were Raquel Welch, I would have been outraged and would have sued her. But Raquel Welch took it as a compliment. Oh, okay, the fact that she wanted my body, she took it as a compliment. But I thought it was disgusting. I mean, Jesus Christ, everybody knows she's a fat, chick. So,
I know she would go up and down with her weight. At least that's what it would say on the tabloids. I see them in the store. I never read them.
Yeah.
But she did have Aquino. She did interview Aquino, I believe.
Yes, that's right. That's right. And and what
I'll tell you point blank when her show changed.
Yeah.
It changed exactly when I released the Montauk Project, and I quoted on her show. She had Edgar Mitchell on, and I quoted the show because I was writing the book, and Oprah. He was on Oprah. Edgar Mitchell, the astronaut. And he says, yeah, and that was all back in World War II when all that stuff happened. And I was, it's in the front thing when you open the Montauk Project. I'm quoting Edgar Mitchell from the Oprah Winfrey Show.
Interesting.
And her show went from taking on social, political issues to doing tripe and giving stuff away.
Yeah.
It changed overnight. I watched it because I thought the prospect of having the guys on her show.
Interesting.
And I saw media change like a dime just with my, writing project.
Got it.
And then I thought, and of course, I mean, she became like Monty Hall and Let's Make a Deal. She said, now I've got for you, everybody in the audience is going to get a Toshiba laptop computer, and everybody's clapping like,
God.
Let's make a deal.
Disgusting.
It was like it completely changed. But then I thought, what if I had Al, Duncan, and Preston on Oprah or Phil Donahue, who was very popular at the time? It would have been the show. And they're sitting there talking about the Philadelphia experiment and the Montauk Project. And when these three guys got together and talked, three of them, triangulation, it was magic. It was
interesting.
It would be like having you and your mother and a third person. And I don't know who the third person would be. It wouldn't be Aquino.
I was about to say, I hope you're not going to say Aquino.
I don't know who the third
though I have to admit, you'd have to admit, that would be interesting.
It would, except he's not going to communicate.
Right.
He's not going to play the game.
Yeah, not sincerely. He wouldn't be communicating sincerely. If he were forced to do it, he would be disingenuous. Yes, go on.
Yeah, and I'm trying. I don't know who that third person would be. Could be your father, for that matter.
Thank you. Interesting.
Have it all on TV because of what history.
I believe Peter's referring to my legal father in this case, but go on. As opposed to my biological.
But the thing is, when you have those three, and I thought of what if I had these three guys on Oprah's show, and you've got all it's like. Now it might not have been healthy. It might have been too much for people to absorb.
Interesting.
And then people start freaking out because the book had enough of an effect on, I mean, I say here is the media's polarizing against me. They're changing. I'm creating an effect in the media, and it's all invisible. And then, the whole base changes over a whole period of time. So it's like, wow, it's just like the changes you're creating in Presidio. It's like, but to have that being blasted on TV, it completely undermines the moral climate of the United States of America. It's just like people saying, what's our? And case in point was I had in 1994, I'm at the Staples Center at the book convention, and I was going, that was the trip on which I visited Marjorie Cameron for the second time.
Yes.
And I'm in the Staples Center, and I'm having lunch, and the table next to me are people from Cairo TV, KIRO, Seattle.
Interesting.
And I say, oh, you guys do TV? Yeah, and they were like interested. I introduced myself. I told them what I was doing. They were very interested. And I never really had the only other time I had interest from the media of a big city was Philadelphia. And they were going to do an interview with Al Bielek and Duncan, I don't know if Al Bielek, Preston, about the Philadelphia experiment. And when they found out what it was, they freaked out and stopped it, canceled it at the last minute.
What chicken shit? Shit.
But at Cairo TV, they were going to do it, and they were going to, because see what had happened is Preston and Duncan were in Seattle area. They had gone up to speak at an event in the Seattle area. Maybe it was Yale, maybe it wasn't Ramtha, but it was up in that area. And I had arranged with the people at Cairo and with Duncan and Preston to do this show up there in Seattle. Now, I found out from my sister-in-law, who my brother lives in Seattle, and she's watching the TV, and they were running promos for it. Oh yeah, at 4 o'clock we're going to have on, survivors of the Philadelphia experiment, blah, 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 blah.
Wow.
It got cut at the last minute.
Whoa.
And I found out, I think Preston might have been the one that found out, but the Cairo TV in Seattle was owned by the Mormon Church.
Oh.
And they put the kibosh on that. Now, my books were very popular in Seattle.
Of course.
It got number 2 on the bestsellers list for the New Age Publishers Retailing Association put out a bestseller list. Now, I was often on that bestseller list, but this was number 2. And I remember showing it to somebody at a book fair because I copied it and handed it out, and he looked at me like I was lying, like I was making it up. I mean, Sean, piece of, what I'm saying when I make up
what an
thing?
Asshole.
No, it's very typical. It's very typical. You get boosted, but at the same time, you don't get too boosted too far. And as they say, as one ballerina told me, that this world loves mediocrity. They love to hype mediocrity.
Yes.
And speaking of non-mediocrity, big news in the sports world this weekend. Japanese, he's probably the best player ever play baseball. His name is Otani. I forget his first name. He's signed. He's moving from the LA or the Angels to the Dodgers, which is unprecedented. You're not supposed to go the other way around.
Interesting.
With $700 million, that's 0.7 billion, and he's already made he's probably earned $1 billion as a baseball player. He pitches and he hits. He signed for $700 million for 10 years with the LA Dodgers.
Wow.
$100 million.
Jesus fucking Christ.
That you, like 30 years ago, you could have bought the New York Yankees for
yes. Shohei Otane.
Yeah. $700 million. And
he looks kind of plump. He looks kind of plump. He's not a thin guy. Go on.
Amazing athlete. He can pitch, but he's hurt now, so he can't pitch. So they'll only get, and then they're saying is that it sounds like they might be able to do a lot of merchandising off of him, and then sell TV rights in Japan, because the Japanese will watch every game with him.
Yeah.
So it's like, but I'm just saying that's astounding, and he's also fixed his contract, so it will be paid over like probably the rest of his life.
No doubt.
He'll be making, 5 million, whatever it is.
Oh, okay, I see. So it's like he should have signed to get it all at once.
Well, the reason he does that is because they have something called a salary cap, and the Dodgers don't. It makes the Dodgers, like, if they're paying him over like 30 years, they can sign other players. They can only there's penalties and all this. It's very complicated.
Interesting. Okay.
Baseball has become something that you have to figure out all these weird statistics, and to be able to talk turkey with these people, and people don't understand it. I don't understand it, but I can also tell you that it's bullshit.
Of course.
It's not 100% bullshit, but it's mostly bullshit, because what you do, this is what they don't understand, is that you have the analytical data, which is the left side of your brain, and you have the intuitive data, which is the right side of your brain, and you have to use them both. You don't just use and this is what they're trying to figure out. And everything this is part of humanity becoming more AI-like. Sports becoming more AI. In football, it's much more AI-oriented. I don't know if they're going to AI hockey. That hockey is a game of complete emotion and rage. So, it's, maybe we'll get to that. So anyway, what you gave me tonight is only takes the story deeper, and it gives me more information to process. It's like, and what's going to click up next, and what dare I ask you next? Because also I looked up when you said Emerald Mandala.
Okay.
I did a search on that.
Okay.
It's a bunch of Irish stuff.
Cute.
And sometimes when I look up the stuff you give me, it's already been incorporated into role-playing games.
Interesting.
And it's kind of aggravating, because people are going to look it up and say, "Oh, he got that from a role-playing game."
This is part of course, what Michael Aquino did with his involvement with defense contractors that ultimately were heavily involved with gaming. As I explained, Dungeons and Dragons, which was developed by Gary Gygax. Most people think Gary Gygax was just some, overweight biker kind of guy who looked like a big biker kind of guy, but was really kind of like this antisocial geek who was, his friends were all people like Larry Niven, and Larry Niven was just incestuously involved with defense contracting. Larry Niven, of course, was a science fiction author, and most people remember him for writing The Mote in God's Eye, or a few other works that are considered science fiction, seminal works in science fiction. But they're unfamiliar with the fact that he anthologized all kinds of right-wing short stories, and that he was basically a LaRoucheite, and he was involved with Reginald Brentner, and Reginald Brentner wrote books on warfare, strategic concepts, and he also wrote science fiction, like Costigan's Needle, if I remember correctly, various other works like that, where he was... both these people would write science fiction, and yet they were like heavy-duty defense contractors. Then they didn't get involved with gaming with Gary Gygax, and then the end result was Aquino took advantage of all this, because all these people were involved with the Temple of Set, and then he would have them integrate many concepts into role-playing games, because they were trying to game out scenarios of the anti-gods. And this included scenarios of how people would behave if they were to encounter the anti-gods or investigate them. Their entire, like I said, Simulations Publications Incorporated, which had the acronym SPI, SPY, they were extant for years. And their man who was involved with them was James Dunnigan. And James Dunnigan was a designer of war games who then worked with defense contracting. All of these various people were involved with people that I admired, actually, like the German individual, I'm trying to remember his name, Herman Kahn, who was a big hero of mine growing up. And a lot of these people, you'd think I'd remember them automatically, but then over the years I've done my best to forget them because, the hero thing wears off. And it wears off because, I originally wanted to work for a think tank, work with wargaming, work with all these guys I thought were doing things that were...
Until you lost respect from them, and you found out who they were and what they were doing.
Thank you. And actually met a number of them and realized just how either, at the very best, cynical they were, or at the very worst, evil they were. Now Herman Kahn, in all fairness, was none of the negative. Herman Kahn was probably really the only pure, if you could say that, redeemable person among them. And this is why you never hear of him. Nobody remembers Herman Kahn, but he wrote many books, and he wrote in most importantly, a book titled The Emerging Japanese Superstate. That importantly to me, nobody remembers him for that. The one woman who wrote a biography of him, wrote not a single word about his talking about Japan. All she wrote about was everything he did about nuclear war. It was incredible to me. She was some Persian woman, wrote a biography of Herman Kahn, and I was like, I purchased it, and I couldn't believe it. There was nothing in there that alluded to anything about his works and his research into Japan at all. It was all just about his research on nuclear war, and I was like thinking, why? And was she approached? Was she, but whatever, this is what they do. And so they hid his work about Japan. And that's because he understood everything I understood about Japan. I mean, he's dead now, but had he been alive, I would have called him up to have helped us with the Roswell deception. And he probably would have been glad to have done so. And so this is why they never spoke about his work with Japan. And but Herman Kahn was an example of the positive in that world. And everybody just thought of him as an overweight geek, a nerd. But all these other guys were just pure raw evil cultists. James Dunnigan, Larry Niven, Reginald Brentner. And people can look up any of those names and you're going to find them all connected with war games and science fiction novels. And so one of the defense contractors that was produced out of this morass was Chaosium, appropriately named Chaosium Games, which is still extant. And they produce what's called Call of Cthulhu. And they have in that game, quote unquote, a role-playing game, they have this concept of sanity marking and levels of sanity that get breached as you encounter various beings. And so when you're like dealing with this insanity monitoring, where you've got insanity on a scale, this was all created by Michael Aquino and the actual Department of Defense, where they were scaling people's reactions to basically what they were summoning. And so when they put it into a game form, they had guys like Larry Niven, Gary Gygax, and Reginald Brentner and James Dunnigan gaming this shit out. And then, like good capitalists, once they redacted all of the factual phenomenon and just censored it and turned it into something that people would perceive as fiction, then they unleashed it on the market so they could make money off it as well. I mean, it's kind of like what I've said before. Not only do they screw you over, but they charge you for it.
But particularly heinous about this is that they're actually, they're weaponizing the Department of Defense against humanity.
Yes, thank you.
And this is our Defense Department, in quotes, like it's actually like they're using the Defense Department to do this. Like, well, it's outrageous. Like they're creating scenarios in the name of defense, but they're really just trying to map out their their own bullshit game. It's like you taking out the defense, like us running the Defense Department, our jobs to strategize our book and make it better.
Yes.
For capitalistic reasons.
Yes.
Except this is far worse than capitalism. Capitalism was not a big issue. It wasn't a big issue with Aquino. It was not something he had to worry about.
Yes. Thank you. And to try and put this into some perspective for people so they better appreciate what I'm trying to express here, think of it this way. When Michael Aquino is dealing with these phenomenon and then basically representing them, it's exactly in the model as he himself described to me in terms of what he was doing. It was in the model of August Derleth stealing all of Lovecraft's works, completely rewriting them. And then Lovecraft's works, I mean, when I say completely rewriting them, take what I'm saying with a qualifier in the sense that August Derleth would not have compromised the stories too heavily because they were originally published in Strange Tales or Weird Tales for years. And so people would see the originals in pulp magazines. But what a lot of people don't get is that what you saw in pulp magazines originally would not be what would be published in book form unless you were an expert in the publishing industry or someone like myself who was a librarian and saw copy after copy of the original magazines and then the books. You wouldn't understand the complete difference between them. A good example of this is the female author of science fiction who wrote a series of science fiction novels. Oh, God, I'm trying to remember her name about New York City. But what she wrote in the magazines was completely different from what got published in book form. And even what was published in book form would be republished and revised, and the stories would look different. This would happen with several authors that worked with the pulps, and the stories would literally change with each publication for whatever reason, but especially with pulp authors, this would happen a lot. But August Derleth took advantage of that phenomenon, and he took H.P. Lovecraft stories and basically rewrote them. He would alter bits and pieces of them and really change the story. So a good example of this is when you saw the original Robert Irvin Howard, the man who created Conan. He would write stories that would appear in the pulps differently from the way they were published. And sometimes people would say, well, you see, these pulp authors, if they had the short story published in an adventure magazine, then it would have an action ending. And then if they published the same story in a Weird Tales magazine, then it would have a more supernatural ending. And yes, this is true. This is a fact. This is how they operate it. But again, taking advantage of this phenomenon, what you had happen with August Derleth was he basically did rewrite and remessage Howard Phillips Lovecraft. So when people then began reading H.P. Lovecraft, and originally all anyone had was whatever was published by Arkham House, unless you were like a collector of pulp magazines, which is very difficult because pulp magazines are ratty. They disintegrate. That's why they're called pulp. They don't preserve well. So collecting pulp magazines was something many people would do, but nobody serious as a collector would do it because you really couldn't maintain them. You couldn't maintain them without developing, basically paper worms or whatever those book bugs are that eat up libraries and shit that would infect the rest of your library. So people tended to avoid pulp for standard libraries or formal libraries or serious libraries. So when it came to what August Derleth did, everybody who thinks they've read Lovecraft, later on, of course, people began to realize this, and people began to try and track down the original pulp publications, and then did their best to basically piece together what they think are the real stories of H.P. Lovecraft, because they now know for a fact that they were rewritten by August Derleth, and he infamously called this posthumous collaboration. So anything published by Arkham House is just shit. Everybody knows that it was all Lovecraft stuff published by Arkham House is completely revised by August Derleth. So anybody serious about Lovecraft as a scholar knows that. And so, but whatever, I've never heard where they're publishing the real shit. They'll say, oh, well, a lot of work was done and they've kind of like rediscovered his old pulp ones and republished them. Well, I never heard where. And aside from all of that, all you get now are other authors that are just writing quote-unquote Lovecraftia and capitalizing on his theme or his kind of motif, but his tropes, as it were, but not his actual works. So the reality is most people don't even know what Lovecraft really wrote. And so I'm one of the few people who saw what he really wrote because I saw the original stuff from what Aquino got from the Derleth collection that he got from the spy who was working with Arkham House. And this ultimately led to that individual being fired after 20 years of working for Aquino and acting as a spy in Arkham House for Michael Aquino and smuggling out all sorts of materials for him. So then the daughter fired him, and then it wasn't too long after that Arkham House shut down. So the end result was that was because all the good shit had been taken by Aquino. And so I saw much of this, and I can tell you that in terms of what Lovecraft really said, it's not what you think he said, but instead you get a representation of it through shit like Chaosium and various other role-playing games. So people who look up Lovecraft these days, you're going to run across role-playing games up the ass. It's like you'd think that Lovecraft was somehow a game designer or some kind of gamer. It's bizarre. But this is the way Aquino arranged it, so everybody takes this as some kind of indulgent fantasy. That's what August Derleth was working toward, and what Aquino kind of completed the job on. This is true psyops. So back to Peter with that. And I think am I coherent? Am I coherent in what I'm saying?
You're very coherent. I think if there's any problem in communicating your messages, that this can only be best appreciated by Lovecraft fans as opposed to general public who are not informed about Lovecraft. The problem with Lovecraft fans is they're going to be too possessed by Cthulhu and
Yes.
the magic of Aquino to appreciate.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, so it's like, people generally aren't interested in Lovecraft unless they've got a Lovecraft bug up their butt.
Yes.
And it's not a good thing. So it's just kind of a self-perpetuating insanity, and the levels of insanity that they're discussing, broaching is quite relevant because it's all about war games.
Yes.
This is really what it's all about. And they and as I said, it's the War Department going after
the people that they're sworn to defend. They're victimizing. Yes.
Exactly. I mean, it's ingenious on their behalf, but the people are just sitting there. And there's a certain chic and mystique about these occultists that think it's cool.
Yes.
And it's kind of like, I think this is why I would describe it in humorous terms. I've never seen it, but is that there was a picture, I think a cover of Alfred E. Newman of Mad Magazine, and he's submerged, he's in the toilet waist deep, and he's got his hand on the flusher.
Yes, thank you. Yes.
That would be a great cartoon with Netanyahu.
Yes, thank you. Good idea. That's a good image for him.
Good night. Maybe I'll resurface in the morning. I don't know. I do have to get up and go to the chiropractor.
Okay.
So maybe I'll check in the morning. But in any case, good luck with tonight. Thank you so much. You did a very good job.
Bless
and
you.
Say goodbye. Want to remind everybody to donate to Douglas, and if you didn't hear it, go back and re-listen to that, or listen or re-listen to that.
Thank you. Bless you. We love you dearly. Take care, Peter. Sweet dreams. Good night.
Good night.
All right, that's Peter Moon, skybooksusa.com, and Aristides. Let's see if we can bring you on, and we'll bring on everybody else that wishes to respond, and that'll provide myself a little break time and time to rev up towards monologue. and hopefully people will respond tonight and will communicate with us. Brendan has gone somewhat invisible. Maybe he always was, and I just never noticed it in terms of whether he's on or not. Well, I think that's new in his case. Of course, I'll call Brooke just in case. Jennifer seems to be active, and hopefully is willing to respond. And we will try, of course, Amy Como, and we're going to check in with Mark Hage, Nemo Albano. Sammy Romero is finally showing up, and Troy Bellamy also shows up now after I call them a few times. Then they actually begin to show. Stephen Myers, I'll leave alone for now, and I want to thank him, of course, for his contributions. And of course, I'm going to remind everyone about how much I appreciate their contributions. I do want to give them credit before I start the monologue. And then we have the lovely Amanda Yu. I'll give Acid Kick a call just in case he wants to come on, but he'll have to find his account. All that acid gives him a rather surrealistic interactivity with the universe around him. And okay, gonna press that add button, and we'll see who adds. And with that, let's test the voice of Aristides. Aristides, let's see if you can communicate. And hopefully he hears me.
Okay, all right, I'm here.
There we are. Thank you so much. So, was the intention behind sending me the updates on Alex Jones? Is that oh my God, it's so he makes me sick. So was this to kind of just show me just how, I mean, kind of like the sewer's getting clogged, or
well, you know, just for discussion, and then if you see the one little part in there where it's like, or Tucker's like, he's the most censored man in history, and I'm like,
God. Oh,
I'm
God.
like, yeah, the guy who's like gets millions of views daily, he's the most censored man in history.
It's
and I thought about you. It's like
Thank
the guy's maybe actually the most censored man in history, and then.
Thank you. It's maddening. It's maddening. Anyhow, we have Brendan Zoget with us. Dear Brendan, let's see if we can hear you. Brendan, he is prepping. He will, of course, be taking a vacation on Christmas vacation. He'll be taking off all too soon, as far as I'm concerned. And God knows how we'll live without him for the few weeks that he's gone. Then again, we're living without him at the moment because he's can't seem to come off mute. Brendan, hopefully he can come off mute so I can take a quick break and refresh myself. Because but then Aristides, he can speak. He can speak by himself. You know, if you had to, right?
If I had to, I'm always at a loss for what to start.
Honestly, you're not. Don't say that. You really have plenty to speak about. I mean, oh my God, if you went off on, say for instance, what was it that I wanted to show you? There was something concerning material science technology. Let's take a look at this. What I heard about recently that you could speak to. Let me take a look at this here. I'm going to try and look up for Aristides. Let's see some of this.
You can do that. Let me see. What did I find you here? Maybe a gift idea here. Right?
Mm-hmm. And a gift idea. Electric outdoors motorcycle camping. A vest?
It's a heated vest.
Oh, cool! Oh my God! Yes! Oh my God! Yes! Good idea.
So it's got like heating pads in it.
Uh-huh.
And I think it's like has like a battery pack and it's USB. So like you could have it at home, or maybe if you're like on the road there with your like gang brothers or whatnot. You plug it, be like, hey, can I get the charger? And you like plug in, you charge up. So we need to decide between this or the stab proof vest. Like,
it's a tough choice. It is a tough choice. Oh my God. It's, you know, I leave that up to the gift giver. It's up to the gift giver. I wouldn't choose. I couldn't choose. Yeah. So whatever the gift giver gives is fine by me.
These are less expensive than.
Yeah. That would make sense. That would make sense. And
Could
so
work out.
Yeah.
It could work.
Yeah. And aside from all of that, let me take a look at our call here and see how this is progressing. Brendan is still on mute. Brendan, dear lad, yeah, can you hear us?
At work, traveling. Did you ever? I don't think I showed you. I sent him the images, the AI images I generated. It was like a Vedic deity who was a janitor.
Oh, super cool! Oh my God!
I sent them to him, but I don't. They came out really well. It was just.
Yeah, I'll tell you the truth though. The heating vest is the most, and it's the one I would use immediately. It's the one that's the most immediately useful and probably the most important for my survival, because that would be, I'm more likely to be killed by the cold than by stabbing.
Right. I mean, if you can stay warm, you can defend yourself.
Yes.
Quick.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah. And so I'm going to make certain to keep this link here. Heated vest, incredible. And this is, this technology needs to be, thank God they're finally coming out with this technology.
I'll look a little more. There were a lot of links, so you got to look at the different ones. And there was one on the Temu site that Peter, now I'm really I've heard of people ordering from this. But it's stuff so cheap that you can be did that even cover the cost of shipping from China?
Interesting.
It's the same heated vest was on Temu was $15. I'm like,
whoa!
Is this real?
But like Peter said, it takes forever to get here, but that's fine. Yeah.
I feel a little better about just pushing the button on Amazon and thinking it's going to show up.
Yeah, point well taken. Point well taken. My concern would be with Temu is whether it shows up at all. If they're charging so little, at least it's a gamble worth taking. It's like, at least if it doesn't show up, you don't lose much. But it probably would show up. Just takes a while. Probably.
Yeah, right. In the spring, it would show up.
Point well taken. Yes.
You can still use it, but you need it more now.
Yeah. Oh, shit.
Or do you get? Does it vary much? Does it really get much colder in the winter, or is it just kind of always the same kind of clammy?
It's always the same kind of clammy cold, but no, actually in the winter it does get worse. It is incredible. I mean, honestly, I keep telling people about it's. I hate to say it, you can understand why Trump is skeptical about global burning. It's with all the cold, the way it gets so cold here, to anyone who's here, if global burning, it seems like some kind of surrealistic fantasy, but it's definitely it's awful. People just don't get it. But then again, like I said, take a look at the crypt that I'm in. When I'm not at the estates, the crypt this is not meant for human habitation. It's just and again, as I told people, this is, people may be skeptical, but I've told them the thing that's a fact, because all of the little go-karts that come by my home, they bring the tourists, specifically go by my home to point out that the homes on the street are built over a Russian cemetery, what was once a Russian cemetery during the gold rush days. So this is why it's called Russian Hill, was the Russian community lived here, and it was their version of like a Chinatown. And so the dead are beneath this home. They have impacted the habitability of this home in several ways. One of them is, of course, the drinking water is not drinkable. It's not potable. We do not have potable water. I have to buy water, and I wouldn't even bathe in this water. It's cadaver water. It's definitely tainted by the cadavers. This is ultimately what killed the Bronte sisters. Was they lived near a cemetery and their well water was tapped with cadaver juice, and they tainted by cadaver juice, runoff from the cemetery, which would include formaldehyde and everything else, and of course, disintegrating bodies, and they all died early. I would die like that if I kept drinking the water in this home. So it's just awful, and but beyond that, the dead really leach a person's body warmth. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise. There's a reason people don't go camping in cemeteries where they can, nobody says, "Hey, let's camp overnight in the cemetery and sleep overnight. That would be so much fun." You never see people do that because it's just too fucking cold. The dead really do leach body warmth from the living, and you feel that the moment you come in this hellhole. So there you go with that. And aside from all of that, damn, Brendan, are you all right? Jesus Christ. It's like he answered. What the fuck? So let's send him a message. I'll write to him. In the meantime, what other exciting things come to mind? Yeah, there was something I saw about space. Yes, you can look this up. Hyper speed materials that enable vehicles to re-enter from space more safely, or hypersonic vehicles to travel more safely. You could look this up and then speak to that while I refresh myself.
Okay, you gonna send me something?
I can't find it.
Oh. Well, then I don't know. Specifically what that was. Usually the re-entry stuff it's got to sustain super high temperatures.
Oh my god! So I'm giving a heart to his new scorpion he discovered. Brendan sent me a link about a very unusual new scorpion species discovered amongst California's wastelands. So let me. Yeah, I heard something.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's not you.
No.
Oh, Brendan.
I see critters here.
Critters.
Save us, Brendan.
Brendan. Why, God? Why? Holy shit. It's just, I was just about to write him, then we heard that the critters. Image. I'm getting images. Images from Aristides this time. He sent it to me in private.
Yeah, because when I try to send it to the group thing, there's all these. It's not clear which one it's going to. Sometimes.
Got it. Yes.
I'll try to send something, and it'll send it to like last week's thing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. What's this other thing? Take him December 9th, 2023. State Department approved sale of tank ammunition to Israel. Oh, this is what you said when I was talking about the fact that the tanks, the Hamas did not have the ammunition that killed a lot of the people that were...
No, I think I sent that before.
Oh, okay.
What it was is like they lobbied Congress, who you would think, with who kind of pays their bills, they would agree, but they shot it down. So they said, okay, we'll just go around Congress.
Oh, God.
We'll just send them the weapons anyway.
Yeah, that's so fucking typical, and it's disgusting. Okay, I sent him the message, are you all right? And let's see some of these other photographs Armen sent to me. Yes, holy shit, the Asian Indians really went all out with this. Is it, I laid, like, this is not satire then. They're like...
This is AI generated. I made him. Well, I didn't make it, but the AI prompted. I said like a Vedic deity who's a janitor at a school, and then you tell it like what style. You can say like.
How did Brendan respond to these?
Oh, he got a kick out of it.
Okay. Oh my God. This is really frightening. You
can tell it. Yeah. You can tell like what style. It'd be like, oh, I want a colored pencil style, and it does it in that style. It's
Holy
really
shit! It's this. Brendan's sending me some weird ass found on tenor. Brendan, are you fucking all right? Come on, talk. He's sending us something. You see it? It's in the he's sending some ghostly image. a graphics interchange format image, but he's not coming off of mute. It's very bizarre. So he can hear us. It's like speaking through a Ouija board, but I don't even understand. I'm glad we're maintaining numbers, but I don't see how. Why anyone would want to listen to this. Well, until Brendan comes on, I'm going to stay here with Aristides. So we'll try and keep some conversation going while I prep towards going into... Yeah.
I promise to do a better job of finding some things to talk about.
Yeah. I mean, what I can start doing is, of course, going into a bit of what I'll speak about, and let's go check into contributions, and then I'll give credit to contributors. I want to let everyone know. Again, I received a care package of several electric blankets. I believe I haven't opened the box yet from Sammy Romero, but they were recovered by my landlord while I was gone, given to me when I returned. And so I want Sammy Romero to know that I've gotten them. Now, just now, I received from a wonderful young lady. She has not told me to keep this anonymous, so I will name her Lenore Apa, or Aipa, or Aipa, or it's AIPA. Lenore, I love you. She sent me 75 United States dollars. She said, kindness. Yes, you are kind. Goddess bless you. Aipa. And so Goddess bless her. So 75 United States dollars from her right now. Let's give some credit to these other wonderful contributors. Of course, a short while back, we had a contribution from Stephen Myers. Stephen Myers, of course, has been going through a lot of health issues, and he's working very hard, and then he goes home, and everybody maintain him in thought and prayer that ultimately his health recovers to a extent where he feels much more energetic and is able to join us much more regularly. He contributed 75 United States dollars as well. I think Eleanor was covering my pizza there. Yes, which is a pretty deeply appreciated. Now let's go over to the with my account, and I will open my PayPal account, give some credit to the wonderful people who contributed, and then get to work, kind of. I'll start on aspects or elements of what I want to bring to people's attention tonight, or things that they should at least know about, and we'll cover that until Brendan's able to speak with us. But first off, we'll log into my PayPal account and give credit where credit is due. And I'll see if I can maintain my voice. Why does my voice always die at this moment when I start? So we now have, what was sent by Lenore. There is this incredible payment. I'm going to check into this, see if this individual allows me to say their name. There's no indication that they wish to remain anonymous. So this is from an individual named Ryan. I'll give that first name only, because this is somehow affiliated with the Comcast, and it's $10. So thank you, Ryan. Definitely appreciate it. Ryan Garner. So just a wonderful individual. Let's check the other individual who contributed. There is this one woman who has an automated contribution. Goddess bless her. And she's Brooke Hagberg. Brooke Hagberg has an automatic payment of $40 a month. Let's see if she's added a message to that this month. And then I'll check the call and see if there's any sign of Brendan coming off of mute. Brendan, if you come off mute, just start to talk. We don't care. Yeah. Let's see now. Is that him? Jesus, what was that? That was our man Aristides whispering. Can you make any sense of the GIF that Brendan sent? Can you make any sense of the meaning of that?
No, let me look at that again.
In the meantime,
not really.
Okay, there you go. So Brooke Hagberg, God bless her. Before her was the lovely Nolani Bouchard in Hawaii, sent 30 United States dollars. Goddess bless Nolani. Claudia Romberg. Claudia Romberg. Oh shit, I should have read whether or not she wants to remain anonymous. She lives in Austria. I won't... Oh, fuck! She might be in the very city where Hitler was born. I'm not going to give too much information. Anyhow, Claudia Romberg, Goddess bless you, 30 United States dollars. What a wonderful human being. Goddess bless you. And some of this came in just before I transferred the money to pay my rent last month, or at the first of this month. And the other person who I have not yet credited is, let me see if they give me permission to say their name out loud. If anybody doesn't tell me, she says, oh, this is, of course, let me see now, anonymous. They want to remain anonymous, but so I won't name them, but they contributed 27 United States dollars. You know who you are. Yes, and I'm reading what they say, and so this is nice. Wonderful. It says they got their Skype number here, a new Skype number, and so incredible. They I won't give their name, but they're living in San Francisco now. I don't know how they can afford it. So hopefully we'll meet sometime. And okay. So there we go. That's all of the more recent contributors, and Goddess bless you all. All right, now let's see if we can get our man on. We're going to try it one last time with Brendan. Brendan, my dear lad, can you speak? Can you talk? If not, then I'm going to just start until somebody else joins us. And Aristides, do me a favor. Keep an eye on everything. Keep an eye on the call. Keep an eye on the call. If anyone joins us, let me know. Pipe up and just say, somebody's joined us. Okay, everybody knows I've got a fundraising objective. We're trying to raise, at this point, much of it was covered by this wonderful lady who contributed $75. And again, just so everybody knows, that this angel, her name is, let me see, just got another notification from PayPal, and okay, these are two notifications because I logged into the account, and yes, Lenore Aipa. And of course, I've received a wonderful care package in the past from Clarice Claudette that I'm still using. This includes this incredible electrical device she provided. Yes, real angelic lady. So I might be able to use that and plug extra things into it. She did send me that. And, all right. What you need to know... I'm sorry?
Mm-hmm. No. It's like, what about, like, can we get you in, like, an extension cord? Is there another outlet nearby? Like, how close is the nearest other outlet?
The bathroom. And we could get a really long extension cord that we could stretch out of the bathroom, because that's got its own, what I call a gang plug, but surge suppressor, as Peter Moon calls it. So yeah. I could plug things into the surge suppressor there, and then transfer them to this room by, just through the hallway. That would be plugging in things like a little something. It's not the most...
They're not same circuit. That's what's, on the same breaker.
No, they're not on the same circuit. So...
okay.
So I could plug in extra electric blankets through that. If extension cord, good idea. So long extension cord. Yeah, great. Yeah.
Okay. How long do you think it is?
Oh, I don't know. 20 feet.
That's not very long.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay. Excellent. Okay.
Thank you.
Bless you. Thank you, dear Aristides. And Aristides sent, as well as Brendan, they both sent a number of other things that I'd like to cover at some point. So
I gotta get your box together here.
No worries. Yeah, that's fine. No. As far as I'm concerned, there's no deadline. You don't need to be worried about delivering it in time for Christmas. I mean, please just take your time. And okay, so
Orthodox Christmas is not even till like January anyways.
Thank you. So you're able to. What happened? What was going on? Why were
I
you?
mean, a lot is going on. I'm riding around with a cursed coconut for one. And I mean, there's a lot going on, man. Is everything okay with you guys?
Much the better for your showing up, I assure you. So.
Right. I figured as much.
Yes. I mean, we're very glad to have you here. And Carl Lindbergh says, "I hope your rent is reasonable." And I would say rent control.
It's San Francisco.
Yes, thank you. I mean, of course not. It's San Francisco, just like Brendan says. But I will say this much: rent
And
control.
even if you have rent control, you're paying, like you said, for lack of water.
Yes, thank you. Yes.
So it's like what do they say? You either pay as you're coming or you're going.
Yes.
You know, that kind of thing.
Yes. Bearable, but it is still unlivable. It is makes it bearable, but it is still unlivable. Still barely bearable. Barely.
Nemo's here.
Oh, good.
Hi.
Thank you for joining us. And how are you?
Better than some, I guess.
Oh, that's cute. And so the cursed coconut. Brendan, tell us the story of the cursed coconut.
I mean, so I don't really want to reveal too much about it, but
Okay.
basically there's specialized Vedic magics where you can use a coconut to capture a jinn
Okay.
and or other negative forces. And so I had to do a cleansing on a place, and I am currently driving around with this said coconut. It weighs approximately 3 times as much as before I did the ritual.
Jesus.
So whatever's in it is definitely not happy to be in there.
Wow.
And I really just need to go find a body of water and get rid of it immediately.
I don't blame you. Oh my God. So you're driving around looking for a lake, essentially?
Well, I don't know if I have time to do it tonight. That's the problem.
Okay.
What
Interesting.
happens
Yeah,
to the
maybe I
gin?
could.
What happens to the gin when you throw it in a body of water?
It basically neutralizes it could be a gin. I mean, this one doesn't have a gin in it, but it's typically to neutralize energies.
Yes.
And so whatever energies are in it just gets sent back into the nature.
But
And
just
it's a whole coconut,
What-
like not cracked,
Yeah, a whole coconut.
yeah. And
still in the husk.
yeah, the husk.
everything.
Yeah. So I would presume that you did something at the haunted school. You did something at the haunted school. Cleansed
No,
it.
I wouldn't waste my time
Okay.
on jinxing the school. It's kind of fun to have a little, like, you know.
Okay.
It's like after a while you get to know all the ghosts. I'm sure, like you said, you kind of have it in your house.
Yes. Yes.
It kind of feels like, you know, oh, someone's here with me. Clinking glasses.
It's one way of looking at it. Yes.
It feels homey when you're packing up the school and you just hear doors opening and closing. You know, it's kind of like it's like a fireplace in the background, but cool.
Yeah, I can understand when somebody's working in an environment like that it can be kind of cool, that it can be, you know, you get used to it and it's all right. But believe me, in my home, it was not fun in the first place, not until I got possessed by the peacock angel and then brought home a junkyard dog that was meaner than the rest of them. Only then did it become tolerable. So.
That's true. No.
Yeah.
Otherwise,
Is it
they're
just-
like poltergeists and shit.
Yeah, until then it was like the Amityville Horror.
Wasn't there one time I was on the phone with you and like something like fell out of your cabinet? Was
Yes.
that you that I was talking to?
Yes. Yeah. It happens. It still happens. Not nearly like it did in the past, but yeah, the place is extraordinarily haunted. And
What you were saying about how cold it gets,
yeah.
that's why I sent you the Brook from One Piece. He's like a skeleton.
Oh, got it.
His awakened power is called soul freezing. It's called the King of Hell power. It's like basically his what Oda was saying when he wrote that is that when you have a disembodied spirit and it goes through another entity, it lowers the temperature to like freezing point.
Yes.
So that's why his power is to like freeze water, because he has the soul fruit.
Interesting. Okay. Very, very fascinating. You created your own devil fruit by capturing that entity into the coconut, in a sense.
Yeah, but you don't get any powers from this one.
True.
It's just pure shenanigans.
Yeah,
You
good
wouldn't
point.
want to eat it.
No.
Definitely not. No. You would. Also, I was advised not to drive around with it, but here I am.
Yeah.
I'm almost inspired to go find a body of water, but that would,
You've got
I
your
would be like-
talismans with you, don't you?
I mean, I have protection, of course, but you don't want to be driving around with it.
We'll get home as soon as possible then. Or how long before you get home?
Well, I'm debating whether I'm going to go toss it now. Part of me wants to just do it now.
I don't
Just
blame
sell
you.
it- Just sell it to one of those new age fucktards. Like, become a Freemason.
No, I can't.
No, that's bad karma.
There was a joke.
That's
Understood.
like really bad. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I get it. That's facetious. That's fine.
Yeah. But if you want to do that, search for a body of water, can you find one using GPS? How would you look one up? Or do you know
I know
your...
my area pretty well.
Okay.
I can find it.
Okay.
But that would require me, this would be like a late night ghost adventure with Brendan. That's what it would turn into.
Oh God. Yeah, that's
Like a paranormal show on Dietrich Hour.
yes.
Instead of, what is it? What do you call it? Crossfire Saturdays?
Yes.
Firing lines?
Yeah, it
It would
used to be
be,
Saturday night firing lines. It would be
It's
like...
Spirit Sundays.
There you go.
Me ghost hunting on Sundays.
Oh.
What if you dig a hole and fill it with water?
I was told to only put it into water
Got it.
because, this is like an ancient Vedic ritual, so I have to go as per
Yes.
what I was told. So.
Yes. I agree. And I think that...
Basically, the rishis, it was kind of like, it's funny, like the rishis, like their technology, their spiritual technology is very simple yet effective. Like a coconut is just, I mean, it's so simple, but it works,
Yes. Yes, definitely. And it's so true. Believe me, for those who don't believe, honestly, it's something that if you encounter it, things would change for you. You would really begin to understand the potency of what Brendan has been discussing. So I'm glad you did what you did, but I'm certainly concerned for your safety and concerned for your health, and want you to definitely get home alive. So decide what to do, and in the interim, with our dear Nemo, tell us a bit about what's been going on with yourself, whatever you're willing to share.
Nothing a whole lot. Yesterday I just got wasted and drank a lot of vodka, and that's it.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you.
I don't do anything.
What was that, Aristides?
Oh, great update.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, I was about to say, yes. Sometimes no news is good news. It's, at least, you don't have fucking haunted coconuts looking around in the dark for some place to deposit them, some
Unless
body
you got
water.
something to do.
Yeah.
Yeah, I also found a cursed coconut. Wait, here.
Oh, by the way, this is so fucking funny. Now, this is like, is that Rishi Sunak, the fucker who's running England? Oh God, yes.
Didn't you call him a coconut?
Yes. I try to reserve the term coconut niggers for these. Like, it would be like Daniel Arola. Daniel Arola would be like one of those coconuts of course, Brendan is with us. Let me take a look at the calendar here. I want to make sure that he's parked at home first before I ask him for any technical questions, but I'm going to definitely in the near future. Let's take a look at our calendar.
I'm going to dispose of the coconut, so just hold your breath there.
Okay. We're with you in prayer. We are with you in prayer and spirit.
I'm actually having a great time.
Okay,
Great.
good. So I'm glad he's enjoying himself.
There's nothing scary about a coconut. This is like,
Okay.
this is the fun part about it.
Okay. Good. Keep telling yourself that.
The Rishis, I mean,
Go on.
like the Rishis definitely like, they have a sense of humor. Let's put it that way.
Yes. Okay. Good.
What's the procedure of capturing the spirit in the coconut?
I'm not really keen on revealing it. I mean,
Thank
Alright.
you.
I'll tell you privately if you don't mind.
Yeah, just DM me that.
Yeah.
Yeah. And yeah, the what about you yourself? You know, Aristides. Have you done anything or encountered anything like when you were younger, gone on ghost hunts or the like with night vision goggles or anything like that? Just curious.
No.
Smart man.
I haven't really encountered a lot of things like that. I'd like to get some night goggles.
Fuck trying to look for them.
Are you what? What was that you said, Nemo?
Fuck trying to look for ghosts.
Thank
Why
you.
do you want to go out your way ghost hunting?
Thank you.
It's
Thank
bad
you.
enough when they come to you.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. Wise
One
words.
time when I was fucking 12 years old, I woke up like late at night I woke up peeing in the toilet.
Uh-huh.
Like I somehow sleepwalked all the way out of my room in the dark downstairs into a toilet, and I wake up peeing in the light on, and I'm doing it perfectly. I'm not even missing the fucking bowl. And as soon as I go back upstairs where it's pitch dark, there's just this a patch of blackness that's darker than the dark in the kitchen. And I didn't even want to go upstairs. I just stood there staring at it, and then it just gradually just shifted away into another room. And then I quickly went to my dad to tell him what I saw and shit, because I was freaking, and he just said, "Go back to bed, you fuckhead," and whatever.
There you go. Yeah. Why am I not surprised? It's like, why did you even feel he would even have any sense of response? I mean,
I don't know. I was just 12.
Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah, it's
Yeah, but that's the only time it's ever happened. That was just so strange. Sleepwalking to piss, and I'm doing it perfectly, and you go back into the dark to see that.
Yeah. Well, there you go. I mean, people have these experiences at times. What do you make of that, Brendan?
Basically, the entity was hanging around, but it's like you weren't able to see it before because you woke up in the middle of your theta waves.
Yes.
Like you were sleepwalking and you were in between worlds, so you were able to see it easier. But that creature is probably still around. I mean, we're not that, but there's many beings that we can't see. Like that's why I use a lot of spices when I'm cooking and a lot of stuff like that because it keeps them away. Garlic.
Oh yeah.
So it keeps your field clear of these
Also, that house where that occurred, it used to be owned by a very old woman. I don't know if she died in there, but in the front of the house, adjacent, connected to the very front, next to the front stairs, there's a grave, like a tailor-made graveyard for her dog. So that dog's fucking laying in the graveyard right next to the front door. It's all decorated with fucking pebbles and a concrete slab and all this shit.
Yeah, but I mean, usually you don't see. If you're seeing an entity, it's not like a dead person, you know.
Yeah, it was just a patch of black, darker than the darkness.
It's pretty clear in the Vedic. There's Yamraj. You don't get to hang around. You instantly get taken by the Yamdutas and stuff. The Valkyries. What we would know as Valkyries.
Yes.
Those beings swoop you up pretty quick. There's no waiting, chilling around. It's only in what Douglas was talking about, rare occasions when you're a sorcerer and you take shortcuts to stick around.
Yes.
Pretty much the universe doesn't allow people to stick around for long, any being usually.
Thank you. Very important point. Very important point, and I appreciate Brendan saying that. It's
and then for beings like Douglas, for example, your parents or someone that's they're not going to instantly get judgment put upon them or something horrible. They would go to Petri Lode. So they go to where their ancestors are, and then they commune with their ancestors.
Yes.
So a being like your mother was most likely in that kind of scenario.
Thank
So
you.
it's like it's not a negative thing at all. Like
Understood.
you go and basically recap with your ancestors like how this life went and stuff like that.
Thank you.
Does that make sense?
Absolutely. Absolutely. No, Brendan's got the score. He's very hip to this. Deeply appreciated, Brendan. And
I mean, this is all Vedic knowledge. Like,
yeah.
it has details like that.
Yes.
So I'm approaching the body of water. I will keep you guys posted how it goes.
Excellent. Thank you. Please do. Let us keep talking so that you're welcome to keep talking while you're doing this, like kind of like a reality show. I'm sure everybody.
Yeah. That's what I was saying. It's like Soul Sunday.
Yes, yes, I like that. So in terms of say for instance, can you tell us a little bit about the place where this entity was, that the place that was cleansed? Are you welcome to speak about that?
Oh, it's just a private home, like a domicile, like a house.
Okay, yeah.
Like typically you would do this kind of thing, like for example, if someone gets a new place of residence and you want to take the energy out of someone previous, that's the main reason to do it. So like if you get a new house or a new room, then you would put like the coconut there and it would absorb. You do it overnight and it would absorb any of the excess energies, and then you do it that way. So
interesting. Okay.
So I was helping some people out with that.
Great. So
but you can tell it works when, like, because I'm the one who bought the coconut, so I knew how much it weighed, and then I when you put it in a bag, like you don't touch it, you put it in a bag, and then that is like you could feel the weight difference. So there's definitely something that happened in that kind of time period.
Yeah. And that's incredible.
Can you still hear me?
Yeah, much better now. We hear you much better. Keep talking. What did these people do to deserve your help? Did you feel you owed them something? Okay, he may not be able to hear us, but we hear him.
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we hear you now. What did these people do to deserve your help? Did you feel you owed them something?
Not owed, but I don't mind helping people. Like,
okay,
just like I'm saying it now, like publicly.
Right. Wonderful. I'm sure people appreciate this. And so are you walking towards this body of water by
Yes, I'm going to a bridge over some water.
Okay.
Yeah.
Have you purchased
should I narrate it?
Yeah, please.
Like, okay.
Have you purchased a firearm yet?
I am yes.
Good. Oh, good.
I have protection, yes.
Oh, good. You're armed.
I may or may not have it with me.
Got you.
Yeah,
Good way of saying it.
Yeah.
Excellent. So narrate.
So I'm walking down through this wooded crossing.
Yes.
To an old bridge, and above me you have Orion and Sirius coming through the canopy, so that's a good sign. Beautiful constellations of Orion and the star Sirius, the rainbow star. And then I passed a few, like some stoners hotboxing a car, and some people down here by the near the river snogging, probably.
Could you explain that term, snogging?
Snogging, like what would be like making out.
Okay.
In American. Yeah, but I mean, I don't blame them. I did the same.
Yes.
It's funny getting old. You see kids doing stuff that you did, and you're like, "Damn, like, I remember those days."
Dude, you're not old. Dude, you're a kid yourself. Jesus fucking Christ.
Oh, it doesn't feel like it. Actually, I mean, I feel pretty young. I don't feel a day over what I was before, previous.
Good. That's
but
the way.
It's like, but I'm saying, like, perspective-wise, it's like I see people that are really young doing stuff that I did, and I'm like, strange.
I got it. So it is.
You have a little more perspective.
Got it. You're a bit mature. You're more mature, and so when you see people doing things that you did when you were less mature, then it's kind of strange, then it can make you feel old,
Right.
and older can make you feel older. But so, are you over the bridge yet? Or approaching it?
No, I'm coming to the crossing here.
Okay.
And it's been a while since I've been here, so usually there's some kind of people on the bridge.
Let people know the
there's
general area. You're in the city of Sacramento, or are you outside of the city at this point?
I'm in the suburbs.
Okay.
So this is like a suburb where actually this is the general region where, like, this part of the river is actually where the governor has a house. Like so the state provides a house for the governor, who of course the current one doesn't stay there, but they do have a house, and it is in this neighborhood where my it's actually the address on my ID. So when the cops see my ID and it says that address on it, they let me go.
Holy shit! How did you manage that?
I'll tell you privately, Douglas, how I got it. Yeah.
Yeah, well, I'm proud of you.
I'm from here. I'm actually from this city.
Interesting.
So, yeah.
Incredible.
So yeah, it's a beautiful bridge. It's dark, very dark. Very nice place to star watch. It actually reminds me of, like, years ago, this would be a good spot to bring, like, a chick.
Yeah.
If you're into cannabis, it's like a smoking spot.
Okay.
It's very subtle.
Wow. All right. And
some nice geometry.
Yeah.
Basically, the geometry of the bridge, like, outlines the stars, and it's just really nice. It's a wrought iron bridge. Okay, so
beautiful. Is there any moonlight? How is the moon tonight?
okay, the coconut is in the water.
Oh.
And there's no moon currently. It's actually close to an Ayamsha.
Okay.
In fact, it may be Ayamsha right now.
Explain that to our listeners, please.
Ayamsha is like the darkening of the moon, the new moon.
Okay.
We call it new moon.
Excellent.
I'll tell you right now the moon cycle. It is Krishna Chaturdashi. So it's the 14th lunar day or night, lunar passing phase. The 14th lunar phase. So on the 15th lunar phase, that would be the new moon. Because it goes in 15-day cycles. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Basically, it's a new moon, if anyone's confused.
Okay. Thank you.
It's beautiful out here. I see Gemini, the two stars, Castor and Pollux. Beautiful, absolutely crisp. Because it's very clear. It's cold. It's very chilly, crispy. And the cliff face and the river is very serene. Very nice.
Amazing.
But it's not an area to be chilling by yourself. Let's put it that way.
Hell no.
There's generally homeless people live on the bluff right here.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. And are you seeing any of them or any signs of them?
No. I mean, I used to live near here, and I would just walk here by myself and go up on the bluff. I mean, it's not that place.
Okay.
Maybe I just am more cavalier, more like what's the word? I don't really have a general fear like most people. It's like, oh, you can't do that at night or something. I just do it. Whether it's good or not is another math factor.
Yeah, understood.
I wouldn't recommend it to others, basically.
Thank you.
But when I do it, it's just like divine is, involved.
Yes. Generally.
So generally, or you know what I'm saying? It's like, I can tell if it's sketch enough to go or not.
Yes.
Does that make sense? If you're in the flow enough,
yeah,
you can decide and say, like, it feels good or it doesn't feel good. And If you know the lunar cycle, you can definitely, it can help you.
Yeah.
When to go out. Like, for example, last night, against my better judgment, I went out to Star Watch. And then a bunch of, like, drunk teenagers rolled up to where I was at. And they were just, like, causing shenanigans and, like, yelling. And so I just, I did a little bit of star watching, but then I left.
Okay.
Just because I didn't want anything. Because usually, you get those, the neighborhood people will get upset and start calling cops. It's like, you want to avoid that, obviously.
Yes. Yeah, no, it's true. And
star watching can be nice when there's no clouds in the sky and it's perfectly clear.
I mean, is that the way it is?
It's very clear. Yeah.
Okay.
You should have clarity, Douglas, in your area. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm in the crypt right now. I couldn't tell.
No, I mean, I know you're not outside.
Yeah. It probably. It's
Around this time of year, we actually have similar weather, believe it or not.
Yeah.
Because we get the marine layer will come in. So it's pretty. So when we're fogged out, you're fogged out.
Yes. Yeah.
But it is like, it's sub 40 degrees.
Yes.
Fahrenheit.
Yeah, it's fucking
So
freezing.
it's like,
How are you keeping warm?
I'm on a ton of ginseng right now.
Okay, Jesus Christ.
You know, like the ginseng is one of the most heating herbs. It's really good.
Yeah. Definitely.
It's good for
Does it
winter.
snow over there?
Where I'm at, no.
Alright.
But up in the mountains, like 20, 30 minutes from me, it does. So
Yeah, yeah.
it has the possibility of snowing.
Yes. Yes, definitely.
Nemo, are you in Queensland? Are you in NSW?
Yeah, Queensland.
Are you near NSW at all?
No. Well,
No. Okay.
no, not really.
Okay.
Okay. So
Fuck
George.
that state.
Okay. Not that state, right? You want to keep your general area secret, right?
Yeah, I was just saying, fuck that state though. New South Wales sucks dick.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm waiting for a package from there, so I was just curious.
Interesting. Interesting. Okay. So George Knight is
what
joined us. Yeah.
What are you so interested in ordering from here?
Probably something he doesn't want to talk about, but go on.
Yeah, I was gonna say I can tell you privately. It's
Kangaroo. I don't know. Just something from a kangaroo.
no, it's a bark extract that you have to label as a different genus to get it in.
Interesting. Okay. Okay.
Did that make sense?
Yes, to me. Yes. Yeah. And so that being said, George Knight has joined us. George, say hello. How long are we gifted with your presence tonight?
Oh, good evening, Douglas. Thank you for having me on, and good evening, gentlemen. Yeah, I've
Hi,
only got
George.
about half an hour. Good evening. Yes, hello. And yeah, thank you for having me on, Douglas. Yeah, about half an hour.
Okay. Yeah. I want you to know that numbers were good for when you were on, and response was good. So I'm glad we were able to cover core topics. And share with us what's on your mind tonight. And Brendan, in the meantime, Brendan, let us know that you get your car safely. Have you gotten to your car safely? We'll find out. Anyhow, Brendan, let us know when you safely reach your car. So hopefully he gets back to his car safely. Hopefully he didn't get caught on the way by the boogeyman. And we'll, otherwise we know his last whereabouts. His last whereabouts were near a wrought iron bridge, dispensing with a haunted coconut, and he's near a body of water, and that's where he was last heard from alive. That would be just horrible if he didn't survive that. But then it would be part of that kind of narrative, wouldn't it? I mean, you deal with kind of supernatural elements.
Jason Voorhees just comes out of the water after he throws the coconut in.
Yeah. Carrying the coconut, no less.
Yeah, I don't want this shit.
Yes, to brain you with. Yes. Something like that. Well, so George, in the time we have with you, tell us about what's on your mind, what else has happened since the last time we spoke, and, by all means, take it away.
Oh, yeah, no, thank you, Douglas. No, and I really enjoyed the transmission, and it was great to have that time, that great quality time, just to just to let loose and then talk about historical topics that need to be addressed. So no, it was a great opportunity. So thank you for that.
Have you had any?
Next?
Yeah. Go on. No, go on.
And sorry, beg your pardon. I will look forward to the next transmission where I can be on for about half that time. So
okay.
I'm looking forward to that. Yes.
Great.
And no, everything's great. Everything's been great since then. And yeah, talking about stargazing, last night it was a very clear sky at night, and there was no clouds. And I just looked up and I saw that Elon Musk Starlink just do a flyby. It's like a rod, and people misinterpret sometimes as unidentified aerial phenomena, or unidentified flying objects. But I was like, look, Emily, there's there's Elon Musk, Starlink.
Does she comprehend who Elon Musk
No.
is? Lucky her.
No, I was just being a bit. I was just being a bit fallacious with that.
Yeah.
Just being
God.
but yeah, no, it was beautiful. Yeah, talking about it, it was beautiful. And I noticed other satellites flying by. I saw a shooting star, lots of aircraft, but no breakaway civilization, unfortunately. I didn't. Yeah.
Well, that'll come in time. That will come in time.
Yeah,
I was going to ask.
I had to see them. Yes,
I'm sorry.
I had to see them.
Yeah.
And of course, if anyone asks myself or Douglas, and even Nemo, these are identified flying objects, so we can identify what's what. And it's amazing, like when you have, when you're have an ascertainment of the phenomena, you can identify what's in the sky. And like last night, I just knew everything that was identified. But it was just beautiful night. Just talking about it, I just wanted to share that. I don't have anything to discuss this evening, but I'll save it all for next transmission, Douglas. But yeah, sorry. Do you have any questions? Beg your pardon.
Oh yeah. Have you found any time, or are you trying to schedule any time for the book you're writing? Like things.
Yeah. So and at the moment it's still data information gathering to put into the book. And so the great thing is, because I've compiled a lot of writings and work before, it was so easy, and I'm using the Nexus article as my foundation to bring, and the Schitt's Creek period, the 1950s air wars, and I'll incorporate also, it's not just over continental United States, it's over Russia as well, so over the former Soviet Union.
Yes.
So I'm compiling all that evidence together. So a lot of it will not take me. It will probably be released in the early part of next year, I'm hoping.
Okay.
So it won't be long, and that's the goal. So hopefully either by the early part or the middle part of next year I can release that book. That will be just phenomenal.
Mm-hmm.
So yes. And it's all based upon, everything that we have articulated. So it'll be for the first time the world will get an insight of the actual phenomena. They are. I keep seeing news articles and published posts about stonewalling the Pentagon's stonewalling of this nation, and it's all the same load of crap that's
Thank you
out there. It really is. So for the first time, nobody's disclosing any information. So it'll be for the first time that anyone will get a proper insight once it's published, unless they've already been acquainted with yourself, Douglas. Otherwise, they're not going to know.
Well, there's not many people acquainted with myself, so it should be pretty much an eye opener for all of them. So go on. Yes.
Fantastic. Yeah. So. Yeah, it's just a very convoluted situation. It's just the same spew since the Second World War. It's still just that whole campaign just keep everything confined and confidential. They're not gonna disclose any information. It's just the whole cover up is just it's just the whole point of it is just to cover up their own asses.
It's true.
People wonder where is they cover up their own mistakes, and the fact that they are unable to tell the public that they lost the Second World War. This is the cover up. This is the whole point of it. And so they want you to believe in extraterrestrial life.
Yes.
And so it's truly asinine, the whole situation. And so it doesn't make any coherent sense either. The whole the spew on. I was even listening to some of the old interviews actually last night, just in the background.
Okay.
Just to some of the old former NASA employees talking about, there's a retrieval program. We've captured their craft. And one of the interviews was conducted shortly after Bob Lazar became public. And one of these former employees, he was speaking about, there's 9 craft, but these are retrieval, not shot down. And so the whole thing is just to basically discombobulate the population, to confuse them.
Yes.
And so so there is a massive cover up, and that's what they were saying. There's a massive campaign to keep all this confidential from the public, and so once the book's released, it will be for the first time that they get a general understanding about the situation. So that's the whole intent and purpose of the book.
Now, Aristides just entered some footage. Can you take a look at that? And Aristides is unmuted, so we're getting echo.
Sorry.
Is that the Starlink or something else?
Of course, it could be hard to tell.
Do I still sound okay?
I'm getting echo while you're on. So you got to do something with that. Yeah.
It's doing the echo thing.
Yeah. It's basically I hear myself when you're on. Yeah.
Okay, hold on. Let me.
Okay. So when he comes back, that'll be fine. So George Knight, does that footage? What do you make of that? Yeah.
Yes. Let me have a quick browse of that.
Yeah. So Aristides, while George Knight is looking at that, let's hear your quality of sound.
All right. Is this better?
Infinitely better. Thank you. Infinitely so. Thank you.
Downloaded.
Yeah. So George Knight is downloading that.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yes.
Another. I think it's fairly recent. It's a supposedly video. Somebody took of a cigar-shaped, craft.
Yeah. Yes.
There's a lot of them. There's a lot of them out there.
There's a few in there. Yeah, that's the Andromeda Gerat. Yeah, there's the pointy. Yeah, the cockpit is at the front, and I can identify that, and it illuminates the energy source. The energy source emits from the craft itself, which is the high intensified electromagnetic energy that the field around the craft. So that's what illuminates, and it's so bright. It's as bright as Venus. If you look up at the sky, you see Venus, which is so bright, and that's how bright these objects are. But that's the Andromeda Gerat, the Andromeda machine or Andromeda device. It's a world traveler, world device, craft carrier. So
It only lights up like that at night, right?
Yes, and so that's that. Yeah, it's so easy to identify the Andromeda because it's basically cylindrical. It's a long cigar shape. And they have come in different sizes. The original that they produced in the 1940s was 139 meters long, with about 40 meters in diameter around. So it was basically basically the craft carrier, a bit like a seaplane submarine which carries seaplanes. Yeah, so essentially it carries the Honibu and two Vril craft, as well as it can hold hundreds of occupants. And there is windows going across there as well. But I believe the shapes they've increased in size over time.
Are they armed with any weapons?
They basically, I think there's an energy beam weapon that they had on board. The whole point of it being circular, it doesn't have a corona to have electrical surges or discharges. That's the whole point of both the cylindrical and the circular disc craft being that shape. It's more for that purpose as opposed to aerodynamics. So they have an energy beam weapon because incendiaries, because of the magnetic field around the craft, when they deployed them, it would blow up before they was even deployed. So when they tried to deploy any form of incendiary or any form of armaments that was deployed from the craft, they had M88s mounted to the original Honibu. So the original Honibu had M88s that was attached to it. They were basically conceived inoperable because of the magnetic field around the craft. But the original, when they were using more conventional craft such as the Flugorad, these were basically aerodynamic craft with a gyroscope in the center around the actual cockpit itself, which were able to hold a rocketan, mounted rockets. So, but the more modern, using the Schumann levitational device or the tool tachyonator thrust drive, these craft don't really have conventional weapons. they use energy beam weapons instead, which is more operable. Yeah, so that's just from my understanding. Yeah, so they're able to. So if you take a look, sometimes they don't even need to act. If you look at one of the original deaths over the continental United States, Thomas Mantell, in 1948, he was 25 years old. The cover-up was that he was trying to chase Venus, or he was trying to shoot down a weather balloon, and he exceeded to a height that he was deprived of oxygen. He was asphyxiated through the altitudes that he was reaching. So then he crashed down to Earth, but he was actually chasing one of the Third Reich's craft, and that's the cover up. But the family to this day are still asking questions, and that was investigated by that went to the Air Force. The Air Force were the ones that were running that so-called investigation, and they had obviously it was a massive military cover-up. He was one of the most noted and most recognized and established.
But by the way, two things to mention here for our listeners. When George Knight says that went to the Air Force, the reason he's emphasizing that is because the original perpetrators of this kind of phenomenon, the people who were responsible for the real UFO cover-up, the fact that it was the Third Reich and the Japanese, the Axis forces, was the U.S. Army, and there was no Air Force until 1947. So that's why he's emphasizing the Air Force aspect, because at that time there actually was an Air Force. At the same time, please explain to people two things. One was the question from Nemo, was that his curiosity is about whether these craft, particularly the Andromeda Gerat, whether they light up at night, like some kind of like effect, like a Christmas tree, I guess. Like somehow at night, is there a difference between night flying and day flying? And the other question I would have you answer for the audience is, tell them how the cover-up of Venus became the standard operational procedure. Basically, it was always Venus. They kept always saying that these pilots were somehow chasing Venus, and this had to be a joke, because it's kind of like basically saying they're chasing after pussy in the sky or something. It's kind of, Venus is the goddess of love, Aphrodite. I mean, what are they trying to imply by saying that these pilots are somehow all wrapped and hypnotized by fucking Venus? There's something Freudian. Yeah,
they made penis because there was a penis-shaped craft. I want that penis.
That's just cruel. I mean, that's just wrong. I mean, but by all means, thank you for that, Nemo. Though I mean, I appreciate the humor. Oh God, most of these poor bastards died. By all means, take it away, George. Yeah.
Yes, I'm just actually going to find that quote from. If you look at the movie, take a look at the movie Men in Black, which is men in dark suits that visits these eyewitnesses that see this, and one of the quotes that they actually use: "Swamp gas from a weather balloon was trapped in a thermal pocket, reflecting the lights from Venus."
Yes.
So it's this it's always they were chasing Venus. They were looking up and they're mesmerized, or they saw Venus. So Venus has been used as some form of try to quote unquote rational explanation for what these pilots are seeing. And and I'm trying to remember the footage. There is a footage I have in my archives of the and I think it was the Russian. I'm trying to think of I can't remember. I can't ascertain the name of it. It was one of the space. The space. I'm trying to think. It begins with an M, I believe. Douglas, it's too early in the morning to recall the name of it, but I have Russian footage of them capturing the Andromeda Gerat, where they're observing them. They're conducting reconnaissance, watching the Russian.
Mir station. MYR. Yeah. Which was supposed to be, just so people understand, the Mir was Russia's version of the civilian International Space Station, but it was supposed to be the core of what would become Mirograd, or an actual space city. Of course, it never
Yeah.
did, but the Russians did have several military mirs that they called Solyuts, armored Solyuts. These were armed and armored space stations. And because they understood the war with the Reich was still on. And when our man George speaks about the all these stupid things about aliens, where you've got these quote-unquote interviews, and honestly, people may think it's disrespectful of us to use these terms like stupid, but honestly, you get so tired of this wretched repetition from these same sources, and the people who just buy into this and are constantly talking about aliens, and it gets to the point now where they're doing anything they can to explain the impossibility of their situation. One thing I've seen recently that made me laugh out loud was scientists say that we can't see the aliens because we're in an alien zoo, that we're, they're keeping us in a matrix where we can't. I mean, it's just, at this point, it's desperate. They are truly desperate to explain why the universe is empty. And so of intelligent life. But by all means, continue. Yes, go on.
Yes, thank you, Douglas. I think that's the topic we touched upon on the last transmission. Actually,
that's correct.
The absence of life and the absence of any evidence. So therefore, it is a faith. It's a faith in essentially fantasy.
Yes,
it's a faith in it's. But what is the alternative, and what's the opposite? And this is what people, like many people I know, they'll say there is no such thing as God or a divinity. Therefore, there's got to be intelligent life out there. So that's their
the replacement for God is quote unquote intelligent life.
Yes. Oh, it's just preposterous. Or the other one that the other one that I've heard is a simulation, a matrix simulation, which is the other completely fallacious.
Like where we've been programmed like a computer into a virtual reality. That's what they try to push out.
But the thing is actually, Douglas, one thing that I do want to bring up is that when I was listening to Hugh Ross, he is basically what you would call an astrophysicist that has a theistic proposition or thesis stance on, and the majority of astrophysicists or astronomers are more swaying towards this theological stance. And what he was bringing up is that conventional mainstream science didn't discover dark energy till 1999. This is, obviously, years after, I think even Michael Aquino knew there was a thing as dark energy. And that's with the pyramid scheme, where you have the all-seeing eye, which is the physical atoms of the universe, which comprises of 0.01% of the universe, which is all the stars, all the planets, comprises of anything is physical matter, physical atoms. And then you have the next is invisible atoms. So that's comprises of 0.05% of the universe. And then you have helium and hydrogen, which is a composition, which is another factor, a small percentage. And then the rest is dark matter and then dark energy. And the one thing that people like Neil deGrasse Tyson will admit to you, that he goes to bed at night and it keeps him awake at night because he can't comprehend what dark energy is. They can't explain what dark energy is. But the astrophysicist will tell you it's fine-tuning, it's intelligent design. And it has to be, because the way that the universe is expanding, the universe is being created. If it was anything that was beyond fine-tuning, life would not exist. Because in order for life to exist, you need all those gases, you need all that energy to go into producing stars in the first place. You need that gravity energy in order to produce it. If it expands at a slow rate, stars will implode into they'll turn into neutron stars and implode infinitely in itself. Then you have black holes. Therefore, life does not exist. And if it's expanded too rapidly, then it wouldn't collect all the stardust, and the gravity couldn't be able to collect anything, any form of matter to even produce planets. So they know that the equations for that is beyond tenfold. The intelligent design of the universe is beyond anything that human beings have ever been able to ascertain themselves or achieve themselves. And the LIGO instrument, which is the gravity transmitter or the gravity telescope that the MIT graduates, and Caltech engineers and physicists have produced, it is basically 10 to the 99, the power of the 10 to the 99 to what the cosmic agent, or the basically what they refer to it as a cosmic agent or cosmic agent outside of space and time has achieved with the creation of the universe. So it's essentially, it's beyond anything even we can comprehend and achieve, and we have the all the resources available through just like the Caltech MIT graduates institutes, the technicians and the engineers and the physicists were able to produce this LIGO, the LIGO instrument, from the investment and financial spending of the United States government, which has the largest budget. The budget for creating the universe is tenfold, 10 to the 99 of the resources and the finances available to the. So I'm not explaining it very coherently, Douglas, but just to explain that it is beyond any form of, if people assume that the universe was created just simply by chance, and even atheists will tell you it is a miracle. It is comprehended as a miracle. It is conceived as a miracle. So it is obviously a form of intelligent design. There has to be. Otherwise, it's just absolutely sheer preposterous for anyone to like. And this is why people like Neil deGrasse Tyson cannot explain what dark energy is.
Thank you.
And I hope that makes some form of sense.
It makes perfect sense. And Brendan's joined us again. So Brendan, do join in on the conversation. Did you make it safe?
That so-called dark.
Yeah. Go
Can
on.
you hear me?
Yeah. Go on. So-called dark matter. Go on.
That so-called dark energy, dark matter is just Shakti. Like the Vedic concept is Shakti, the force.
Yes. No, this is. Yeah, go on.
Star Wars gets the concept of force. It's Shakti. Like that's the divine mother principle that holds everything together. I mean, this is like in divine science, like in Vedic science. Like
yes, the reason
there's no mystery to it. It's only mysterious to modern crazy people like Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Thank you. Who's a rapist anyway? But go on. Yes.
Yeah. That's like being nice. That's like.
Thank you. Yeah. By the way, for those of you who don't know, Ron Jeremy has been cut loose. They're letting him go home, basically to die. And for those of you who don't even know who Ron Jeremy is, I don't know what to say. I could say you're not missing shit on one hand. On another hand, just so that you do know, he's an adult entertainer from the old days. And he basically entered truly Alzheimer's-ridden senile dementia. And because he was making so many porno films all his life, he truly was stuck in a porno film in his mind, and he just every time he saw a woman, he would just start pawing them. I'm not defending him, but this guy truly is out of his mind. And the funny thing about this is that I've had weird people come on my show. One time, the lady who was involved with a singing band, I forget her name, but I'm even forgetting, I forgot what band she was with, but there was a woman who was older, but she was part of a band and did some singing, and she would come on my show once in a while, and she basically brought on my show one of the militiamen who was ultimately involved with the movement that occupied Malheur Reservation. And Mona Lee McRae was her name. Mona Lee McRae brought on one of the quote-unquote patriots, one of the constitutional fundamentalists who was involved with occupying the Malheur Reservation. And so he was actually on my show on Revolution Radio at one point. But Miguel Andahar wanted to bring Ron Jeremy on my show, and I never felt compelled to pursue it. And he resented that deeply. It was one of the many things he held against me and took as a personal.
Yeah, I think after that he definitely was upset at you.
Yeah. But I was like, why would I want? I mean, for one thing, you know, Ron Jeremy is male. I don't care that he was in the porno industry. I have no interest in a man. He's got the wrong pair of genitalia. He's ugly as sin. The only reason that he was so popular was because he gave ugly men hope. He gave ugly men hope that they would have a chance of fucking beautiful woman. Of course, his wife was hideous, and this is what I don't understand, is how his wife never kept him in line, and she just I guess just didn't care, and so he wound up running loose like a feral animal, just pawing at every woman that he saw. And so Miguel Andahar literally sent me a photograph, which I downloaded just in case I ever needed evidence against him, of him in bed with Ron Jeremy. So I do have a photograph of Miguel Andahar in bed with Ron Jeremy, but Ron Jeremy's out. He's like out, like totally, like that's just his senile dementia. He would just fall asleep at various times.
Yeah, I saw that photo.
Yeah. So there you go. And he was at the foot of Miguel Andahar, right? You know, Miguel Andahar, he was at the foot of Miguel Andahar. It was just awful. Half off the bed because he fell asleep just literally half on the floor. It was just awful.
They were like partying somewhere and he met him or something. Yeah.
No, it was like he always was a star fuck and always kept meeting these different celebrities because he would like glom onto them. Yeah. And but with Ron Jeremy, it was more regular. It was more regular because he kept hooking up with him, and I think there was a reason for that. That he was somehow, you know, just leeching off of him. I think energetically. Right. I'll tell you the truth. And
no doubt.
Yeah, and so another thing for anybody who doubts me about these gang stalkers, when I use the term that these are pedophiles, honestly, do not think I'm just indulging myself to make these people look bad. When it came to Daniel Arola, I'm sure all of you who are here were listening long enough to remember when Daniel Arola was pushing this young black guy onto me who turned out to be, he abducted a young girl and then kept her in a storage facility. And then Daniel Arola, of course, had originally introduced him to me saying I taught him everything he knew, and then tried to back off on that after the guy was caught. Does anybody remember this among you, the four gentlemen listening? Yes. Thank you.
Is that the black guy he had in his videos, the one with the tattoo of all-seeing eye on his body and shit?
No, it might have been, it might not have been. He had so many people he was dealing with, but he wasn't.
It was someone in his friend group
dojo
where he was teaching them. Yeah, he was teaching them Kali.
Yeah,
which is the Filipino martial arts.
Yes.
And this guy, like, you know, he went rogue basically.
No, that's what Daniel claims. Daniel claims.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
Yeah. No, the guy.
But then when you brought it up, you said, "Oh, weren't you training this guy?" And he said, I remember Daniel saying something along the lines of like, "Oh, well, you know, I like knew him a little bit," and you were like, "No, you told me he was in your dojo."
Thank you.
So he tried to completely like. At the end, towards the end, he was saying, "Oh no, of course not. I would never teach him anything."
Yeah, it's all bullshit.
He was trying to say like he was like Master Slater, like Daniel was Master Slater. He was like, "Oh, he didn't make it to like Ninja Turtle training."
Yeah, thank you.
He was saying the guy tried. He was like, "Oh, he kept trying to get me to train him." But when he first brought it up, he said he was giving this guy like they were doing like sparring.
Yes. Yes. Because he was introducing him to me. I would never have known about this guy without Daniel introducing him to me. So he was like, you know.
Exactly.
Yeah. Daniel's prize. He was kind of like Daniel's prize. Like, oh, Doug, you got to meet this guy and shit. So this guy.
It turns out he was doing that.
Yeah, and of course, this guy was also claiming he wanted to kill Aquino. He claimed, I want to kill Aquino. This is what this young black kid was saying. And then, of course, he turns out abducting a girl and keeping her in a storage facility while raping her.
By kill Aquino, you mean he wants to be his protege? Is that?
Thank you. Yes, and then of course we have the other examples of Miguel Andahar and what he was doing with Ron Jeremy, who is now it was how many women have sued Ron Jeremy?
In hindsight, when you put it all together, it's interesting.
Thank you. And Lena Shea investigated for having sex with underage boys. And then Pavel...
And then she ends up hanging out with Miguel Andahar.
Yes! Yeah, and Pavel Edward, who was using my timeline with my son's face to make passes at young boys all over Europe. Yeah. Yes. That's so,
and then Pavel was saying that he had a notebook of illustrations that
got him busted.
That was so bad.
Yes.
That was so bad that even the solitary confinement, or that even the jail he was in put him into solitary confinement just by looking at it.
Yes. Thank you.
And then when we asked him, we were like, what was in it? He was like, it was nothing. It was nothing.
Yeah.
It was just my drawings.
Yeah, just his drawings. Yeah, so Pavel...
Oh, George, you remember that. You must remember.
Of course, how could I forget? Pavel Edward, basically, the other prisoners realized he was a pedophile and wanted to kill him, so they had to put him in solitary confinement for the rest of his term for his own safety.
For his own safety, yeah.
Yes, that was Pavel Edward, who then later on told George, "Oh, Douglas is lying, and it's the Germans who brought on the Spanish flu. The Germans designed the Spanish flu." Yes, George, am I right?
Yep. Yes. Yeah, absolutely. I challenged him. I said, well, if he's a liar, then I've not seen it. So if you got the evidence, then show it to me. And then that was what he presented. I was like, you're just full of shit.
Thank you.
And then the other thing, he was trying to claim that Hitler was gay.
Yeah.
He was trying to claim that.
Oh, what a surprise! What a surprise! Yes. And you know, aside from the absurdity of that, based on what I've said in the past, you know, you might complain
I don't think
about
that was ever. Yeah, there was never a doubt with Hitler. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, thank you.
He was alluding to Scott Lively's book, The Pink
Swastika.
I think that's where that whole inflationist narrative came from. That's what he was promoting.
Thank you.
That whole,
but beyond that, for those of you who don't know, Scott Lively is a pastor who's instigated genocide in Africa, who's gone to Uganda and convinced them to start killing each other by the thousands by starting this anti-gay campaign and getting them all outing each other, quote unquote, or basically misidentifying eeach other as gay, and then sits back and laughs and jacks off while all these blacks slaughter each other by the thousands, which is what happened. So this is the kind of people that we're talking about. Mass murderous, pedophiles who are all somehow affiliated with Richard K. Cole Jr. and Stephen Outrim. Yes, it all begins to... Does anyone see a pattern here? I mean, anything else come to mind with that, Brendan? I mean, aside from what I mentioned.
I mean, it just sounds absurd. It's like in light of what happened to Ron Jeremy, it's like, why would Miguel be like proud to hang out with him?
Thank you.
That's like saying you spend a weekend with Bill Cosby. It's like, ooh,
thank you.
Like, are you sure you want to tell people that?
At least Bill Cosby's filthy rich.
Yes, that's right. Whereas Ron Jeremy just blew it all on God knows what. But
obviously coke.
Yeah. And by the way, what was it? How many women have pressed charges against Ron Jeremy? My understanding is that numbers in the hundreds.
It is in the hundreds, but I mean, I'm not siding with him, but I mean, a lot of these were probably just like, you know.
Well, a lot of them were indeed porn actresses. A lot of them were indeed porn actresses.
Exactly. They were already doing that. And, you know, even the ones that weren't, I don't want to sound rude. I'm just not going to speak on it.
No.
There's 34 counts of
there
women saying he sexually assaulted him.
Okay. Is that like a class action rape case?
Yeah.
Pretty much.
Yeah. I mean, isn't that a historical first?
Right, poor guy. Well, what I'm saying is, like, there were probably some people, I'm not saying this was everyone, but some people were just sleeping with him just to say, oh, I've slept with Ron Jeremy. Because he was famous at one point.
I think it was more along the lines where a lot of these young ladies were told, we're going to shoot a scene, and they were involved with porn, and they knew it was an adult scene, but I'll tell you what I intuit happened. What I intuit happened was they felt so slimed. They felt so slimed and so dirty, so soiled and so sullied after sleeping with that slob that
Might as well have been raped.
that they felt that they had been raped. Does that make sense?
There you go. Yeah.
That,
That makes sense.
I can't imagine any woman wanting to sleep with him unless they're a mind-controlled sex slave or if they want something from him.
Thank you. And what does he
I mean,
have?
but in the 80s, he was like super famous. It was like
that didn't make him any more charismatic.
No, of course not.
And he's of the chosen bloodline, so he's going to get all those benefits in the industry.
Oh, tell people about that. Tell people about his lineage.
Oh yeah, he's born from a middle-class Jewish family from Russia and Poland. His last name's Hayat or Hayat, Hyattt.
Interesting. You know why that matters? Why that's relevant? Because I knew so many stupid ethnic minorities, including Daniel Arola, who said they absolutely admired Ron Jeremy. This included Miguel Andahar, because they said, oh, he's a minority like me. He's one of the brown people who made it big, and he's fucking all these white women, and that's why they all adored him, because they said he's doing it for the brown man, for the little brown man. This is what Daniel Arola and Miguel Andahar said. So he's not some little brown man. He's a fucking Jew.
Ashkenazi, my silence.
He's like a Henry Kissinger.
Yeah, there we go. No, that's I don't know who does that insult. Does that insult Kissinger or does that insult Ron Jeremy? I mean, that's a hard one. You know, that's 50-50, the flip of a coin. They're opposite sides of the same coin. Oh my God. But
most of the male porn stars are Jewish, though.
Yeah. What's that?
Most of the male porn stars, the white ones, are Jewish.
Maybe.
And cameramen.
It would make sense. It would make sense. But you notice that they must select them for looking at as little Jewish as possible because they know that's not going to sell.
Yeah, half-breeds. Yeah.
Yeah.
And all the women are non-Jewish, so it's Jewish people fucking shiksas.
Yeah, that's a big thing, of course. Obviously.
And all the founders of the big porno companies are Jewish too.
Yeah. Well, that, believe me, I had an experience with that, with the, basically, this one girl that wound up sleeping with me named Bethany Buckner. Bethany Buckner was related to the Marine Corps General, General Buckner, who they named Buckner Bay after in Okinawa, because he got his head blown off by a Japanese sniper. Of course, there was an ancient Okinawan name for it, but the Americans couldn't pronounce it, so they just called it Buckner Bay. And but this young lady, who was a granddaughter of General Buckner of Buckner Bay fame, where he got his brains blown out, no big accomplishment, but at any rate, George Knight says, I look forward... Oh, say goodnight to everybody, George, before you go. Good day.
Thank you, Douglas, and good night, everyone. It's wonderful being with you and joining you, all gentlemen, and please support and finance Douglas any way you can. Thank you.
Have a good one, George.
I look forward to seeing you on Wednesday.
Yes, look forward to that. Thank you. And so, but here's this young lady had a psychotic ex-boyfriend from hell named Richard Lesser, who was, of course, painfully Jewish. And this guy wound up stalking me for years. And the trip was that she was German descent, and he was fucking her because she was German, and would tell her while he was fucking her, they should have killed all you fucking Krauts. We should have killed you all, is what he would tell her. This is what got him off. And then, of course, once she told him I was Hitler's son, he made it like, oh, I'm going to kill him. He must die. And get this shit, his mother was one of the employees who was like the manageress or a high-level supervisor. She basically was someone who was responsible for a lot of the decisions at the Guggenheim in New York, the Guggenheim Art Museum. And her father, I mean, this is Richard Lesser's father and mother, I mean to say. His mother was at the Guggenheim. His father ran Adam and Eve pornography industry, which was the first online porno site for selling DVDs, or back then it was video cassettes.
I remember back in the day it was big, and that was like, of course, a biblical name. They always got a pervert.
Thank you. That was the largest online pornography distributor of its day. the largest in the world. So his father was responsible for selling smut, and his mother was responsible for high culture, highbrow at the Guggenheim, highbrow and lowbrow.
Yeah.
And these people were married.
Debatably, Adam and Eve is more artsy than whatever's in the Guggenheim.
Yeah. Touche. Yeah. And, or at least I would enjoy watching the shit from Adam and Eve more than I would most of the crap in the Guggenheim.
Yeah, instead of that shit they put in the Guggenheim, it looks like Yoko Ono made it. It's like an apple on a pedestal with like paint dripping off of it. I mean, it's
oh, shit.
stupid.
Oh, God. So such being said, what I would like to do now is take advantage of your presence, all of you gentlemen, to refresh myself. Are we blessed?
You haven't taken a break yet?
No, I haven't, because we were waiting for you to come off mute. That's why my voice is...
I've been off mute, I thought.
No, but for a long time you were on mute, and I stayed till you got off mute, and then once we got you off mute, I had to stay with you while you delivered the coconut because I wanted to make certain you got back to the car safely. And then George Knight...
Oh, yes, I appreciate it, but I was okay.
Yeah.
I just wanted to add some suspense.
It's important. I mean, believe me, there is a genuine concern. Look, you've got to be concerned. Look at what's happened to all of us in the past. You know, I mean, good Lord. Yeah. You had George Knight come on saying, nobody's going to try and kill Douglas or myself over this information. The day I just killed somebody taking out the garbage. I mean,
right
Jesus.
After
Right after. I mean, is that some kind of reverse psychic ability or something where you misread what goes on in a man's life? Anyhow, so Aristides, are you still with us? Can you talk with these two gentlemen while I refresh myself?
I am still. Do you want to hear a little story real quick?
Sure.
Ron Jeremy, right? He, I met him. Yeah.
Oh, so tell us how this happened.
Does this dude have clones? I hear so many stories about me.
Maybe. I don't know. No, so obviously he, blew all the porn money on, something, drugs or something. So he came out with his own brand of liquor. It was a rum, and he was going around promoting it, to bars and liquor stores who would sign him on and carry it.
You mean you were in a bar and he just walked in with his shit? Tell us.
Well, it was announced as he had a little tour or whatever. It was and so it was oh, he's gonna be coming by, and
he did a junket.
What?
What did you call it?
He did a press junket.
Like a press junket
for his. Yeah, it was. I mean, it was all pretty low key. It was. Not huge places either. He was just going around to random bars and liquor stores hey, I've got this rum, and of course they made a big deal out of it for their business, but it was we met him, and honestly I can't for the life of me remember anything interesting he had to say, and he was ugly as shit, but it was very, very anticlimactic, It was, but we met him. He was signing autographs and signing, you could buy a bottle of his rum with his signature on it. I might have one. Yep, Ron Jeremy. That's it. That's it, man.
Oh,
when
my
we meet
God.
up, I'll bring the Ron Jeremy liquor, and we'll
no thanks.
We'll down it.
I'm joking.
No, I'd be afraid to drink that shit. I'd be afraid I'd catch something.
I know. And you can be sure, he had nothing to do with making it. It was just putting his signed a contract.
Just putting his face on.
No, I get it, but I get it. It's just the psychological impact of his face on that thing. Oh God, it's.
There's no way that would have sold well.
Yeah, no kidding.
I haven't heard anything about it.
Hey, I want to know, these other guys who met him, did you see any guys respond to him oh man, you're so cool! Oh, you're my hero! Oh my God, did you see any of that shit? Well,
no, not
God.
Really. No.
The second you walk up to him, you're wrong.
Yeah.
It is.
It's when people say the worst thing. When it comes to your favorite celebrity, the worst thing ever is to actually meet that person.
Yes.
It destroys, it completely destroys everything, every hero kind of vision you had about them. That's all true.
It's
because these people They shouldn't even be called celebrities because there's nothing to celebrate. I mean, it's nothing celebrate worthy.
Yeah.
There's nothing worthy to celebrate.
When I was telling Amy Como we should name this sandwich I came up with as the Amy Dietrich, I was making a play on the that iced tea mixed with lemonade that was named after the Gulf, the famous golfer. What was it again? The famous I forgot.
Arnold Palmer.
Arnold Palmer. Yeah, I was trying to remember that. I keep blanking that guy out.
Half tea, half lemonade.
Yeah, but you know that idiot.
As if he invented that.
Yeah, as if he invented that. But there's two bits of trivia here. One is that my gang brother Beaver and I, when I had to take care of my parents and we had to run regular chores all over the city of San Francisco, there's regular areas on Van Ness where the homeless will dominate certain islands for begging from cars. You know, they sit in the middle of the freeway, the highway, the Van Ness divide on the islands, and then they beg from both sides of the traffic. One of the individuals who would do that and haunt that area
over by the park.
No. This is like Van Ness in near towards the financial district and South and Market. Yeah. And one of the people who would haunt that, aside from many regulars, one of them was a black guy who would constantly carry a golf club, and he was Arnold Palmer's caddy. He was his claim to fame, and it was real. He really at one point had been Arnold Palmer's caddy, and this is one of the reasons apparently why he was so fucked up. It was very bizarre. I don't know what Arnold Palmer did to him, but he was black, and he spent the rest of his life walking around with a golf club. But when it came to the other thing about Arnold Palmer, he's so sleazy, he's so fucking cheap. My gang brother Beaver told me that Arnold Palmer would never pay no matter where he ate. Any place he went to eat, he would, and he only ate out, he would always just go up to the restaurant staff and say, I'm Arnold Palmer and I'm bringing business to your place because I'm so famous, so you can't charge me to eat here or I'm going to walk out. And so he'd always get free meals. And so he'd get free meals everywhere he went. That's how sleazy this piece of shit was. So, you know, there you go with that.
At least his drinks were some cheap-ass shit.
Yeah.
Half lemonade, half freaking tea. That's the shit that every restaurant throws out at the end of the night, so they were happy to give it to him for free.
Yeah. Okay, so I'm going to refresh myself. I'll be back in a number of minutes. And by all means...
And the only reason he's famous nowadays is because they put him on that fucking Arizona, that super cheap drink that you can buy. It's called an Arizona can.
Oh, God.
Like a 99-cent tea that you can buy. And one of them is the Arnold Palmer. It's half lemonade, that's the only reason why I remember.
Oh, God, that's incredible.
All the stoners in high school drink it.
There you are. There you are. There you go. I mean, it's refreshing. Yeah. But yeah, like I said...
But the Arizona ones are like all high fructose corn syrup. It's
like
the
shit.
cheapest drink you could buy.
It's true. No, it's disgusting. Oh my God! What was I gonna ask Brendan about the number of things? What was I gonna say? I talked to her about. Oh, she gave me some jewelry as a gift. A bracelet and a ring of hematite. What do you know about hematite?
Oh yeah, hematite's good. It's grounding. It's magnetic.
Okay.
It's an iron-based mineral.
Okay.
It's protective. It'll repel some certain things.
Okay.
Yeah,
cool.
So.
All right. Yeah.
Were they beads? Is it like a bead and a ring?
It's a ring, and I haven't yet opened the box with a bracelet in it, but I'll take a look at that. I'll open that when I come back. So I'm gonna go refresh myself. The other question I wanted to ask Brendan, and we'll get to this sometime before he disappears for Christmas vacation. But let me do a screen share here. And can you see the cursor moving, Brendan?
Let me see. I see something weird.
Okay, cursor moving.
I just see like a cigar-shaped alien.
Not me.
You know what? I see it now.
Okay. So, how do I get rid of, say, for instance, this Facebook button, because I'm not using Facebook anymore, and replace it with something that takes me instead directly to my Douglas Dietrich website. So if I could access my website just regularly by hitting a single button rather than
Those
You-
three
you
little
go to
dots
the
on
three-
the corner.
yeah,
Click
there you
on
go.
that.
Okay.
Click on that and just remove.
Delete from
Dismiss it.
history.
Okay.
Or dismiss.
Yeah. Well, if I
Dismiss
dismiss
that.
that, then it's going to get replaced by some other thing. So I won't dismiss it till I'm ready to replace it. But and then what? Then I would. I mean,
Yeah,
we can do this
dismiss
privately
it. Dismiss
later.
it for now.
Oh, yeah. I mean, we can do this privately later. But I just want you to know
Oh,
why I was
yeah,
interested
it
in it.
takes a second.
But is it possible to make my website easily accessible
Yes.
by a single button?
Yes, of course.
Oh, you're kidding! Oh my
Yeah,
God!
it can be done in like any time.
Oh, okay, great. So I want to do that with
10
you.
seconds.
Then oh, okay, and we could do that now. We could do that now.
You can also bookmark it on the top
Oh,
of your website. That's what I got on my browser. Your website on.
Okay, thank you. So I'll dismiss this right now. I'm gonna dismiss it. Oh, and then
Oh look, it even did it for you.
holy
Perfect.
shit!
We don't even have to do anything.
Holy shit! Holy shit! Oh my fucking God! That's
Well,
incredible.
it's just going off of what it's doing is it's going off your most visited.
Okay. Oh
That's
my
all.
God! Oh my God! That's
Oh, nice.
incredible.
That's
Holy
so
shit!
nice.
Yeah, I'm impressed. Oh my God! I should have done that a long time ago. But yeah, like you said, it's just going off the searches because I go there all the time for, you know, just reasons. I don't know how to use it, but one of these days, I'll have somebody help me make use of it. You know, it was Lena Shea who established all that stuff and then sabotaged it, and then that crazy Selena Khan kept trying to break into my accounts and erase everything for the longest time.
Yeah, remember that one time she started yelling at us over it? That was bizarre.
Oh God, yeah. Oh God, yeah. She was she's out of it. Yeah.
She was like screaming at us like we were children.
Yeah. She does that. It's very bizarre. Is there a television in the background where you're at? Or
That's not me.
oh, is that?
Emo.
Oh shit! Sorry.
Oh,
I had
okay.
something planned. I don't know why it's going through my speaker. It should be through my headphones.
Oh, okay. Thank you for clarifying that. Okay, so I'm going to refresh myself. A gentleman, Aristides, if you would join these two gentlemen and talk, and I'll be back within 10 minutes or so. I'm sure everybody will enjoy what you have to offer. You always have so much. And I'll be back, okay? All right. Okay, I'm going mute.
I don't have much to offer.
You always
Right
have
now.
something. You always have something. Right, Aristides? Take it from here. Hey, you, Aristides, tell people about what you produced on AI for Brendan, and then he'll have something to offer because he'll respond to that. Thank you.
Right.
Oh,
right.
you're talking about the Vedic janitor? I mean,
Yeah. Yeah, I sent
saw
them to him. I didn't put them in the main chat. I
Yeah,
would,
it was
but like,
interesting.
no, it's like when I'm trying to forward stuff to the main chat, it's confusing sometimes. Like, which one it's going to, and sometimes it doesn't go to the right one. It goes like to last week's chat or whatever.
Right, and then someone answers like a week later, and you're just confused.
Right. Yeah.
That's all.
So no, it's always easier to just send them to him. But yeah, you hadn't seen him. I don't know. I could make more stuff. You guys got any requests? You know, just send them along.
Request of for the AI photos.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't like using them. Maybe Douglas can use them.
Mm-hmm. Well, if you think of anything.
Yeah, the AI has gone pretty crazy with making pictures and videos now all over social media.
Yeah.
You get a lot of funny shit
I
out
find
of it.
them to be just like, what's the word? Like they're not very like they can be interesting and easy to make, but there's always there's very something eerie about them. They're like out of place.
Yeah,
They're not human, like
Very unorganic.
inorganic. Yeah, they're not
Inorganic.
They do a
Like
good
from-
job for what they're doing, but it's like not my style.
There's like, you get an image like this when you put in shit like Pizzagate, politicians, pedos. I posted it in the chat.
Okay, I mean, I don't think I want to see it, to be honest. Is it okay?
Yeah, it's not nothing.
Basically, it edits the input where it's not going to give you.
Yeah, you're not
That
seeing
one-
any sex.
Yeah,
I think that one somebody just made it by hand. I don't even think
Probably
that's
that. I don't know. It's just that's an example though of what AI can do when you put in the commands.
yeah.
It's very
exactly.
dependent on what you put. You could ask it for very like realistic pictures, or you could ask it for very unrealistic pictures. And
So that's just from a video of podcast just like talking about Epstein and his island and shit.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'll try to find some examples or do something.
I believe it. Is someone frying bacon, or what is that?
That's not from me. That's from Aristides.
Right.
Oh.
Are you cooking something right now?
No, I stepped outside. It's raining.
Oh, it's raining right now. Oh, I see.
Yeah.
That's much better than cooking bacon. That's nice. I like that.
At least it's not the crickets. You know, I would have the crickets when it was summer, and Brooke Gibson was on and yelling at me about the crickets.
The crickets were nice. I mean, it's nice.
Yeah.
They're not a bad background sound.
It's quite sweet.
Brooke will usually have her dogs going off, just barking and fuck. That's more obnoxious.
Yeah.
Right.
Wonder how she's doing.
Yeah, has she been on any of the transmissions lately?
It doesn't sound good.
Pardon?
I was a bit too harsh last time I talked about it. I probably shouldn't say anything. I'm still salty about her hatred of millets. So I can't speak upon this person.
Well, that's from getting a bad batch, though. Like, obviously not all.
I don't think it was a bad batch. I think she just is.
Or she left them out exposed to flies, fucking laying maggots on them and shit.
Yeah, she like left it on her counter all day and then said, "Oh, there was worms coming out of it" or something crazy. Yeah,
she just got it from some seedy place where like they didn't store it right.
Yeah, perhaps. But I kind of like know the region she's living. It's like there are tons of hippies like in the if you go into the Appalachians, like there's plenty of places to get that stuff. But who knows? Who knows what happened?
Oh, leave it to her.
Allah Sayyid, as the Muslims would say. God be with him. That's the situation.
Yeah. I don't know. She would just find anything to just like fixate on and go off on. It could be anything,
Yeah, I got a while ago. I bought a big bag of the basmati rice. It's aged basmati rice. Tastes real nice. Way better than regular fucking white rice. Costs a little extra, but it tastes real good.
What was that?
Oh, I bought basmati rice, aged basmati rice, what you were recommended a while ago. And it tastes a lot better than regular white rice.
Oh, basmati, yeah, you got basmati.
Yeah.
Good. Yeah. It is much better than like the regular just medium grain rice, yeah. And it has more do you know if it was from India or was it domestic where you're at produced?
I didn't read the back of it, but it's full on. It's like an Indian brand. Like
Okay, so then so that stuff is grown in the Himalayas, under the Himalayas where all like the rainfall comes and the watersheds are. That's the most nutritious rice on the planet, like confirmed. That's what Ayurveda recommends, and like you said, it tastes good, and then you feel good after eating it too. It like gives you real nutrition. Because what happens is when they grow like white rice in the West, is like there's no minerals, so it's kind of like this. It's just starchy and just has like carbs in it. Whereas the basmati from India has a lot more like potassium and phosphorus and mag, different minerals. So it feels good. It's easier to digest. It's nice. So.
And there's some fucking brands of rice coming from China that they tested it and it found out to be fucking plastic.
Yeah, literally. Yeah.
The food from China is so fucked now. Like, there's these like dumpling-looking snacks that are supposed, supposedly have beef and shit in it. But on the inside of the center, there's fucking. It's like dyed cotton. Just literally just cotton in it.
I don't doubt that. Yeah.
And the cunt that was exposing this, he said he was fucking bloated for days after eating just a couple of these little bite-sized snacks, and and they look top notch and good quality from the packaging they put in, but it's all just fake food.
Yeah, that's all true. Yeah, and there's more and more of that coming because China's weakness is actually, their weakness is food, like food supplies. So that's why the U.S. still has sway over them because they import most of their soybeans for livestock from the United States and places like Brazil.
Right.
So it's like we actually have this kind of food. What would be the word, like ultimatum with them? It's like if they ever, that's why people say, oh, World War III is going to start with China, but they can't because they would just collapse overnight without the United States' food supply. So
Right.
it's like these countries, it's not just like a black and white thing. Like nowadays, it's like countries are all intertwined. There can't just be this, That's why World War III cannot happen. It would just
They're
everyone would
relying on
fall.
each other and shit.
Yeah, yeah, it would be like dominoes. Like everyone would just get hit at the same time.
I don't know.
Which no one wants. Yeah.
I don't know why it couldn't just been. I don't know why these nations, our nations, couldn't have just been perfectly independent and self-reliable and sustainable. They just had to turn into this big mess where every nation's got to fucking send supplies and all this shit. And if they get fucking wiped out, then another country gets wiped out. It's probably part of the, like, I'm probably wrong, but I just guess there's just a lot of, I don't know, overpopulation maybe, just too many people fucking reproducing and consuming, and I don't know.
You're saying
Like China, they got over a billion people, and like imagine how much food that's being consumed and how much resources you need to sustain and maintain.
There's some people that have come out, and I tend to believe them, that the actual Chinese population is probably closer to like 300 million. So a lot of the stats that they've reported for so long have either always been false, or especially since the 1950s, a lot of these stats that they've been putting out have been completely falsified. So their population is probably closer to like 300,000. But whereas like India has probably more population than they actually, have on paper. And that's why China's never tried to mess with the Indian population, because there's so many Indians in India, subcontinent of India. Like there's so many millions, billions of people. And it's because they have food. They have proper food because the Himalayas were created by the ancient rishis to support that landmass. And currently they have enough food infrastructure to, they can feed themselves and the entire planet. Just from like what's under the Himalayas, that whole area called like, those different states, like the Punjab and all these, things underneath the Himalayas. Yeah.
If India wasn't so fucking filthy and polluted, it'd be a lot better place to be.
Oh yeah, yeah. If they just weren't so damaged.
India probably needs to actually implement some laws on how many children you can have, at least for a while, just to settle things, so it's not fucking crazy. Because obviously, the more people you have, the more pollution, more waste is being produced.
Yeah, well, they've tried. They've tried, but there's just so many people. Like
because there's
like
a lot of
rural parts of India where you can't even count the people.
There's a lot of starving fucking orphan children in India. I've seen all the videos of these people going out their way to cook food for the hungry children that are orphans. And they're just fucking dirty and they're depressed as fuck, and it's just horrible.
Yeah.
I'm like, why can't the fucking adults over there use some common sense and just don't reproduce? If you have no money, you don't have any way to fucking look after a child, why are you still reproducing?
Yeah, but no one thinks like that. You just,
I would never bring a child into this world if I didn't have the money to do so or capabilities.
Right. Well, I agree. I don't think anyone does, but it's let's put it this way: it's easy to you can think one way and then still have a kid, because there's this kind of the means of reproduction for humans is like, it's an easy mistake, let's say. Yeah. But
And some people, like over here, they just have kids not because they want it, because they can get money from the government, and they spend a very little amount of that
like that in
money that's
Australia?
for the child support. They spend it for themselves. Yeah, like fucking
Same
drug fuck mothers. They'll spit out 3 or 4 kids, and they'll get money for each child from Centrelink, and they'll only spend a little for that kid and the rest on the drugs for themselves.
Yeah, we have that here.
Fucking disgusting. And that kid grows up to have shitty parents and a shit life, and grows up to be a scumbag like their parents.
Yeah. Yep, that's the classic situation we're in here.
Yeah. It's a lot of that
even
just
near
in my
me,
town.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, where I'm at, it's like that too. Yeah. But it's unfortunate. That's just the case. And the silly part about it is they give these people, like, this is the United States, they give people what's called EBT, electronic benefit transfer. So it's like food stamps, where they give you like a stipend for money for food, for like groceries. But the problem is it's totally unregulated. So you can buy like chips, candy, donuts, like pretty much energy drinks. Like you can buy things that are not even food with it.
Yeah,
so 90% of the people, they just use it on like Doritos and Cheetos and juice and like Coca-Cola, you know, and so it doesn't help like stop hunger. It just creates like all these people that are just even more sick.
Yeah, it just contributes into the people getting ill.
Yeah. So it's like it just makes people more sick, and you know, like you would think it would only be like in like a sane world, it would be like, okay, they would give you like extra money, like plenty of money, and it would just go to like rice, beans, and fruit or something, you know, and like a little bit of meat or milk, you know, or bread.
Right.
But in this world, it's like they give you a little bit of money and you can buy anything you want, which is, you know, no one's gonna buy milk, bread, eggs. Like they're just gonna buy like a bunch of Cokes, Pepsis,
fucking M&Ms,
and then blow it all in one day, which is what they do. And that's what happens.
Especially if they're already drug junkies, because all they want to eat is just chocolate and Doritos.
Yep, exactly. Yeah, it's like keeps the dopamine flowing.
Yeah.
For a little bit, and then they're all fucked up after. Like imagine being strung out and having no chocolate. Like you're fucked.
Oh yeah.
Your day goes really sour quick.
If I was in charge, I'd just solve this drug issue, like this mass drug epidemic, obviously by preventing the drugs being manufactured and smuggled, but forcing the drug addicts to go into rehabilitation. It'll all be paid for, and they'll all be given help to find jobs once they get back on their feet and given housing. But if they fail after getting all that help for free, you know, start giving them a brand new life. If they fail that, they're going into a fucking chamber. That's just me, though.
Yeah, totally.
Because they're not receiving help really. Like the media likes to portray into the poor, and the rest just goes into the people who run the organization.
I've never seen it help anyone. That's for sure.
Okay, I just got back, and I want everyone to know that online broadcasting software disconnected, and
wait, so we've just been chatting to no one?
No, it just disconnected a few seconds ago and then reconnected. So all anyone missed was a few moments of what you said in the past few seconds. So if you could both repeat what you said in the past few seconds. The troll in the chat room says, your drug treatment said I was an alcoholic when I was 10 years old.
I don't get that.
I don't get the context. He says, arrogant blather. I mean, heck, troll. I mean, geez, well, I mean, he does call himself the troll. I mean, it's I'm not quite sure why he takes offense. Apparently, he takes offense that the two of you talk. I mean, the two of you were
just saying how much that like food stamps doesn't help, and all these people are just drug addicts getting free chocolate.
Actually, wait a second. Isn't that's true? I mean, it's true, of course.
Right, that's what we were saying.
Yeah.
The truth hurts.
he says, I love you, man. Okay, I guess
Okay.
there. Once we said that, I guess it all rendered.
He's on a bender.
Yeah,
I support it. I mean,
yeah.
gotta do what you gotta do.
He says socialism hurts. I mean, Jesus Christ. So if we did not have these programs, even though what these gentlemen are saying is correct, if we didn't have these programs, then we would have like libertarian anarchy, which would be just fucking pirates.
Right, it's like the Ayn Rand model is just as bad. No altruism, like laissez-faire. Like we would be in like a corporate freaking serfdom and shit.
Yes.
It's almost like pick your poison, but still.
Yeah. And then he says indoctrination hurts. Well, this is straight Ron DeSantos stuff here. I mean, this is like Ron. Who's the guy who was running for president who said, if freedom from indoctrination for our schools. I mean, Troy Bellamy has to deal with this shit.
But at the same time, he's banning books too. It's like, I mean,
thank you.
The stuff is so convoluted. I mean, it's so crazy. That's why just like going back to nature. They should just throw out all the books and just teach kids how to freaking plant a garden or something. Like fuck all this other shit right now. Like we're so below the point of even reading books. Like at this point, like we just need to start from the beginning.
By the way, what Brendan is saying has to be taken in context. Of course, he's saying this out of frustration with the fact that the majority of kids these days cannot read in any coherent fashion. They read text, and that's all they read is like phone text. And beyond that, they're really just
even that is so incoherent, like TikTok language.
Oh God, it's awful. It's awful. By the way, then the troll says, "Do you think 10-year-olds can be an alcoholic?" Look, I can see this really hurt you, didn't it? I mean, when you were 10 years old and someone said you were an alcoholic, what I don't understand is. It's like, dude.
I don't think we said that.
We didn't say that.
No, he's not saying you guys said it. He's saying someone told him that when he was 10 years old, some social program, some social program, some addiction treatment program told him he was an alcoholic. And I don't understand why that. Why does that bother you now? When I was like 3 years old, I bit off my grandfather's dick, and he bled profusely, and we thought he had died. We only found out later he was put on life support and lingered for a few years before he died. But the police told my parents, "Your son is a monster," and it's not like I retained that with a sense of any like. It's kind of like I take that with a point of pride. It's like,
how could they say that though? The guy putting the dick in your mouth is a monster.
You take a look at how fucked up America is. Wasn't it just you who put up a meme of Biden with the kid riding on his shoulder and kind of like where we're at? I mean, this is
and that's where all these people are from. Is what is that area called?
Upstate New York.
Northeast.
Every asshole.
Well, the whole Northeast in general.
Yes,
like,
thank you.
Biden's from Scranton.
Anyhow, he
basically
says,
that shit from The Office. Like he's from that place.
Yeah, thank you. Then the troll
Pennsylvania.
He says, "I know, yes, sir, yes." So I mean, just let it go. I'm talking to the troll here. Somebody told you this when you were young, and obviously it bothers you. Let it go. At the same time, you might take it as a point of pride. If somebody told me, "Hey, when I was 10 years old, somebody told me I was an alcoholic," I would say...
That's impressive.
Yeah, I would say, damn it, I made it this far. Yeah, thumbs up, right? I mean, Jesus. Hey, at
I
least...
was mature when I was 10.
Yeah, there you go. I mean, I started ejaculating before the age of 9.
Nice.
Yeah, he says, "I'm stuck on the government dime." And what, dude? You're lucky. I mean, would you rather? He says, man against the welfare state. You'd rather be out there like trying to eke out a living? Dude, you're stuck on the government dime. At least you have breathing space. You have breathing space. Other people are out there working themselves to death. Tell him, Brendan. Tell him. Tell him how lucky he is. Oh my God. You get up in the morning, you're working your ass off in a fucking haunted place with poltergeists groping
Right.
your butt and shit.
Yeah, I have to work till 11 at night in a haunted school just to like
Yeah.
paycheck to paycheck barely survive.
Yeah, there you go. I mean, you know, and
Count your blessings.
thank you.
Or go read Ayn Rand. You know,
Yeah, there you go, and then you'd kill yourself.
Yeah. See what she's all
By
about.
the way, in case you didn't know, Ayn Rand took Social Security. Ayn Rand accepted Social Security.
Douglas, you gotta be joking.
It's true. It's true.
No.
Yes.
Is this on the books? Can we
Yeah,
find it?
no, it's true. It's true. She couldn't. Yeah, she went on Social Security as she got older because she was, you know, a worthless piece of shit. And
No way.
yeah, it's
so
true.
all that trip she was talking about.
Just a lie. She's just a.
She just.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's a fucking hypocrite. Oh my god.
Yeah, just
Oh
another
my
piece
God.
of shit. You know, for people to admire this.
Because she was saying altruism is like the biggest like detriment to society, and like you're not even supposed to give someone $1 when they ask because they're down on their luck, because that's preventing them from becoming the full individual self that they are, and all this shit.
Yeah, thank you. It's
She's taking Social Security.
yes.
I honestly hope it's not true, but
It's true. It's true. People can look it up. It was her cultists never speak of it, but
Right,
it's a
of
fact.
course.
Yeah, and it just goes to show that Ayn Rand was just a piece of shit, and she really was just this horrible, worthless human being who, you know, I could go deeper into the horrible aspects of what this bitch was all about, but honestly, she's just someone who is. I just think of her and I want to puke, and she's hideous. She's physically ugly on the inside, ugly on the outside. And worse yet, of course, she's Jewish. You know, just and the reason that matters, the reason that's relevant, is because, you know, she's trying to create an atheistic.
Oh, according to the Ayn Rand Institute, it's a myth.
No, it's not a myth. It's not a myth. It's not a myth. No, she's.
Hold on, let's see what they say. Let's give them a chance. Come on. She collected Social Security, they say, even though she opposed the program's very existence. Let's see what they say. From the archival evidence, she did collect Social Security, but it isn't relevant that Rand argued in print for the consistency of this position.
I'm sorry. What are they trying to say with that? They're
saying she morally opposes it, but she earned her property. You know, or
she
something.
earned it somehow.
She viewed America as putting an end to the idea that individuals must live for king, neighbor, or pope, etc., etc. They're basically just skirting around the issue here, from what I can see.
Of course, they're assholes. They're pieces of shit. It's I am appalled. But of course, what else would they?
Oh, here's what they're saying. Proponents of Social Security will cite 80-year-old ladies through misfortune were unable to save enough for retirement, now live off Social Security. Conveniently unmentioned and unseen are the young victims whose earnings were seized, the young man who can't afford to both work and go to college, the young couple unable to put aside money for a down payment on a house, the young woman unable to start their own business. Yet Rand rejects the collectivist notion behind all these quote-unquote redistribution schemes, that individuals are the chess pieces of bureaucrats who get to decide which pawns will be sacrificed and to whom. In America, each person must earn his own way. The pursuit of happiness does not guarantee your success. Those who fail, perhaps through no fault of their own, like the 80-year-old lady, I'm assuming they're talking about her, are free to seek the help of her. But there is no place for this idea, as Rand puts it. Quote unquote, the misfortune of some is mortgage on others. Her views on the welfare programs like Social Security as legal plunder, she thinks the only condition under which it is moral to collect Social Security is if one, quote unquote, regards it, this is her quote, regards it as restitution and opposes all forms of welfare statism. So she saw it as restitution. She was owed this. So you want to talk about the least individuality you can have. She felt entitled to as if they owed her or something for fighting the socialists.
Man, the only thing we owe her
Man,
is...
I really wanted to be on her side, Douglas. I really did.
You're kidding me,
I
right?
really fucking did, but this is really bad.
You're being facetious. You're being facetious.
No, I did. I honestly, I thought it was like, you know, maybe it'll fix people, but obviously she's a hypocrite. Advocate of Social Security on Rand's view is not the victim, but the supporter of legalized plunder. The fact morally disqualifies him from accepting the spoils of the quote-unquote redistribution of wealth by the state. Rand's position is no doubt, but critics to dismiss it as hypocrisy is a confession of ignorance or worse. Unfortunately, there exists a long history of Rand's opponents distorting her position to attack via strawman arguments. She is now so prominent in our national debate. Let's try her. This is obviously some cultist. Let's try to raise the level of conversation and discuss her actual arguments. So they're saying just ignore that part where she was accepting the Social Security and just focus on her message.
How does someone live with themselves? I mean, intellectually.
This guy that wrote it, his name is Onkar Rate. He's some kind of like brown guy.
Oh, Jesus. Yeah, one of the worst. One of the worst.
Senior fellow of the Ayn Rand Institute. And I'm sure he's a swell guy.
He's being sarcastic, you know.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh.
Let's see this guy's background.
It's probably Salmon Shake.
I guarantee you he's rich. He was born rich, most likely. Yeah.
Oh yeah, most Randian, the Ayn Rand types they're wealthy. They're just they're awful. Oh God! So I have to breathe. Whenever I think of this pitch. Yeah.
Oh, he's a Canadian citizen, so he's like freaking.
Oh, he's on social welfare. Everyone on Canada.
He went to University of Toronto, got a undergraduate. So he was getting free college from the government.
Yes.
And then he goes on to be a Randian. What a fucking asshole. Fucking stupid, dude.
Thank you.
That's what he was saying. He was like, "Oh, you can't fault her for taking advantage of this system, but you gotta, give a chance to her philosophy." It's the same trip he's doing. He got all the free benefits of the system, the socialist redistribution scheme, and yet, what the fuck?
Yes,
it doesn't make sense.
Well, nothing about Ayn Rand makes sense. Of course, she's.
Douglas, I'm not being facetious. Like, I wanted to be on their side. I thought maybe they had something. I really did. I thought they had something, but no. This is just clear. They're just crazy.
Thank you. Thank you.
He's a doctor too. So he basically got federal grants for his entire education. Fuck this guy, man. Fuck this guy. Fuck Ayn Rand Institute. Sorry to say. Yeah. But I mean, I agree with them. We should just look at what she said and then, just leave it at that. Yeah.
Yes, it's
what gave Ayn Rand the moral right to collect Social Security? Why are they? She's dead. Why even just say okay? She had an idea and then she still went against her idea. I mean, jeez.
She went against her own philosophy. But here's what makes it worse. I mean, just understand that as I've expressed before, Karl Marx was Jewish. And he produced this atheistic communism. And Ayn Rand decided she was going to create atheistic capitalism. And she's Jewish. Yes, and then finally the Jewish guy named Anton Szandor LaVey took Ayn Rand and created atheistic Satanism. This is so for those of you who don't know, the Satanic Bible was conceived.
But to his credit, at least he didn't at least he paid his taxes.
Yes. Thank
LeVay.
you. Yes.
Not to respect the guy or anything, but he at least paid into the system. Jesus Christ. This lady came from Russia, probably never paid a dime for all that Social Security she took.
Yes, thank you.
She just felt like she was owed it or something. Like,
yes, thank you.
And then all these articles are saying, "Oh, she only took 14,000." This article's saying, "Oh, she only took 11,000." It doesn't matter. She could have taken $1, and her whole argument got destroyed. I mean, like, this is crazy. I mean,
oh, yes.
how could you ruin Iran for me, Douglas?
Thank you.
I almost want to send an email to Michael Sarion right now asking him, what about this shit? You know, see if he can respond to this. Like, I don't want to piss him off, but, you know.
Who is this guy, Michael Sarion? Is
Michael Tessarion?
Oh God, yes. Yes, he's somebody.
Well, he's like he's always talking about her philosophy and how great it is and all this.
You're kidding
but
me.
It's like, but I feel like I don't know. He must know about this. I mean,
you would.
If he doesn't, he definitely needs to get up to speed on it quick.
Thank you.
Because he feels like she's like a moral bastion that like would save everyone.
Oh my God. Like, what world do these people live in? Let me enlighten you all about something. Just again, so everybody understands what went on with Magus Anton Szandor LaVey. Basically, the Satanic Bible was conceived as a commercial vehicle by paperback publisher Avon Books, and Avon they approached what was it that what did they call it back then? Well, basically they approached Anton Szandor LaVey for some kind of satanic work to cash in on the Satanism and witchcraft fad of the late 1960s. And because he was pressed for material to meet Avon's deadline, Anton Szandor LaVey resorted to plagiarism, and he assembled all these extracts from this obscure 1896 tract, which is titled Might is Right by Ragnar Redbeard, into a Book of Satan, claiming the authorship by himself. But another third of the Satanic Bible consists of John Dee's Enochian keys, taken directly, but again without attribution, from Aleister Crowley's Equinox. And then the Satanic Bible's 9 satanic statements, one of the Church of Satan's central doctrines, is a paraphrase, again unacknowledged originally at least, of passages from Ayn Rand's Atlas Shrugged.
So he just like plagiarized and amalgamated all this shit?
Yeah. I found this out from Michael Aquino, who had copied a lot of the notes from basically LaVey showed him all this. Right. And what he did was, when LaVey wasn't looking, so to speak, photocopied it. And so he was able to prove to me beyond a shadow of a doubt that this is exactly what Anton Szandor LaVey did. But later on, Anton Szandor LaVey basically became very boastful about the Ayn Rand aspect, and said that his church was atheistic Satanism, and said that was based on Ayn Rand, but simply with magic. It's Ayn Rand with magic. So understand, you've got first this atheistic communism from this Jewish guy, atheistic capitalism from this Jewess from Russia, and then atheistic Satanism from this Jewish guy in San Francisco. And it shows this ever-progressive Jewish atheistic trend towards just ever lower and lower depths of depravity. But what people really don't understand is the aspect of Ayn Rand. I'll tell you something.
It's getting worse the more I look into it. She received Medicare too. It's like, as the way this Huffington Post article puts it, she received Social Security and Medicare. Uh-oh.
Yeah. Give me that link. Put it in my private message.
I'll try and get it.
Thank you. Yeah. I mean, this is like, it's so important. And, oh my God, it's, but just so people understand, the other aspects of Ayn Rand and just what she's really all about. What is it I'm trying to recall?
She's the person that coined the term welfare state, even.
Yeah,
and all this stuff that we hear every day.
Yeah, true. Yeah, thank you. And okay, so when I was young, I kind of admired her. I mean, I did. I mean, out and out. When you're young, you're attracted to things that sound like radical ideas, right? That why doesn't anybody understand this? Really, whenever I doubt my own powers of naivete and rationalization, I remind myself that I once considered Ayn Rand to be an admirable and important philosopher, and somehow I was able to justify her atheistic nihilism with my own views of Christianity by telling myself that she really didn't mean what she said, kind of like this clown that you're running across, only he's doing this as supposedly a mature adult and an MD, no less, a medical doctor. So
at least, I don't know if it was an MD, but he was at least like a PhD.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, exempli gratiae, I felt that since no moral person could truly be against altruism, that her incessant rants against the behavior must be referring to something else, something much more nefarious than caring for the welfare of other people. You get what I'm saying, right? That kind of rationalization.
Yes, exactly.
But it's like when I read the hero of her novel, titled The Fountainhead, where the architect rapes a woman. I was using Whoopi Goldberg's moral reasoning, which is, it can't be rape, can it, if the victim consents after the fact? And this is kind of like we feel that way.
This is Whoopi Goldberg's philosophy.
Yeah, that's what Whoopi Goldberg was saying. But the reason I even bring that up is because we were considering earlier all of these women who felt raped by, what's his name, the idiot.
It's like the inverse of that.
Yeah, it's the inverse of that, because they were paid to perform porn, and normally they went through with it and didn't feel anything particularly negative. But after sex with Ron Jeremy, they truly felt violated. But people would say, well,
it's not funny.
No, I get it. It is funny, but it's not. It's funny, but it's not. And at the same time, there were in all fairness, there were women who he was simply rubbing up against on the street like a dog, because he's just locked in that, porno movie mindset. You get what I'm saying? Because he's out of his mind.
That's the the dementia does that.
Yeah, that's dementia. Basically, eventually I could no longer dismiss the evidence that Ayn Rand was an apologist for pure raw evil. And just to show you how far she would go to condone evil in following her views to their logical conclusion, she announced that the world was divided between a small minority of supermen who are productive and what she called the naked, twisted, mindless figure of the human incompetent, who, like the Leninists, try to feed off these supermen. So she would say that this kind of no man, this nothing man, Nemo means no man. She'd be thinking of Nemo. She said, he is mud to be ground underfoot, fuel to be burned. That it would be evil to show kindness to these quote-unquote lice, that the only virtue is selfishness.
Damn, she's ruthless.
And she meant it. I mean, her diaries have been published. And
she said it, I saw an interview of her saying this almost, she was public about it,
Yeah, and, she was working as a receptionist and an extra in cinema. She lay out this Nietzschean mentality in her diaries that underpins all her later writings, and her diaries have since been published. And the newspapers at that time were filled for months with stories about this serial child torturer, rapist, killer named William Hickman, who ultimately kidnapped a 12-year-old girl named Marion Parker from her junior high school, raped her repeatedly, and while keeping her alive, dismembered her body slowly, cutting off first her fingers and then her hands and feet and then her limbs. It left her just a torso that he kept alive and raped repeatedly. And each time he cut off a piece of her body, he would just send that piece to the police. so that they could never find him, saying, see, I'm sending a piece of Marion to you, and don't worry, I'm feeding her sperm every day. Ha ha ha, tell her parents she's getting all the protein, and I make her eat my shit too. So he's sending fingers, and then toes, then the hands and feet, and then, and then eventually she died. Now, Ayn Rand wrote about this man for pages and pages, endless praise, saying that this man, William Hickman, who did this, represented, in her words, the amazing picture of a man with no regard whatsoever for all that a society holds sacred, and with a consciousness all his own, a man who really stands alone, in action and in soul. Other people do not exist for him, and he does not see why they should. So she called him brilliant, unusual, an exceptional boy, because this guy was barely 17 himself. And she said he was shimmering with immense explicit egotism. She had only one regret, that a strong man can eventually trample society under its feet, and that poor boy Hickman was simply not strong enough. But she said she wanted him to be president. I mean, that is all
Was she trying to be like philosophical, or she was literally saying this?
She literally said...
Not that it would matter.
No, she truly wanted this man to be leader of the world. And she said
that's disgusting. She deserved everything that happened to her. It says here, after lung cancer from smoking and without wealth needed to combat the cancer, she adopted an assumed name and sought government funds for her treatment. She deserves that shit.
Yes, of course. She's disgusting. I mean, take a look at this. Her most famous novel, Atlas Shrugged, it opens with the question, who is John Galt? And then she spends the next 1,199 pages. That's the abridged edition. answering that question by revealing her Ubermensch, her Superman. She just wasted a lot of time and effort. She could have just saved her readers a lot of trouble by just telling us that her ideal man is a Ted Bundy clone who is able to eloquently rhapsodize about radical individualism while raping and killing children. This is basically her ideal. So this is the horror.
How is this justifiable? I mean, this is like...
How is it justifiable? What makes it worse is that the influence of the econocons who basically took her economics and made it the American and Canadian way of life. I mean, this is why we're suffering so much today, is because... Right.
This is like that whole trip where they say trickle down. What they mean is they're pissing on you.
Yes, thank you. Thank you.
Like I think you said that a long time ago.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, it's like,
yes.
Like that's what they're thinking. Like some Ayn Randian shit. Like eventually they'll get this like trickle.
Yeah, my piss. Yeah, and they can drink that. They can drink my piss. Yeah, I mean, the present Republican Party is almost indifferent. Yeah, it's indifferent to economic issues, except when hostages need to be taken, like in the debt limit follies or the, or the holding up the budget. But they've forsaken economic theories for the more emotional demagoguery of the culture wars. And this is what Ron DeSantis has demonstrated. This... he's attacking business, for God's sakes. He's supposed to be a capitalist, and he's attacking Disney, which is... Right. I mean, I honestly, I hate to say it, but the kind of...
it was bizarre. It is totally inverted, because he raised the taxes on Disney.
Yeah,
you know? If he was like a Republican, wouldn't they be slashing the taxes? Like it is totally bonkers. We need to abolish all these people.
Yes,
across the board.
Thank you. Now we got a grotesque picture. All pictures of Ayn Rand are grotesque. She was an incredibly ugly person. Do you know who was fucking this bitch? The guy who became our economic Ron Greenspan. Ron Greenspan was fucking this bitch. And I don't know. He put a bag over her head, or he was on a lot of drugs. But she used to write lesbian pornography. As somebody who wrote in the pornography industry myself, I knew this. And she used to write lesbian pornography, so she was really a lesbian. But it's like, I guess she pretended he was another woman with a strap on or something. the Ron Greenspan began running our economy to the ground. He kept, waiting for that invisible hand of the economy to do something, and it never did anything. So our economy died because of this Ron Greenspan.
Shit, that's Ayn Rand. Holy shit.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I know. It's by the way, this is a flattering picture of Ayn Rand. This is a flattering picture of Ayn Rand. It's like somebody touched this up. Just so people.
I just want to kill it with fire.
Oh my god! I mean, like I said, I wanted to give them a chance, but I mean, now I don't even. Now I know.
Yes, thank you. And
ignorance really is bliss. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, the fact that people would try to rationalize for her is beyond me.
Like that dude that wrote the article about her.
Yeah.
Like from the Ayn Rand Institute. It's like, and they all are like, I hate to say it, they're all equivalently sexless, or they look bad.
Yeah.
Maybe that's why they get so salty.
Like, yeah. Thank you.
And she was married to Charles Francis O'Connor. He kind of looked like a handsome dude. Why would he fucking marry that girl?
It was something was going on there. He was probably gay and used her as a beard, and she was lesbian. She was using him as a beard. They were just covering for each other so they could both look straight. That's what was that's what was
just
going
like
on.
John Travolta and fucking Tom Cruise.
Yeah. I mean, anyhow, those guys should be fucking each other.
Oh yeah.
So the troll says he actually knew about this killer that Ayn Rand admired, and says that's why I have not read any of her books. But you're repeating. When you're repeating stuff like indoctrination is bad, I'm stuck on the government dime and I hate myself for it. You're indoctrinated by Ayn Rand when you're saying this stuff. This is just get over it. It's and I understand what Acid Kick 96 is saying. Anthem was a fun read when I was younger. I mean, yeah, when we're younger, these risable novels seem like they have answers of some sort. As you get older, of course, if you mature at all, you begin to see the insanity of them, that this just is like, this can't work. At any rate, there you go with that. So,
I didn't want to get sidetracked on Ayn Rand.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's important.
It had to happen.
Yeah, it had to happen, and it's important. What I'm going to do is I'm going to grab another liquid Coke. I'll be back in just a few minutes.
Before you go,
yeah.
Man, I need like a Valerian tea after this shit.
What was that? What kind of tea after this shit?
Valerian, I need to calm down.
Yes,
this is rough.
Yes, here we are. I've just been given...
Is that legit or...
from Nemo. Knowledge? Let's take a look at this. Swag. See. I don't think so. No, it's yeah, no, it's not legit, but it's funny. It's funny, but it's not legit.
This is like what the goths would say nowadays.
Yeah. These are like kids. These are like the kind of kids who say
the metalheads.
Yeah. No, this is like little goth girls who they're in the corner. Right. And they say, I remember at Christmas I used to take Halloween skeletons and coffins and hang them on the Christmas tree, and it would be so cool.
Yeah. This is their creation, basically.
Yes. And it's cute. That's all I can say. It's cute. It's funny. My gang brother Beaver, his white girlfriend, was one of these kinds of Satanists originally, and then she grew up.
Yeah, these are what I would call the ironic Satanists, where they think it's funny. It's like it's a joke,
Well, it's
like tongue in cheek.
I think maybe if they get older, it might be like that. But when they're younger, they just think it's neat and it's cool and it's forbidden, and they take it kind of seriously. But it's really just like the goth chicks you saw in Scooby Doo. It's they're like the bands.
Yeah, I mean, I grew up with these kind of girls that would say Hail Satan as like a greeting.
Yeah, that's it.
But they would think it's like tongue in cheek or funny or something.
Well, it's like their way of like it's kind of semi forbidden, and they're like it is what
being
it is.
edgy.
It's taboo and edgy.
Yeah, just being a little edgy. It's harmless. Here we are. Conservative darling Ayn Rand died loving government hand. It's holy shit. Oh my god. It says it all. And about the scorpion. So was this similar to kind of, or you just kind of thought this was very interesting? So when you sent me about the new scorpion discovered in California, you know, these kind of wastelands, was that kind of like the scorpion you saw, kind of, but they all kind of look alike in a sense? No,
I just think it's
interesting.
Like,
yeah,
it was just interesting. It was like obliquely
Do you have an image
related.
of it?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
It just looks like a regular tiny yellow scorpion.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I'll just put the link here.
It's definitely not that what I saw in the ass.
No. The shit he saw was like he put up an image of that in the conversation just the other day. The text box the other day.
Yeah.
You put up the image of it, the prehistoric
looking one.
Yeah. It's big as
but
shit.
It was more than that.
Yeah, it's more than that. It's in what they call the chiton, or the skeleton, which a lot of people would mispronounce as chiton or chitonus. The chiton, or its exoskeleton, had all this hair coming out of it. Like all the crevices of the armor had all this hair coming out of them. Certain animals, you see that happen, though it's rare, because most creatures with an exoskeleton have hair like scorpions do, but it's more like a sensor fibrous sort of thing that is more along they're feeling it along where they can sense things with their hair along their claws, their chelae as they call it in Latin, their claws. But they some of them, if they basically, the horror was that I knew exactly what Brendan had seen, because I had seen a shredded exoskeleton of what the military had been trying to clone or kind of rebreed, which was these prehistoric sea scorpions. It's basically probably one of those shedded exoskeletons was given to Miguel Andahar by Mike Lucchino, or Peter Levinda, rather, was given one of those by Mike Lucchino. And this was kind of like was the focus that was used when they were focusing on Brendan Zogit. So the man who wrote the Simon Necronomicon, Peter Levinda, he did try to have Brandon Young killed, and in a very real sense impacted him for life. And then he tried to, through occult ritual and magical means, through applied quantum mechanics, tried to kill Brendan Zogit. Seriously. And Brendan Zogit's left with this lifetime scar, kind of like the blade that went through Frodo. It's kind of like
literally.
This. Yeah.
Literally.
Yeah.
The Morgul blade.
Where is the pain situated? Is it the toe or some other part of your body specifically?
It's the foot. I don't want to say which one.
Okay, understood. Got it. Yeah. It's
why the hell did the military try to bring these prehistoric fucking creatures back? What was the purpose?
Bioweapons. What else?
Just to use them as weapons. All right.
Yes, and it's a creature that would, of course, it would have its uses. They've tried
initially when I saw that article, I assumed it was like an escaped scorpion, but then when I looked at it, it was just some species that they never discovered.
No, got it. No, I get what you're saying. If you can imagine if one of these escaped military-bred scorpions then wound up in a toxic landfill and just mutated. And...
It's like that movie Arachnophobia.
Yeah.
You've seen that film?
Yeah. No, I mean, I think
it would be like that.
Yeah. There's plenty of films like it where you get the image of the... Yeah, believe me, I get it.
It like escapes, like this experimental spider they found in the forest, like escapes, and it like takes over a whole town.
Yes.
Just kills everyone. Yeah.
Thank you. Just basically covers the area in a web, so to speak, and and sets to reproduce itself. Yeah. So you've got to kill it before it does that.
Before it lays eggs.
Yes. Oh my God. So let me grab another liquid Coke. Aristides is off mute, so he can talk, right? Aristides, or did he fall asleep? Let's find out. He's off mute.
I'm pretty close to sleeping, so...
Holy shit, okay. So maybe I'd better prepare myself to do a monologue. Well, let me grab another Coke first. I think you guys can talk for a little while longer. Yeah. And thank you. I'll be right back. I'm going to go mute, and I'll be back soon.
Yeah, I
Yes.
wouldn't be surprised of all of them. The military, creating all different types of monsters in the deep underground military laboratory areas and the bases underground and shit, using humans as experiment
Yeah.
subjects and gene splicing them with other creatures and shit. Did you ever look research into that? In the deep
So like
underground military bases?
chimeras
Yeah.
and the dumbs and stuff. Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a lot of actually, believe it or not, places in Japan that do stuff like that that will never get publicized,
Right.
even by the so-called leakers. Yeah, a lot of chimera activity there.
Yeah, like there were images, available on the internet a while ago. I could never tell if they were 100% legit. But
Yeah.
from what I saw like a big water tank that's like there was no light in the water. It was black, but in the glass frame, there was this half human, half octopus looking fucking thing
Ooh,
just right up against the glass, and it just looked so disgusting and just
right.
horrific. And I'm
That's
thinking, is
almost
that
like
really doing
Cthulhu
that?
or something.
Yeah. Just a lot of images of humans having their genes spliced with other creatures used
Right.
as test subjects. That's fucked
Yes.
up. Yeah, I can hear Aristides snoring. That's
Oh,
funny.
is he sleeping? Oh man. I'm almost there.
Mark H joined. Hey, what's up?
Oh, okay, here we go.
Gentlemen, how you doing? Just wanted to join on and say hello to everybody.
All right.
Yes, greetings. Yeah, Doug is getting some drink or something. We assume it's a drink.
What you been up to?
Not too much, just dreaming to live. What about you?
Yes.
Living the dream.
Even better. Even better. What's going on? What are you guys talking about right now?
Oh, we're
UK.
talking about like the gene splicing from the military and cloning and shit like that. Everybody's probably done a bit of research into that by now because it's just so open.
Yes.
That'd be kind of interesting to see what they would use something like that for the exoskeleton. What would that be? How could that be applicable with like weapons?
Oh, they were just using it for magic, but the live creatures they could use, for like extracting venom or, releasing them somewhere like in a base or something. Who knows? I mean, what kind of offense they have, but definitely just studying them. But the actual exoskeleton part was for like definitely for the
magical
mystical, the mystical imprint of it. Because that's how homeopathy works. Like homeopathy, you don't even need the physical object. You just need its imprint. So that's part of that. Yeah.
Like almost like a bit of its DNA to the catalytic, be like a catalyst of it.
No, actually, like even like in a homeopathic situation, when you're making a medicine, you can take the most poisonous plant in the world and through enough homeopathic processing, it can basically be completely removed from the end product, and still the imprint of it is still able to heal your body or create a reaction or something. So there could be no molecules from the original plant in the end product medicine,
Right.
but it still works because it has this energetic imprint of the item, of itself there.
Interesting. Very interesting.
So the same thing goes with magic. It's like you just need, whatever they did. It was pretty dark stuff. I mean,
yeah. I saw something with Lilith and Michael Aquino where I think Lilith was sort of speculating on with magic, and then Douglas describes it as applied quantum mechanics.
Yeah.
And Lilith pretty much described it similar, basically saying it was applied speculation. and that they were basically finding round, empty pegs to fill those holes, which I thought was pretty interesting.
Interesting. Yeah. In what context? Like, this is
Just in terms of magic in itself. She was describing what magic was and how is
Right.
it used, that kind of thing.
right. Now, how much of that information do you think was legit? Like, because a lot
I
of
mean, it
these
was just a phrase.
so-called Satanists, like, you can't trust anything they say.
Yeah, everything they say is just a lie or an inversion or a double meaning.
Or it's encoded, even.
Yeah.
Encoded somehow.
Yeah, I mean, it was just a phrase. I guess someone asked them. It was a reporter or something that asked them what they thought magic was, and that's what they described it as.
Right.
Interesting. Yeah. So it's
Like-
like half truths, maybe, or it could be like something
Yeah,
true,
half-assed
but
answer.
we don't have enough info. I don't.
Yeah,
know.
I think part of that. Well, I wouldn't even say. I don't know if it's religion. I guess it is. It's lying. I think that's most of it, right? I mean, they would
Masters
say-
of deception.
right.
Well, their supposed master, is the
Lord
Prince of
Deception.
Darkness, King
Like
of
whenever
Deception.
whenever these fucking devoted Satanists get interviewed and they ask the questions, "Oh, you kill animals and kids," and they're like, "No, that's actually, we have a rule where it's illegal and it's a big taboo to not kill. Big taboo to kill kids. We're highly against that.
Yeah,
That's a complete load of horseshit. Like fucking Pink Diamond, he'd be having a lot of interviews and throughout the 80s of people questioning him about his affiliation with Satanism because he was full on open about it and devoted to it.
yeah.
And when they would ask him about the sacrificing and he just disregard it and say that's all made up and we're against murdering people and sacrificing people, and he's just telling a complete lie bullshit. Because as if they're going to admit that publicly anyway, that's incriminating themselves.
Right.
And if the public had any fucking conscience, they would kill these fucking murdering diabolical scumbags.
Right.
Well, why would
If
you
only
allow
they knew
people
how
like
much
that
actually
to
worse they were.
Yeah. If the public knew exactly what they were like, they'd have them exterminated.
I'm sorry, I
That's
just got that.
That's assuming the public. That's assuming the public. Don't worry, Douglas. It's not about Jews. It's assuming the public. It's assuming the public, knew or had enough resolve to even combine forces like that.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you. It would. The public is just anyhow. Welcome aboard, Mark H.
Thanks.
Yes, welcome aboard. And I remember now. I was trying to think of it earlier. It's the Hex Girls. The Hex Girls from Scooby-Doo. The Hex Girls from Scooby-Doo. That's your average young chick who's thinks it's really neat to hang little Halloween skeletons and coffins on the Christmas tree and shit. And they'll say they're Satanists and they'll read the Satanic Bible, but the reality is they're just I would call it like searching or something. What would you call it? Right. Kind of like experimenting. It's kind of like I don't know. It's like people trying different types of sex.
Like bad for them.
Well, I don't know. Like people experimenting with different types of sexuality to discover whether they're questioning, they're gay or not. It's like something like along those lines almost. Personally, of course, I myself never needed to experiment because I always knew after my grandfather shoved his penis in my mouth that I never wanted that again. But I guess there's people out there who having not had such an experience, you kind of, I guess, want to experiment. But I don't know. For some reason, I can't imagine any of you gentlemen having that level of questioning about yourself. At any rate, that's so go on with what you were saying. Eurypterids. These are these class of fucking scorpions that are like just disgusting looking. Let me see if I could do a screen share here. And okay, so if I could do a screen share here, start sharing. Can you guys see this? So here we are. These are like, let's see if we can get this. Genera of Eurypterids, colloquially known as sea scorpions. And yes, so these fuckers. This one in particular, more like this. Megalograptus. Look familiar? Kind of like what was... See, got the earwig tail and shit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it looks more like those ones, yeah.
Yeah.
Ooh, gross. Ew. I don't want to look at this.
Yeah. Yeah. And these are the size of men. These are like, these fuckers are like 6, 7, 8 feet. Jesus.
Yeah.
So
the prehistoric seas are not nice, Like...
No, you don't want to be swimming in those seas.
Just the modern deep sea creatures are fucking horrendous enough and ugly.
Yes. I'm sure a lot of the prehistoric ones are still around.
Yeah.
And
just not found.
Yeah, not yet. So at any rate, so glad you were able to join us, Mark H. And in the interim, our poor Brendan sounds like he's yawning off. So are you working tomorrow, Bren?
Yes.
Oh gosh, sorry to hear that. And
yeah.
And
I need to do the Ayn Rand trip and just get on welfare.
Yes, no shit, and then bitch about all the other people receiving it.
What I can do is I can write a book about how evil the welfare state is, and then just collect. Claim unemployment.
Yeah, seriously.
I had to touch on that subject a little bit more. I remember being younger, and one of my my Jewish friends from Israel, his family was like part of like more of like a conservative faction where, it was either one or the other in the area. It was either a very liberal faction or a very conservative faction. And I remember my friend discussing vividly about Ayn Rand, and it was like the Bible for him, as far as like what his family was. It was very, very cutthroat, brutal. And I'm like, dude, you really believe this stuff? Like, like fuck the poor, just let them die, kill them, like. And he really truly believed it. He said, anytime anyone gives poor people money or homeless people money, honestly, they're just hurting them. They're making it worse for them. And I was just kind of struck by that. Like, it really was a true belief.
But it's fine when when their prophet fucking Ayn Rand does it,
Yeah.
She was entitled to it for speaking all this out. Right?
It's like, so when you hear that she did that, Mark, what Ayn Rand was collecting when collecting social services, that if this idiot had known about that, how do you think he would have felt about that?
Honestly, I don't know. I mean, I don't. Maybe it was just a way for them to just kind of latch on to something to justify the way that they live their lives, which would make sense to me, I think, as far as that goes. But it just kind of goes to show. And also, wasn't Ayn Rand married to a Rothschild, or was that just a conspiracy theory?
Probably a conspiracy.
Wasn't she like a mistress of a Rothschild or something like that?
Yeah, I think Rothschilds can afford better ass.
Yeah. No Rothschild would get with that fucking gold.
Yeah, I mean, what would be, like, they don't need to punish themselves. It's not like they feel guilty about what they are. That would be a form of some kind of penance. That would be like, oh my god, I'm a Rothschild, and I feel guilty about it. I'll hang out with this ugly bitch. This will punish me for my sins. No, I don't think so. It's, definitely sounds like one of those conspiracy theories.
Yeah, it is. They're saying she was a satanic mistress to Philippe Rothschild.
That's what they were saying, yeah.
Oh my god. And it's like...
she wishes.
Yeah, thank you.
It'd be a compliment for her.
Yeah, she would. Not only that, she wouldn't have had to have gone on welfare.
Yeah, I was going to say.
Jesus Christ. These people, like, where are their heads? Up there.
Oh, well, I mean, this guy's... The original Philippe Rothschild isn't exactly a looker.
Still.
Yeah, but they have
he
the
wouldn't,
money
I don't
and power
think he would touch Ayn Rand.
Yeah.
to date mind control models and all that shit.
Yeah. Yeah, they've got money to do exactly as our man Nemo said. Let me check the live stream, what we've got. Aloma Albert says, I have a question about Peter Levinda's books on early American history. I have not purchased them, but looks like he claims there was early witchcraft in the 13 colonies. Comments on that? also, Planet of the Apes would be real? Laugh out loud. So what? Just so everybody understands, the Planet of the Apes is real in the sense that Joseph Stalin tried to breed a chimerical hybrid population of ape-human hybrids, and he succeeded. The remnants of that population were taken into the diamond mines of Yakutsk, which is this enormous area of Siberia that is effectively an autonomous region. It's known as the Congo of the Russian Empire. And when I use the term Russian Empire, I don't mean the czars. The present Russian Federation is literally an empire. There's all kinds of constituent components that are not ethnically Russian. So it's basically a colonial state that has conquered other ethnicities and integrated them into an administrative system without, shall we say, doing anything for them that's really productive. It basically saps their resources and everything goes to Moscow. It's a colonial system. And so when it comes to this population of chimerical primates, you can look this up. Stalin's ape men, you look up both online on YouTube. You'll find elements of this that prove it's true. As for, of course, witchcraft was practiced in the original 13 colonies. This is something that was simply part of the human experience. And I could go on a bit about it, but why else would you have Cotton Mather screaming about witches and that they were ultimately hunting witches down and accusing women of witchcraft because probably all the men were practicing it and they felt miffed when the women started practicing it and they felt they had competition. Certainly the gentleman with me here must have insights as well. Do share them. I mean, fuck, Mark H. lives in goddamn Salem, Massachusetts, or right next door. So yeah, tell us about it.
Yeah, I mean, it's very prevalent, and I would say even Salem is sort of used, even though it's sort of like the, I don't know, headquarters of, it's seen as like sort of like the headquarters of the Northeast, or even, the northern part of Americas. I would say it's more of like a poster child. A lot of stuff that did happen happened a little bit further up north. The site of the original witch hangings was, like I mentioned before, it was closer towards the area of Peabody, which is like northern part of Salem. And like I said, it was supposedly they tracked it to an area behind a Walgreens, which was a really bizarre area with homeless people kind of camp out. And there's really nothing there. It's literally just woods. But evidently, a lot of the other catastrophes that had happened was pushed further up towards like the northern part of Peabody and Danvers, where people in that area just don't want to. they're happy Salem is taking all the heat for it because they don't get any of the tourism, they don't get any of the, just kind of backlash and fallout from people literally just coming to see witches or to see remnants of what happened to the witches and to, see the bewitched statue, that kind of thing, to do the tourist thing. So people up there where, they'll acknowledge a lot of stuff, in some parts of Danvers is Rebecca Nurse was like this infamous witch if you look her up. So, and then even in certain parts, if you look at the street names
that was one of the witches in the Crucible. Wasn't she wrongly accused?
She was wrongly accused. And then the area where it's at is very close to similar where I used to live, and it's supposedly haunted, and there's people that it's like a mini motel, and they'll spend money to stay there, and I don't know, basically get creeped out. I'm really
say that again. They'll spend money to stay there, and then what?
And basically get kind of creeped out because they feel like it's still haunted. So they'll go there for that.
Why do people do this?
Right. That's why I was laughing.
Exactly.
What did they expect?
What was that?
He said, "What did they expect?" Of course they get. But they want it.
People want. I mean, like you mentioned, it's like heavily. There's a lot of witchcraft, so they'll probably go there. They'll probably do some seances. They'll probably do some rituals and things like that to sort of gyre up the primal, geomorphic field or something like that. It's very popular. Yeah. Good things can only come out of that. But if you like some of the street names around as well, where there's a lot of like people that practice psychic healing and channeling, things like that. A lot of these street names are very paganistic and sort of esoteric, and they'll be named stuff like Locust Street and Pagan Avenue or Trinity Ave, just sort of somewhat biblical and somewhat spiritual names where you sort of realize that something happened here.
Thank you.
And all the time, even when all the time people drive, you'll see pentagrams on big pentagrams on people's doors and right on their house. So there's literally a street called Witch Street, Witch, W-I-T-C-H, and you drive down that street and you can feel it. You can just feel the energy. Like I said, there's symbols on people's homes. People will look at you differently. It's very, very. I guess you could say just a magical street. You can just sense the energy when you drive down there.
Yeah. And when you say magical, you're not speaking in the romantic sense of.
No. Just very. It's tough for a word to describe it other than magical.
Accursed.
That could be one of them. Yeah, that could be one of them too.
Good word for it. Accursed. You feel the negative energy is what I would assume is that. And when it comes to you're sharing that's deeply appreciated. Of course, I do want people to understand that obviously. One of the things that confuses people was when I brought up the fact that Michael Aquino wrote the Chaplain's Handbook for the U.S. Armed Forces, and that he added not only Satanists but also Wiccans. So a lot of people think that I'm coming down on Wiccans, but it's hard to explain. The witches can go in either direction. They can be positive or negative.
Right.
Yeah. And so, what experience might either of you gentlemen have had with that? Where have either of you run across women that you knew or met that were involved with witchcraft in a negative sense or a positive sense? Either way.
Well, I find that even if they are so-called positive pagan Wiccan, what you call Wiccans,
Mm-hmm.
right?
Yeah.
They don't have enough control to prevent these entities from fucking with them. So they may not know that they're being influenced by like a jinn or something negative. They think it's like something positive, but they don't realize that it's actually this, like it's a trickster being or worse,
Yeah,
It usually backfires on them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I've had similar experience to Brendan's as well with someone like that, and they were just literally, I don't even know why they would go out, but they would say, they were just in constant communication with an other being, and always trying to do the bidding for these other beings or this other being. And I asked her, and I said, you're spending a lot of time in these other, quote unquote dimensions, and what are you doing here in this dimension for us? And basically, she said, well, I'm not here for humanity. So that was her outlook of where she was coming from.
Oh my God. Incredible.
That's just like jinn. That's the jinn issue.
So you feel, Brendan, that she at that point became a meat sock puppet, and the jinn were basically, manipulating her.
They either convinced her or just straight up took over her body.
Right.
There's many levels to it because they lie to you. They can also, like, these beings from the other side, they can appear as anything, like, to your mind's eye. So they could claim, like, it's like a dead loved one, or they can claim so many things that you can't trust disembodied beings like.
Right.
Yeah.
And like the higher beings, like, they're busy, in heaven, in the heavenly planes. Like, they don't have time to come bug you. So if they say, like, I'm Saint Germain or whatever, I'm Archangel Michael, Like those beings are obviously they're just trying to trick you. Like you're not actually channeling the Archangel Michael. He's busy.
Right.
The real force is upholding the universe. Like
Yeah, I was gonna say.
like what Doug was saying is like these angelic beings, like they're pissed when they have to come down here.
Yeah.
Doug
Right.
knows. Like they're not just
Right,
gonna
like, what
casually
kind
come talk to you.
Right. What kind of massive ego is gonna think? Oh well, listen, I can call upon the great Lord, Archangel Michael anytime I want. He'll come to me.
Yeah.
Like it's pretty egotistic on that point.
Thank you.
Yeah, but that's what the jinn prey on. The jinn are preying on these egotistical people, thinking, "Oh, I'm talking to my Archangel Gabriel or Michael."
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's some of these cultist groups who are involved in conjuring these beings. They monopolize on this type of activity after World War One and Two, and got wealthy people to pay money to come to these conjurings to see your so-called dead relative who died in the war, and they're just making money off these poor ignorant cunts. Just paying money to pretending to see that the spirit of their loved one is still around and happy and fine, but it's just a spirit just portraying the image of the passed away loved one of the person.
You got to be careful. Like you got to be careful because like in a city like Salem, like Doug was saying, where it's the prevalent, like that's where people go if they want to either learn a little bit about witchcraft or they want to maybe experience a little bit of it. But definitely, if you go there, if you're really wanting to, just like the occult, get trapped into it, you can totally get trapped into it. And you go to any of these psychic stores, you'll probably come across a couple. There's a couple that I know that will tell you some things that are true. But where's that information coming from? I don't know. So, but they definitely will take advantage.
I mean, the other beings can tell them things like that.
Absolutely. And they'll take advantage of people because, a lot of people that go to these, like psychics and things like that, they're tormented inside. The actual, just completely chaos. And they go to these people and it's like, they're just pieces of clay. And they could be molded any which way, and they'll get paid for it. So it's incredible, and they'll keep coming back. They've clienteled themselves, people. So they have all these. They just really just kind of leeching on these people. And it's not to say that some psychics don't do great things and can't help people. I'm sure there are, and I've met a couple. That some of them don't even ask them. I mean, they'll say if you want to donate, fine, but they're not, they're not putting a heavy price on something. They're not demanding anything. They're not telling you things that are gonna, hurt you, really do a lot of damage, because that can happen all the time when people really truly believe their loved ones are saying or doing something. I mean, that's psychological damage.
Yes.
So a lot of these things, I mean, that shit's fucking evil.
Yes.
So that does happen. So there can be the evil part of it.
Right. And just curious, with Nemo, you use this awful term for, now granted there's times when I'm angry at certain people and will use certain terms, but you were talking about women being victimized because they lost their loved ones during the war. I presume you're talking about World War I, where spiritism became a big thing and people were going to seances and and people were being victimized. You spoke of them as these dumb cunts. These.
No, I didn't mean a lot. I'm just Australian, so I just use cunt a lot.
Oh, okay.
It wasn't derogatory. I wasn't using it to be derogatory.
That was in the Commonwealth. That's just like any person that's ignorant.
Anyway,
Okay. Just trying to qualify that for our listeners, because it sounds pretty heartless to your average American. So thank you for clarifying that. In terms of I hate to lose Brendan, but sounds like he really needs his sleep. So you gotta take.
I have to go.
Yes. Well, we love you dearly, and
have a good sleep.
Many blessings.
Yes.
Take care, brother.
Yeah. Stay safe and be well. So we'll speak privately soon again. Okay, so that's Brendan Zoget. What we'll do now is talk for a while with Mark H. and Nemo Albano before I ultimately take off into monologue land. And let me go check the live stream here, see if anyone else is saying anything. Okay, so our man Nemo has shared some things in the chat, and good, numbers are still up, and okay, rest assured everyone, I'll get to our monologue eventually. I'm just trying to set my thoughts in order. I should have told Brendan.
I was able to find something about that Human Z programming, the program in fucking Soviet Union.
Excellent. Is that what you put in the chat? Is that what you put in the chat?
Yeah, there's a declassified PDF on it, but it's all in fucking Russian, so I can't read that shit.
If you could put that PDF link in my private messages here on Skype, please.
I'll download it and send it to you.
Okay, excellent. And
you can read Russian, right?
Yes, yeah, I can read Russian. And what I can do is I can tell people about Acid Kick 96 says sounds great. DDD. What were you going to say?
English.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah. So Brendan's still with us, so I can tell him this much. I don't know if I'll get to this point tonight in the monologue, but if I don't do it tonight, we'll talk about it Wednesday, which will be here before we know it. But one of the things I'm going to try to explore is why Asian India is so fucking hyped on supporting Israel. It's, of course, disgusting, and I'll explain what I think about why they're doing this, about why I think they've come to this point, but tell us your impressions before you go to sleep, if you have any at all, as to why Asian India
that's easy. That's easy. I can give it to you in one line.
Okay.
They hate Muslims.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Yeah.
That's about as simple as it needs to be. I mean, it's just... I think that's their only motivation. What else would they care? Why would they care about that? Anything else?
Yeah. I mean, I'll go into it. It's but it's
I mean, I'm sure there's more nuances, but I'm saying, like,
it's basically it. Yeah.
It's basically like, the average Indian, that's all they would care about.
Yes.
Just kill all Muslims.
Yes, thank you. And it's true.
They have the Hindutva people that run India now, and but rightly so. I mean, they have reasons, but it's still like they're pretty fanatical.
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah. So aside from that, of course, you are aware, I'm sure, about the fact that Israel and India also have a lot of defense contracts going with each other. Israel selling a lot of weapons, all that good shit, and so
no, there's many reasons, but I'm just saying, like, if you're going by their like main ruling party of Modi, it's the Hindutva people. That's just their goal in life. They've openly stated this on TV that they want to get rid of all Muslims out of India.
Yeah.
And they feel that if Israel can do it, then it'll be like a model for them to do it there or something.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Like once Israel does it, then they could say, look, they did it, so we can do it, Like, it's fine, They would probably take Pakistan back, that's their justification.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Oh my God.
Does that make sense?
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. Now again, before you go to sleep, do you remember what it was that Selena Khan was yelling at you and I about, like we were a couple of kids? She was yelling at us about what? Do you remember what it was she was yelling about?
It was like she was saying that we didn't know how to use. She was talking to me as if I didn't know how to use an email.
Right.
She's like, no, let me tell you how to access your email and do this and set up the website. And like, she was talking to us as if we didn't know what we were doing. And we were like, just like, I literally yelled at her back and I said, you know what, then I'm not going to answer you at this point. Like, and
Yeah.
Or something.
Okay.
It was just, it was asinine. I mean, it was crazy.
Yeah. It's like, after that, did she calm down? Was she able to speak reasonably after that, or did she just kind of shut down?
No, I don't think I ever spoke to her directly ever again. It was just like in passing when you were around.
Okay. Interesting.
But I basically said I didn't want to work with her.
Right. And she was so, there's so many.
Yeah, she was like trying to say, "Oh, you."
She just felt everybody was an idiot except her.
Yeah, she felt that you just because you were asking for help that you were like, you would always put on this facade of helplessness.
Yes.
And I'm just like, and then I was just thinking to myself, like, bitch, you don't even know how to do your own emails. Like, you're freaking. She was making. Remember, she was making those cheesy TikToks.
Oh, it's awful! Oh my
and
god!
And it was just like she was lecturing us while making those, as if she knew what, like she knew how to use the internet. Basically,
yes.
It was bizarre. It was really weird.
It's just so sad. It's people think, and then of course she lost it all in the Bitcoin. She lost it all in Bitcoin.
Yeah, she was also lecturing us on Bitcoin. Why don't you guys invest in Bitcoin? And then now she knows why.
Yeah, the hard way. Oh my god. Yes, and then of course wound up then with fucking Miguel Andahar and Lena Shea coming by. I mean, gotta hand it to Selena. She's the only one I can think of in that crowd who wasn't some kind of pedophile. It was.
Right. That's what Bitcoin's mostly used for, just buying child porn on the dark web.
Yeah. No. By the way, what people might find what Nemo said offensive, but it's true. Because I explained before that a lot of the blockchain technology is used to hide child porn inside of its bits of information, which they use through the Bitcoin trading to exchange child porn. This was proven by the German government investigating this. So yeah, it's just stay away from Bitcoin. Really, everybody. I told people that for years. Oh my god. And then you have all these people who lost so much. It's so sad. Oh well.
They deserve it.
there is that feeling of Schadenfreude, the enjoyment of other people's pain. How do you pronounce that in the German? Schadenfreude. Did I say it right?
Schadenfreude, yeah.
Yeah, okay, yes. Yeah. Oh my god.
Basically, Ayn Rand's version of porn.
Yeah! Oh god. And
I had to, I'm sorry.
Yeah, no worries.
It was just left open there.
Yes. And so, okay, and thank you for giving us the lowdown. All right, bless you. Yes. And so, Mark, now that you're with Nemo and myself, tell us a bit about what's been going on with yourself lately. Whatever you're willing to share about work, life, how things have been going.
Absolutely. Doug is just kind of like continuing to feel blessed, and
wonderful.
Really, that's kind of, I'm kind of just riding this, going to continue to ride the wave of being blessed. And work is, it's crazy, man. I've never experienced the things that I'm experiencing. It's definitely a little different, and I definitely can't get into everything, but basically what I've been doing recently is I've been doing a lot of like VIP stuff for like VIP events.
Wow.
So yeah, and to be honest, it's weird because I'm such a kind of like, I would call myself like a street level guy. I've never really come across anyone famous kind of thing, you know?
Yeah.
And for whatever reason, the last week, I've just been exposed. I've been being exposed to it a lot more. So it's cool, you know. It's different. It's interesting. But other than that, you know, just really taking a big bite out of life, so to speak. Making some decisions, making some really, you know, solid decisions and things like that to, you know, better myself and just move forward, I guess. It's pretty exciting.
Okay. And so because you're involved with the security of some of these celebrities, I take it you can't share their names.
Yeah, no, I definitely can't. It would be cool, but
bragging rights. Yeah, bragging rights.
Yeah, I think that would be part of like the benefit of.
Are they actors or musicians at least?
I can't even really give that. That's the funny part. I really can't. Really, I can't. If I said anything more, it would be. The average person wouldn't get it, but someone that was somewhat smart could figure.
Got it. Yeah,
Yeah.
no, that's
But
quite true. Go on.
the thing about it is, it's I think the reason for it is because I think people are understanding that for my company, that that's why they come to us, is because we have a reputation for being discreet and keeping things very, I don't know, in line, very streamlined, so to speak. And I guess we kind of just take pride on it, and we don't like to brag about it. I mean, we'll acknowledge it, but we don't. I think that's why they come to us as a company. These people, these VIPs.
Okay.
So it's pretty cool, and then we embrace it. I'm embracing it, and I think that's probably part of the reason why they continue to come. That we're not all starstruck, so to speak.
Excellent.
But I got to
Trustworthy.
be honest though. If I ever have, I haven't really had any direct conversations, and I hope I'm not going to be starstruck if that's the case. So.
Well, I mean, if you are, I'm sure you'll overcome it instantly. It's something that you'll catch yourself. You'll catch yourself, and then you'll roll with it. You'll catch yourself and roll with it.
Especially if they're from the entertainment industry, you just acknowledge them as puppets. Nobody's special.
Well, it's...
I gotta be careful of that because they're paying us. So.
Yeah.
I know, but you know what I mean. You're not gonna fucking gush over them and fucking.
That's a good point, and I think that's probably a lot of reasons why they come to us is because that's just we're all professionals, and that's pretty much what they're looking for. They're just looking for that. They're not looking for all the gushing, the whole that, and that's probably what's going to happen if I ever do in a conversation. I mean, people in Boston anyway are pretty down to earth, very kind of grit oriented, down to earth, hardworking people. So none of us really have any time to be, fake clowns or anything like that. So even when people from like LA or, West Coast come to us, they sort of embrace the realness we have. The sort of like straightforward.
They're surrounded by phoniness 24/7.
Exactly. So they come to us and they're like, "Oh, this is so refreshing." You still don't even know if they're fucking being honest about that. But no, it's cool, man. It's a totally different experience, and it's fucking wild. It's wild.
Excellent.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I'm so glad that you're experiencing this. So in terms of some of what I've spoken of in the past few episodes, what stood out to you, Mark?
So I haven't been listening as much just because I haven't really had any time off. But,
Got it.
There's been a couple. I mean, I totally missed. I did not get the whole thing. The most important thing was then you've had some conflict with somebody.
I did? Oh, you're talking about the killing! Yeah! You like that? Yeah, that's... Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I like killing,
yeah. Yeah, the worst part? I don't know if you caught this aspect of it. The worst part about it was... And if you want detail, I'll happily go over the details again, because I had to for George Knight. And I had to with Peter Mode! The day after I described it to him, he came back the next day and was like, that guy, did he die? And I was like, I almost felt like saying, he's my gay lover now, Pete. He moved in with me. It's like, did you not hear what I said? But I can almost understand where that came from, because after I killed him, then I went to, I basically, after I took out the rest of the garbage, the recyclables, which again adds to the surrealism of all of this, I wound down by starting to slam down beers and watching YouTube, and I caught this film called Future Shock. And I keep trying to resist the urge to retitle it Future Schlock. But Future Shock was, of course, they ripped off the title, which was by then public domain in the 90s, from a 1970 book and documentary by Alvin Toffler, who was a very famous futurist. and Future Shock was what made his career. And so they took that for this cheap science fiction film, which was about quote unquote virtual reality. And it was made in the 90s, and our understanding of computers and the Matrix were primitive. And but it was about a psychiatrist who's played by the blonde guy who was the villain in The Karate Kid, and who's come back now in the Cobra Kai series. And that guy, I forget his name. I forget his name, but he played this like
it's a Polish name, but I forget it. It's
okay,
or not Polish. It's maybe Dutch or something. I'll look it up.
Yeah. He's playing this psychiatrist who's using virtual reality, and they show him curing 3 cases of people scared to death of dying, and he puts them through all these. What's his name? You got it?
William Zabka. That's pretty Polish, yeah.
Okay, Zabka, you say?
Yeah.
So this, Bill Zabka. He's of course it's the 90s, so his hair's all fucking feathered, like the guy who was the gigolo in fucking Married with Children and shit, the neighbor, and yeah. So his hair's all like that, and they made superheroes like that in the fucking 90s comics. Even it's just bizarre, and but he's this psychiatrist, and he's curing people of their fear of death by having them go through these horrible virtual experiences where everything's out to kill them, and then they come out of it and realize, oh, I got to stop being afraid of death because death is everywhere. And like facing your fears, it's really stupid. The concept's really fucking stupid, but it was really disturbing to me because it's it made me think, is this what I just experienced? Was like, did I really experience what I just experienced? Or did I imagine that? Like this virtual reality thing I'm watching. You begin to doubt your sanity, because sane men should always question their sanity. It's that simple. And if you don't question your sanity, I really think you've gone insane. For those of you who... I remember I was talking to one, quote unquote, I can't remember what the fuck he was. He was someone at this stupid John O'Connell Vocational Institute that I went to. He was one of the few black something. He worked in the staff. His name was Dr. House. I remember that much. And I told him that. I said sane men should always question their sanity. And he was like, I never question mine. And that's when I knew I was talking to a lunatic. Yeah, it was like, I said, this guy's fucking crazy. But at any rate... So there you go.
I just wanted to add something to that. So one of my best, like I had mentioned before, one of my best friends, his family had grown up in actually 2 different cults. And it did have traumatic, things that had happened to him as well. But I remember speaking with his father, who was significantly older than all of our, everyone else's father. But he was a super intelligent guy. They came from, they were definitely genetically intelligent. It was passed through their genes. Mm-hmm. And I would ask his father these questions, and he was a member of this cult till the very end. They were even at his wake and funeral and things like that. And I remember, I was kind of just like, questioning spiritualism. And this was like probably about 15, 20 years ago. And I was asking him these questions, and I didn't want to join his cult or anything, but I was curious, just like anybody would be.
Right.
So I'd ask him, I go, I'm kind of in a position where I'm really, I said, David, I'm really questioning, what's real and what's not real. And it's kind of concerning. And he said, well, Mark, that's actually a really good place to be. And we left it at that, and I never really understood what he meant. And that's what I kind of take this, is that, it's good to question your sanity, because you're questioning what is real to you and everyone else, and that's a great thing, because you're not settling for the bullshit. You're not settling for the status quo. So I think it's a good thing to challenge yourself that way. So that just kind of reminded me of that.
Thank you, and very important. That being said, if you want to hear what happened, basically this is how I remember it, and I some of it will be pieced together in terms of what I think was happening, or why what happened, but it requires, of course, the normal context. Without context, a lot of things don't make any sense, and people, of course, are right to ask questions about something so serious. And when basically the first thing to realize is that, like I was telling Peter Moon, who often brings up the Vox Arca, and understandably, he'll say things like, and this is why they don't kill Douglas Dietrich. But when you think about it, the assassination attempts have been fairly regular. And they, one of the things that went on while I was preparing for my mother's birthday was, of course, I wrote poems like I always do. And one of the things that I did was I went back to my YouTube episodes where I could see poems that I've written for her in the past. I used to publish these things on Facebook, but more recently in the past year, I've been publishing them on YouTube, as it became inevitable that I was going to be banned off Facebook. And so when I went over to the YouTube videos and was looking at past poems I had produced for my mother for inspiration for the 2 poems I produced this time before and after her birthday, because her birthday was right between 2 YouTube episodes, 2 transmissions. Then I noticed that one of the my scar on my face from the latest assassination attempt before the last one, and it was not that long ago, and it was then I realized, holy shit, they just tried killing me recently, and aside from then what happened basically just the other day. So I mentioned that to Peter, and I said, look, the Vox Arca is something that we have to remember. There are elements of the cult of the kings of Edom, or rather within the military junta that runs America, and the cult of the kings of Edom that has thoroughly infested and just taken them over, jacked the entire system, that want the apocalypse to happen, that want the Vox Arca to be triggered. Of course, killing me, you would think, would prevent that. But then again, of course, the copy, the other model, the replicated model is with my sister. And she's set to blow it, so to speak, or trigger it the moment that I'm dead, as soon as she's informed that I am, which she would be by reasons we don't need to go into that, but basically, of course, as people can imagine, my son would call her. And so this would set in motion the apocalypse. Now, this prevents certain elements of the Department of Defense from killing me because they don't want it to happen. They have a vested interest in the power they have now. And then other elements that are smacking their lips for the apocalypse, they then try to kill me to make it happen. So it's kind of like you're fucked either way. It's a dead man switch, and it's not. And it's an infernal mechanism anyway. And my son suggested it attracts its own level of violence. So all that being contextualized, there is another factor here. My schedule is pretty much known by the deep state. As a matter of fact, Brendan Zogit can testify to this. I've had to have Brendan Zogit come in and help me reset my weather because the fuckers keep going into my computer and they keep resetting the weather for Washington District of Columbia so that they can keep track of the weather in Washington where they're jacking my computer from. And so every time they go into my computer and just look all the way through it and just rifle through it and keep up with my schedule, they're accessing, basically, I would presume, my calendar. And so they're going in there and just, as well, they're in there so often, probably jacking whatever notes they can find or anything else. Maybe even familiarizing themselves with the kind of porn that I file. Either way, it's they're welcome to it. It's they end up, of course, being on my computer so often, they reset the weather for Washington District of Columbia, and so he has to help me reset it towards San Francisco. This has had to be done a number of times, so they know everything about me. And knowing my schedule, they know that normally during Japanese, Chinese, Armenian, and awareness holidays, like basically alternative lifestyles or gay holidays, because of the community my son, the Blood Boys, are involved with, his husband, etc. Their ethnicities, their orientation. That would be the Armenian and gay holidays, because of my Asian background and that of my son's husband. The Japanese and Chinese holidays would be honored. So I'm gone quite a bit because these are times I spend at the estate, teaching the Blood Boys in exchange for their blood and in exchange for services with escorts, etc. So during the, I'm not home very often. And so I come home only, the garbage is taken once a week, refuse is collected, and it's collected on Tuesday mornings. And so it's basically about once a month I take the garbage out. It's and when I take it out, by that time, there's a lot of it. So what I do is I run up and down the street, basically throwing it in all my neighbors' garbage cans. And so whatever's left, I can fit into my tiny ass toter because I pay for the smallest kind of garbage tote so that, being a single bachelor, I just stuff that and have them take that away once a month. And other times, even though the other times I'm home, I'm not here in time for refuse collection. People get the picture. It's basically once a month I'm taking out the garbage, and so I have to stuff everything around me, and I have to do this early in the morning because it's technically illegal, and nobody appreciates some neighbors stuffing garbage in their can. So I do this early in the morning when nobody can see it, and there you have the reason for my doing what I was doing early in the morning. And again, to contextualize other aspects of San Francisco, San Francisco is the most congested city in the United States next to New York City. There is a difference. New York City, the reputation was it's 24-hour everything, even though that's not true. Maybe true in a theoretical sense, or, I'm sure it's not. It's especially after COVID. Maybe I'm wrong, and still were places, whatever. It's not a direct issue that I care about. San Francisco definitely shuts down. It shuts down like hermetically. And so what happens is, however, people work in Silicon Valley, and they tend to go to Silicon Valley from out of San Francisco where they live. And so they park, and because even though they might have a residential sticker on their car, many places where people live in San Francisco have no garage. So people are doing this all the time where they have to park their car up to 2 to 3 blocks away. And even if they have a residential sticker, they wind up parking 2 to 3 blocks away. And so they'll get up early in the morning and they'll walk 2 or 3 blocks to their car. So this is common phenomena. And so when I get up early in the morning, I'm emptying out the garbage. I will see, we're talking about 4:30 a.m., 5:30 a.m. Crazy shit like people walking their dogs, people, but this is rare. This is rare. I do not regularly see this. It's like sometimes once in a while, people seem to be experimenting with, I'll just get up early and do this before work, and then I have to get into my car and drive to Silicon Valley. So these people are up at, 4:30 a.m. in the morning because they have to leave at 5:30 a.m. to get to Silicon Valley in time for work. But you never see these people do that again. People will try jogging at that hour once. At any rate, it is dangerous. People might get up and say, go to a gym before they go to work if there's a 24-hour gym. Now, as far as I know, there are no 24-hour-a-day gyms in San Francisco anymore. What few there were probably were killed by COVID. That if there's any 24-hour-a-day gyms, they might be somewhere between San Francisco and Silicon Valley or in Silicon Valley. Or these people might be going to work out before work because certain campuses like Google and other places, they have gyms that are 24 hours open. So it's could be that. But the other thing to point out about the dangerousness that would lead me to actually be semi-prepared for an attack was the history of San Francisco being such that before Silicon Valley, San Francisco's economy was such that landlords were begging people to live in their apartments. Landlords couldn't get anyone to live in their apartments. So a lot of landlords in Russian Hill, which is one of the most expensive areas of San Francisco, they decided that they'd go Section 8 and regretted it until they could get rid. Now, somehow the majority of landlords who went Section 8 ultimately got rid of their tenants. I don't know how they did that, because I understand it's almost impossible. So understand that before Silicon Valley, when they went Section 8, the term Section 8 itself is a former military term for a lunatic asylum, the rubber room. In the old days, when my dad was in the military, they'd say things like, watch yourself, like if a soldier had combat stress or was going through a breakdown, they'd say, watch yourself, or you're headed towards a straitjacket and a Section 8. So that later on became somehow synonymous with public housing for understandable reasons. It was housing given to people who were so insane they could never be employable and therefore couldn't pay rent. So a landlord who went for Section 8 was an idiot. They'd be inviting into their home literally an unemployable lunatic, oftentimes quite violent. And this is what we were surrounded with in Russian Hill, what's considered at this point one of the most expensive places to live in San Francisco. So when we were first living here in the early days of my family being in this area of Russian Hill, because we had come from the poorer area of the Tenderloin, which was, like I said, the worst place on earth. I've been in combat all over the world. There's no place on earth worse or more dangerous than the Tenderloin in San Francisco. Whoever doubts me, go hang out in the Tenderloin in San Francisco and you will never doubt me again. But at any rate, when it came to the early days when we were on Russian Hill, people who were... by the way, my fetish story says, I forgot about Section 8. My dad was Navy and would make jokes about it. So bless you, honey. That's, thank you. And I appreciate you're bringing that up. Profoundly appreciate your sharing that. And so when it comes to the early days in San Francisco's Russian Hill, when my family first moved here, we were surrounded by Section 8 housing tenants who on garbage day would all swarm out with long knives so they could cut through everybody's garbage bags and rifle through their garbage for whatever they could salvage. And so when you were taking out the garbage in the old days, you'd be instantly confronted by a bunch of crazy people with long knives. This is like... So I, of course, would arm myself whenever I took out the garbage. I would never take out the garbage without having a long knife on me. And normally, however, and I didn't do that this time, normally what I would have done is put on the Flex combat boots. These are something we were issued around the time of Desert Storm, but we never wore them because they were plastic-soled, flexible boots that would have melted in the heat of the Gulf. So the Gulf deserts, literally, they would have melted. So this is something like nobody ever wore in combat, but these were like stuff I use as a civilian, a kind of surplus that is indispensable to me now. And so usually I'll strap on because they're just zipped. They have laces on, but you just zip them up. The laces are, once they're laced, that's almost like cosmetic. It's useful because it holds the boot together, but you're really just zipping the boots up from that point. So this is something, by the way, that a tanker would wear. Tankers wear these kinds of boots so they can unzip out of the boots in and out very quickly. But at any rate, I wear these and they're much more secure and my feet have a much greater grip and I can run if I need to if somebody's attacking. I didn't put them on that morning. I was wearing my sandals. And so I went out in my sandals and I was still bladed, had a knife on me, and was taking out the garbage. And fortunately, the apartment house next to my neighbor, so one door down, they had the garbage out and it was empty. Practically, they just put it out because it was garbage day, but for some reason everybody in their apartment died or something. And so I put all the garbage in there, and then what was left I put in my toter, and then that would have been the norm, and then I would have gone in for the recyclables. So when I emptied everything into that apartment garbage bin, and then I went to get my garbage and was loading it in my toter. It was during this span of time, I remember the exact time, it was 4:30 I had set the alarm for, 4:30 a.m. By the time I managed to force myself out of bed, it was 4:45 a.m. Then when I went outside to empty the garbage in the neighbor's can, then that's when I saw this blonde-haired, attractive young chick walking across the street. So we're talking about 4:45 a.m., pitch fucking black. This is one of the most, this is like, the first thing I thought was, what a crazy cunt. Like, has she no concern for her safety? Felt tempted to wave at her, thought better of it, but I was trying to figure out what would drive her to do this. Is she like going to work early, has to get to her car, parked 3 blocks away, wants to go to a 24-hour gym on the way to work, somewhere between here and San Francisco maybe? You can't overdwell on things like this, but her being out there was one of these anomalous things that you're only going to see once, because, maybe these people don't survive that experiment of going out at that time of night, which is why you never see them again. So, I saw that. I later on assumed, this is what we can only speculate, but I assumed she was running reconnaissance. So she confirmed that I was there. That they know my garbage schedule because they know the days I'm gone for these holidays. They're in my computer. They see my calendar. So they just keep track of Armenian, Japanese, Chinese, gay holidays. And then they know days I'll be at the estates. And then they know when there's breaks in between those, I'd be at home and emptying the garbage on Tuesdays. So this girl was just confirming that. Must have been. There's no other reason, in my mind, she would be doing what she did. And then I went in, got the garbage to put in my toter. And that's when, while I'm doing that, blonde-haired white guy jumps up from behind the Volkswagen Daos parked directly in front of my home. Now, I've got driveways on either side of me. Like I said, there's plenty of homes that don't have a garage at all. I've got homes with a garage on either side of me, essentially. Driveway on the left, driveway on the right, and in between there's space for 2 cars. So the car directly in front of my home was the Volkswagen Daos. The car behind it was a Nissan, which I've said before, I gave what it was, the Acura or something, or what that's, forgot exactly what the make is. I'm not a motorhead. When I described it, Brendan identified it, but it's really low to the ground. I think that this guy came out from under the fucking car. It's the only thing that makes sense, because I did not see him coming from across the street. So I was admonishing myself, oh, you're really losing it. You didn't notice this guy coming from across the street. But then I realized, while I was in the house getting the garbage, the rest of the garbage to put in my toter, this guy must have come and inserted himself under the Volkswagen Daos, which he couldn't have done if it were the Nissan or the Toyota or whatever the fuck, the Japanese car behind it. It was too low slung, but the Volkswagen Daos was up above the ground more. He could have done that. And so he was probably lying under there for several minutes. And then when it came out, had to jump up from the driver's seat side of the car, because if he had tried to come out from underneath the car closer to me, he would have been trapped like a bug, and he would have been blocked by all of the toters. He'd have a forest of plastic and garbage in front of him, and there's nothing he could do to me, and just would have been open to my stepping on him. But he came up from the driver's side, just, like, bam, just showed up from behind the car, like, one moment, nothing there, the next moment, he's like a jack in the box. So I figured, okay, so I didn't see him coming from across the street, and he's probably going to his car, getting into the driver's seat right here. But he didn't open the door and get into the driver's seat. He kept going towards the engine block, and then I said, oh, he's going towards another car to somewhere down the block, and he'll be on his way. But no, then he got in front of the car, in front of the grill, and stepped towards me, and that's when he's attacking me. And I pulled out my knife, he pulled out his knife. And I'm on a hill, so I have the upper incline. He's coming at me from below. He's got, I'm at every advantage generally, except for the fact that I'm wearing sandals. And he's mostly got the disadvantages. But he struck, and I deflected it and plunged my knife into his solar plexus. And so I just kept charging and used that momentum to drive him out into the middle of the street, then pinned him down to the ground. And basically at that point decided immediately to pull the blade out. You have to really consider this, because once you do that, the guy's going to bleed. And once you uncork him. But I figured I'd take that risk, because I had every intention of leaving him there for the next car to hit. Now, he was all wrapped in black. He was all dressed in black, so he was going to be hit by a car. Nobody coming from either direction would see him until they hit him. So the thing was, he was so insulated. He had a bunch of padding, all black clothes, a lot of probably thermal underwear. But I think even in a few minutes he was under the car, no matter with the thermal underwear or not, probably so much of his body warmth leached out that this was another disadvantage. He was probably had to kind of stand up, kind of limber his muscles up as best he could before he came so stiffly around the car to attack me. This is one reason why he was slow. He was stiff. And so when he came at me and I was able to respond, again, that was to his disadvantage. Any professional assassin would have retreated, would not have attacked. But I believe this person was like raised in a program where they told him, oh, this is your enemy, this old Asian guy. He's taking out garbage. And once she fingers him, you follow up by attacking him. And if you don't succeed, you're gonna, it's going to be disgraceful to you, or there's going to be repercussions. And but if you succeed, you'll advance within their cult, their program. So he probably felt he didn't have a choice. And now, when I plunged that knife into him, if I had had my flex boots on, the tanker's combat boots, I would have had enough flexibility and security in my stance where I would have plunged it deep through into his heart. As it was, I simply plunged it through that solar plexus into his liver. And I just kept pushing until I got him onto the ground. But believe me, that blade was touching his spine. So he was just basically literally nailed to the ground, so to speak. And then when I pulled the blade out, he had enough thermal padding in him where it seemed to be soaking up all his blood, because I didn't see any blood really emerging onto the ground. So it probably would have given enough time, several more minutes, but that time really wasn't provided. Basically, when I withdrew, left the body there, once you've produced a body, you want to make certain you mess with it as little as possible. He was already in the perfect position where he was going to be hit by some car coming from either side of the road, and the traffic was, it's always going 24 hours a day, but very, we're talking about night. It goes down where cars will take, hours before another car comes by. Maybe not hours, maybe every 45 minutes to an hour, or hours. Yeah. But then at that time, 4:30, 5:30 a.m. It was about that time. It was about 5:05 a.m. He attacked at 5:05 a.m. So that's when cars start coming. So the traffic really starts at that point. Then you start cars coming every, 10, 15 minutes. And then pretty soon it'll be fairly steady. It's not that steady because I live in a residential area that's no longer trafficked very much. But it's steady enough. So a car would have hit him within minutes. At that point, I left him there for that, so that the car that hit him would basically hide the evidence. I mean, the stab wound would essentially be hidden by the tire treads, or it would simply be, your average coroner doesn't give a shit. They'd think this is some homeless guy. Guaranteed he would have no ID on him. So they would just assume cracked out, homeless guy, ran out, knife, obviously crazed, running around with a knife at night. Car hits him because he's all dressed in black. Probably something that would not have been investigated. There would have been nothing to direct it to myself. They'd look on either side of the street and wouldn't know where to look. So just homeless shit. And I went back to my home, washed my knife, composed myself, breathed, and then said, I got to take out the recyclables, because if I don't get them out in time, it won't be connected and I'll drown in cans. So it won't be collected and I'll drown in these cans. So I went out to take out the recyclables. By that time, it was guaranteed 15, 20 minutes later, because I had to take that long to compose myself. By the time I went out again, he was gone. Now, he's not Michael Myers, and this isn't Halloween. He did not get up and walk away. A car came by and picked him up, guaranteed. It was the same crew that was involved with sending the young girl walking by to scope me out. Guaranteed. There's nothing else that makes sense. It's the only way something like that would work. Then at that point, the world's just normal again. I mean, it's surrealistic as hell. Everything feels like it's unreal. Fortunately, the old lady who comes along, this old Chinese lady who comes along to collect the cans, came along, so I didn't even need to put them in the toter. I just handed them all to her. Then I saw my neighbor, and I said, hey, you know what? Here's my phone number. I want you to call me if you ever need to drop anything by my home. So he made certain to write my number down, and he said, you look like you've lost some weight, which is an interesting thing to say to somebody during the holidays. And I told him, yeah, I lost 3 pounds of water weight with a lot of activity this morning. Yeah. And he said, yeah, okay, he looks good that way. And then I went back in and started slamming down beers and watching this surrealistic film, Future Shock. Which made it all seem like it was some kind of hallucination. But of course it wasn't. Then I went to sleep, woke up at about 10:30 a.m., which is still early in the morning, got up, put all the toters back into the basement. So it proved to my landlord's family I'm a great tenant. And that's when the other neighbor from further up the street comes by with, his 2 really young kids he's got on the back of his bicycle. It says, hey, good morning. And the 2 kids are young enough to recognize me and say good morning. And I say, good morning. Just totally surrealistic at that point. Then went back into drink some more and go back to sleep again, I think. Or either that, probably cruised for porn or did something to occupy myself, and then it did go back to sleep eventually, and then woke up later in the night. So there you go, kind of like Aristides said, a normal day for Douglas Dietrich. Get up, take out the garbage, kill someone, take out the recyclables, and then go to sleep for the day like a vampire does. And so that was that. I don't know if you have any insights or obviously not insights into just what impressions you might get from that, but knowing my history and knowing what if there's any ideas that come to mind as to, anything, any thoughts that come to mind, Mark, feel free to share them. Or Nemo. I don't know if Nemo's heard the whole story before. Both of you are welcome to.
Yeah, I listened the last time. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. And,
I wonder where they dumped his body when they picked him up. Throw him in a fucking bin or at a meat factory.
Now, like my son says, it could be that they took the body back to experiment with, and that maybe they'll clone another liver or something for him, and I'll meet him again in the future sometime. And I don't discount any potential, but
right.
It's I doubt that. But both my son and I are aware of various things that most other people are not aware of. I think that probably he's expended and they're just going to hide the evidence by throwing him in some federal incinerator, and that he was probably raised in some kind of program just like the girl probably was, sadly. And and of course, they might be brother and sister for all I know. My son also speculated it could possibly not be the federal government of the United States, but the Israelis. There's plenty of blonde Israelis, and I've been hitting Israel pretty fucking hard lately. So it's not inconceivable. And anybody who says, "Oh, if it was Mossad, you'd be dead," hey, that's just this hero worship of the Jews as some kind of master race. That's that Mossad is. I've had run-ins with them in the past. This was like at the time of the attempt to assassinate Bill Clinton at the Presidio, when this one woman who was an agent of the Mossad was working with Lieutenant Commander Robert Hunt of the United States Navy under direct orders from George Bush Sr. He was under direct orders. She was working with Mossad for reasons that were never clear, to me at least. And they were trying to assassinate Bill Clinton. And everything went to shit. Obviously, Bill Clinton is still alive, but plenty of other people died in that fiasco. And I've explained that in the past before. I'll happily explain that again if people want to hear that. But it's one of these things that it was. I was interviewed by the man who wrote the book Defrauding America. So you'll get, without crediting myself, because I wish to remain anonymous, he speaks of Operation Mount Rushmore in the book Defrauding America. And let me see if I can't remember his name consciously. It's been so many years. So let me look up Defrauding America. And Rodney Stick, S-T-I-C-H. He was an old man who was a pilot in World War II. And after World War II, quote unquote, while the war was still legally on under conditions of ceasefire, he worked with a lot of Japanese pilots. So he was one of these men who was quite aware the Japanese won the war. And that's why he took everything I said so seriously. And so in his book Defrauding America, he puts in gruesome detail, or excruciating detail, rather, everything about Operation Mount Rushmore, or at least much more than you'd find anywhere else. I could provide some details that are not in the book, but honestly, he did a pretty good job of covering it pretty exhaustively. That's something I recommend for everyone to read. Other than that, when it comes to Mossad, believe me, they can fuck up like anybody else, and they do so all the time. So could have been Mossad, could have been Fed government, the cults of the kings of Edom. In other words, them directly as opposed to the Feds. But it seemed when they're picking up the bodies, that usually seems to be like a state-run operation. Now, of course, you would think that you see, if I had successfully been killed, it's a win-win situation either way. Say it's the federal government, the junta that runs America, the military-industrial occult complex, the military-industrial intelligence occult complex. If it was the Department of Defense, if they succeeded in killing me, then, of course, everyone knows who Douglas Dietrich is, quote unquote. By that I mean everybody in government who's in intelligence. One time when I was working with Lieutenant Commander Robert Hunt, the guy who was told by George Bush Sr. himself to kill Clinton, I asked him, why me? Why are you involving me in this? I said, is there a file on me? He said, more like a file cabinet. So, back in those days when we had file cabinets, just in terms of paper, I was given no uncertain impression that the government had just reams of paper on me. And this was back in the day when I was relatively young and still working with the library. You can imagine what that's like by now in terms of their digital database. They've got basically a win-win situation where if I died, they know who I am. They would wait for the police to come and investigate. Once the police would try to investigate, they'd have to cordon off my home, at which point the feds would get involved because the police would then inform the feds, at which point the feds would just basically say this home is off limits because this man was involved in stuff we're investigating, and then they could take years, as long as it took for them to empty the place out and search for what they wanted. Anything they wanted. Vox Arca or anything else. My sister would still have the other Vox Arca, so they might hope that things could go wrong, where maybe she wouldn't be contacted and trigger the other Vox Arca. Or if she did, that might be what they want as well. Either way, depending on their motivation, it's a win-win situation. If it's the conventional, we are invested in secular power and we don't want the world as we know it to end, they solve half their problem by getting one Vox Arca ultimately recovered, potentially before the other one is set off. And if it's the other way around, it gets set off and that faction wins. And if the guy gets killed and I survive, at least they realize, well, the nanoplasma is still working. He's still in shape enough to respond, despite the fact that he lives a sedentary lifestyle. The vampire is still kicking at the age of 56. So they prove to themselves that I'm not some kind of a fraud or some kind of a myth, that I'm still functional, and therefore they take notes. It could be like a test of my reflexes by Dr. John Henry Hagman, who, of course, contracts with the U.S. government. And for those of you who don't know, John Henry Hagman is the war criminal who pumped myself full of nanoplasma. This is a guy anybody can look up. John Henry Hagman is spelled H-A-G, like hag, M-A-N-N, like the German word for man. Hagman is all one word for his surname, John Henry Hagman, which is really funny because John Henry Warrington had the same first and middle name, who used to upload all my videos before he wound up in console housing. And since that time, Nemo Albano has taken up that responsibility. So let me check something. So Mark's still with us, I think. So, Mark, what comes to your mind with all this?
So I was going to say, so did you say that the guy that, did you say he was blonde and blue as far as like his appearance?
Now, I got to admit, it's nighttime, and despite the fact that I've got good night vision, I want people to understand there is a fantasy that, vampires. I originally said the story, I said blonde-haired, blue-eyed for both the girl and the man, because you just automatically say that. We all say that, blonde-haired, blue-eyed. They could have been brown-eyed for all I know, but they were blonde. They were both the chick and the guy were blonde. My son said they might be brother and sister, which is possible. People raised in these programs, but they were definitely both blonde. And so as for their eye color, I'm thinking it was blue. I think it was blue, but believe me, I didn't really dwell on it. That's not one of the details that was particularly important to me at that time. The girl was too far away to tell. You just assume probably. You think of blonde-haired people as being blue-eyed. But they can be brown-eyed or otherwise. As for the guy, I think he was blue-eyed. But, I didn't really care. Okay, what else?
Now, do you think they were under some kind of mind control?
I'm thinking that's the most likely scenario, yeah. Because like I said, if somebody were a professional assassin and, they come out from under a car thinking originally, because even professional assassins can make mistakes, or, I'll hide under the car and then realizes I can't, breach that curb and I have to come out from the driver's side. Even professional assassins can make mistakes. But if he were a professional assassin, I think they would have realized I've got too many factors not favoring me. I'll pull out for now. And just
because that angle, that was at a defeating angle that they were at. I mean, you had the advantage from what I heard.
Yeah. Yeah. So I think of it
And,
as more like somebody who was from a program. But go on. Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense. And I think it's people ask questions, Douglas, or it's kind of bizarre because it's almost like second nature for you. And I think it's because you speak of it so nonchalantly that people are, people will they're just curious and they can't get their heads around it. Whereas I think at this point now, even probably like Nemo, where we just kind of get it, Yeah. We just kind of understand, like, this is unfortunate, like, this is what, Douglas has to go through. And it's sort of just like a brush off. You speak of it so, like, nonchalant. It's sort of like you can brush it off. And I think that's what some people are struck by that, if that makes any sense.
Get it. I get it. No, I think it's difficult for a lot of people to process my telling that story without like it becoming like a focal point for weeks. As opposed to like, oh my God, somebody tried to kill me. It's like, but people who are more familiar with my case, so to speak, yes, like Mark says, they get it. It's these things are common enough where, and I do have a background of extreme violence, so it's one of these things where, again, this is what might disturb a lot of people. The way that I say, once you produce a body, you do as little as possible with it. I think people should understand at this point that obviously I've done this before. This is something that, but people might ask, why not call the police? And that's a legitimate question. I've called the police plenty of times for all kinds of things that happen. This is not one of those times that I intuited to be the time to do that. It struck me that if the police came, do you know this man? What am I supposed to say? Oh, why would this man attack you? It would be a legitimate question on their part. Did you do something? Believe me, there are times, depending on the kind of, it's just a matter of luck. You can call cops and sometimes they'll be cooperative, so to speak, or and believe me, plenty of times I've called the cops and it would have been helpful. This is what I hate to say, but I'll say this because it's important, and I want people to just appreciate that I brought up context for this before. Basically, it depends mostly on whether you get a male or female cop. If you get a male cop, most of the time they've been really cool with me. And when you get a female cop, they're just awful. They're just awful. I have almost, certainly nothing I can consciously remember, any positive experience with female officers. They are simply fucked up mentally, or they wouldn't be. At this point in history, no sane female wants to be a police officer. By that I mean, ever since there's been a modern sense of allowing women to become police, no sane woman would want to be a police officer. They're all crazy people who want to be, they're frustrated men who want to be men or something like that. They're just crazy. And they're the worst police officers in the world. But I'm the same person who proposes what we need is a gender segregated services, an all-male military and an all-female police force. And I say police force, like a national police force that would be all-female. Because if you had that, where you have a draft, and you actually draft women into a national police force, and they have to serve at least a year in law enforcement, then you would get entire teams of women who are trained in being police officers and serving the duty of public service for a year, like people serving combat in Vietnam. And they would, by that very experience, be far more professional, and it wouldn't be a thing to them. These are women who would be drafted. This would be like a duty. They would go through it. Of course, there would be room for conscientious objectors, etc., or certain exceptions medically, etc., obviously. But what I'm saying is then you wouldn't have crazy women who go into a career in the police force. that are just crazy women who secretly want to be men or something like that. I could give example after example, but we don't need to go into that right now. But say, for instance, I called the police and it was one of these asshole cunts. There's no other word for it. Cunt cops. Then I'd be fucked. Because then they'd be like saying, oh, you must know this guy. Blah, blah. They'd pursue it hostilely. And by the way, don't mistake that for professionalism. It's your average cop who's a male is trying to do as little work as possible. Granted, that is generally, believe it or not, a good thing. So when it comes to that concern, it's one of the factors why I intuited calling a cop would be the wrong thing to do for this case. But it would have probably been like one of the mistakes that would have benefited the enemy. For various reasons I could go into if people ask specific questions. But I think Mark has an intuitive understanding. Being in security yourself, you intuit the logic of where I'm coming from with that, right?
Yeah, absolutely, and that's something that it's part of social engineering that people don't understand. That unless you understand it or it comes second nature to you, that it happens so fast. You have to make those kind of decisions. Yeah. And so Douglas did have, that's not a decision you can I'll wait till tomorrow to do.
Thank you.
So it's one of those things where you have to have that intuitive, social skill to be able to think of these things quickly, to be able to survive in the circumstance. Because, like you said, I mean, it wouldn't be very appropriate of a situation to be caught in that situation, especially from his experiences. So absolutely, I mean, that makes the world of a difference. Absolutely. If everybody did everything by the book all the time, that'd be it wouldn't be successful. It just wouldn't be successful. You have to no circumstance is the same. There's no circumstance that you will come across that you can be like, okay, well, I'm going to do if this then that. If this then that. If things are fluid, and you have to be, especially in the security field or in what Douglas is versed in, you have to be completely versatile and adapt to your situation completely.
Thank you.
If you want to be successful.
Bless you. And success can be defined as simply surviving. Believe me. Yeah, go on. Thank you. Beautiful, Mark. I appreciate that profoundly. And so aside from that, any other questions are welcome about that or about any other aspects of the past several episodes. Anything else come to mind? And don't be afraid to share with us and any casual things that happened to you as well. Like other happy moments with your family or something like that. Though I think that the last one you had was really Thanksgiving, but you might have one again around Christmas. Anyhow, so what else came to your mind?
Yeah, so absolutely, family and friends, even if they bleed into one or one's more important than the other, whatever it is very important. So, to be with them and to share things is incredible. And, life moves very fast. So it's very good to do these things while we're here. But anyway, aside from that, I was going to mention, because you were talking about Kissinger, I remember.
Yeah.
And that was, and I always bring up Mr. Uri Geller, which Uri Geller was actually very, very close with Kissinger, and I remember he put it in his book. I think he actually put it on his Instagram that he basically was known for spoon bending. I don't know if anybody else knows that. Like, he claims to bend spoons with his mind.
Right.
And he.
But by the way, Mark knows I'm painfully aware of this. He's saying this for the sake of our audience who may not be aware of this, especially younger people. Not that Mark is very old, but he and I are old enough when it comes to Uri Geller that we actually know of this guy. A lot of younger people may never have heard of this guy. So go on.
Yes. I mean, and then so now, Uri is going, he's clearly, he's on the campaign for Israel, and, he's basically their PR person. He is their PR person. And what I remember him saying was he was so very close with Kissinger. And he gave Kissinger one of his bent spoons. He bent specifically for him. And he told Kissinger that he would live to be 100 years old.
Interesting.
And he said this to him like in the 70s. So I just think it was interesting that he actually did live to 100. I mean, I don't know if that's because of Uri's bent spoon or other reasons. But I just thought that was interesting because say what you want about the guy, but it's just weird shit. Like, it could be the gin, it could be whatever. That there's just something weird about him. There's just
Uri Geller or Kissinger or both?
Well, both, but specifically I was referring to Mr.
Kissinger.
Uri Geller.
Oh, Uri Geller. Okay.
Just being bizarre. With his predictions and saying these things. And and honestly, when he said that, I think Kissinger really did keep his spoon. I do believe the people around him truly believed in what they were saying, and maybe not everybody, but a certain amount, I think, truly believed that he had something, that he had some kind of gift, or at least some kind of influence. I mean, he had all these influences on all these intelligence agencies.
Yeah,
and that was confirmed. So I don't know. It's just it's one of those things where you wonder how these people come into influence with all these other influential people. So it's bizarre.
Well, I mean, obviously, when it came to Uri Geller and Henry Kissinger, they're both Jewish. So that's obviously there's going to be some kind of networking going on there. That's not even conspiracy. That's just what ethnically people do, and people ethnically enclave. And so he's kind of like a Jewish celebrity who meets another Jewish celebrity. That's almost par for the course. That's not too surprising. But definitely appreciate your bringing that up. I went a little bit into my own understanding of why Kissinger lived to be 100. But I'm sure he kept Uri Geller's spoon, and I'm sure he considered it something like a good luck charm, like a rabbit's foot. And I'm certain that this was, shall we say, that would be like a background factor, where anything that gives a person psychological support always helps with longevity. But I do believe there was a lot of other shit involved that I went into briefly and will go into again in the near future. I have every intention, of course, of basically the death of Kissinger created I would just call it a cataphract, a kind of a flood of so many things to cover and address that it's one of these things that could take a few weeks. Maybe like a month and a half before I'm really satisfied that I've kind of burned through him for a period of time. They
didn't release the cause of his death yet, haven't they?
Jesus, the fucker's over 100. What do you?
Was it a heart attack, stroke, seizure?
Just old age. It's just but I'll say I mean I appreciate Nemo bringing up what he's saying, because you do wonder, like, what little comorbidity was it that kicked him in, so to speak. But he's I would just say that he just woke up dead. It was like they say all death is heart failure in one form or another. And it probably was someone like him, they'll never release cause of death. And it's one of those things your average person would never ask, simply because of his age. But such being said, I do want people to know that, I've gone into it in the opening hours of, let me see which episode. I can tell you which episode it was, the latest episode. It was Kissinger's death day. No, I would say it was. I came home and started a little late on my mother's second birthday episode. her after birthday episode. There's the pre-birthday episode and the after birthday episode. So it was the latest episode before tonight's. So if you listen to the opening hours of that, then you'll hear what I have to say about Kissinger's longevity. So that's in the opening hours with Peter Moon. As a matter of fact, it's in the opening minutes. So it's in the opening minutes of the latest episode before tonight's. You'll find what I have to say about that. By the way, so when you grew up where you did, surrounded basically because, Northeast is like that. It's full of Jewish people. You had a lot of Jewish friends from fairly well-to-do Jewish families. Did you ever, like find some young Jewish lady attractive and ever dream of a relationship or the like? Or were you ever, exposed enough to these families where that was even possible?
I mean, yeah, I would say, well, the thing about it is that whether it was Jewish or not, in the area that I was brought up in,
Yeah.
that was part of a factor, whether you were Jewish or not, but mainly it was just money itself.
Mm-hmm.
So, my immediate family wasn't, we were working class. I've always had everything. My mother was very hardworking. Dad, I didn't have any issues with that, but we weren't, I per se, wasn't well off or anything. Some of my friends were, a lot of people I grew up with were very well off, and my uncle on one side was well off, and I always was exposed to people with money. So my understanding was people with money and their families purposely put other people with money and their kids with each other.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Go on.
Expose each other to each other in order to basically keep the family wealth going.
Yes.
Because most of it's all, old money businesses, and they want to be able to pass it on. So they don't want to do it with people that don't have money already.
Absolutely.
And so I was always sort of like, I wouldn't say the black sheep, because I've always had confidence. I never really, I never really was embarrassed for not having a lot of money. I mean, because I've always had enough. But it's definitely, you notice the difference. And it didn't really matter. I mean, as long as if their family had money, Jewish or not, then you were all in. There was no question about it. Now it did help, because if you were Jewish, that was almost like a complete in to have exposure. I mean, Jewish women are absolutely gorgeous.
They can be, yes, they can be.
Yeah, absolutely.
The half-breed ones, yeah.
Well, that I don't know about that. It can be that can be a factor, but
like if they're half European, like
Swedish, that can be a factor. But believe me, there's some beautiful, purely Jewish woman. Believe me.
Oh yeah, yeah. They're very sexy. They're very sexy. They're very exotic. And it's so yeah. I mean, I would have been totally fine with that. It just wasn't in the structure of where I was at. I'm sure if I had more exposure to that, I probably would.
Could be a burden sometimes, because when you get involved, if you're a Gentile and you get involved in a relationship with a Jewish woman, especially from a Orthodox Hasidic background, the parents of the chick will want you to convert to their religion and try to become one of them.
Well, the thing about
otherwise, you're not worthy of marrying her.
I think they always understood that. I always understood that I would never be one of them, and I never expected to be one of them. And I think that's why I was okay blending in. It's because it wasn't where I was like worshiping anybody or doing anything. They were just other people to me, and I was just trying to be another person to them. And when it came up to the fact that I wasn't Jewish, they were like, "Oh, okay." I guess sometimes it wouldn't be assumed that I was, but just because of the people we would hang around with, you never know. Someone might be quarter Jewish, their mother might be Jewish, and in that case, you're full if your mother is.
Yeah.
But yeah, really, it was just the exposure to, I remember my uncles and pushing their, my cousins with other people's kids that had money, and it was blatantly obvious. And it's just the way it is. That was just the way that it is when they came to that. And obviously, hanging out with you know, if I hang out with my Jewish friends now, it's different than we were hanging out in like middle school or like high school. It's a lot less cliquey. People are all adults now, and it's, you know, it is what it is. But back when we were kids, I mean, it was like when I first was exposed to them coming, you know, in middle school. That's when all the other elementary schools from around were all mixed together, and it was like, oh man, they were all helping each other out with their tests. And they were smart kids, but they would always help each other out. It was
Right.
I never experienced that type of camaraderie with each other.
Yeah,
So
they definitely look out for their own.
well, yeah, but at the same time, it's like I kind of understand. Like Bertrand Russell used to talk about it in some of his books, where, you know, all you know, groups and races, they all look out for each other, whether it's one or the other. As a matter of fact, I would say my exposure to Greek people far more what's the word, cornered off
Yeah.
than
It's common
the
in
Jewish people.
Mediterranean.
I felt more ousted being non-Greek than I've ever been non-Jewish, to be honest.
Interesting.
But that's one of my experiences.
Well, the Jewish people would be more cosmopolitan by their very nature, whereas
Greeks are just like, hey, listen, we don't like you, and we don't give a fuck.
Yeah. Which is very Mediterranean. Like, you know, you think of the Italians, and there's this Mediterranean enclaving that's very tribal. There are so many other factors that go with that. It's so when it comes to what you're speaking of, I know exactly what you mean. There was never any expectations, so because of that, they felt comfortable with you. And that's great. It's a good spot to be in. By the way, the lovely Mary in the chat, she says she had a book on Uri Geller, and she says he be old now. That's so cute. Yes. So how?
Yeah, he is.
So he's like how?
I think he's almost 80.
Holy shit!
So he's close to. If he's not like 75, he's close to like in his 80s.
He's 76.
76. There you go.
Okay, and how he must still be healthy since
he's definitely healthy. He's super. You know, he posts videos on Instagram all the time, which is like, that's why I said I think I didn't start. I mean, I read books when I was a kid, but when you started talking about him on the show a couple years ago, then I was like, oh, I wonder how Uri Geller's doing. So I looked at his Instagram, and he's posting all this crazy shit. And yeah, man, he looks super healthy. You know, whatever he's doing, it's working. So maybe he's bending spoons for himself and keeping them. I don't know.
I'm
sure he's got enough money to have the best medical care.
Yeah, he probably does. Like our man Mark has said, he definitely wound up involved with all kinds of intelligence agencies. And this was because they were experimenting with psychic warfare. And even though what he's engaged with, which is telepathy, as opposed to a different kind of psychic skill like remote viewing or something like that, he was definitely kind of like a darling of the intelligence field because they were experimenting with telepathy as well. What do you remember about some of the intelligence escapades he was involved with? Anything comes to mind in particular, Mark?
Oh yeah, there was a bunch. I mean, when he was younger, the president of Mexico had him looking. I guess they were desperate for oil. They were trying to find oil. So they claimed, I guess, that they contracted Uri to remote view where they could dig for oil, and he found oil for him. So the president gave him, I don't know, like ambassador access to the country, or gave him like the key to the country or some crazy shit like that. That was one of them, and then he did a bunch of stuff for the Mossad, where he would track down people that were attacking people from Israel, and
what they would categorize as terrorists. Go on.
Yeah. Well, he basically categorizes anybody from Palestine as terrorists at this point.
Yeah.
He says that all Palestine is controlled by Hamas. And,
Oh, Jesus.
Wow.
but anyway, yeah. So that and there's been a bunch of different ones that he supposedly after 9/11, and this is the bizarre thing because I've been witness to people that worked for intelligence agencies that will tell you that they work for intelligence agencies. So they're not in so-called official cover at that time.
Right.
And he supposedly said he was reactivated. He told people he was reactivated after 9/11, and then he started doing remote viewing to find the people that were responsible for 9/11. And that was one of his, most recent intelligence escapades. And now I'm assuming he's probably just doing stuff purely for Israel.
Mm-hmm.
I'm assuming.
Yeah.
But
yeah.
the one who had Tim Refat, we've talked about him a couple times.
Yeah, he's got a bunch of books on remote viewing, and he claims he worked for MI5, MI6, or whatever intelligence agency in England. And then he claims that they're trying to kill him because he's gone rogue and using all this magic he's learnt against them. Right. But he's probably a con artist because he does these stupid...
Well, he's a pretty good con artist because he's got a lot of people believing him.
Oh, yeah. People pay... Now, I think it's in the thousands for him to do these. Forgot what it's called, where he does this process of removing what he claims that people have parasites connected to their chakras,
he also
draining
makes
that
people,
energy.
Right, yeah. He can turn you into a psychic vampire is what he's claiming to do.
Yeah. He claims to be the Sky Lord.
Yeah, but by the way, could somebody tell me what the advantage is for this psychic vampirism? What advantage?
So basically, he's stating that when our new paradigm happens, our paradigm shift happens, that there's going to be basically two kinds of people, like the sheeple and psychic vampires.
Jesus.
And he's claiming that psychic vampires, at that point, you're going to be able to drain people's money, drain people's energy, your life will be extended, everything will be, you'll turn superhuman, you'll have superhuman, longevity, basically stuff you would think a regular vampire would have. And this would, you're either going to be one of the two. So that's how he's making this sort of like a false dilemma for people to jump on board with him.
I forget what that's called. What is that again? Kind of like something like a zero-sum game or something. It's you're one or the other. I forget what it brings to mind. I know what you're talking about. It's like this way the people are in a logic trap where the way he's phrased it, the way he's rigged the game, that you want to be on the winning side, So
he's convinced that also that Uri, he's, I guess, on the warring side with Uri because he is Tim Rifat is against. He claims to be against the Edomites.
Okay,
yeah, he's against the Jews.
Does he use that term?
He does. He uses deep state.
Okay.
And he does use Edomites. He has used them before. And so what he claims is though he stated that he brought upon, or he's bringing upon, the anti-god of the Jewish people, which he claims is the Amalek, the ancient Amalek. So he said he unleashed the ancient Amalek beast that will basically destroy all the Jewish people, is what he's claiming.
Yes.
So he claims that Uri Uri is what he says he has, and he has these powers, and he's basically at the behest of the deep state to do all the dirty work at this point. So the whole thing is it's just weird. It's just interesting to hear.
Uri Geller was most likely raised in a family that was heavily studying Kabbalah, Kabbalistic magic, blood magic rituals, and all that stuff.
He's related to. He's a distant relative of Sigmund Freud and also Harry Houdini as well.
Jesus! Wow.
Yep.
Is that something that is it conceivable? He just kind of made up that genealogy.
No, I think from what I read, it is conceivable. I can't obviously confirm it, but from what I've read, how he kind of breaks down his family tree a little bit, it does make sense.
Okay. Yeah, that's fascinating. And it's definitely this Tim Rifat guy. What I'm curious about is if he started using these terms, Edomite and anti-God, after I started exposing these terms to the public. If he was like using these terms before I started exposing these terms to the public, it would almost imply that he was of the Edomite cults himself.
Yeah, I suspect that he mentioned Aquino before, but he didn't mention him in a good light. I suspect he probably used to be affiliated with the set cultists, but then became a rival against them.
In other words,
That's what
kind
I
of like a
suspect.
renegade or rogue Sethian,
Yeah.
or Sethanist.
Yeah, like a mercenary, he'll offer his service in exchange for money with everything he's learned from the cult.
Right. Now, just so people understand, for someone like, say, Lena Shea / Lena Crane, who was one of the cultists of the Kings of Edom, who I myself became involved with sexually, and then she, of course, they just flipped the switch, and she just went on an anti-Dietrich rampage. When it comes to someone like that, if they really want to sever from the cult, this is kind of the conundrum or challenge that they're faced with. Say, for instance, not that anyone could do this, but say someone had somehow a choice in life where they were given a choice to work with whatever they wanted, kind of decide their fate with the power structures, and decided they wanted to become involved with the cult of the Kings of Edom because of all the neat magical spells they could learn, or certain arcane knowledge tricks that would help them through life. They might feel, say, if somebody had enough awareness of the world scene where they could decide to do this, and then say deep down inside, however, I never want to really cleave to that kind of nihilism, then upon your severing after a certain point of time with the cult, say you retained enough of a freedom of identity, enough of a sense of self to do that, then of course, the challenge that you would face would be, obviously, at this point in history right now, we're in what I would call an interregnum. We're not really in we're truly in a dark age. We're basically in an age of chaos where the cults are not really recognized as a threat. It impresses me that Tim Rifat brings these terms up because, like I said, it implies he was a member of the cult that went rogue. If this were the time that was, say, for instance, the Middle Ages, where the church held great sway, or, as I foresee happening, the future that I am fighting for will be one in which the Roman Catholic Church is again very much on the ascendant and has its act together with at least a sense of reformation. All of this is probably a lot more inevitable than many people realize. It's not that I'm a Roman Catholic myself, but I would like to see it bringing a lot of order to the Southern Hemisphere. I've told people before that the real Christendom of the future is not the North anymore. Obviously, go to Europe. Europe is in the days of the Middle Ages, Europe was the faith. That was Christendom. People understood that was the closest concept we had to Europe, was Christendom in the days of the Middle Ages. In the future, the closest concept we'll have of Christendom will be Latin America and Africa. So the kind of Roman Catholic Church that I foresee in the future is much more blackified, much more Africanized, lot of Latin American influence, far more Southern hemispherical oriented. So that's the kind of church that I perceive and where its power would lie. In those parts of the world where the faith is much more of the level that we would see in Middle Ages Europe, someone who's a former cultist of the kings of Edom would be lynched, burned at the stake. With that kind of influence that the church would have, that I foresee for the future, because of the faith of the South, the Southern Hemisphere, then that would be a no-go zone. A large part of the Southern Hemisphere, Latin America, Africa, would be the Pan-American African zone would be like a no-go zone for anybody who was identified as even a former member, quote unquote, of the cult of the kings of Edom. Most people on earth would simply never accept that they were a former member. You would always be looked on as once a cultist, always a cultist. But say someone were truly rogue and on their own, one thing that they could do would be to do what Tim Rifat does. And this is the time and place where he can do what he does. A place like America, where there's no real spiritual center, he probably realizes he's instantly condemned by the Baptist South. He could never get away with openly saying he is what he is and expect to go around in the Deep South and feel safe. I'm certain most evangelicals would react to him violently. When say for instance, aside from that option of being in the more liberal parts of America or the secular European zone, where a person could get away with saying I'm a former Edomite and now am rogue, another option, believe it or not, for people like that would be communist China, because communist China is godless. It's atheistic. Somebody coming along and saying I'm a former member of the cult of the kings of Edom, they would simply accept what this person says as someone who is working with applied quantum mechanics as an explanation for their supernatural talent. And they would simply say they're godless anyway. They would accept, say for instance, this person can accomplish something like cast some spells that prove to be working in their results. The communist Chinese would gladly integrate them into service of the state and accept them as a member of the state. And a former Edomite might feel comfortable there because...
I was going to say, he said in some of his prior videos that he's expecting China, communist China, to pay him money for his services. Like he reckons he might become rich for working with China.
That's the weirdest part, because I think we spoke about this before. When you started posting those videos, Nemo, COVID wasn't a thing, and it was still called coronavirus, and no one had heard about it. Like, literally no one had heard about it. It just wasn't a thing. And maybe it's because I think he was staying in Vietnam at the time. I think because he was hiding and something like that he got wind of it, because he started posting the videos saying, you know, this virus is coming and it's going to wipe out the economy, and it's going to.
He said that in 2019. Yeah.
Right, and I was like, there's no way, because you didn't want to believe it. And like, no fucking way that's going to happen.
And he said 5G had something to do with when they're rolling out 5G. It's going to make it all worse. Yeah, he was saying all this in 20.
He was actually a protege. He talks about this guy a lot, who was he had to have contact with Michael Aquino if he was this high up as a magician, or he called this guy a magus. He called him the Great Colin Bloy. So if you Google and you look up Colin Bloy, occultist, he was basically an expert in ley line energies. So he would basically go around the country or the world and try to collect ley line energy and use it for spiritual rituals and practice. So this was his expertise, and he became a true life secret agent. He called himself the real James Bond. So this is the guy that Tim Rifat was the protege of. So he would always reference Colin Bloy. So being someone that high up in that sort of magical status, he must have had some contact with Michael Aquino.
Yeah, well, he's
Absolutely.
mentioned him before. That's right.
Okay, and so that says quite a bit. So think about what
You
I
should
just...
look into some of his videos, Dogs, and tell us what you think about it from his teachings. Like, is he full on legit with all the magic he's trying to teach his followers, or is he a con man? I suspect he's a con man, but yeah.
He's going to be both. I mean, give me a break.
Yeah.
He's
like a legit magician, but also, conning people.
Yeah, definitely. That's the way to understand him. And so when it comes to think about what I've just said and the fact that he's validated everything I've just said. And of course, as people who've listened to me for a long time know, I was speaking of, not that I'm saying this as some sense of like, I can do that too. I mean, but people must remember I was speaking about coronavirus and quote unquote COVID just when it was getting started and people didn't know about it. I was bringing this up that you've got an emergent virus coming out of China. So it's one of these things where obviously he's on a level of occult connectivity with Aquino, because Aquino was God, I'm having trouble remembering now. Was he, did he not die just during COVID, kill himself during COVID, or just before it started? It was
Before, like, didn't
yeah.
COVID epidemic start in 2020 or late 2019?
2019,
Yeah,
because it was COVID-19. So when did he kill himself? Do you remember what year it was? Was it 2019?
I'd have to look up the birth certificate.
Yeah,
But
death
it was 2019.
Yeah, that's what I think. And so obviously this guy was being fed some information. In terms of everything about him, I don't feel that's necessary for me to look into him. I mean, it's not something I'm going to go out of my
I'm not saying
way.
you need to. I just personally would. For me, I'd love your opinion.
I mean, like I
In-depth
said,
opinion on it.
yeah, it's.
I
like,
don't expect you to.
It's. I mean, I can look him up right now just to see what kind of feeling I get when I look at his face. He's on YouTube, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so if I look up Tim Rifat on YouTube, which I may have done before, and just see what...
It doesn't sound like his opinion is going to change too much by watching the video.
Yeah, I'm not going to watch the video. I'm just looking... Jesus Christ, is this the guy's face? No, this is Tim Stark. Okay, I'm looking at... Is this Grid
No,
Keeper?
that's him. Tim, he calls himself Tony Stark, Tim Rifat.
Okay.
He's
Maybe
tanned with grey hair.
Oh, okay. Well, let me take a look here. We got. Let me start sharing. Can you see the cursor moving, gentlemen? I'm sharing screen. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So this guy,
No, not him.
Okay.
Scroll down.
This guy, the Grid Keeper, Calestio
One of his
Paladin.
followers. That's the
That's one
channel. Yeah.
That's Grid Keeper is one of his like little minions.
Okay. Am I spelling his name right? Tim
He's
Rifat.
right below that woman.
Okay.
The blonde-haired woman below. Yeah, with the blue car. That's him.
This guy?
Yeah, that's him. Yeah.
Jesus Christ. Jensen, he first off, my first visual impression of him is, okay, he's got a pentagram. It's not inverted. It's not in the sigil of Baphomet. It's like a pentagram star with the side pointing towards the heavens, the fifth star, this fifth pentacle of the star, so to speak. Yeah. He's got what is this? Jensen Interceptor GTR explained by Tim Tony Stark Rifat. Jesus fucking Christ. So he's taken the Marvel Comics character name from Iron Man, and how is he envision himself as Iron Man? Do either of you guys know that?
No, I have no idea why he goes by that.
I didn't get too much into him to find that out either.
But both of you know Tony Stark is the Iron Man character.
Yeah.
Right,
Yeah,
okay.
of course, yep.
So he's decided to take on that persona, And Tim, I mean, that's kind of already, I think that's pretty fucking tacky. That's like you don't hear me say, hey, I'm Douglas Peter Parker Dietrich, or something like that. You know, the name for Spider-Man's secret identity, or Clark Kent, or something. That's pretty fucking juvenile. And so that seems pretty...
I think it's because he feels that he was sort of like the Tony Stark of MI5, because he claims he worked under this guy Colin Bloy, who was super high up in the MI5 and even MI6.
If you scroll down slightly, you'll see a channel that says Tony Stark Refat, and there's one video in there that's titled "Tim Refat Destroys Theresa May, Brexit, and the EU 4 years ago." Like using these rituals.
Right, and he was doing, and so he basically was saying that he was warring with Uri Geller doing the same thing, and Uri Geller would literally go on his page and say he was doing the same shit. He would say, I'm going to do this, not spell, but I'm going to do some magic that's going to make, because they're obviously huge into football, quote unquote soccer over there in the UK. So he's like, we're going to control the soccer games or something, So both of these guys are both just, sparring cocks, trying to, I guess, figure out who can do the much damage.
It doesn't speak well of either of them. That's I mean, that's already oh my God, that's like talk about juvenile. It's like so this dude, what's this?
That's
dude?
one of his followers. Yeah.
And the lady on his T-shirt, this kind of intrigues me. He's got this rather attractive female on his T-shirt.
Yeah, because they're obsessed with celebrities, Douglas.
Yeah.
Right. So they claim that Miley Cyrus originally was supposed to be Eve, and then now it's confirmed that what's her name there?
Is that Britney Spears?
No, not the one that's like huge right now. One of the biggest, like
Taylor Swift.
Taylor Swift.
No, not Swift. The
Kate Perry.
Kate Perry. So he claims that Kate Perry is Eve reborn, and Tim Refat claims that he's Adam reincarnated. So he claims he has some kind of connection with these celebrities, and he somewhat has contact with them, and just does fucked up weird shit with them and does spells on them.
Yeah, like the one on Adam Sandler with his magic kit. He reckons he gave him fucking testicle cancer and all that shit.
So, and this chick, she's Megan Trainor. This is Megan Trainor. I've never heard of her.
That's some kind of celebrity.
Okay, so it's just another celebrity there. These are just guys who can't get laid.
Yeah. This guy, in some of his videos, he'll have pictures that he printed out of certain things he wants destroyed, and he'll nail it down on one side of this fucking what would you call it? It's got a big black and white spiral that's in tiles or bricks.
It's like
an energy vortex. Grid. He hammers.
Yeah, it's based on Kabbalah energy, supposedly.
Yeah, and he nails down these pictures in one of the squares on the side of the grid, and then he just puts petrol on them and lights them up, and it's supposed to destroy them via this ritual.
Okay, this is like Jameson Reese shit. I mean, these guys are like, oh my fucking God, I'm like appalled. And so I'll go to this guy's channel here and see what I see. Oh God, look at that, just sexy. I mean, that's just so erotic. I mean, just like, big toes sticking out of the fucking water and shit, He's like, I'd be more impressed if he had an erect phallus that was able to get that high to break water line, but he doesn't. Bow
down witches.
Man, this guy looks like he's out of shape. I mean, he's got scoliotic kind of back there. He's kind of like a almost hunchbacked. He's like overly he's old. How old is this guy?
He's got to be in his late 50s or early 60s.
Late 50s or early 60s? Dude, I'm 56!
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know how old he is, but he claims that whatever he does magic he does prolongs.
He's 66.
It claims that it prolongs his youth and it's going to make him look younger. That's what he. That's what he
It
claims.
doesn't seem to be working. It's oh my god. Here's those moments when Tim Rifat destroyed Theresa May and the Rothschilds. This is what you're telling me about, right?
Yeah. He that's another thing too, where he talks about Serena Rothschild, and he claims that Serena was, I guess, ritually sacrificed as a heretic. Like she was tied up like on a tree and, like disemboweled, that kind of thing. Mm-hmm. He's got some bizarre outlooks, man.
There's only one video here.
Yeah, that's not his actual channel. I think that's just probably another follower who named the channel after him.
Okay.
Because one of the channels I saw, he had shitload of videos where he's teaching everything he knows about how to use the Amalek and all this Kabbalistic teachings.
Oh my god.
On how to use his magic kit to destroy other people and shit. It's quite chaotic.
So what do you guys like? It's like how do you find this relaxing? Or even
it was COVID. Like when COVID, like that's literally when all these videos started. I don't know about Nemo, but
yeah,
I
just found
like,
him.
We were all locked down, and it was like we already kind of like.
So you were doom scrolling. You were doom scrolling.
I just found him interesting because he was talking a lot of shit about the Jewish people.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay.
But yeah, I realized because I looked into his website and his books, I'm like, I just got this feeling this guy's a con man, and I'm not going to be supporting this guy.
Don't judge us, okay? It was a wonderful time for both of us, okay?
I stopped watching
no judgment. I mean, look at me. I spend hours cruising for porn. Personally, I still feel that's more productive, but that's at least I'm enjoying myself.
He had a sense of humor, which I just found appealing, so I just checked it out.
Oh no, I was gonna say that his sense of humor was like this really dry, negative sense of humor. That it was kind of
dark
funny.
Sense of humor.
Yeah, super dark.
Yeah, dark enough where when you're in the right mood, you can find that entertaining. Yeah. I get it. I am really sad that this guy and his followers are kind of like the Andrew Tate of like what you would say unrequited romantics. It's like guys who have crushes on female celebrities, and they're this kind of, just so people understand, St. Valentine's Day is not supposed to be the day for romance. For people who are familiar with the tradition of St. Valentine, he was the saint of chaste lovers. These are lovers who could not or would not physically consummate. They would not become sexually intimate because, say for instance, they were priests and nuns, or say for instance they were different classes or rival families, so they could not marry, but loved each other from afar, kind of like the legendary love of the bard who would go across the countryside and sing to the ladies in the towers, who were rendered impenetrable, literally impenetrable, because they wore chastity belts while their husbands were on crusade. Then the bard would come to sing to them, woo them in their towers. Of course, the reality of these legendary bards was that they weren't. They would basically break into the towers and help the ladies hopefully pick their chastity belts with a lockpick and basically satisfy them while their husbands were gone. That was more the reality of the bards, but the romantic image was that this was chaste love. So when it comes to Saint Valentine, he is the saint of chaste lovers. And there is, however, a holiday for people who want to be physically intimate with their romance, and that's called Happy Sweetest Day. So Sweetest Day is something people can look up. Sweet like sweet candy. Sweetest Day. So people can look that up, and that's the day when people who want to get into some physical action and maybe love the person that they're fucking, that's the day for that. But Valentine's Day is like kids. Kids are supposed to be giving each other cards because they're supposed to be, theoretically, chaste lovers. So these are kind of like the St. Valentine's version of Andrew Tate. This is does that make sense to you guys?
Yeah.
I
bet most of his followers are just like hopeless Christmas.
Oh my God. Well, that's the same case with Andrew Tate, but it's it's different because Andrew Tate is claiming that he's getting action. And Andrew Tate is getting action, mostly by rape. But anyhow, so go on. What were you going to say, Mark? Yeah.
Well, I was going to say the other reason, too, is, and it's funny because he kind of, don't take offense to this, but he kind of reminded me of you in the fact that he could break down, focus points of concepts. And one of those being Max Spears. So he goes and there was at least 6 videos, Douglas, that he breaks down the whole Max Spears experience thing.
Wow. What does he say?
Well, that's what I think I took most of it was that how he described Max Spears and James Casbolt and that whole experience. He talks about the sacrifice of Max and the redistribution of his I don't know what they call it, not his spirit, but
essence,
his essence, psychic gift into Orlando Bloom, who Max would always talk about how he went to school with Orlando Bloom even before he died.
Right.
But he never mentioned his name until, obviously it came out after. And he basically discussed the, I guess, quantum mechanics of how the transfer happened, and discussed everything about it, really, just about his experience. And then that's how the whole Katy Perry thing came into about, because Katy Perry was married to Orlando Bloom.
Okay.
Yeah.
So he states that Max was at a point where he could have been with Katy Perry instead of Orlando Bloom. Mm-hmm. And in essence, he was. So a lot of these things it was just bizarre, and it was just, and like I said, that's kind of how I looked into you more, is because I was interested in the whole Max Spears thing and that whole situation that everyone had, and you were involved in at one point. So
right. And since Max Spears, some of his last words were, go to Douglas Dietrich about Michael Aquino. Does this man, Tim Rifat, ever bring me up?
No, I haven't heard him.
No, I don't think I remember hearing. And you know what? It's funny. He never really got into Michael Aquino very much as well either.
Only a little.
Just a tiny bit, yeah.
He probably does know you, but maybe he just doesn't want to mention you.
I'm sure he does. He must.
Yeah, he'd have to know you if he knows Aquino.
Yeah, and he probably didn't go deeply into Aquino, probably because he is, in a sense, protective of him. In other words, is not. What did he say about him? Did it seem negative or neutral or positive or what?
It wasn't positive. I remember that.
Okay.
I'd have to go back and listen, but I suspect he became a rival against him, so he probably didn't like him.
Or renegade away from his influence. Okay. And
right, and the other connection was that the grid keeper, I forget his real name, but the guy that you saw scrolling when you looked at his page, the grid keeper. Mm-hmm. So that's one of his minions who was very close with James Casbolt, and was in touch with Michael Prince James Casbolt while he was in the sanitarium or hospital or whatever the hell it was. And he was the only person that was in contact with him during that time, supposedly.
Okay.
Yeah. So there was just a connection on that.
Right. Unless something has changed, my understanding was that James Casbolt is still institutionalized. But not that I care, but that's my understanding. But then I haven't looked into it in a long while. Certainly Haley Mayer's family has done their best to keep him institutionalized, and would protest very strongly if they were intending to release him. So it's, yeah, well, I guess it is what it is. I'm not too much interested in pursuing this individual much further. I'm certainly, glad to know about him. I've got no real opinions on him other than what I've expressed, just based on what I can
I've
see.
always wondered what it'd be like though if you and him did a transmission together. How'd that sound?
Oh God, it's like intuitively I don't think we'd get along. I've got nothing against this guy, but he
Just exchanging your knowledges on magic and all.
I don't think they're either of them are in the situation where they would be in that. It would be appropriate. I don't think it would be an appropriate situation for them to exchange information.
I wouldn't expect it to ever happen.
Well, I think it's just the dynamic of how Douglas is and the dynamic of how Tim Rifat believes he is that would not allow them to really, sort of get themselves in that safe space mode.
Yeah,
Tim's got a big ego too. Like,
well,
the way he brags about himself. Yeah. I remember the video I was listening to. He's like, it pays to have high friends in place, have powerful friends in high places. He says when he goes to hell, he's going to be free to roam around in hell, like as being one of the lords of hell, because he'll be friends with Lucifer and all these people.
He claims he beat Lucifer. He said I beat the great Lord Lucifer in something. I don't know.
And he says most of the other people in hell are going to be locked up in cage where they won't have any freedom. They'll be just like fucking animals. Farm caged animals.
I think it's already disturbing that this man is convinced he's going to hell. Jameson Reese would say that. It's the space that a person is in where they convince themselves of that predestination for themselves. It shows me that they have kind of committed them. They want to go there, obviously, or they wouldn't say that. They want to go there, and they obviously feel there's some kind of mystique to that. But they can have it. I was
going to say, how bad could it be? I've seen people living in a personal living hell here. Yeah. I could only imagine what an external source could provide for somebody's satisfaction of hell. I mean, people really do live an existence of pure fucking pestilence and hell here on Earth.
God,
on a daily basis, every single day, and I don't know. Maybe that goes back to what Douglas says about fertilization and
composting,
composting,
and fertilization. I mean, fertilization's part of it. It's anyhow, gentlemen, I need to get an eye wanker out of my eye. I'll be back in a second. I'm going to go mute. And both of you gentlemen, please continue talking for a few minutes. I'll be back in a matter of minutes. Okay. So let me go mute for now. I think you guys have got this, and I'll be right back to all our listeners. So do stay here. These gentlemen have got this for you, and continue talking about the subject. Our numbers are maintaining, so people apparently are interested in this. Otherwise, I would have changed the subject, but it's apparently enough people are intrigued by this, and I don't judge the both of you for knowing so much about it. It's I guess like you guys said, it was locked down, and you guys were kind of like intrigued by some of the information this guy has. It's to me it's pretty, I would say, just kind of depressing. It seems to me like the guy's just lonely. is what comes to my mind, and that he's he's attracted to a lot of these hot celebrity chicks, and it's like there's plenty of beautiful women out there who are not celebrities that honestly are worth pursuing, but it strikes me that these they seem to be really frustrated these people, he and his crowd, so to speak. Okay, I'll be back in a few minutes. You guys have got this. Thank you.
Yeah. Did you happen to see any of his actual practices where he's got his magic kit out and he's like, oh, I'm gonna give
I've had
Adam
like,
Sandler cancer. I just laughed my ass
I've
off.
heard a couple of them, and I'm just, it is interesting, but at some point I'm like, Jesus Christ, they're serious about this. They'll video the whole entire ritual.
Oh yeah.
And, like, this is a fucking long ass ritual, man. I mean, I don't really want to be watching them lighting torches and doing nailing shit down. Like, it's kind of weird, but and what Douglas said also is kind of it is kind of depressing because they talk about, I don't know if you remember that, they talk about love being booby trapped.
I don't remember that part. Tell me about it.
Well, it's kind of a hard concept to understand, and I'm still not really understanding it. But basically, he said, back in like the 60s and 70s with the hippie movement and everything else, that the concept of love or loving somebody or being in love with somebody was booby trapped, and that the energy that you give to somebody when you quote unquote love them is actually extremely harmful and causes a lot of harmful things. So, and it's, I guess it's like almost like hitting somebody. It's kind of inverted. So, yeah, that was one of the things I was kind of struggling to understand, that concept where, everybody, if you love somebody, if you're telling somebody you love somebody, you're really kind of cursing them. It's a booby trap.
Right.
So, I mean, at that point, I was kind of like, I kind of understood what he was saying. So for me personally, I try not to use that word love too much or abuse it.
Well, you see people who claim that they love another person and engage in relationship, and then eventually they break down really and have a fucked up life because it was
it's from
wrong
my understanding.
choice.
Right. From my understanding, it seems like it would be kind of like almost not. It's feel like almost unwitting. Like if you're loving someone, it's kind of like you're lulling them, like you're unwittingly making them be attached to you. It almost seems like an unnatural attachment that you get with somebody when you're in love or if you're loved.
You're creating, I guess, from my perspective, a fucking spiritual tether with that individual.
Right.
And there's consequences by doing that with another person when you claim to deeply love another person and you just constantly have them on your mind, and it could backfire on you, I guess.
Absolutely. So I guess that, and then I remember we were talking about the certain type of, rituals, the Good Shepherd ritual. We talked about the Good Shepherd ritual. How, he said a lot of people that practice Kabbalah use this, and would basically, if you want to take all the goodness out of somebody, it's taking all the goodness out of people, of all people, and then leaving them with the shit. Right. That's the Good Shepherd ritual, and he claims you could do that. You could do it on a daily basis. He claims it's done to us all the time as the Goyim.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, he's got quite a dark view on the whole world. Something bad must have happened to him too, where he's just kind of like fuck everybody as well. Like,
well, they try to blow. They do say, like, if you look research, they try to. I don't know, like the UK government or whatever tried to blow up his basement and his mother's house.
Yeah. Yeah, so he said they try to use direct energy weapons on him and shit.
So, I don't know, man. It's just bizarre. It's out there.
Yeah, for all he cares, the whole world could go to hell. That's pretty much his view. He doesn't really give a shit about other people. He's just willing to take your money and teach you what he knows if you follow him. You're basically giving up some of your sovereignty to him when you become one of his fucking minions.
Oh, yeah. I mean, there was a couple other guys there that, I forget, a couple of these occult guys that, quote unquote, were super soldiers that weren't related to Douglas at all, but like they were like quote unquote truth seekers. And I think one of the guys was on Carrie Cassidy's show, which I think Douglas has been on or talked with.
Yeah, Project Camelot they're affiliated with.
Yeah.
They're full on Trump tards, yeah.
And this one guy said, he's, because of what's going on, he's joined the Tim Refat crew. the Tim Reeves gang. So they do have a gang of people.
Oh yeah.
So
Best to avoid these cults and groups and stick with yourself and have trustworthy people around you.
Yeah,
Who aren't
man,
going
cults can
to
be
it.
pretty scary.
Oh yeah. Like not
The
every
thing
single
about it is,
cult's
too, is
bad.
well, the thing about it is too is a lot of these intelligence agencies will use people in these cults for a number of reasons.
Yeah.
Many number of reasons, and one of them, mostly from what I kind of understand, is their cult resources. People in these cults have an enormous amount of resources because of the vast majority of people they have with them and the connections that they have, and strategically where they have them placed. So that's why, when intelligence agencies, a lot of times what they'll do is they'll, recruit people in some of these.
Because they can find a good use out of them.
Oh, absolutely. There's tons of good use out of people in those.
Yeah.
Lots of good use. And in actuality, if you look up Scientology was one of the biggest infiltrators of the U.S. government to date. And most people don't even realize that.
All right.
And it's bizarre that Peter Moon hasn't even really discussed it on his show. Well, I guess it's not bizarre, but it's understandable.
Just bring that question up to him.
If you Google, well, I don't know if it's something he'd want to talk about. If you Google, they had one of the biggest infiltrated the federal government at one point. They found out that almost everyone in a certain section of the federal government was part of the Scientology cult. So,
yeah.
It's but it's not something people talk about, and all you got to do is look it up.
Yeah, a lot of powerful people affiliated with Scientology in America and celebrities and shit. It's fucking... Even that bass player, the famous bass player, Billy Sheen, whatever, he was in fucking... What's the first singer from Van Halen? He started his band when he left Van Halen. David Lee Roth, he was in his band and he was in Talus. And he's like a full-on hardcore Scientologist. And when there was a big-ass protest outside of the Scientology building, he just goes out there by himself in a kindly manner and just tries to calm them all down by explaining what Scientology is. But he gives a half-baked answer about it he just says what they'd want to hear so they stop protesting against Scientology. He's just being their butt boy. I don't think you know. Do you know him, Billy Sheen? Blonde-haired Jew, bass player.
I've heard of him, yeah.
Okay.
David,
go on. Yes, please continue. You were going to say something about David?
I don't know if David Lee Roth's affiliated with, but probably.
I don't know. I mean, I always thought David Roth was cool, man. I mean, he's got a lot of talents and stuff. He actually was from the town he grew up partially in the town I was in the Northeast, and then moved out to Cali after that.
Whatever happened to him?
He had a good upbringing, but he's full on egotistical.
Well, his dad is a really, really smart doctor. He was like a brilliant doctor as well.
A Jewish doctor.
Yep.
There you go. Always a good start to have that. Yeah, that's at any rate, whatever happened to David Lee Roth?
He's fucking old. Is he? I don't know if he's still singing, but yeah, he's just old now.
Yeah, he's not. He's doing like mostly like his own, type of gig on probably like YouTube or any kind of influencer shows. I think he still does go, and they're trying to get like a Van Halen reboot with Sammy Hagar and David Roth. The last time that happened was
that failed horribly.
Yeah, it was exactly. You sounds like you know about it. It failed horribly.
Yeah, I saw the documentary. They did not get along on that tour.
Well, David Lee Roth talks about it. And there's another weird story about that whole thing is David Roth talks about he was sort of like the Satan of the two of them. He would always talk about, Running with the Devil, that song, and he was more of like the satanic side of it, and like unapologetically, it was just what it was.
Yeah, and, he's the devil and Sammy's the angel.
Sammy would always talk about love and this, that, and the other thing. Let's do about love and just that kind of. It was just that his vibe and how they mixed and things like that. And it was interesting because there was a weird article I read way back, and obviously it had to be fake, but it was bizarre, and it was supposed plot by the CIA to infiltrate Van Halen to break up the band. You know, in like the late 80s or whatever the hell it was, because they felt that the music that they were creating with David Lee Roth wasn't for their best interest. I don't know.
It wasn't. They weren't complying to what the record company wanted them to do.
There was something about the dynamic of the music that was not beneficial to their cause.
It wasn't being used as a psyops to brainwash the listeners.
Very well,
with
I think
subliminal messages and
right. David Lee he's an artist at nature, so he wanted his artistic integrity, and he didn't even. I don't think he believed it, but when he heard the story, he reacted to it kind of interestingly. You know, they said they infiltrated, so they basically break the band up and make in rock history.
Wouldn't surprise me.
Yeah, to transform rock history into a different formation that it was going in. So it was just pretty interesting that happened. And
it's funny that Gene Simmons wanted to be Mr. A&R, and he approached fucking Eddie Van Halen. Oh, you want a record deal with Warner Brothers music studio? And he's just a clueless dickhead. He's like, yeah, sure, why not? And then they had to sign up to Warner Brothers, and you know who they are. I don't have to say the word again, but yeah. And Gene Simmons, he's an evil scumbag. Piece of shit pedophile.
Yeah. I'm sorry, did you say pedophile?
Yeah.
Not that I'm arguing with that. Not that
he's bragged about sleeping with underage girls and shit, yeah.
Okay.
So obvious.
Right, yeah, well, that's not surprising. I mean, it's... that being said, of course, well, we'll move on before I incriminate myself. But all such being said, okay, yes, the music history, the music industry, it's fraught with peril. It's just full of sleaze.
Music's just used to program this human cattle. That's most music, obviously not all music, but a lot of the mainstream, mostly mainstream, all that shit. Yeah. Like there's Britney Spears song that was in the 2000s. If it was "Hit Me, Baby, One More Time" or one of them, in reverse, in one of the verses or choruses, she says, "Sleep with me, I'm not too young," like shit like that. It's full on pedophilic messages.
Spears is coming out recently with a lot of stuff. Her programming is really, I mean, it started breaking down like 10 years ago, but
when she shaved her head.
Yeah, her programming is really going into fucking overdrive breakdown now with book, and she's doing all this she's posting weird shit every day on Instagram. Like it's bizarre, man.
On the back of her head, she's got like if it's a Yiddish or Kabbalistic symbol or number tattooed on the back of her head.
Yeah, she was probably branded on her because that's what she claims, that she's under constant control by this head witch or whatever the hell she is. This witch that's basically controlling her every.
I think a lot of celebrities have these markings on the back of their head.
Yeah, well, they get assigned handlers, and the handlers.
Yep.
Do whatever it takes to keep them in line,
It's true. Yeah.
They usually marry the handler too. Like Katy Perry with fucking Russell Brand, he was her handler for a while. Shit like that. And Britney Spears even has a song where she's singing "I'm a slave forever." The proof is right in the pudding, right there.
It's such a shame, man. She's
slave.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I feel bad.
She's still such a beautiful woman.
Because she became big in the public view as a singer since as a child, and you could just imagine all these fucking Freemasons and satanic Khazars and that just preying on her and all this shit. Once you're so fully aware about it,
you gotta see.
And she was part of the Mickey Mouse Club with all the other famous celebrities.
Speaking of Mickey Mouse Club, both need to Google this video if you get a chance. Ariana Grande, the singer.
Yep.
Yeah.
So she was in the Mickey Mouse Club as well.
Yeah.
Or she was in Disney or whatever the fucking show.
Right.
Watch the video of her performing in front of the Clintons. And the look on Bill Clinton's face is priceless.
Right. Yeah, he's just thinking
He's
of fucking
looking at her like I can't wait to get my hands on this. Like
Right.
just like it's just the look in his face is just. I mean, if you could wear your fucking soul on your face,
Yeah.
that's what it looks like. It's fucking incredible. You just got to see it. Like he is just enthralled with her. Just he couldn't believe what he was.
Yeah, the first video I looked this up, and the first thing that comes up is why is Bill Clinton looking at Ariana Grande like that? At the what's the full time? It says let me see now. It says here, why is Bill Clinton looking at Ariana Grande like that at Aretha Franklin's funeral? Is this what you're discussing?
Yes.
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 Okay.
Yes. At a funeral. At a funeral.
Yes. Yes. Oh my God. So I'm just looking at this. The voice is off, but we've got what's this? Jesse Jackson sitting there. Bill Clinton's sitting there. Yeah. Yeah. So.
Yeah, I'm looking at the image. Yeah, it's fucking creepy.
Okay. And yeah. So he's stripping her with his eyes. Jesse Jackson's looking at him. So what I could do is let me do the screen share here. So do a screen.
Even fucking look, Farrakhan, or whatever his fucking name is.
Yeah. So then they've this is like Jimmy Fallon now, but but this is pretty much what they're showing. So Clinton is like. There he goes. You know, like our man Mark said, he's obviously hard on his sleeve, or his dick is practically out. Jesse's looking at him like pretty nonplussed. He's not surprised. Jesse, of course, looks he always looks bad.
He's just dead inside.
Yeah, he's definitely. It is what it is.
Louis Farrakhan's like smiling, watching it too.
This is. Go on.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
He likes to act like he's against all these powerful, what's Khazarians and Freemasons, but he's in on it. He's just playing an acting role, just like all these other people who claim to oppose the people in power.
I mean, well, look at him. Poor bastard's got dad's disease, where his pants are way up over his navel.
Nearly up to his chest.
What the fuck? Yeah, this looks like, a caricature of, Big Boy Burger and shit.
Looks like Pee Wee Herman when he was wearing that.
Yes. No, that's just and Jesse has got this look. He's just looking around at both sides, like everyone around. This guy is, of course, like he's got his tongue. His tongue is right here, just maneuvering behind his lips. Where
that's not really appropriate at a funeral, I think. I mean, what the hell, man?
Well, I mean, it's not like they knew Aretha Franklin. None of these people knew her personally, so it's like they're just like what would you say? They're just there to quote unquote be there. Paying respects doesn't even do it justice.
Just to give themselves a better image.
Yeah, but I think we're not getting good images here of, we're getting just hints of it. This guy is like really censored it. So what I suspect is that there's other videos that show more. But
I'm sure Big Street has a lot.
Okay. There's
videos that show you that they zoom in on Clinton's.
Here we are.
On his face.
So let me see if I can. Oh shit! Yeah, I don't want that. Yeah, but let's see if I can get the voice off on that, and then okay, here we are. So and then that was added in. But then he's staring at.
See, he's sizing her up.
Yeah, no, he's definitely stripping her with his eyes. He's got, well, it is what it is. He's.
It's like when you see Jesse and Bill, it's like the two masks, the sad and the happy masks next to each other.
Yeah. Oh, you mean, Jesse, the sad mask, the tragedy mask, and Bill's the happy mask. Yeah. That's good. That is good. That's good. I like that. That's funny as hell. But
it just creeps like that in power everywhere, and all these female celebrities, singers, most of them are mind-controlled sex slaves.
They are, and
Yeah,
it is sad. It is tragic, and it's a human tragedy. But for what it's worth, certainly the American public went to bat for Britney Spears. They did launch campaigns and protests concerning her effectively being legally owned by the individual who had basically care provider rights over her, if you remember that. I forgot the legal term for it in her case. But basically, what did they call it again when somebody has protective rights over you, custody or something? It was basically this person owned her. And she had signed away, what do they call that when you have responsibility over someone?
All I can think of is
power of attorney.
Yes,
Yeah.
power of attorney. This individual had power of attorney over her, and so the public came out and they protested. There were protests, Free Britney Spears. Remember that? There were Free Britney Spears protests. So it's not like she doesn't have public support. The public is aware that she's been exploited. So that's important.
Yeah.
I mean, think about that poor dear who died without that. What was her name again? Anna Nicole Smith. And
married. Not married. She was with that Howard K. Stern piece of shit.
Yeah.
Different Howard Stern, not on the Sirius XM lawyer Howard K. Stern.
Right.
Just for the listeners.
Right. Thank you.
He was he was subtly mocking her when he was filming her losing her mind.
He was such a fucking slime ball.
Oh yeah, he's a snake motherfucker.
Yes.
He was a slime ball.
Yeah, really was. And
you can spot out the handlers easy once you're fully aware of this.
Yeah, and
if there was ever a definition of a handler, he was.
Oh yeah,
he was it. I mean, you could see. It was documented on the show. You know, you could just see all the just manipulation that was done. I mean, listen. I mean, it is what it is, a circumstance. But she obviously wasn't innocent either. But oh man, I mean, it was in plain sight. You could just see the manipulation and control on that show. The fake empathy too. The fake sympathy. The fake empathy was just it made me want to throw up.
Yeah. Well, I mean, she was definitely victimized. I mean, it's like she never had a chance. It was kind of like she
never had a chance to live her own life, but with full control.
Yeah.
She was under control since a child.
Yeah. I mean, she was just like naive and then taken in by predatory meat marketers, and it's just sad, and it's just as for this as for Tim Rifat, like you showed me earlier, it's all I can say is he's never said anything about me, so it's probably best I just don't say much about him other than the observations I made. I just feel kind of bad for him, if anything. He may very well be involved with intelligence, as he says, because he is involved with the occult. And as I said, in America, what we have is a military, intelligence, industrial, occult complex, along with many other elements to it. You know, military, industrial, occult, intelligence. We could go on and on about all the other elements involved. As for
I wanted to mention, speaking of Howard Stern, did you hear about his, I guess you'd say, closeted gay lover, died recently, Ralph Sorella?
Are we talking about the attorney who was with Anna Nicole Smith, or the radio guy? Okay.
Yeah.
He had a gay lover? No, I'm shocked. Go on.
Well, it's suspected that they were in a secret gay relationship because they were extremely close. And there's just pictures of them staring deep into each other's eyes like a pair of gay lovers would do. And he'd always defend him when others would make fun of him. And just they've known each other for 20 years. Ralph Sorella. He's Howard's personal stylist.
Oh, God. You mean basically his cosmetologist, so to speak, his salonist?
Yeah.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah, he was like, he'd always call up on the show as well and
Oh, God.
chime in. He was popular in the show, but they'd make fun of him a lot too. But yeah, he died, I think, lymphoma or some type of cancer. And you know, it's funny, when Howard Stern was addressing his death, he didn't shed one single tear. And he didn't even give him one single fucking dollar to pay for any of his medical bills or helped him with any of the health insurance. Because he was employed by Howard Stern, so he had no medical care or nothing. Just he left to die pretty much, and Howard did nothing to help him. And this was a secret, most likely a secret gay lover of his. And they'd known each other for over 20 years, like close friends. Howard just has no capacity of empathy for people around him.
Oh, Jesus. Well, why am I not surprised?
Even one of his loyal staff, Scott the engineer, that's been working with him for fucking decades. When his wife got cancer, Howard didn't chip in one bit. If you're a billionaire and you care about the people that are close to you, you'd think you'd have the heart to chip in and help them with their medical problems or whatever. Especially if you're loaded with money. Like, he could have easily covered for the entire medical bill and wouldn't have been nothing, but he didn't do shit to help him out. And this is a fellow Jewish friend, staff worker, and he didn't do anything to help his wife.
Yeah.
You remember, if you help people in need, you're just doing them harm, Nemo.
Yeah, that's right, according to Ayn Rand, yeah. And, holy shit, I'm...
Good morning.
Oh, good morning. Thank you so much for joining us. We need some of that feminine energy. So, honey.
Hi, Amy.
Tell us.
Good morning.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. Welcome
Hi.
aboard.
Great new picture, Andy, by the way. Great new picture.
Yes.
Yeah, it looks good.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
Yes.
Yeah, I loved what Mark was saying about how loving somebody can really be a curse onto them. And I feel like that's some interesting psychology behind being clear in your own mind about what you're actually providing somebody. Like, just using these words can sometimes just bind you to them in a way that's really unhealthy, and if it's not healthy for the person you're directing these words at, then it's also tying you into a spiral that doesn't grow or expand. But I hopped on because Douglas was looking for guardian ad litem.
Yes. Go on.
That was the word, right? Yeah.
Something like that. Yeah.
Guardian ad litem. That's when someone is assigned to care for somebody.
Yes.
Have a relationship with.
Yes. How did you pick up all these power words in your vocabulary?
I have a philosophy degree. I'm just that way. I've always.
Yes.
No, I have always had a very strong capacity for language comprehension.
Okay.
Like, all of my testing in elementary school was like off the charts for language.
Yeah.
So it's just I don't know, trauma. I was abused into it. Like, I was just given these skills to help myself out of bad situations. But no, I was up earlier and I couldn't join. I was too tired. I just couldn't do it. So I
you sound good now, though.
Yeah, I got some coffee. I was like, okay, I guess I can do this. But it sounded like you were maybe headed towards a little monologue.
I was. Then I finally figured, fuck, we might as well take it to the end of the show tonight and skip it tonight. Because, oh shit. Okay, so there's one of the images Nemo provided in our little text box here.
Just look at the way they're just looking right into each other's eyes. Howard's like, I want your ass.
Oh, disgusting.
Yeah, it is disgusting, but most likely they were gay lovers.
I have no doubt of that. I have no doubt of that. And of course, they look kind of alike, so it's a form of narcissism.
Yeah, they look very similar.
Yeah, it's
Howard's like, this is me, I'm gonna fuck me.
Oh, yeah, it's like, if I could clone myself, I would fuck myself.
Yeah.
Yes, this is a kind of narcissexuality. Narcissexuality is what this would be.
Yep.
and you'll see it at some point in the future if clones can ever be made to age rapidly to the age of the person that is cloned, then you would probably see a number of people fucking themselves. Fortunately, I think we've got a long while before we get to that point where we have that technology. Basically, clones are going to be as however old you are, they'll be an entire lifetime younger than you. Mark left. Jesus Christ, Mark, why didn't you say goodbye?
He just DC'd, I think, by accident.
Oh, okay.
He did it before.
Yeah, he's back.
We-
Okay. Go on, Amy. Yeah.
I was just gonna say we're having a big snowstorm over here, so I didn't know if he was affected by that also.
Oh,
but we're
thank
getting
you.
a lot of snow.
Got it. Mark, how is your?
Yeah, we got. Yeah, it's so actually that it's all rain over here. Right now, at least, we're getting killed with rain nonstop, so that's probably screwing things up. But Douglas, I'm actually going to head out because I got to head to work now.
Okay. Well,
but it was great talking to everybody. Great talking to Amy and
nice talking to you.
Yeah.
Always a pleasure. God bless.
Yes, we really appreciate your dropping in. We love you dearly. Stay safe and be well. Okay.
Likewise. Have a good day now. Bye-bye.
All right. Thank you. That's Mark H. and headed off to work. So we're very happy to have Amy with us. And so, dearest Amy, catch us up on anything you're willing to share. How's Kala? When is this marriage with, the the Mr. Charm or whatever you would call him? Yes.
They were really hoping to do it for the solstice, and then that way they could have a party for the summer solstice after they sign the paperwork for the winter solstice. But everything happens as it's supposed to, so we're just kind of riding it out until it really does happen. I'm actually gonna start work here this week, so
what are you doing?
I know.
Well, is that gonna interfere with your appearances?
What?
Why? I'm sorry. That I hope it doesn't interfere with your appearances. Just good. It won't then. Good.
I don't think so.
Good.
Yeah, it's more ski industry stuff, and it's actually a lot more money than I would be getting working directly for the resort. So I'm really excited about it. And the people that I interviewed with, the woman speaks 5 languages.
Wow.
Which, to me, I was like, oh, at least she would be fun to hang out with because she could do some translating. But it was just a really good interview, and I'm expecting to hear from them today. I have a bunch of stuff I have to handle before I can start. But
what is this again? The job? If I may ask, I'm sorry. You probably said it, and it just. I'm sorry.
I didn't say it. It's property caretaking.
Okay.
Which is basically inspecting units so that ski guests are taken care of. Because a lot of the times the owners of these homes, these vacation homes at the ski resorts, they're not on site, and the resorts themselves are so poorly managed that a lot of time the homeowners end up losing money because the renters show up and there's all kinds of problems in the unit. So the homeowners can pay this organization extra to just ensure that their guests are well taken care of.
Wow.
And that is my understanding of what they need. Is I'm going to do inspections in the properties, and I'm from here. Like, the company itself is out of Oregon, so they don't have anybody on site that knows the area or knows how to handle guests. So yeah, I'm really excited. I've been just floundering without anything to do but take care of dogs. And
well, that's not a bad thing. It's not a bad thing. I mean, you've certainly made
it's a lot harder to do nothing than it is to just be busy. Yeah, I'm doing pretty good. I'm looking forward to, finding out how this whole situation's gonna unfold, and I've been paying more attention to this idea of working with somatics to support the nervous system.
Okay.
Being really just aware of how I can orient myself in my present state in order to facilitate safety, and having to really pay attention to whether or not I feel safe. Like noticing whether or not the people in my life are caring for me, or am I just fawning? Am I just like agreeing with them in order to placate them and then facilitate my need to flee? Like that's kind of.
Well, explain to our listeners a bit about the concept of somatics.
So somatics is like the soma is your physical body. So somatics is the working with the body through movement in a way that facilitates greater health. So a lot of times when you've encountered trauma, your body will store that energy and it will come out in really inopportune places. So this work is really, it's ongoing. It's a process. It's not something that you're going to achieve like this is, I'm going to be completely healthy in my nervous system and here you go, here's your piece of paper, you graduated. No. This is like a process that you learn and you continue to grow with. It's interesting because all of these different modalities that I have been putting my attention on, they all want you to take some kind of training in order to apply it as a therapist. And I know you've talked to me about maybe I should just become a counselor, and
right.
And I have no interest in that at all. Like I have like zero interest in spending all my time listening to people discuss their own troubles. Like that's just not something that I'm really well aligned towards.
I get it. Yeah. Go on.
The somatics themselves. So one of the bigger names in that field of study is Peter Levine. He's quite a bit older, so I'm not sure if he's still like out in the public eye so much. But I had learned about this in Brazil when I did my yoga teacher training, and it's basically small movements. It's not like everything is done in a way such that you could continue to do more. It's not this kind of like push like you would with athletic training, to try to accomplish a goal. It's more of a put in effort, notice the results of the effort, decide at that point what new movements you're going to put your body through, but also using reflection, and then perhaps even having so what in yoga we call them postures, but then having kind of a pilot posture, or the thing that you go back to, like maybe standing mountain pose if you're doing like small shoulder rolls or neck rolls, and then just going back to standing and noticing your alignment in standing. But none of it is done in a way that you're gonna like end up sweating or really exerting yourself in kind of a cardio workout routine. Like nothing is done like that. It's all about just noticing what arises in the mind when you put your attention on your body in such a way that you're able to really focus on your own stuff. And I guess that sort of revolves back around to like when you're telling somebody you love them, what kind of stuff are you giving them? Like, are you even aware of the effects of these words or this behavior? And can you really own that? Can you really understand, like, how well are you loving yourself in order that you can give something even greater to another person? That's sort of the stuff that I've been looking into, is nervous system care, being really attuned to your own safety, and then also kind of letting go of any expectations that you're going to achieve some kind of goal, instead settling back into like a relaxed posture and just noticing, and as opposed to reacting or being judgmental or critical.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, beautiful. And
Is it all,
I'm
can
sorry?
I ask you about some of your process
Sure.
with your art?
Of course.
I am just in love with that painting that you had put up of your mom.
Oh, thank you.
I mean, it was just so talented that can you talk about how you approach that? Like, are you layering it? Are you actually painting with paint? Are you using a digital format?
Oh, well, thank you for asking. Just so everybody understands, I'm very old-fashioned, and I come from pre-digital in terms of my training for illustration. And what I do is I use paints. I also use pencils. So we start with a graphite, and this would be on fairly textured a poster board. And take the poster board, and I start with pencil, and I pencil in very heavily. And what I'll do is, of course, use and then again, this is something that since you asked, it's one of these things that is how would I say it? One of these subjects that personally I get very emotional about in the sense that nobody seems to understand the way professional illustrators work. And one of the things that needs to be defined is that everyone needs to understand the disambiguation between professional illustration and quote-unquote fine art. Now, I was trained in professional illustration to sell art and therefore produce art in rapid succession, large volume. By this, I don't mean like mass production of the same image over and over again, but to produce, say, for instance, for comic books. This would take a process that is also traditionally been used for films called storyboarding, where you actually will comic book style, as the Americans would call it, graphically novelize the film so that they can take that as the visual cue for rendering the film itself. This is mostly used with fantasy and science fiction, obviously, because theoretically with dramas you don't need to do this. This is for like big budget historical dramas as well, would use storyboarding. So anything that is recreating a world that does not exist before our eyes, which of course your average drama that takes place in a contemporary setting doesn't need to be concerned about this. But if you're trying to recreate a historical setting or create wholesale, whole cloth, a fantasy or science fiction setting, then you take this this process. Then you use storyboarding as if the illustrator is, shall we say, drawing out a comic book. Now, this means that you've got to graphically produce multiple images in succession. It's almost like illustrating for animation, except that these various frames will have vastly different images. Sometimes completely different scenes that you wouldn't have an animation, which is obviously the same character or scene moving very slowly, with successive images giving the illusion of motion. So what you're doing is, when you're working in this kind of industry, are producing multiple illustrations for book covers. Say, for instance, the illustrations that one used to see on Harlequin romance novels, or for my case, the illustration for pornographic novels that would then get published and actually put into print and then sold in stores on the shelf in the days that I was growing up. None of that exists anymore, of course. Everything's gone digital. Most illustrators, of course, are digital illustrators. So the difference between them and myself is vast, just worlds away. Nobody anymore is trained in working on the old draft tables. So I'm an old draft table kind of guy. And so we start with poster board, and what we do is we create images. But because I have a professional background, by the way, Mary Cine Helena Kiskonen says, my son is into manga comics. He also watches the animes. He tells me spoilers from the manga before they create the animation. Thank you for sharing that. Delightful. I love that. And just so people understand, again, that's an Americanization. What she's describing, manga, is a graphic literature. So I try to avoid the use of the word comics because I believe that degrades the material. And it does. People do not have respect for the term comic books. So I try to get people to understand that graphic novels or graphic literature is storyboarded narrative for what people could look at and appreciate in the same way that they do comic books. But obviously comic books is a derogatory term essentially. And so hopefully someday we'll burn that out of our vocabulary. And because the majority of comics these days, there's nothing comical about them. They're pretty mature adult themes generally. And even those for kids are pretty much, they're not funny per se. They don't really have a lot of comedy in them. There's nothing comic about. People think you got that term from old comic strips where people would laugh at the Sunday funnies. So people would get that. That's where the term comes from. And it was a specifically American term. That's not how the Europeans or the Asians perceive graphic literature. And so, yeah, just understand that I was working with ultimately the dream of going into graphic literature when I wasn't dreaming about becoming a think tanker or I was dreaming about becoming a professional illustrator like a comic book illustrator. And there I just used the term that I despise. But so because I have this background in producing images in volume, you learn a lot of tricks. You work with photographs, and this is how my high school teacher, who was one of my graphic illustration instructors, got away with storing child porn on-site San Francisco Unified School District property at John O'Connell Vocational Institute of Technology, because he said it was references for illustration. And there is rationalization there that could hold in a court of law if he had a proper attorney or a good lawyer. Basically understand that professional illustrators would have volumes of photographs of people in different positions, both naked and fully clothed, depending on what it is they're trying to illustrate. These reference volumes used to be produced for illustrators where you'd have naked people in different positions so that you would have an instant reference for illustration. And this would include children, because this oftentimes people would be illustrating children, among other things. So there was a legitimate excuse for this, but it didn't succeed for him. He basically, of course, had pornography of children copulating, etc. Just a side story there. Not to dismiss it as something peripheral, but obviously this played a big role in my life as to why I never became a professional illustrator. Because of my bringing this man down, And the illustrations that I brought as evidence to the police, rather than bringing them photographs of child pornography, which would have incriminated myself, because what are you doing in possession of these? Even though I was underage, that still would have had legal implications that would have been awkward, to say the least. I produced illustrations and presented them to the police, saying that there were photographs of children in these positions, and this is what needs to be investigated. Therefore, I was indirectly, by several steps removed, not incriminating myself while bringing attention to what was going on with Gary Willard Hambright, one of my high school illustration instructors. So, just so people understand how one produces massive amounts of illustration, people have a fantasy or some kind of insane or just naive, I would basically call it stupid idea, that someone is born with a talent and they can just draw automatically. The term would be automatically, like automatic writing. Like somebody just sits at a beach and sketches portraits of people. There are people who do this. Matter of fact, this is something Adolf Hitler used to do when he was an illustrator in Vienna. He could sketch people. Yeah, I can do that. Anyone with a reasonable amount of talent can do this, but that's not professional illustration, say to the level that I produced this illustration of my mother. That's not something you would do barehanded, so to speak, spontaneously. You don't just sit down and say to yourself, I'm going to draw this picture and it's going to look like this. You can do that with the basics of the illustration, but really, you can't do that to the degree of detail that I produced in that illustration. It's simply only very few people on Earth can do that. These are like people who have the visual equivalent of a photographic memory. And what they're doing, say for instance, is usually producing much more simplified, almost anime or stylized illustrations. And they're just not like what you see in the illustration I produced for my mother, which I used to produce paintings like this all the time on Facebook and publish them on Facebook, especially during the birthdays of my father or my mother in particular. So when it comes to these days, I'll probably produce more of them for YouTube since I'm not on Facebook anymore. But just so people understand, when you're producing these illustrations and you put out the basic outlines, take a look at the details on this painting and you'll see the patterns on the belt. You'll see she's holding up a jade badge. That's a ancient Chinese badge, literally a badge to present the authority of the emperor, that you hold the authority of the emperor, you are a representative of the emperor, you are enforcing the emperor's edict. That badge has all kinds of detail on it. This is not something you produce from memory. So just understand, even though my memory is good and clear and almost photographic, used to be a lot more so, the hairstyle, the pins in the hair, these details can be outlined, but they cannot be detailed without reference. So when you produce, say for instance, the cloth waving in the wind, which I can draw the outlines of for my mother in that illustration easily, then you produce the architecture in the background, and in this case it's subdued, but nevertheless detailed enough where you can see the effects of sunlight producing shadow that renders a three-dimensional effect that's recognizable. All of this is something that requires not simply talent. Well, it's all talent to a degree, but it's not simply natural talent. It's the talent of being able to take photographic references and then basically piece them together onto the same poster board. So that's all done with graphite and charcoal, and to prevent that all from running, because it all smears, and you use the eraser just as much as you use the lead, the graphite, and the charcoal. You use the eraser quite a bit, And then when you get rid of all the bleed, because it all smudges, then you basically kind of settle it by hairspray. You literally hairspray the graphite and the charcoal into place so it doesn't smudge as much thereafter. That's when you begin to apply the colors. And so the way that, however, the image is put together in the first place, before the details are added and then painted, is a lot of composite, shall we say, a kind of cut and paste, but without computers. This is something that in the old days, we had different photographs of whatever the scenery was, and that would be, say, the temples, the buildings, in this case, the terraced architecture. You have soldiers in the background with lances. All of this would be taking other photographs or illustrations. Photographs like this are fairly easy to find because of all of the historic films made in Asia. So with all of the historic films made in Asia, there's already sets that have photographs of them that you take as reference. And literally, what you do is you have to, of course, make certain that they look as if they're realistically composited and that their scale, they're realistically scaled, so that the further back they are, the shorter or smaller they are, etc. You take all that into account. One of the things that Robert Crumb, who obviously has issues, I think he's dead, but Crumb was a famous artist in San Francisco. People can look up Crumb, San Francisco artist, and they'll find all kinds of things that you probably won't find too appealing. He was a product of his time. He also worked heavily in pornography. Crumb, of course, he had all kinds of issues, as many illustrators or artists do, because they're usually loners and they're people who spend all their time producing art. They're not usually very socially adjusted. In his case, he was extreme in that regard. Many artists are. And but, without going into all of that, his brother, of course, couldn't understand his photographing all kinds of things. He would photograph a lot of things which his brother took mostly as a fetish. Really wasn't the case. A lot of that had to do with his professional illustration. His brother couldn't understand his photographing various common items like telephone poles. And he would point out to him, have you ever tried to draw a telephone pole from memory? And that brings us back to what some people do. There are certain people who have a certain nervous system or neurology. Their nervous system processes in such a way that they can do something that is almost machine-like. And this is extraordinarily rare. But one case I saw of this was an illustrator who specialized in drawing faces of politicians and celebrities for magazine covers. So if you ever take a look at some of the old magazine covers of Time magazine or TV Guide, and you would see faces where every detail was drawn in, wrinkles, furrowed brows, birthmarks, etc., that would make a celebrity or politician instantly recognizable. This one particular illustrator I knew of, he would reference these faces, he would call them maps. To him, a human face was a map. And he would basically illustrate in the fashion of the way old televisions worked. Old televisions would work by lines. These would be horizontal lines that would be one on top of the other. And each one of these lines would bear a bit of symbolic data visually. And the lines would, of course, give you the impression of an image. And the more lines you had, the higher the definition. So early televisions were very primitive and did not have many of these lines. In fact, they were so primitive that when my father was very young and worked at, his dad worked at Kodak, they had a neighbor who had no children. Since the husband and wife, one of them was sterile, or maybe they both were, probably because of all those Kodak chemicals. They had money to spend on items that they would not have money to spend on if they had children. So they spent money on one of the first TVs. And one of the first TVs that was available to the public, the way my father described it, the control was directly connected to the TV by a heavy cable wrapped in, elephant skin is what you wrap around wires. Basically a cable wrapped in elephant skin connected the control directly to the television. And it's only a few buttons. Just literally a button probably to turn it on and off, not much else. And the television screen had some basic lines on it that gave a very primitive looking image. It was primitive enough where, since they did not have color TVs at that time, these people purchased a screen to affix over the TV screen that provided a sense of color. Literally, it was 3 bands of primary colors. It was green on the bottom and red in the middle and blue on the top. And that way, when images moved in black and white, when you had that 3 tricolor screen affixed over the TV screen, this gave an illusion of blending colors as the black and white images moved behind that tricolor screen of red in the middle, green on the bottom, and blue at the top. My father described it as the perfect screen to watch a fire truck speeding over a green field of grass on a nice day that had a bright blue sky. That would be the image that he was describing. The reason all of this is important is when this guy was working on the maps of faces, he would draw them like a television screen in the old days. He would do it line by line. He would start off at the top and draw the beginnings of a scalp, work with the next line all the way down the face, divided by these horizontal lines. This is something that a normal person with a normal nervous system cannot do. Basically, this person was a neurological freak. So, since the normal human mind does not process like that, could not possibly process like that, this person was almost like a walking anomaly, kind of like a biological version of an AI or something like that. So, since I do not process that way, all professional illustrators are taught to composite images that you trace. This is where the subject gets very sensitive. And this is where I get disgusted by the average person and their total mental incompetence at understanding this. This does not make you a tracer. You're not tracing a singular image. So what you're doing is you're tracing multiple images and you composite them. So this would be like cutting and pasting various parts if you were working on a digital computer, but you're not. You're working physically. And so you're tracing the photographic image for, say, for instance, my mother's illustration, the buildings in the background. You trace the troops before the buildings later by imposing their image in front of the buildings. Then you basically trace various elements that then composite the image of my mother. And this includes the imperial gown. This is something that, of course, you need the details of, and gradually, after the basic tracings, you fill in the details. So understand, you're not tracing. This is when people just don't get the need for all the tracing paper and all the imagery, and they think somehow you're quote-unquote cheating. This is just insanity to me, and it's so offensive, because what do you think a person does to produce an enormous amount of illustrations quickly? You honestly think we sit down there as professional illustrators and just pour this stuff right out of our head, just out of our minds, and just literally draw without references? Like we could, out of our mind's eye, accurately draw an architectural edifice, soldiers in armor, the picture of the empress figure in front of all of this, including the details of the badge, the hairpins. This is insanity. You must be completely idiotic, so stupid to think that a person could just sit there and do this. This is and people, then when you find out the secret, quote unquote, no, it's massive amounts of tracing composited of course, the illustrator has to be able to connect all that smoothly. That in itself is a talent none of you have. So the fact that you understand or find out there's tracing paper involved, that somehow this detracts from the talent of the individual who's producing the illustration, this is what really upsets me. The thing that I would always encounter all my life is when people would encounter me illustrating. Actually walk into the room and see the process of myself illustrating. And saw all the tracing paper involved. And, oh, you cheat! Oh, you're a tracer! And it is... You have no idea how offensive that is. This is something like, okay, you, out of your mind's eye, draw a motorcycle. There are people out there who specialize in nothing but nature illustration. They draw animals. There are people out there who specialize in nothing but mechanical illustration. One of my favorite illustrators, Sid Mead, essentially did cars for the most of his drawings. He really wanted to do architecture and did some magnificent cities. He's the man who painted the mural for Future World, or whatever they called it, Tomorrowland, for Walt Disney, for the Disneyland, back when they had the World of Tomorrow, and then they got rid of it, replaced it with Star Wars. The individual Sid Mead, he, of course, did what he was paid to do, and most people just wanted to pay him to do concept cars. So he was stuck the majority of his life producing concept car illustrations. Now, when it came to this level of specialization, being a pornographic illustrator, obviously I specialized in people, particularly the female body. So, yes, I can draw a naked woman. Yes, I can draw the shapes in pretty much straight, so to speak. But really, when you want to put them in a historical outfit, you're going to have to use photographic references. You're going to have to take the tracing paper and start to synthesize it. All of this is very different from how a digital illustrator would work. But I'll guarantee you one thing. The majority of digital illustrators are just doing a form of paint over photographs. So this is what I've done as well in many cases. This illustration is not one of those cases. But oh, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. Mm-hmm. I wanted to kind of revert back to more of the process itself. Mm-hmm. So you talked a little bit about setting the charcoal and then being able to apply paint over. Mm-hmm. Can you maybe talk about, like, what are you using for tools? Like, what kind of, like, are you using acrylic? Are you using oil? Are you making your own paint?
Thank you for asking. Right now I'm reading what Mary Cini Helena Kiskonen said. My brother too drew cars to detail. He became an architect as hobbies, built his own home. His main job is a truck driver. Holy shit. Good God.
Yeah, it's really interesting to find out, like, people who create really wonderful things, they generally have to do something else to support that instead of just focusing on that particular, if you want to be an artist, you're going to have to get a day job, right? Like,
generally, but this is why I had to produce in volume. If you're going to do illustration as a profession, you've got to produce in volume. So this is why I did what I did, as I was trained to do, because that's the professional thing to do. So in terms of the paints that are used, let's just put it this way. You and I can talk about that privately. I don't want to get too overt with this in public, because a lot of times people will then begin to ask me more and more questions about it, and it just gets uncomfortable for me. For one thing,
I don't want you to be uncomfortable.
Yeah,
no,
but as you already understand, the subject is sensitive to me because all my life, all I've gotten is dealt with idiots all my life who basically just as soon as they see the tracing paper involved and half the process involved, they think you're somehow some kind of fraudulent, like, oh, you're cheating, quote unquote, like you're not producing everything, out of your mind alone. It's just idiots.
I mean, Douglas,
Yeah.
you've had a very challenging life in general.
Yes.
And I would like to suggest that at this point in time, you have a lot of people who care about you and do support you.
Thank you.
So if we could just go from like here forward, like let's not worry about whoever thought you were cheating by tracing. Like they're not artists. They don't know what they're talking about. Like that's in the past. So, I don't want you to go back to that. I don't want you to feel like you're like somehow rerouted away from being a commercial illustrator because of like, a couple people who said the wrong thing to you.
Oh, no, it wasn't that. It's my mother forbade me from doing it when she found out about all the pornography I was illustrating before I was... Yeah.
I remember that. I remember that story. And I think I really am impressed that your mother was wise enough to inform you that you shouldn't sell your art and that you had promised her that you wouldn't. But I feel like this particular painting has so many really divine elements, the way you've backlit the robes and there is that sense of motion in the painting that is clearly like it's a still image. Like there's no motion here, and yet when you look at it, she seems to be dancing, and there seems to be like there's like this cloud in the background, but then it's like a clearing almost lining up with her movement. And so I just in looking at what you've presented, I just wonder, what would it take for you to really be comfortable and feel safe creating more painting? Because it's clear that you have a talent that you haven't really utilized in a way that the rest of us can benefit from. I mean, this particular image shows how much you really respected your mom.
Oh, yes.
And that, in my world, like that is what's really interesting about you is the care and love that you have for your mother and the way that you have such a quiet and yet really a strong connection to the way that she raised you, to how she trained you. Yes. To even her saying, I don't want you to sell your art, and then you just accepting that because you cared for your mother and you trusted that she was there to be supportive of you, and you didn't have any fear that that she would lead you in the wrong direction. Yes. So I mean, I don't want to get off track from whatever it is that you feel is most important to speak about, but I did want to go into what your process was.
Yes.
So that people could understand, like, when you're setting up photographs with your son,
yes,
there's a process to it. Like, you're worried about the background. You're doing, whatever you can to get your hair done, to have your outfit look just right. Like, the expression on your face is also part of the image. Like, these are things that even when you approach a painting, you have to consider all those details. Like you're saying, like you're making a composite and you're not necessarily tracing, but you know what? If an artist is tracing something, it's not the same as the original anyway. Yes. It's still its own thing with its own value. So, I'm concerned that like somebody has said something to you and it's really like put you in this framework where you're and it's fine. I'm not asking you to like open up a wound. I just want to understand more about the time and the effort that you have to put in to do this stuff. And you're saying like you do it in volume.
Yes.
Because that's how you were trained.
Yes.
But I feel like if somebody were to just be starting out and to have an interest in doing something like this, in creating something that they've never done before, or maybe they have their own inner world that doesn't allow them to see themselves as doing anything that's creative. I feel like you have the ability to explain how it is that particular painting came from nothing.
Right.
Like, it came from you looking at different photographs and applying them into creating something that doesn't exist.
Yes.
But yet it does exist. It exists in our world. It exists through this critical omissions transmission, or the last one. And it has detail to it that's truly beautiful. And so I just wanted to just take a moment of your broadcast to kind of give people the idea that, we do create things, and it's okay if it doesn't turn out the way that you wanted it to, or you don't get the response that you were hoping. Like, you shouldn't give away your art either. Maybe you don't want to sell it, but maybe you also don't want to give it away. Maybe you want to be sure to value that time and effort just for the process of creating something.
No, I appreciate that profoundly, and that's been a problem with my art, is that I've given it away to people, and they really don't appreciate it. They're honestly, and they think that like you're doing this in your sleep. But such being said, soft body acrylics, they're the best paints for detail work. They have a slightly thinner consistency than heavy body acrylics, and they have smooth blending, layering capabilities. They're great for detailed work and glazing. So that's essentially the base tool for me to work with, painting in the filling in, colorizing the illustration. And then, of course, again, the hairspray makes certain everything doesn't run. And admittedly, this is where a little cheating comes in, as far as I'm concerned. All of that is taken, and when my son will photograph it for uploading onto the computer, basically take a photograph, and this scan is put into the computer. Then he works on a little bit of digital touch-up. But other than that, the process of taking photographs, for instance, and painting over them, that's also professionally considered legitimate for volume production, and that's called photopentimento, just for people to know that technique. Photopentimento would be taking a photograph, painting over it, and then adding details around the baseline of the photograph. Normally that would entail leaving enough of the photograph unpainted over so that people get the photographic quality, while the painting adds a kind of surreal element or a kind of highlighted element to it. I do have examples of that I can dig up from the files, so to speak. But yes, I appreciate your bringing this up, and I appreciate your emphasizing the fact that, whereas before I used to produce a lot more paintings, say, for instance, the early days of Facebook, yes, and it would entrance a lot of women. And then, of course, they'd ask for illustrations, and then after a while, you would just notice they just really don't appreciate what you're doing. So, yes, people don't appreciate what they don't pay for. At the same time, like you said, not that I necessarily need to sell anything and break my promise to my mother. Rather, it's more like a sense of just make certain that people, in a sense, earn their painting, so to speak. That's a good way of looking at it, and I appreciate that profoundly, as I do you yourself, dear Amy.
Thank you.
Yes.
I think the whole idea of having commissions, like taking commissions from people in order to produce something, I don't know why we got away from that. Like, I don't know why it became this thing where if we wanted to bring up Britney Spears again, like the originality was just beat out of our entertainment industry. Like we just don't have any comprehension of what art really is. Like how does a person remain true to their own creative force when they've got handlers who are stealing everything from them and keeping them trapped in a system where they don't have access to whatever it would be that would inspire them to do something different. Again, I just wanted to go back to the painting again. Are you blending your colors on the paper, or are you blending on,
Oh, both. The
both
palette is,
entirely?
both the palette and the poster board. So it's both, depending on the which part of the painting. And
Okay, what size is it and how long did it take?
well, in this case, it took basically all day. It took all day in communion with my mother, so to speak, to get the feeling, the mode, the kind of spirit, the essence of what I'm trying to convey. So there's the original sketch. Then what you do is you sketch out on a kind of large sheet of paper. Then you trace that. And what you do is you take the trace and you reverse the trace and basically use a kind of pressure technique to get the outline of that trace by pressing down on it so it leaves the graphite imprint or shape, the outline, on the poster board. Then you take that.
Fantastic.
Yes.
I
Then
never would have thought of that.
yeah, thank you.
That's really good. I wouldn't have thought to do that. That's because that is the one thing with the drawing that I always really struggled with, was the ability to keep your graphite in the place that you wanted it. Like you said something about using the eraser just as much.
Yes.
And I'm so neurotic about things that I couldn't take it when the smudge didn't go the way I wanted it to.
Right.
And I gave up too easy. Like I mean, if I spent 20 minutes.
So you do that on
something,
the paper. You do that on the paper before you transfer it to the poster board. Yeah, and then you take the trace of everything done on the paper, and you press it down. You do the rub. It's a rub. And then that outline from the tracing paper goes onto the poster board. And then you redetail that on the poster board, and then the hairspray is used to fix it, and then in place. And then you begin to paint over that when you feel that you've illustrated it enough. But believe me, I do a lot of illustration. In fact, after the graphite and the charcoal have been used, mostly graphite, mostly lead, charcoal very seldom. That's only for smudging and kind of a background effect. There's some color chalking is what does the clouds, believe it or not. That's some color chalking for the cloud background in general. And then when all of that is kind of in place, then you ink it. Then I do the inks over it. So the inks define everything much more sharply. And then after that, the painting is more of a colorization over the inks. So that is altogether, it just basically takes, the process here took, I'd say, over 24 hours. It was basically a little over 24 hours. Yeah.
And you did it all in one sitting?
Pretty much. Yeah, pretty much. But I can do that.
Focus. Yeah, like that is, people, I mean, meditators can't sit that long. Like that's in 24 hours to sit and focus on something, a task at hand. That really takes some extreme concentration. So I'm just really grateful that you were able to give us some insight into your method and your process as a creative person.
I'm just so grateful that you care enough to ask. It's very much how do I say it? Very flattering, and I'm definitely honored. Let me see if I can find a good scan of it, and I'll put that in your private messages. So, I'll do that later. Yeah.
That's so lovely. Thank you so much. But again, I just really wanted to, have for myself and for others this understanding of what it takes in order to create something like that. Like, not only have you been trained for years, but you've also had this relationship with the subject that makes it important to you. You value the end result, which is, I imagine, that is why you were able to really continue at a
at a pace. Yes.
To me, like 24 hours, like that to me sounds like a really short amount of time, but I believe it's because for me, if I spend 20 minutes on something, that's a lot of time for me. Like that's maybe why I studied photography over the drawing and the painting, but because photography is like, click, you're done. But the process itself is something that, for me, I would step away and go back to it. But for you, what you're saying is it was more of a communion with the subject, and then having this idea of honoring her. Yes. And that allowed you to just finish in one go, right? Like you didn't like come back to it as much as you just sat down and did it.
Yes. I mean, believe me, I was eating and drinking while I was doing it, but just kept coming back to it. The 24-hour period, a little over 24 hours, was, let's put it this way, it took really 2 days, but it was like 12 hours over 2 days, 12 hours each day for 2 days. So I'm adding the hours together. So it wasn't all in a single day, really, but it was 24 hours. But it was over a 2-day period, about 12 hours each day. Because I did, But nevertheless, I would have done it a lot quicker if I had been, at work, so to speak. But this was something that was a labor of love as opposed to work per se. So, and I think that I'm just so blessed that you're in my life, dear Amy, that you are able to appreciate what I do, that you ask questions, that you're this incredible human being that you are. This is why I've always felt you should go into counseling, but at the same time, I understand why you wouldn't want to wind up listening to a bunch of people pour out their problems, because that can be a real drag and really bring you down. So,
no, I mean, didn't we say like counselors are the most screwed up people? Like they really, their own personal lives are such a mess, so that in order to fix themselves, they do all this training on how to fix others.
Obviously that's the norm. That would be the norm for counselors. Yes, it's something that I do think people need to understand about them. Any honest counselor would basically just admit to that and say, yes, that's the case, and it's something that but then again, it's not something to be ashamed of. But most counselors would be, because they want to look like they've got it all together, as opposed to their patients. Exactly.
Yeah. That is the problem.
Yes.
That is why I just don't see myself doing all the things that it would take in order to get paid to be a counselor. Like
Well, you're right. It's just something that would not be good for you. It would not be good for you because it would bring you down. It would really, depress you. You're too empathetic. You feel pain too easily. Other people's pain. You feel their pain, and because so that would be something
It's
that
more suited for someone who's like a robot.
or in their or at least able to maintain a detachment. Like a veterinarian. For those of you who don't know, veterinarians have the highest rates of suicide at this moment in history. Right now, presently, contemporarily, the highest rates of suicide in American professions are among veterinarians. And why is this? I mean, you become a veterinarian because you love animals, right? And then you deal with animals that are in pain, they're sick, and they're dying. I mean, so you get depressed, right? You get what I'm saying?
Yeah. I could never become a veterinarian because I love animals.
Yeah. And so there you have it. That's the paradox. That's the paradox. And so right now what I'm doing is I'm just going to click this, press the open button, and there you have it. Now I press the enter button, and there, it's in your private messages, Amy. That's a good clean scan of the illustration.
Cool. Thank you so much. It doesn't have the critical omissions and your.
That's right. It doesn't.
Okay.
You didn't want that, did you?
Oh no, I can get that myself with the screenshot. Right?
Yes, that's right.
I can pretty much do that. Can we maybe talk a little bit about, since we're talking about counseling, can we talk a little bit about Wilhelm Reich and his ideas about counseling as a contemporary of Freud?
Yes.
And how at the time he was able to kind of present an opposing view to Freud's view of psychology, and he was vilified for it. He was driven out of every country pretty much.
Yes.
Am I correct with all of this?
Yes. And by all means, first off, share with our listeners your understanding of Wilhelm Reich, further details of your understanding, and we'll take it from there. I'll be happy to go into my understanding of Dr. Wilhelm Reich.
So, I just have a brief sketch of his life as studying as a contemporary of Freud, choosing an opposing angle, specifically about the sexuality component to psychology. Mm-hmm. Freud was really more rooted in you inherit what you believe about your own sexuality from your parents. And then he really focused more on developmental stuff. But Reich was saying there's an emotional component that Freud was missing, talking about the armoring that occurs with your emotions. Mm-hmm. So this frigidity that happens with women in a lot of cases, and the denial of their own sexuality and the shutting down, that he would call this thing armoring. But just my understanding was that he was driven out of Germany. He went to Sweden. He was driven out of Sweden, and he came to New York, and then eventually he started a commune in Maine. Mm-hmm. Does that sound correct?
Yes. And eventually moved to Arizona, I believe. And that's where he did a lot of quote-unquote cloud busting. That was... So what do you know of this?
He was able to take copper pipes, add a crystal to the bottom of the copper pipes, put them in an arrangement, and then draw clouds together in the desert and create an oasis.
Yes, absolutely. By the way, how were you introduced to Wilhelm Reich, and where did you find the materials to study his accomplishments?
I had a healer in New Mexico who had a cloud buster.
Oh, wow.
So,
Oh, cool. Okay, go on.
yeah, so she that was the first bit of information that I got was by doing some holographic repatterning sessions with her. She used a lot of crystals in her work. But then I didn't really discover him until just before I left Washington State. I got introduced to Don and Carol Croft, who were doing making organite, and it was all based on Wilhelm Reich's writings and his work. And so yeah, a lot of that stuff just seemed really fantastic to me, but I started playing with making my own organite with metal and crystals. And I found it just really fun. Like, it was just like a fun thing to do, to like take copper wire and twist it around a toothpick and turn it into spirals and then add it to some wax with some crystals.
Yeah.
Like, you know, like that. It was a good way to pass the time when I really didn't feel like I could physically do much of anything.
Right. How come you still don't do it? Because you just don't have the equipment to do that where you're at now?
Oh, I have plenty of it.
Oh, wow.
Like, I don't need any more. I have tons of rocks. Like, it's so terrible, like, to have to move all the time and like have to find homes for your books and your rocks. It's just so, like, if I was more stable, I could probably get back to doing more of it. But I, like, right now I've just been moving for the past 8 months, so I'm not stable anywhere enough where I can like get a workshop together or anything like that. But that was pretty much how I learned about Wilhelm Reich. And then I remember Peter Moon, dogs are awake. Peter Moon was talking about, who was the other guy? The guy that he worked with, the electronics guy.
Tesla or Preston Nichols?
Preston Nichols. That he said something about Preston Nichols had some work of Reich's that had been previously unreleased, and I don't know if you guys spoke about that, and I can't remember when it was that you were talking about it, but that was really interesting to me, and I keep meaning to bring it up, but you know, like, so much of what you talk about is like, it's like just tucked away in your 12 hours.
Yes.
To find it. It's really hard to parse through your previous episodes and find stuff, which is why I encourage anybody who listens to make timestamps so that we can find stuff. We go back and find the stuff that was put in there that we want to speak about again.
Yes. I mean, believe me, I love you so much for saying that. And of course, I used to take the time to put the timestamps in there, and that just was a large investment of time and energy. And then I was demotivated from doing that when the Bulgarian bozos began to attack my channel. And
and it's you know, like, it's fine if you could delegate it even to, you know, some people in your audience who maybe can't afford to send money, but
yeah,
you know,
I mean, there you go. Amy's got a great idea. Please follow Amy's advice, and everybody just start timestamping and put it. You can enter it into the commentary in the thread beneath each episode. Like you did. I know. What did you timestamp in that episode? I didn't have a chance to open up that timestamp yet. What did you timestamp that you were celebrating?
God. Yeah, you started getting into the Tibetan culture and their poppy industry.
Okay.
And I was just like, holy crap, it's about time. And it's bright and early in your transmission. Like, it was like right in the beginning. So I was like, here we go. This is it. This is what we got to come back to remember, like, to.
Oh, and I came back to it in this episode tonight. Peter got.
I was sleeping. I'm sorry. I didn't really listen.
You'll listen to it later. It's in the opening hours when Peter's still with us, so it's not that there's not much poking around to do. You'll find it, and that's beautiful, delightful, and just so people understand my general understanding of Dr. Wilhelm Reich, basically, as far as I'm concerned, for myself, there's kind of like a holy trinity, kind of a trinity, like the Father, Son, and the Holy Ghost of the original psychiatrists, so to speak, or psychologists, rather. These were not psychiatrists. None of these people were psychiatrists, meaning that none of them really, how do I say it? Maybe Sigmund Freud had a medical degree, maybe not, but definitely Dr. Wilhelm Reich might have had a medical degree. I don't think Carl Gustav Jung did. He might have had a doctorate. But when it comes to these three men, Sigmund Freud, Wilhelm Reich, and of course Carl Gustav Jung, these people were kind of like the holy trinity of these first major psychotherapists. Obviously, there were others, such as Erich Fromm. You know, these are all like Austrian or Austro-Germanic men pioneering this concept of psychodynamics. And the way that Amy expressed it, I agree with it, certainly all in general. The only thing I would qualify would be a few details. I would say that Sigmund Freud was more of a, if you were taking a look at the eternal conflict or debate over nature versus nurture, Sigmund Freud was, I would say, very much nurture, saying that people were much more produced by their environment than by their genetics, because if he were someone who was thinking that we inherited or were biodetermined in our behavior, there would be no need for his services. There would be no need for his therapy because, you know, it's biodetermined. You would correct it or change it via genetics. But what he felt was we were nurtured, our environment created us, but he universalized that environment to the point where it might as well be genetic. In other words, everyone, by his definition, basically everyone was going through the same problem, that everyone was fucked because all women had penis envy because they'd look at their dad and say, why don't I have that? Which puts him in a position of power as a man with a penis. Very self-centric, right? Very self-advantageous. By the way, our dear friend in United Germany, which, as he points out, is not all that united, Andrei Niemezhitsky, he says that Jung was indeed a psychiatrist with a medical degree. By the way, in those days, just so people understand this, all of our listeners, if you don't know this, because you'd be surprised at what people do not know, a psychologist and a psychiatrist are very different creatures. In the medical industry, they used to say that a psychologist is a psychiatrist with his brains knocked out, or their brains knocked out, to make it to make it gender neutral. And you just understand that this is because psychiatrists have to have a medical degree and then a degree in psychology. And when it comes to, obviously, it takes years to become a psychiatrist. As I said, with your average doctor, you're already fucked. You're dedicating your entire life just to be a doctor. Your average doctor, because it takes about 10 years before you get that medical degree, and all the school presentation that you have to go through before then. You have to present yourself at school. You have to understand that this is a lifetime just to become a doctor. And by the time your average doctor becomes a doctor, gets their medical degree, oftentimes they're in their 40s. Early doctors maybe in their mid-30s, oftentimes their mid-40s. And then you've got how much life left to be a doctor. Your average doctor leads very unhealthy lives, very stressed out, and they usually die comparatively early. So your average doctor just winds up, maybe serving 20 years as a doctor if they're lucky, which is not a bad span of time, but nevertheless, they pretty much, some of them retire and ease into an old stage of life, but many of them die young. So, but in those days, since these guys were just pioneering psychiatry, they had medical degrees, but they basically then were performing research and studies that enabled them to call themselves psychotherapists or psychiatrists. They were just pioneering it. They weren't going through the kind of loops that people go through today to become a psychiatrist, which means that in order to, after you get the medical degree, then you've got to spend another 5 years getting the psychology degree. And then you've got to go through a board review to prove your ability to work with people. And this board review will be where they probe your mental issues to make certain, this is supposed to be how it works, to make certain you're not sick, psychologically sick, so that you won't abuse your patients. This is supposed to be to prevent someone who would exploit their patients, for instance, a sexual predator or the like, on the loose. Of course, obviously, these are flawed, and many such people get through, or enough of them. But the point is, with these early guys, they're the basic guys that I would consider worth studying: Freud, Jung, and Reich. Now, they were all highly politicized. Sigmund Freud was, of course, very Jewish, so he was very patriarchal, very sexist, and basically, in many ways, an asshole. And we're talking about somebody who also had a cocaine addiction. And he just had, we could go on and on about his negative traits, but he started it all. And he basically said, everybody's sick, that they're all after their parents. They all want to fuck their mothers and their fathers. All women want their father's penis, not in the sense that they want it inside of them, but they want their own. But then again, they might compensate for that by getting their father's penis inside of them. This is how he would rationalize it. And that all boys want to fuck their mothers, really, so they're willing to kill their fathers to fuck their mothers. Oedipus complex. He basically was universalizing what we would consider deviant or pathological behavior patterns. I find that in the end, as I got older and matured and look back on him, I don't find as much hostility with him anymore as I originally had. You're younger, and then you read what this guy is saying, and when you understand the full impact of what this guy is saying, it's repulsive. And I could understand why the Nazis said, okay, this is degenerate Jewish bullshit, and we've got to have a kind of counseling that is clean of this kind of crap. And this is where Carl Gustav Jung came in and was the Aryan psychiatry. He was the man who worked with symbology, that everything's
Dreams.
based, yes, dreams, heavy symbols. And of course he worked with psychological warfare, and basically told Americans, the reason that you're all seeing UFOs is because of your mass guilt, your repressed guilt over the fire bombings of Dresden and all the crap you pulled during the war, the atomic bombings and all that. And what this manifests as is paranoia. So since all of you Americans feel a mass sense of guilt that you've repressed so thoroughly with your fantasy that you won World War II, you see UFOs in the sky because your paranoia manifests objects outside of your control. This was psychological warfare. Now, when he was covering for the fact that the Third Reich really had saucers and craft that were at war with America's Air Force, and just basically waging a psychological form of warfare against the American public on the side of the Third Reich. So these men each have their own fascinating agendas. Now, with Dr. Wilhelm Reich, he was anti-fascist. As a matter of fact, he originally started off as a fucking communist. for those of you who don't know, he actually started off as a commie. He was ideologically communist. He was German, but kind of like the precursor to, you might say in some ways, an East German. But he then wanted to escape communism and came to the United States. So he never really experienced living under communism. He was somebody who sided with the communists during the Weimar period before the Third Reich came into power. But he felt that fascism was a mass form of armoring. This is how he felt about it. So these men all had political agendas. With Sigmund Freud, it was this kind of, as the Nazis would perceive it, a very Jewish, patriarchal, morbid fascination with, say, for instance, filth. Because Sigmund Freud felt that we all experienced anal retention as a kind of pleasure, that people would retain their bowel movement until they felt it was time to release it, derive a kind of pleasure from that, and this might lead to a fascination with sodomy, for instance. I mean, you can understand how people would take Sigmund Freud as basically sick and filthy. As I've gotten older and jaded, I can look back on him and say that, in a very strange sense, Sigmund Freud was completely justified. You begin to realize, when you begin to realize, like I do, the pervasiveness of incest, the pervasiveness of so many of these sexual fetishes, you realize, yeah, sure, in a lot of ways, Sigmund Freud was right on the mark. But so was Carl Gustav Jung, and so was Wilhelm Reich.
He might as well have been a porno writer.
In a sense, he was, yeah. And yeah. So when you take a look at someone like Wilhelm Reich now, so take the communism away and take a look at what he was saying, what he was developing, and obviously it was important, and it ultimately is the foundation, in many ways, for postmodern magic. This is an aspect of him that no one understands. This is what I learned from Michael Aquino and what the Department of Defense was doing with Dr. Wilhelm Reich's work. Now, Dr. Wilhelm Reich was working with many things you would think the Department of Defense would be interested in. His cloud busting. His, now Wilhelm Reich, think about what I said about Carl Gustav Jung. Carl Gustav Jung was talking about in his psychological warfare campaign against the Americans, talking about UFOs. These were generally saucer-shaped. This was because Carl Gustav Jung said that the perfect shape is the sphere, the circle, the ball, the sphere. He said that since that's the perfect shape, then what the Americans are seeing is generally spherical, saucer-shaped, because it's a projection of a more perfect world, or world of beings that was coming to pay justice upon America. And therefore, Americans were under siege by saucers because of their repressed guilt. Whereas Dr. Wilhelm Reich was saying that saucers, or UFOs, are real. But he felt that they were hostile. He basically was using his cloudbusters to shoot down UFOs. This is what he felt he was doing. He was waging a kind of cosmic war. Were you aware of this aspect of what was going on with him, Amy?
Yes. Don and Carol Croft wrote a lot about different types of aliens, and some are on the side of humans and some are not. That whole portion of it was not anything that I really grasped onto. Like, I wasn't really interested in finding out about the Dracos or whatever.
Thank you. That reflects well on you. That reflects well on you.
Well, But it doesn't mean that the technology itself doesn't have some kind of effect.
Thank you. Thank you. No. I'm not saying it didn't. Obviously, Dr. Wilhelm Reich made oases bloom in the desert. You are aware of that most certainly, yes?
Yes. That was what he was doing in Arizona.
Yes, because he was cloud busting and making it rain in the desert. So he was able to change the physical landscape with his technology. This is incredible. This man was pulling something off that attracted the attention of the Department of Defense, the federal government, and of course they ultimately put him in jail where they had him assassinated, where they had other prisoners stab him to death. You know this, of course, Amy, yes?
Yes. Yes.
So, and then they took the majority of his work, and after confiscating it, what was available to the public, they generally burned. So,
yes.
Now, there's more to it than meets the eye. Aside from the arcane technology, understand that the life essence, the essence of life itself, take a look at what Peter Moon works with his breathing that keeps him so young. I mean, when you take a look at somebody like Henry Kissinger, he made it to 100, but he may have looked good, quote unquote, for someone who's 100 years old. He still looked like shit. Peter Moon retains a remarkable health because he's so obsessed with his breathing and his discipline. This is because he follows Qigong. Qi is the Chinese word for not just breath, but the essence of life itself. In Japanese, it's Ki, as in Aikido, their version of Qigong. All of this is maintenance of the breath, the ability to harness it. And when you come to the ancient Egyptian concept of this spiritual essence, this life force, then they call it Ka, as in Africa. And this is the same as Chi or Ki. And then you get other cultural concepts for the same idea. Chi, Ki, Ka. Well,
Tetragrammaton.
Oh, okay, that's a bit of a leap. I'm sure there's a logic behind it. Explain the logic. Explain the logic. Yes.
Okay, so we were just having this conversation on Friday night over pizza about Yod He Vav He.
Yes.
And the breath work that goes with that, the inhale, the exhale, the holding, the retention, and how that is also related to what you've just spoken about with the Ki and the Ka.
Yeah.
Chi. Yes. In order to Christianize it, we can talk about it in the form of Yod He Vav He.
Yeah.
And finding that there's a method of breathing while focused on those symbols, the Hebrew symbols, that it works with the ancient Egyptians, the ancient Asiatic belief systems. It can get spread around throughout cultures, and I can't help but point out that the three fathers of psychology, of modern psychology, are all male, and there's no made mention of any feminine aspect until you get into the yin and the yang from the Asian culture.
Thank you. Thank you.
It's more of the emperor, empress, throne energy.
So thank you. Very important. But back to the task at hand with the Ka, the Chi, the Ki. These are, of course, think of the Arabic or Islamic, the Muslim sense of the same concept. It would be al-nafs. Al-nafs is the soul breath. So understand that basically what we're speaking of is the soul. chi, ki, ka, al-nafs, or simply nafs. The Arabic language adds the emphatic, the V before everything. The real name for God in and of itself would be La. But they always say Allah, as in the God, to disambiguate from pagan gods or pantheons. So you would think that the God's name is Allah. Well, it's really just La, but they call it the God. Get it? Anyhow, so al-nafs means the soul breath, but, just nafs. Soul breath, ka, spirit, life force in the Egyptian, chi, literally breath, but it's an allusion to the bioenergy, or qigong, Japanese ki. Now, the Arabi reckoning of nafs, inclusive of what the Greeks would call psyche. Psyche really means soul, but we use that for psychology. Psyche was the goddess of the mind, but psyche, soul. Combine that with a kind of ego or carnal self-identity. Psyche would be more self-awareness through desires. So when you take that into account, and as I said, of course, speaking earlier of Ka, as in Africa, Af would be flesh, Ka, the soul, the ancient Egyptian term for what the Buddhists would call prana, or life force. Prana, that would be the other concept of this universal understanding. So this is Ra, the sun god, Africa, the flesh of the sun god and the soul. That's where that term comes from. Just a point to be made with these. All of this in the postmodern sense, the Western sense, you've never really had a kind of Western conceptualization of everything I'm describing until Wilhelm Reich. You see, the ancient Egyptians, the people of Africa, had the Ka. The ancient Hellenes, the Greek people, were not really Western per se. The Greeks were, in a sense, the source of all we identify as Western, but they're almost proto-Western. They're very much a culture unto themselves, and very identified with Asia and Africa in terms of their expansion, more so than expanding west. The Greeks conquered, through Alexander, Egypt, Africa, all the way into India. This was towards Persia. The Greeks are much more Asian in their orientation than they are Western. So they had the concept of psyche. Psyche, Ka, Prana, or Prana amongst the Buddhists, the Nafs amongst the Arabi, the Muslims, Chi and Ki. So the West really had no concept of this until Wilhelm Reich. And what Wilhelm Reich enlightened the West about was Orgone. And this became the foundation for postmodern magic. Orgone represents the reservoir of cosmic energy in every individual. Every person has the capacity to use magic, whether or not they actually understand how. Magic is powered not only by spell and ritual, but also by the magicians, spelling magic with a K to disambiguate real magic from stage magic, the application of quantum mechanics. So magic is powered not only by spell and ritual, but by that would be the mechanical straitjacket of formulation. But it's also powered by the Magikian's will and understanding. Herr Dr. Wilhelm Reich, who discovered orgone long before the acceptance of postmodern military sorcery, believed that this new energy was the cause of a number of phenomena that are, in his words, completely at variance with the theory of electromagnetic energies. Orgone represents that reservoir of cosmic power within yourself. Orgone is one of those unpredictable things, and thus to increase orgone requires nothing other than experience in order to improve. And of course, it's sexual. Basically, this is the sex energy, the energy of reproduction, which is, of course, the energy of life itself. But that brings us to magical semantics. Like any industry or hobby, the subculture surrounding eldritch magic has a language of its own. The two most important differences are orgone versus ruach. That's spelled R-U-A-C-H. You'd think it'd be pronounced something like ruach or roach, but it's ruach. It's orgone versus ruach, or magic, as in stage magic, legerdemain or prestidigitation, versus magic with a K. Orgone is classified as the primal biological energy of the body and is the official term used by your Department of Defense, or rather the deep state that runs your Department of Defense, which is essentially the junta which runs your government. So it's, orgone is that invisible thing inside people that allows them to manipulate the cosmic forces of the universe. Magic or parapsychic abilities. What in Star Wars they call the Force. Everything that we've spoken of already, prana for the Buddhists, the ki, chi, ka, of course, nafs. All of this is really, it's all the Force, Luke. So, orgone, specifically, was discovered by Dr. Wilhelm Reich, a psychoanalyst whose experiments led him to believe there was a force that had not yet been described by classical physics. His theories of orgone biophysics created the basis for the postmodern occultism of the deep state, the military, industrial, intelligence, occult complex, the junta that runs the American empire. How do I describe this? Occultists and sorcerers in the trade, the defense trade, rarely use the term orgone. To them, orgone is just a fancy pseudoscience term used by the government to make magic seem less scary. The thing they believe allows themselves to play with the cosmic forces is called ruach. That's the Hebrew word for spirit. This is where Judaism comes in. Since Jewish mysticism contributed significantly to the modern understanding of cosmic structure, the magical community fell into the practice of using this term. Now, let me try and disambiguate here because this might all be becoming confusing to people. Understand that I spoke earlier in the opening hours to Peter Moon about the Department of Defense contracting gaming companies, which is what confuses people about H.P. Lovecraft. And they think it's all a game because so much of it has been disseminated, and dissimulated, both disseminated and dissimulated by the gaming industry more than anything else. People understand it through a Dungeons and Dragons filter. And Gary Gygax, who, as I said, was working with all these defense contractors, Gary Gygax and his Dungeons and Dragons would disambiguate between a cleric and, extremely stupid term he used, magic user. I mean, I never got over how stupid that term is. Magic user. What a stupid term. He didn't use the term magician because everyone would think stage magician, but he could have said wizard, sorcerer, warlock. Oh God, there's so many other terms you could use other than magic user. What an awkward, stupid term, but it gets the point across. So, a magic user has no faith. A magic user is basically a mechanic. Whereas a cleric is not performing spells. He's not casting spells. He's performing miracles. So the magic user casts spells. The cleric can perform miracles based on faith. Important disambiguation. It's not Munchkinism as they use in the gaming industry. That's a gaming term. It's a very real, important difference. That would be the difference between orgone and ruach.
So which is which? Magic user is ruach?
Good question, honey. I'm trying to remember myself.
Like, if we're gonna draw parallels here between Hebrew and...
Got it. Hey, you got it. You're right on top of this. Yes. So let's posit, present another difference, albeit more subtle, in the spelling of the word magic. People have already gotten that down. I'm trying to remember here, so I'm searching my brain for which was which. Give me a moment to buy time.
Sure.
One can always... Go ahead. Go on.
No, keep on. Keep on with your
Remember,
thought.
my talking is how I recover this stuff.
Okay.
One can always identify a knowledgeable occultist or sorcerer in that he spells his magic with a K at the end, and it's an anachronistic practice, but one that has maintained favor through the translation of old occult tomes. Let's get into the ruach, and that'll help me recall which is which. Important point to be made. The cosmic energy of the universe pervades all things, and this reservoir of power in living things is called orgone by the military, industrial, intelligence, occult, science complex. The junta, which runs the American empire, they're scientists. But true occultists know it as ruach, or spirit. Ruach is a measure of an individual's connection with the universe. It is the conduit through which the power of the cosmos flows, focused through a sorcerer's will. In order for magic to be worked, ritual practitioners must draw on this reserve of power, to make the desired changes to the universe around them. So I would say that rather than the term magic user, sorcerer, warlock, the term for the independent mechanician, the mechanic, the magic user, would be arcanist. That's the term I've come to use through my affiliation with Michael Aquino. The arcanist as opposed to the priest or the cleric or the monk. the faith worker. You would call
Very
somebody
good.
who's using their faith the faith worker. So the Ruach is the arcanist. The Orgone would be through the worker of the faith. But then again, the more I think about it, it's that's how it's come to be in the world we're in right now, or the way our society is structured. It could just as readily be just the opposite if our society were perhaps more sane. I'm still trying to figure out if that would be a saner, healthier world. But the way it is right now, the arcanist, the magic user, would be working with Ruach. The Orgone would be the field of the clerics, or the keepers of the faith. In this case, however, they're completely corrupted by Beatomites. So understand that Orgone has been, with the murder, the assassination of Wilhelm Reich, the theft of his intellectual property, so confiscated by the corrupt government that Orgone is now the purview of the Edomites. This is not how it should be. It's simply the way it is for now. Ruach, the Judaic sense of Ka, Prana, Nafs, Chi and Ki. Ruach, the Judaic sense of psyche. That's the venue of the arcanist, the magic user, the quantum mechanic, the rogue, or more independent kind of individual. So, knowing that, in a healthier world, it would be just the opposite. I would say that's the kind of world I'm fighting for. One in which Orgone would be the purview, the tool, the force of the arcanist, whereas Ruach would be more the purview of the faith worker. But then again, it's kind of like, how do you feel about it, Amy?
I keep getting drawn back to this idea of the Jewish mystic and the Kabbalah, and how that is sort of primary to a lot of Masonic ritual also, with the gates of the body being used to perform some sort of the healing, in the best case scenario, a kind of healing. Yeah, I think these are really important topics to spend some researching.
Yes. Understand.
There's
basic,
a lot of technique.
Yeah. Your federal government, the junta which runs the American deep state, is basically using Elan Vital, the vital energy, channeled via the sublimated sexual energy of Orgone, to practice magics. That's what you understand about this secret satanic priesthood, or Adamic monasticism, the satanic warrior monks of the 1st Earth Battalion. These are clearly the enemy, but their force is something we could all use. So you can understand why they are exploiting the sublimated sexual energy of Orgone, because they're very sexualized, sexually predatory, which is how they wound up with the dominance, the monopoly of the knowledge of Orgone for this period of history, something that everyone should know about. Dr. Wilhelm Reich felt that by armoring ourselves, and he felt that all children by society were armored by society, meaning that they were out of contact with themselves, not open. There's other ways to express it, but I think the point is made. When it comes to Ruach, of course, Amy just expressed it, and I'll let her get back to that. I had to kind of interrupt and get that out before it dribbled out of my ears and I forgot again. So, yeah. But back to you, Amy, by all means, please. And, of course, Nemo, don't be afraid to participate if you have any thoughts.
No, I'm just listening.
Okay. So, Amy, take it away.
Well, I'm considering what you're saying about the Dharmic forces taking control of the Orgone and...
Well, it's not like they have total control. I mean, people can still develop Orgone. You get what I'm saying. I mean, the force is out there for all of us, but yeah.
It's a basic concept that when, individuals get a hold of that, they then can amplify their own free will in such a way that they can, you can recognize when there's abuse happening, like when between people, if we're looking, like earlier, we were looking at Howard Stern and his cosmetologist.
Yes.
And we were saying, oh, well, there's clearly some kind of deeper connection between the two of them. Mm-hmm. And this was just from looking at a photograph, analyzing the eye contact, the body posture, all of which was done, without any explanation. We were just saying, no, there's definitely a clear relationship between the two of them. So when you're looking at it in terms of why Wilhelm Reich was so suppressed, he was coming at it from that free will angle. Like, as you're saying, like it's more of a faith. It's more of, rather than being sexually abused in order to harness the orgone and apply it in a way that's detrimental, we can look at our own free will and the armoring that happens just as developmental progress goes on throughout your life. Like, you start as a child, you have no boundaries, you're, as Freud would say, you're dependent on your parents, so you develop all these psychological processes around your gender identity and your role in society based on, whether you're male or female. There's that, but then there's the orgone that you can utilize to create fantastic healing for yourself, where you have the free will to look at your behaviors, to see yourself clearly, and to recognize that either you're blocked or you're doing yourself harm by engaging with people who aren't supportive of you. Am I being clear? Does this at all relate to what you were talking about?
Yes, of course. Oh, that goes without saying. And to just again emphasize something before it escapes my mind, and ultimately what we're saying is complementing each other. Think of the Middle Ages and the Roman Catholic Church, when Europe, as I said, the closest concept we had to Christendom, well, the closest concept we had to Europe was not Europe, because this was before, in the Middle Ages, we didn't have the concept of nation states we have today. The closest concept that we had to the concept of Europe was Christendom. Europe was the faith. The church was the dominant aspect of life itself. It dominated the concept of society. The kings were serving the divine will of God via the blessings of the church. The church was working with the faith-based miracle system. In other words, you would go to the church when your family was sick, or you had a desire for something like, I pray we give birth to a healthy son. You pray, or the priest would come over and bless the crops or the boat if you're a sailor. Your caravan if you're on a convoy to a foreign land. These priests are trying to work miracles in their own right. They're faith working. Their sublimation of sexual energy was their celibacy. This is why the celibacy of the priests and the nuns was so important for them to perform their miracles. They are enacting the miracles of the Christ by sublimating sexuality, by being celibate. So the people who were operating with Ruach were the witches, whom the church ultimately hunted down and tried to eradicate. These witches were using what we would deem in this dynamic to be Ruach. That helps to put another dimension of context to this. In the church in this day and age, in this new dark age, the dark age we're in now is the military industrial intelligence network occult complex that manipulates, machinates the junta, which is effectively your Department of Defense governmental system. The warfare state, which Congress appropriates over half of all of America's budget to. And the independent arcanist is working with Ruach as opposed to Orgone, which was originally used without being named as such by the Roman Catholic Church. So one dark age to another dark age. With that being said, again, back to Amy. Take it away. And by the way, so V is trying to order a large jar of the black lumpfish caviar for me. I think the jar you got was about some 12, 15 ounces, something like that. And
not even that. It was tiny. It was maybe a half ounce.
Oh God, you didn't get the one that cost $50? The one that's 12?
No, it was like $16. It was just a little taster.
Okay.
Just a little, and I still have some. Like I just use it as like.
Oh, sparingly. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, it's just like a little bump for my.
Oh, I'm gonna put it in my sandwiches. You know, like
eat it by the bucket load.
Yes, that's right. Then now you'll have. I guess now you can start comparing me to Henry Kissinger. Okay. That being said, I shouldn't have even shared that.
No,
now she's got a tool to use against me. Now she can use this against me in the future. What I was going to say is, well,
never.
Oh, no worries. If you did, I wouldn't mind. V also gave me a gift of a ring and a bracelet made of hematite. What do you know about hematite?
My mother used to wear a hematite ring. She was a nurse.
Oh wow!
And yeah, it's a healing stone. Sometimes it can be magnetized. Do you know it's a hematite magnetic?
Oh wow! Cool. And
you don't know.
I mean, I don't know. Yeah, no, I don't know. Of course, I don't know.
Okay. Well, yeah. The thing about the ring, the hematite ring will wear and it will break.
Ooh, why?
Just so you know. Well, it's not the hardness isn't too.
Brittle.
It's not very hard. And it wears. Like when you use it quite a bit, it'll wear and then it'll break. But they're not expensive. Like the hematite is relatively inexpensive and it's good. Like I have a hematite anklet that I wear around my right ankle that was broken.
How sexy.
Well, anyway.
But by the way, Aristides, he just published or uploaded some pictures for us in the did you create these with AI or were these the work of someone actually, or did you create? I mean, not that what you create with AI is not work, but was this AI your own production or someone else?
Good morning.
What did he say?
Good morning.
Hello.
Yeah, good morning. He has to start with 2 words. He has to start with 2 words to oxygenate to his brain. This is how he realizes whether he can talk or not. Oh, go on.
Yep. Okay. So the yes or AI, I did not do them personally.
Oh,
But they're
okay.
AI.
Okay, but these are Amy and Nemo. You see the balance here between the arcanist and the faith
Yeah.
worker. Yes.
That's what I was
Yeah.
going for. Thank you.
Yes. So you see it, Amy, right?
I'm trying to see. I see George has joined us. Oh, look at that. I love it. Yeah, that's fantastic. Nice work, Aristides.
Yes.
I did.
We're so lucky to have you.
We are. Yes.
I gathered them from a collection. I have done some myself, and as I was saying last night, if you guys got any requests, let me know. But
Yeah.
and when you're ready, I could dump. I picked out like 20 more to dump in.
Get some of Henry Kissinger dying.
I think, God,
Yeah,
isn't that
I tried the one Microsoft one. I tried to pull off some Henry Kissinger stuff, and it kept shooting me down. Like,
interesting?
Wow.
Yep.
Interesting. Isn't that awful? George Knight, do say good morning to everyone, please.
Hello, good morning, Douglas, and good morning, everyone.
What's up?
Yes, just grateful to be back on with this opportunity. So thank you, and just wanted to catch up of how everyone's doing.
Yeah, and were you able to hear what we were talking about?
Vaguely, yeah, very vaguely. Whilst I was travelling, at this moment, I'm waiting for assistance from a hoist driver. So he's scheduled for another 2 hours. So I've got ages to wait. Yeah.
Oh, geez.
Yeah.
Pity we only have less than 30 minutes. We've got about 20 minutes before we have to shut the stream down.
That's perfect.
Yeah, so, by the way, of course, Amy, was there anything else you wanted to express about this? Any other thoughts that came to mind? Continue, by all means, and then George can join in. We were talking about the difference between Dr. Wilhelm Reich's orgone and the Hebraic concept of ruach in particular, but all of this goes back to the concepts of chi, ki, prana, ka, etc., nafs, the bioessence, the bioessential life force, the elan vital. Yes, if you have any insights into this, George, by all means.
Thank you. No, thank you for enlightening me on this. Yeah, no, and Amy, yeah, no, I'm sure you're more acquainted than I am, Amy, about this subject. Yeah.
Well, I wondered if in any of your work with the Third Reich in Exile, if they were bringing up these particular people, Wilhelm or Jung or even Freud, if that was at all, in any of your research, because I know that you have a great Wilhelm Reich's work. So he had a commune up in Maine, which I'm relatively close to Maine. I mean, it's less than a day's drive. But I didn't, until I was back here in 2015, I had no idea that such a thing even existed out in the middle of nowhere in Maine. But I'd like to find somebody who was really well versed in the technology of the frequencies, because essentially the way his orgonite would work was the pressure of the medium, either resin or wax, whatever medium it is, would cause the frequency of the stone to be expanded, and it would create a field, and in a way sort of protecting a person from outside influences or perhaps this magician stuff.
By the way, you really got cut into for a little bit there. When you started talking about this, they really started jinxing or janking up your communications. But in essence, what you're saying is, well, say it again, Dr. Wilhelm Reich's energy, resonance, obviously our man George works with both the history of the Third Reich in exile and a lot of resonance. He works.
Yes,
Yeah. So, honey, say it again. So present it to him again.
And thank you, Douglas. I'm glad you just outlined that, because I thought that was my communication. I thought I was in a bad signal area, because Amy's communication was really like telepromptic. It was very very digital, computerized.
Yeah. Yeah.
So thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you for
Definitely. Thank you. Glad to be able to clarify that for you. So go on, Amy. Say it again. Summarize what you said.
Yeah, I was just I was trying to elucidate some of the Reichian technology where you have a medium, either resin or wax, which when added to metal and the stones, the crystals, the pressure of the medium causes the frequency of the stone to expand. And that creates what you could call a protective area. In some way it might protect you from some illicit force, like a frequency from the radio that doesn't necessarily promote life.
Right,
was that clear?
In other words, are you asking, for instance, like if 5G can compromise a person's immune system and make them more vulnerable to something like COVID? Are you asking something kind of like that?
I'm wondering if, because George has done a lot of research in, the Third Reich and the military agenda, I'm wondering if any of these more personal, more spiritual, occultic techniques are anything that he's run across.
Okay. Is that coherent to you, or do you need her to kind of elucidate a bit more, or is that coherent enough for you to take on, George?
Yeah. Do you know what that brings to mind? I think what I'm trying to ascertain from her, Amy, is are you speaking specifically with occult practices, or are you referring to mainly or asking me about the technology, just to disambiguate? Or is it because what you're elucidating to is something I'm not familiar with when it comes down to the stones or crystals when you apply wax to it that you mentioned.
Right, she's talking about making orgonite, where you take copper coils and you're kind of what was it, honey, wrapping them around a toothpick or something. But this is yeah, go on.
Sorry, that was my method for making orgonite, but you can use any kind of metal. People use brass, they use copper, they use silver, they use gold.
Suggest something, Amy. This is Peter. Let me suggest something. Is what you're describing is identical to what's a Faraday cage. In other words, a Faraday cage will shield you from EM frequency. And this is another approach to it. It's exactly how to do it and the mechanics of it. You alluded to it, which I'd never heard before, frankly. That made a lot of sense. You studied it pretty deeply.
Right.
And that's you want to look at a Faraday cage and how this complements Faraday cage, because that's going to protect you. That's what they used at the Philadelphia experiment, that effect, and they used it at Montauk to protect you. Now, what I would also say is people who have weak myelin sheathing, which is fortified by vitamin D3, is they are very vulnerable. This is the tin hat foil syndrome, whereby people get their brains are not protected, so they do get signals, they do get stuff, and it becomes quite aggravating. They get very paranoid, and a tin foil placed around them will act as a Faraday cage. So they'll make fun of these people. I'm very fortunate that my myelin sheathing is adequate.
Yes, bless you.
To not be weird stuff like that, and it's not that it's not happening. It's just that it makes you a social pariah to be experiencing it and commiserating about it.
Right.
It's not good for your PR. And well, I just want to say, because I've been listening for about an hour, a little more. It was very good show. Amy, if you want, and like we could maybe do next Wednesday's show, if you're arrive at 9 o'clock, and we'll talk about the Reich stuff if you want.
That would be great. Can you arrive at 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, Amy?
Yeah, I sometimes can't last very long. Like
you don't have to last long, but
yeah, I can't really go like 3 hours. I probably will have to fall asleep before then.
That's fine. I will revisit that for you, and we'll go over that again, and all the stuff you were saying about, or Douglas was saying about Reich, the triumvirate, Reich, Freud, and we can revisit that too, and everything. It was really good what you were saying.
Thank you.
And Amy, what you brought up about Douglas and his art, I want to say something about that. It was really beautiful. But Douglas, and Amy, you're so supportive. It's so beautiful. Is when you made this vow to your mother, very honorable and all this stuff, but things change, and what's unfortunately happened is you've allowed yourself to be entrapped in this paradigm where you can't make money off of art. And in other words, I think if one were to revisit there, even in your ancestral rapport with her, this could be revisited and modified, because she doesn't want you doing specific type of art for specific reasons. And it's not like a permanent edict. And you have to remember that your whole relationship with her and your parents was one that led you down the road of impoverishment for whatever reason, without judging. And this can be reversed. It will heal her if she can do something to empower your material existence. And this is just a sort of a, you've reached the nadir of your physical well-being in terms of your income and all that.
Yes.
You've drained all your finances to help her. I think if this were put contextually to her and recommunicated, and I think you're too rigid on your promise. I remember you commenting on that old Japanese guy who was being honorable to the emperor, so he couldn't imagine the emperor being involved in anything wrong.
Right. Yeah.
You've got a little bit of that inside.
Or what he deemed to be wrong. What? Yeah.
I know, but in other words, this can be, if he were to have personal dialogue with the emperor from the death state, I'm sure the emperor would straighten him out.
Right.
But he would be too humble to even be worthy of speaking to the empire.
Right. Understood.
So, but I'm just saying is, all these considerations can be modified and recommunicated in live time to your mother, so that we can help to take the edge off of your existence, your day-to-day existence. And I'm not talking, well, and not to blow smoke into this, because this is not necessarily what I'm alluding to, but when Joe Matheny did the Ong's Hat, he does a comic book within that Ong's Hat that's published, and he put that online.
Interesting.
He paid some illustrator about $30,000 to do these illustrations. He's a comic book artist, and he did a good job. And he did this because, frankly, at that time, I mean, he had the money to burn to do it. He could afford it, and very entrepreneurial person. And then when things were, what he ended up doing with those, now he bought the illustrations, he owned them.
Right.
And he put up the book, he put them online, he got his use out of them. He was dumb, but he still had the originals. And at some point when he was living in Santa Barbara, they were put in a gallery, and he sold them for like, I think it was $150,000. I don't remember, and I don't think that was all of them. In other words, people scooped them up like they were Del Shaw originals. And this was, what I referred to as the glitterati of Santa Barbara, where you have all these rich movie stars and people that have bought up the real estate there. And in other words, those things were really, they had some value. I mean, here is, he didn't invest that $30,000 to make money.
Interesting.
It was just sort of like, a fringe benefit.
Right.
Which, he rolls in big financial circles than most of us.
Right.
So, but I'm just saying is, just to they're in other words, we put the positive idea here. We don't need to be selling porno. But there could be an illustration. I intend to have you. I don't know. The cover of the book is leather. It won't have an illustration.
Right. Understood.
But if there is another edition of it, I mean, there might be an illustration or two involved. But anyway, this is just I wanted to share that. And if Amy hadn't said all this, I thought of this before, but if Amy wouldn't have said this, I wouldn't have brought this up now. And I think it's very important, and it's something for you to think about, and then we can talk about it privately, as well. And it's good. It's Team Dietrich is so much different and refined and edified than the old Team Dietrich.
Yes. Yes. Oh my God.
It's like some baseball team that couldn't win shit, and now it's like it's starting to get itself together.
Yes, very much so. I appreciate that profoundly. Believe me, I'll certainly dwell upon what you said, and I appreciate it profoundly. I do want to emphasize that the way I understood Amy's question to George, and George, you're still with us, right? The way I understood it was Amy was also wondering if the Third Reich in exile was making some use of this sort of energy. So what would be your impression on that?
Yeah, no, Douglas, I don't think I'm sorry, Amy, do excuse me. I don't think I can answer that at this point in time, but I can certainly look into it a bit deeper for you. If I can elucidate any information, I can always relay it back to you. But I do apologize at this point in time. I can't answer anything else. Go to the technological aspect of the Third Reich's craft. When it comes down to materials, I know that they were sourced in a lot of tantalum, which doesn't source from Earth. That's the only thing I can talk about, but nothing other than that, I'm afraid.
What is that, George? Tantalum. What is tantalum?
Tantalum. It goes into most. It's
cell phones.
It's a very rare exotic mineral that goes into most technology that hardware and software that we produce. So it's a lot of it is either found at the bottom of the ocean, or it's found throughout many plains in Africa. Certainly there's a large source of it on the moon, but it is such a rare, valuable mineral that it's very sought after, and many nations have gone to war over source and tantalum. So it's one of the most viable products that go into some of the technology, and certainly the Reich utilize this mineral.
But I have a question, George. I have a question. You said it's predominantly in South Africa, which of course the Reich occupied, and the moon, which the Reich occupied.
Yes.
So you say it's not terrestrial, but what about the South African?
In its origin. Yeah, in its origin.
Okay, its origin.
Yeah.
Yes, in its origin itself. So it's very scarce, very sought after. Yeah. So any way a nation state can salvage it or salver it, they will do so, even by military means. So the Reich ascertain it predominantly through sourcing it, but this is a mineral that goes into most of the technological aspect, so actually producing, like product produce, so into the technology. So that's
or that's one of the things I could share with you, Amy, if that helps anything.
Yes, and let me put it into further context. Mary Sini Helena Kiskonen in the chat room, she says, I heard they kill for that mineral. Yes, and I want people to understand that tantalum was in the past a fictitious name, what they would use in pulp magazines for a fictitious kind of metal. Then it became real. By that I mean they discovered a metal that fit so many of the properties they used to describe in pulp fiction that they gave it that name. So tantalum is basically when you open up your cell phone in particular, there's a very thin sheet or wafer of metal that's in it. That is, without that, the cell phone would not work at all. It's what makes it somehow able to communicate with wireless. So this tantalum is basically makes every cell phone a blood cell phone. All if anyone carries a cell phone, think of that as soaked in blood. Basically, what happened is that in the Congo, in particular, they've been waging war for decades over tantalum, and the mercenary wars that are waged have resulted in the loss of millions of lives. Millions of black Africans have died while mercenary corporations have fought over tantalum that is mined out of Africa. So much of this comes from meteorites that crashed, and of course a lot of it is at the bottom of the sea. These meteorites crashed at times when those continents were above the waves, and in the past, and now the easiest ways to access where the meteorites crashed on the surface world would be in Africa in particular, and that's where the real tantalum wars have been fought. As Mary says in the chat room, someone died from my phone. It is true. It is absolutely true. They speak of...
I have a question about this. I have a question. Yeah. Is this stuff from the Congo, is this... I know you've done a lot on the Congo with Leopold and all that.
Yeah.
Is this the same? Is this a similar or different substance? I don't remember what all that fighting was about in the Congo. It's not fresh in my mind.
Yeah, the original conquest of the Congo by the Belgian Empire under King Leopold was sheer colonialism that then, in World War II, turned into uranium exploitation. Originally, they were just getting rubber out of the Congo, various kinds, basically rubber, and therefore the entire economy was stripping certain trees of their bark, doing what they do for rubber plantations. When it came to World War II, everything changed into uranium exploitation. After World War II, everything changed to tantalum. But we're talking, this took till maybe the 80s, 90s, really the 90s is when it started. And at that point, that's when Africa experienced the equivalent of World War I. Whereas before it was a genocide by a white colonial empire under King Leopold, then it turned into a mercenary corporate conflict over the mines. And so there, hopefully that puts that into some perspective.
It does, but it's like this is a whole nother component to the Congo and all of that. It all becomes recirculating back, and I'd never heard of this stuff.
Very few people have. This is the tragedy of our postmodern world. So think about this. I mean, very few people know that Africa's gone through the equivalent of World War I in the modern age, or postmodern age, and this is all over technology that everyone is using. This is a crime we don't know about this. Probably, well, the reason should be obvious. We don't know about it because people would demand some alternative, or that something be done to change the situation, or one would hope they would demand that, and so the corporations don't want that because then their industry would crash. So I want everyone to know we've only got a few minutes left. Everyone, do say good morning to our listeners, please. Let's start with the lady first, Amy, and then Peter, of course.
Good morning, everyone. And I hope you have a wonderful Monday, a beautiful start to your week as we come into our solstice. Douglas needs some money, so any of you with money, please send it over to him.
Bless you.
Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for that, Amy. And thank you, Amy, and those of you who've contributed. It's so refreshing, because in times past, when I turn on the show, it's like, it's down the tubes with people talking about their body parts and stuff. and this is such an upgrade, and thank you for that. And it's great. So I say goodbye to everybody. We'll be back on Wednesday with Amy. You can be online with us if you want, and we're gonna address the Wilhelm Reich stuff.
Yes.
And the psychiatry, the triumvirate.
Yes. Excellent.
Very good. I think that's I don't know if you've talked about it in the past, but that's something that I'd heard that you were going to talk about, the stuff that had gone on with Reich and your friend there, not your friend,
Preston Nichols. Yes.
Yeah, the Montauk.
We'll talk about that because we're doing this. I'm doing this because you brought it up, and interest is good, and it's always good to revisit these things and explain, because